Chapter 116. The Legacy of the Old and the New, the Sky at 18. Manchester City's counterattack unfolded as the ball found its way to Lin Quan's feet. Lin Quan surged into the penalty area. Courtois advanced. The ball found the net. An utterly astonishing goal. He remarked with emotion. The push from Philip behind Lin Quan nearly caused him to lose his balance, and Courtois' decisive advance left him little time to control the ball. Yet, in such a dire predicament, Lin Quan managed to adjust in time and ultimately scored. Such a goal deserves all the accolades. Indeed, this 18-year-old prodigy, standing on the grand stage of the Champions League final for the first time, struck a goal as precious as gold, thrusting Atletico Madrid into a perilous situation. They must score, or they risk losing the championship trophy due to Lin Quan's remarkable strike. In comparison to foreign commentators, the two commentators from CCTV were relatively subdued. Across various commentary booths in Europe, Lin Quan's goal sent commentators into a frenzy. They seemed to engage in a contest of breath-holding, elongating the final syllable of the word, denoting the goal to an exaggerated length, leaving one to worry they might suffocate from the strain. Online, following Lin Quan's goal, fans, especially those of Lin Quan and Manchester City, were engulfed in jubilation. Lin the Emperor is extraordinary. They cheered. Wow, who would have thought that goal could be scored? I expected Lin would fall in the box to earn a penalty. Lin the Emperor is not one to indulge in theatrics. Besides, Philip's foul occurred outside the box. Even if it were called, it would only result in a free kick, not a penalty. I can't help but feel that Philip's push inadvertently assisted Lin the Emperor. Had he not been pushed, he might not have reached Agüero's pass ahead of Courtois. If that's the case, Philip ought to be credited with a significant assist. Indeed, the referee issued him a yellow card. One might consider that a token of merit. In stark contrast to the exuberant Manchester City supporters, Atletico Madrid's fans were far more pessimistic. Diego Costa is injured, and our team is trailing. This match is proving exceedingly challenging for our mattress army. Indeed, if Diego Costa had not been sidelined, we might have scored with one of those chances in the first half. Alas, our squad depth is simply too thin. If we had the same bench strength as Manchester City, we wouldn't have to rely on a single lineup. The combined market value of Manchester City's players likely exceeds €500 million. Such expense is beyond our means. While Atletico has performed admirably, their foundation pales in comparison to those traditional powerhouses. Conversely, although Manchester City may not be a historical giant, they are supported by a formidable financial consortium. The financial disparity between the two teams is vast, making it unrealistic to expect Atletico to possess the same depth as Manchester City. Not to mention, Atletico's starting goalkeeper, Courtois, is merely on loan from Chelsea. Although Atletico Madrid expresses an intent to secure the Belgian player, Courtois exhibits little interest in remaining, fixated instead on returning to a prestigious club. Consequently, following this match, he is set to depart Atletico Madrid and return to Stamford Bridge. On the sidelines, the Atletico coaching staff, led by Simeone, wears a solemn demeanor, contrasting sharply with the jubilant Manchester City coaching team celebrating nearby. Lin Quan's goal took Simeone by surprise. He had meticulously devised strategies to contain Lin, aiming to thwart Manchester City's scoring opportunities. However, it has become evident that these measures were woefully inadequate. The opponent's prowess exceeded his expectations. Lin's individual capabilities bear resemblance to Messi's, yet his stamina appears markedly superior. Many strategies devised against Messi seem ill-suited to counter Lin's effectiveness. Furthermore, Lin displays remarkable mental fortitude, rarely wasting time lamenting after being fouled. He swiftly rises after each fall, seamlessly re-engaging in the fervent contest. His commitment in every challenge is unwavering, as he leaves an indelible mark on both offensive and defensive plays. Such a player seems even more formidable than Messi. Of course, the concession of this goal is attributable not only to Lin's exceptional play, but also to Atletico's tactical choices in the second half. Prior to Lin's breakthrough, Manchester City had attempted to launch counterattacks after regaining possession, but Atletico successfully thwarted those efforts until Pellegrini adjusted City's attacking strategy, culminating in this goal. Simeone laments his misfortune, acknowledging that the responsibility for this lapse falls squarely on his shoulders. However, the opponent's tactical shift bore fruit on its very first attempt, catching him off guard. He observed Pellegrini's instructions to Zabaleta, realizing that Manchester City was poised to adapt. Simeone had intended to assess City's adjustments before countering. yet they provided him with no opportunity to react. Nevertheless, he refuses to succumb to despair. The match's dynamics evoke memories of Atletico's final round in La Liga, where they faced Barcelona away. Similarly, their main striker, Diego Costa, was injured, and their adversary scored first. Yet in that match, Atletico ultimately triumphed, lifting the La Liga trophy at Camp Nou. With such a successful precedent, Simeone remains confident in his team's potential for victory. He stands on the sidelines, rallying his players. And thanks to the respect he has cultivated and the recent glory of securing the league title, the Atletico players place their trust in him. Originally appearing anxious after conceding, the players regain their composure under Simeone's exhortations. A single goal down is hardly the end of the world. The second half has only just commenced. They possess ample time to equalize the score. Even teams of the caliber of Atletico Madrid have succumbed to our prowess. What, then, can be said of Manchester City? The confidence derived from past victories has instilled a profound tranquility within our ranks, dispelling any semblance of impatience or anxiety, replaced instead by an indomitable fighting spirit. Observing the players regain their composure and rekindle their fervor, Simeone finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, despite his successful efforts to soothe the players' emotions, the issues plaguing the team's offensive strategy remain unresolved. With the departure of Diego Costa, Atletico's attacking strength has significantly diminished, and the pressing conundrum is how to breach the opponent's goal. Villa stood at the center circle, the ball at his feet, hands on his hips, gazing at Lin Quan, surrounded by his teammates in the distance. Though he harbored no regrets, Villa, like other forwards, couldn't help but envy Lin Quan's remarkable individual prowess. As a forward who has shared the field with both Messi and Lin Quan, Villa is acutely aware of the extraordinary talents possessed by these two players. Watching them play football feels as though they are operating on an entirely different plane from others. They execute maneuvers that most would scarcely dare to conceive, let alone attempt. The ball at their feet seems to possess a life of its own, obediently attuned to their will. Were he to possess such formidable abilities, one might imagine that his accolades would extend far beyond what they currently are. Yet, such aspirations are indeed fanciful. In the realm of football, only two such phenomenal players have emerged. Even prior to Lin Quan's rise, doubts lingered about whether another player akin to Messi would ever grace the pitch again. Nevertheless, Villa does not belittle his own worth. He recognizes that he possesses something beyond their reach: experience. By harnessing this asset, coupled with his own commendable talent, he too can conjure miracles. Following the celebration, Pellegrini promptly advised his players to approach the game with caution after resuming play, urging them to stabilize the situation and assess Atletico's response before committing to further offensive maneuvers. This match is of paramount importance, necessitating the utmost vigilance. In a decisive final, there is little room for error. As long as victory is secured, even a somewhat disheveled performance bears little significance. Of course, Pellegrini does not intend to remain in a passive defensive posture indefinitely. Should Manchester City withstand Atletico's current wave of attacks, he would be inclined to make substitutions. Ultimately, with the lead in hand, the initiative now resides firmly with Manchester City. Indeed, upon the resumption of play, Atletico's offensive efforts intensified. Yet, Manchester City had anticipated this. The entire team, regardless of position, dedicated themselves to defense. Even De Bruyne and Silva, not particularly renowned for their defensive skills, were contributing their efforts. The drawbacks of Atletico's lack of star players began to manifest. Without the exceptional individual capabilities of a superstar, they must create exceptionally favorable opportunities to find the back of the net. However, such opportunities are challenging to manufacture, especially when Manchester City players exert themselves to the utmost in defense. It becomes increasingly difficult for them to penetrate their opponent's line through intricate passing and movement. After all, they are Atletico de Madrid, not Barcelona, and their coach is Simeone, not Wenger. As the minutes tick away, the score remains unchanged at 1-0. While Atletico's offense has yet to bear fruit, their defense remains formidable, particularly after successfully curtailing Manchester City's attacks from the flanks. It has become nearly impossible for City to score as they once did. In the 73rd minute, Atletico seized a golden opportunity. Villa, leveraging his vast experience, made a sudden run, evading the offside trap in a seemingly impossible situation, and received a pass from Coke. It was a clear one-on-one chance. The only barrier between Villa and the goal was Manchester City's goalkeeper, Joe Hart. Villa surged forward, feeling the rush of wind and the roar of the crowd. In that instant, he seemed to be transported back to the summer of 2005, when he was 24, vibrant, and almost invincible on the pitch. Having once set a world record by scoring 3 goals in 5 minutes. Everything felt familiar again. Villa rediscovered the sensations of his peak years, glanced at the terrified heart, adjusted the ball, and prepared to strike. Yet, just as he was about to shoot, a figure dashed in from the side, executing a sliding tackle and snatching the ball away from his feet. What? How could this be? Villa was taken aback, and as he turned to look, he saw City's number 10 racing towards Atletico's half with the ball. The player who had stolen the ball was Lin. Villa's astonishment deepened. He had managed to shake off nearly all the Manchester City players when he successfully evaded the offside trap. How could anyone be faster than him? Moreover, wasn't Lin supposed to remain up front? How had he ended up here? On the sidelines, Simeone had a clearer view. The moment Atletico initiated their attack, Lin had already tracked back from the front line to the midfield position. When the ball reached Coke, Lin seemed to anticipate that the ball would be passed to Villa, so he charged towards him. Villa indeed had evaded the City defenders, but as he broke free, Lin had also accelerated and crossed the defensive line, swiftly pursuing from behind. Villa had only just begun his sprint, his speed nowhere near that of Lin's, and unaware of the situation behind him, he was easily dispossessed. The uproar Villa had heard while running was, in fact, the Atletico fans desperately trying to alert him. Unfortunately, the noise of the crowd was far too overwhelming for Villa to discern their warnings. Had he been able to hear them, he might have opted to shoot earlier, thereby increasing his chances of scoring by at least 50%. In reality, Lin had been honing in on Villa even earlier than Simeone had anticipated. As the second half commenced, Lin Quan observed that Villa had begun to exhibit increased activity. This was hardly surprising. Despite Villa's age of 33, he had become the most formidable threat for Atletico Madrid following Diego Costa's departure from the pitch. Naturally, the Atletico players instinctively sought to pass the ball to him, entrusting him with the final shot. Thus, upon noticing Villa's opportunity to evade Manchester City's offside trap, Lin Quan swiftly made a decisive judgment. He preferred to make a fruitless run rather than afford the opposition any chance. Consequently, as he surged towards Villa, he was uncertain whether the latter could receive the ball. In hindsight, his gamble paid off. Now, it was Manchester City's turn to counterattack. The Atletico players, having just witnessed a missed opportunity, felt their psychological defenses crumble as their adversary launched a rapid counteroffensive. The hope of equalizing, which had briefly emerged, was cruelly shattered, plunging them into despair. With only a little over 20 minutes remaining in the match and still trailing, could they truly level the score? Lin Quan was unconcerned. The opponents were rattled, which was precisely advantageous for him. He deftly maneuvered past the hastily advancing Coke, sending the ball forward to De Bruyne. De Bruyne executed a pass, engaging in a wall pass before evading the intercepting Gabby. The ball returned to Lin Quan's feet as he had already traversed past the halfway line. This scene felt eerily familiar to the spectators. Was it not reminiscent of the goal scored 20 minutes prior? Could it be that Manchester City was poised to extend their lead and decisively extinguish any suspense in the match? Chapter 117. Champions of the UEFA Champions League. Manchester City. Atletico's left-back bore a yellow card, rendering him hesitant to commit fouls. He could only strive to disrupt Lin Quan and slow his advance, affording his teammates time to regroup. Godin and Coke were also racing towards him, clearly aware of who posed the greatest threat. Given that this attack originated from the back, Lin Quan found himself quite distant from Atletico's goal. By the time he crossed into the opposition's half, several defenders had already positioned themselves accordingly. Lin Quan now faced two options. He could either dribble past Philippe and cut inside to shoot before Gabby and Godin could intercept, or he could advance towards the byline and, upon the arrival of his teammates in the center, deliver a cross to assist in scoring. The success of the latter choice depended on the quality of his pass and the shooting proficiency of his teammates. Without hesitation, Lin Quan swiftly opted for the second approach. Drawing from his previous goal-scoring experience, he knew that should Atletico's defenders fail to contain him, they would inevitably resort to fouling. Lin Quan was determined not to squander this opportunity. Even if he could not take the shot himself, he was intent on creating a chance for his teammates. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Quan made a movement suggesting he would cut in towards the center, deceiving Philippe into shifting his weight. In an instant, he surged down the flank with the ball, charging towards the baseline. Philippe hastily adjusted his balance and pursued from behind, while the center-back Godin, not daring to lag, hastened to cover the flank as well. For a player of Lin Quan's caliber, if given space, he could easily carry the ball from near the baseline into the penalty area and execute a shot from an almost impossible angle. One must not compare such prodigies with ordinary individuals. They possess the ability to achieve what others cannot. Throughout Atletico Madrid, Lin Quan was regarded as their greatest threat, a judgment that was indeed accurate. However, the more attention placed on Lin Quan, the more susceptible they became to tactical disadvantage. At this moment, as Lin Quan advanced towards the baseline, both their center-back and fullback were compelled to follow him, for one-on-one defense was utterly ineffective. The number of defenders on the field was limited, and with Lin Quan drawing 2 defenders to himself, Manchester City's other players could seize greater opportunities. Noticing Godin rushing towards him, Lin Quan assessed the distance between them, concluding that Godin would be unable to recover in time, and promptly passed the ball. At this juncture, Manchester City's striker Agüero had positioned himself perfectly, and the Atletico defenders nearly anticipated that Lin Quan would deliver the ball to him. Consequently, Miranda had already surged towards Agüero, intending to disrupt his reception and block any potential shooting angle, denying him the opportunity to score. However, upon reaching Agüero's side, he realized that the pass was not intended for him at all. Instead, it was De Bruyne, making a rapid run from the back, who intercepted the ball first. At that moment, De Bruyne found himself unmarked. Gabi, who should have been shadowing him, had been drawn away by Lin Quan, and Godin was also lured off. Meanwhile, another center-back, Miranda, had incorrectly chosen his defensive target, creating a brief defensive vacuum around De Bruyne. Courtois, witnessing De Bruyne receiving the ball, widened his eyes in alarm. There was no doubt that De Bruyne would shoot. The question was, where would he aim? Courtois was well acquainted with De Bruyne's tendency to glance at the direction he intended to shoot before taking aim. As anticipated, upon receiving the ball, De Bruyne lifted his head and glanced towards the left side of the goal, seemingly preparing to shoot in that direction. In the duel between the goalkeeper and the shooter, the passive party is invariably the goalkeeper, who cannot afford to wait until the shooting motion is completed to attempt a save, as that may be too late. Courtois had no time to ponder further and swiftly moved towards the left side. Meanwhile, De Bruyne had already executed his shot, the ball soaring through the air, hurtling towards the goal. To Courtois' astonishment, the shot was not aimed at the left side, but rather flew towards the right side of the goal. This indicated he had misjudged the direction. Courtois quickly halted his movement, ceasing to shift left, and frantically extended his right hand in an attempt to save the shot. It must be said that Courtois' reflexes and physical prowess are indeed remarkable. However, the quality of De Bruyne's strike was exceptionally high. Even under normal circumstances, it is uncertain whether he could have made the save, let alone in such a situation. Undoubtedly, the ball once again pierced through Atletico Madrid's net. In the 74th minute of the second half, Manchester City scored another goal, altering the score to 2-0. At this juncture, the outcome of the match had largely lost its suspense. Following this goal, De Bruyne was overwhelmed with excitement, rushing towards Lin Quan to embrace him. "Lin, your tactic from the locker room truly worked." De Bruyne referred to the recent maneuver where he feigned a shot to the left, but actually aimed in another direction, thereby deceiving the goalkeeper. "Of course, I recognized your shooting habits back when I was at Werder Bremen." Courtois must have known even earlier. It seems that knowing someone too well may not always be advantageous. Upon hearing Lin Quan's words, De Bruyne burst into laughter. Scoring a decisive goal in the final held extraordinary significance for him. The Manchester City fans present, upon witnessing this goal, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. When leading by a single goal, they could not help but feel anxious, fearing that Atletico might equalize during a sudden offensive. However, now, with De Bruyne having scored the second goal, Manchester City's advantage was substantial. Even if Atletico were to score, it would not alter their lead. Moreover, given Atletico's current form, City fans were not optimistic about them breaching their defense. This sense of relaxation was shared not only among Manchester City fans, but also among their players and coaching staff. Upon seeing De Bruyne score, nearly the entire team, including the goalkeeper, rushed over to celebrate with him and Lin Quan. Manchester City is not AC Milan, and there was no opportunity to return to the locker room for champagne. Thus, at this moment, they could be said to have one hand on the trophy. This scoreline posed a significant threat to Atletico Madrid. As long as Manchester City maintained their lead for the final 20 minutes, they would secure the most important trophy of the season. In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Martin Tyler and Andy Gray were both elated. An English Premier League team was on the verge of once again standing atop the Champions League podium. Indeed, however, there is a saying that a 2-0 lead is the most precarious moment. Amidst the excitement, Andy Gray managed to retain a sliver of composure. Oh, why is there such a saying? Martin Tyler had certainly heard of it, but upon seeing his partner ready to elaborate, he played along with an inquisitive expression. This lead is fragile. Compared to a 1-goal advantage, a 2-goal lead can create a false sense of security, leading the team in front to relax and lose their competitive edge. On the other side, the team trailing by 2 goals had little left to lose. Thus, they inevitably launched a desperate counterattack. In this ebb and flow, it was highly probable that the leading side would concede a goal amidst the opponent's reckless offense. Should they lose a goal, transforming the score to a more precarious 2-1, the morale of both teams would undergo a dramatic shift. The leading side would suffer a significant blow to their spirit, becoming increasingly anxious about the possibility of being equalized, causing them to play with trepidation. Conversely, the trailing side, buoyed by their goal and the newfound hope of leveling the score, would adopt a more proactive and aggressive approach, potentially leading to a quick succession of another goal. These occurrences are not mere fabrications of mind, but rather genuine events witnessed on the field. Upon hearing Andy Gray's remarks, Martin Tyler nodded gravely and articulated, "Manchester City indeed holds a substantial lead, yet they must not become complacent. They need to concentrate fully and perform diligently in the remaining 20 minutes." This was precisely Pellegrini's mindset. After De Bruyne's goal, he promptly instructed Milner to warm up. During halftime, Pellegrini initially intended to substitute Navas and Nasri to bolster the attack. However, now that the team held a 2-goal advantage, they did not require further offensive reinforcement, but rather needed to fortify their defense or maintain a balanced approach. Milner, a versatile player in the forward line, could significantly impact both offensive and defensive play. Thus, introducing him at this juncture could provide an additional layer of protection for Manchester City's goal. In the 77th minute, Manchester City made a substitution. David Silva was replaced by Milner. This substitution signaled a likely transition from attack to defense for Manchester City. Observing Pellegrini's changes, Simeone promptly adjusted his lineup as well, bringing on a winger to enhance their offensive efforts. At this point, Atletico had no other choice. If they could not secure a goal swiftly, the match would undoubtedly slip away from them. Yet, upon completing their substitution, Atletico discovered that Manchester City's formation had transformed into a 4-5-1, with Lin retreating to midfield, assuming the role of a free player in attack while becoming a central midfielder in defense. Notably, Milner did not occupy the flanks, but instead joined Lin to form another central midfielder duo. As for the wings, the defensively weaker De Bruyne was positioned here, albeit slightly advanced. This formation was peculiar, one that Manchester City had never employed before, leaving everyone uncertain of its efficacy. Soon enough, Atletico felt the potency of Manchester City's defensive setup. Observing the overwhelming number of players in the center, they opted to initiate their offense from the flanks. The most advanced De Bruyne was swiftly bypassed, yet Lin immediately surged forward to intercept. Simultaneously, Manchester City's fullbacks advanced to engage in pressing, forming a triangular encirclement that effectively restricted the opponent's ball carrier's movement. The ball was effortlessly intercepted, prompting Manchester City to launch an immediate counterattack. Lin Quan passed the ball to De Bruyne, who swiftly delivered a diagonal pass to the forward, Agüero. Unfortunately, Agüero was unable to receive the ball as it was thwarted by the opposing team. Agüero felt a tinge of frustration. Both Lin Quan and De Bruyne had scored, and he yearned to add to the tally. However, given the determined attitude of the Atletico Madrid players, it seemed unlikely he would be granted such an opportunity. Furthermore, after Lin Quan retreated to a deeper position, Agüero became the sole striker, drawing even more defensive scrutiny. Although the counterattack did not succeed, the defensive play showcased the potency of Manchester City's tactical approach. Quite intriguing indeed. In the VIP box, Mourinho nodded slightly in approval as he observed the transition between attack and defense by Manchester City. Their formation shifted from a 4-5-1 in defense to a rapid transformation into a 4-2-3-1 during offense. The two defensive midfielders maintained their positions with minimal variation, yet the trio of attacking midfielders had a plethora of options at their disposal. Crucially, with Lin Quan's repositioning, it became increasingly challenging for Atletico Madrid to contain him due to the vast range of his movement. whether through man-marking or zonal defense. Restraining him proved to be a daunting task. The inability to limit his influence meant that Manchester City's relentless offensive channels remained intact, heightening the risks associated with each of Atletico Madrid's attacks. A turnover could lead to a formidable counterattack from City. In the 82nd minute, Atletico Madrid's offensive efforts were once again intercepted, allowing Manchester City to execute a rapid counterattack. This time, Agüero finally managed a shot. However, Courtois, brimming with frustration, delivered an impeccable save, easily catching his attempt and promptly initiating a quick counterattack. Yet, under the steadfast defense of Manchester City, Atletico's attempt to retaliate proved fruitless. As the match time dwindled, Atletico's players grew increasingly anxious, their actions becoming more frantic. In the 82nd minute, Villa received a yellow card for a foul. Then, in the 85th minute, Raul Garcia also earned a yellow card for a reckless tackle from behind on De Bruyne. Seeing De Bruyne injured on the ground, Lin Quan, filled with indignation, rushed over and pushed Garcia, exclaiming, "Are you trying to ruin him?" He had observed clearly that the opponent's studs were raised during the tackle, and the final strike was made intentionally without any effort to withdraw. This implied that Garcia had deliberately aimed to injure. Raul Garcia, feeling utterly aggrieved by Lin Quan's shove, felt a surge of anger and retaliated with a push of his own, raising his fist in a threatening manner. Lin Quan, not one to back down, responded by swinging his fist in return. The players from both teams rushed in to separate the two and prevent the escalation of the conflict. The referee, standing nearby, witnessed the entire altercation with clarity. He unceremoniously retrieved a yellow card from his pocket and raised it towards Lin Quan, delivering a stern warning. Subsequently, he brandished the card again, this time directed at Atletico Madrid's midfield stalwart, Raul Garcia. Barely a minute had passed since Garcia received his first yellow card for a foul, and he was shown a second for pushing Lin Quan, culminating in his expulsion from the match. With the team 2 goals behind and the game nearing its conclusion, the prospect of salvation for Atletico seemed bleak, even if divine intervention were to occur. Pellegrini, observing De Bruyne's inability to continue, opted for a substitution, replacing him with Nasri. Upon Nasri's entrance, Manchester City, enjoying a numerical advantage, seized complete control of the match, launching a relentless assault on Atletico's goal under Lin Quan's orchestration. The Atletico players found themselves thoroughly subdued, unable to cross half the field, as the suspense of the contest evaporated. The referee, recognizing the one-sided nature of the game, allotted a mere 3 minutes of stoppage time. Yet, before this time could elapse, he prematurely blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. The champions of the 2013 to 2014 UEFA Champions League are Manchester City. Chapter 118. The impact of Manchester City's victory. Investments from the East. As the final whistle sounded, Atletico's players sank despondently to the ground, some even kneeling in tears. In a tournament where giants like Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Bayern Munich had been eliminated, this final represented Atletico's most promising opportunity to claim the title. Their formidable defense had conceded only 4 goals across 10 matches prior to the final, marking them as the team with the fewest goals conceded in this season's Champions League. However, their proud defensive line crumbled under the relentless onslaught from Manchester City. Despite their considerable efforts to contain and defend against Lin Quan, they ultimately succumbed to a goal and an assist from him, leaving them with a profound sense of frustration, akin to battling extraterrestrial beings. How could they possibly triumph against such an adversary? On the sidelines, Simeone's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After such prolonged effort, they had faltered on the grandest stage. Taking a deep breath, he rubbed his nose and approached Manchester City's bench, embracing their coach Pellegrini. "Congratulations, Mr. Manuel. Your team performed splendidly today and truly deserves this championship trophy." "Thank you. Your team was impressive as well. If not for a stroke of bad luck, the outcome might have been uncertain," Pellegrini replied, referencing the early exit of Atletico's key striker, Diego Costa, due to injury just 9 minutes into the match. Had Costa remained fit, the course of the game could have been dramatically different. Simeone chose not to dwell on this topic, nodding before making his way onto the pitch to console his distraught players. Following the conclusion of the match, he too experienced a moment of mental blankness. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that failure is an inevitable part of life. Perhaps this is the essence of life. Failure does not signify the end of the world. There remains the opportunity for resurgence. Atletico Madrid boasts a youthful roster, and this year they have achieved success across various fronts, which will enable them to attract more sponsorships and commercial revenue. This influx will assist them in recruiting more exceptional players, and next season, Atletico will undoubtedly grow stronger. Simeone cast a glance at the Manchester City players, who were lost in jubilant celebration on the opposite half, and silently vowed, "One day, we shall exact our revenge upon you." The City players, consumed by exhilaration, disregarded everything else as the final whistle blew, running wildly across the pitch in pursuit of their triumph. Staff and substitutes on the bench also rushed onto the field, joining the players in a euphoric celebration. This marks the first UEFA Champions League title in their club's history. Following the acquisition of this most coveted trophy, Manchester City has achieved the remarkable feat of a treble this season, becoming the 7th club in European professional football to accomplish such a milestone. If we include the less prestigious League Cup, they have amassed a total of 4 trophies this season. Considering that the Community Shield, UEFA Super Cup, and FIFA Club World Cup titles are still within reach, Manchester City even has the opportunity to attain a historic 7-trophy achievement. Prior to claiming the Champions League, one might have regarded City as a nouveau riche without a storied legacy. However, with 2 Premier League titles and 1 Champions League trophy now in hand, they seem deserving of being recognized as a new powerhouse. Henceforth, fans of other teams can no longer use their lack of championships to belittle Manchester City. Indeed, the traditional Big Four of the Premier League may soon need to be rebranded as the Big Five. Although, in terms of heritage, Manchester City still trails behind clubs like Manchester United and Liverpool. Their youthful and well-structured squad, along with abundant transfer funds, positions them favorably for the future. Furthermore, with core players like Rodri in their ranks, Manchester City need not worry about squad issues for quite some time. Thus, in the coming years, not only will Manchester City continue to dominate the league, but they may also embark on an unprecedented quest for back-to-back Champions League titles. Moreover, within the context of the top 5 leagues, Manchester City's triumph heralds a resurgence of competitiveness in the Premier League after a brief lull. Fans of the Premier League have rediscovered a sense of honor and pride, and as long as there are no significant changes to City's squad, they will remain one of the favorites for the Champions League title next season. Consequently, the atmosphere at the Champions League final was jubilant and online. The moment Manchester City clinched their victory, Premier League fans were engulfed in celebration. Manchester City has triumphed, adding yet another trophy to our Premier League's illustrious collection. With this victory, we have now secured a total of 12 Champions League titles, equaling Serie A, which league currently boasts the most Champions League titles among the top 5. La Liga, with a total of 13 titles, Real Madrid with 9 and Barcelona with 4. One more title, and we shall catch up with them, while merely a trophy away. Seizing the championship title from the current triumvirate of La Liga is no small feat, given their present form. In contrast to the fervor of Premier League fans, supporters of Manchester City exhibit a more unadulterated joy, enveloped in disbelief at their team's triumph. Can it truly be that we have won? Brothers, am I not dreaming? We are indeed champions. The UEFA Champions League title? Indeed, it feels like a dream I have cherished for decades, yet today it feels remarkably vivid. If this is a dream, I wish to relive it annually. Hail to Lin, hail to Pellegrini, hail to Manchester City. After exuberantly celebrating on the pitch, the players returned to the locker room to continue their festivities. Some substitutes uncorked champagne they had prepared in advance, spraying it on anyone who entered. Lin and De Bruyne, the architects of the pivotal goals, were thoroughly doused by their teammates. Not even the head coach Pellegrini was spared upon his entrance. Reluctantly, Pellegrini changed into a jersey to accept the award. By the time the City players had showered and donned fresh attire, the podium for the ceremony had already been erected. UEFA President Platini personally presented the trophy to the Manchester City players. Due to some amendments he made to the rules concerning fouls, Barcelona's possession-based football benefited significantly. Consequently, speculation arose regarding a clandestine relationship between him and Barcelona, or their star Lionel Messi. This has cast a shadow on Platini's reputation, eliciting both admiration and criticism in equal measure. Lin harbored no particular sentiments toward Platini, recognizing that stringent regulations against fouls are essential for mitigating injuries to professional players, reflecting a broader trend in the evolution of professional football. This principle extends beyond football. The landscape of basketball has similarly tightened its rules over the years. In the age of social media, the repercussions of malicious fouls pose a substantial threat to the sport's image and its promotion. Moreover, the influence of superstar athletes has grown exponentially, contributing significantly to the publicity and economic impact of professional football. Thus, it is almost inevitable that UEFA and FIFA will implement policies to protect these stars. Such reforms aimed at curbing egregious fouls are beneficial in enhancing the spectacle of football and prolonging players' careers. In recent years, the number of players over 30 in the top 5 leagues has surged, and these athletes are, in many ways, beneficiaries of Platini's reforms. Had they competed in the previous league environment, their injury rates would likely have been far greater, rendering it improbable for them to maintain their condition into their 30s. Particularly for technical players, adhering to former regulations may have rendered Barcelona's possession-based tactics altogether unfeasible. Lin, you are truly an astounding player, and we eagerly anticipate your remarkable performances on the field. Platini holds a favorable view of Lin Quan, having been a midfielder himself. He possesses a particular fondness for technically gifted players. Moreover, given his extensive experience in football, he can effortlessly discern the vast chasm between Lin Quan and players of ordinary caliber, akin to the stark contrast between heaven and earth. Thus, when he adorned Lin Quan with a medal, he warmly grasped Lin Quan's arm and engaged him in conversation. With such cordiality, Lin Quan felt compelled to reciprocate and exchanged a few words with Platini. Observing this scene, Mourinho and Cristiano Ronaldo in the private box bore serious expressions. Platini has publicly stated that players like Messi should be protected from harm. Now, with his evident affection towards Lin Quan, could it be that he intends to extend special consideration to him? If so, this would not bode well for Chelsea and Real Madrid. Contemplating this, Mourinho inquired, "What are Platini's chances in next year's UEFA elections?" Mendes nodded affirmatively, "Very high. It's practically a certainty." Upon hearing Mendes' words, Mourinho furrowed his brow. The UEFA presidency lasts for 4 years, and if Platini were to be elected next year, he would remain in that position at least until 2019. Sensing Mourinho's apprehension, Mendes added, "However, there are rumors suggesting that Platini's financial dealings may be questionable. Some disgruntled individuals are attempting to leverage this to undermine him. So even if he is re-elected, his term may not be completed." Mourinho nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Given Mendes' extensive connections in the football world, his assertion likely holds merit. After the trophy presentation, Lin Quan approached the sidelines, embracing Guardiola, Sila, and other family members in celebration. "Congratulations. When I was your age, I hadn't even had the chance to play, let alone lead a team to win the Champions League," Guardiola remarked with a sense of nostalgia, recalling that when he debuted at Barcelona, he was nearly 20 years old. After spending 2 to 3 years as a substitute at Barcelona, he only began to establish himself as a starter at the age of 22. In contrast to his own career, Lin Quan's journey has been remarkably smooth. Lin Quan smiled and replied, "Had you chosen not to wait at Barcelona, but rather been loaned out like me, with your talent, I am certain you would have secured a starting position much sooner." Indeed, Guardiola stroked his bald head, and the sense of disappointment gradually dissipated. "Brother, may I take a photo with you and the championship trophy?" Maria could hardly contain her excitement, eager to share her joy with her followers, fully aware that their interest was primarily in Lin Quan. Thus, she decided to share more photos of her brother. "Well, Marius, Valentina, are you both coming along? I would love a photograph with you, and if you could kindly sign it with the date, that would be splendid." Marius, resembling an ardent fan, had stars in his eyes. Valentina, however, had simpler desires. Her only wish was to frolic on the grass. Off they went. Lin Quan lifted Valentina and set her down on the lawn, simultaneously requesting a ball from the staff for the little girl to play with. Maria diligently took on the role of photographer, discovering a professional camera from somewhere, and skillfully assisted Lin Quan in capturing several moments. Ultimately, she enlisted a staff member to take a family portrait. Unsurprisingly, once this family photo was shared online, it garnered an avalanche of praise. Mansour, the grand owner of Manchester City, was present that day, and upon witnessing the team's victory, he erupted with childlike excitement in his box. For Mansour and the Middle Eastern consortium behind him, this Champions League title was of paramount importance. Since acquiring Manchester City in September 2008 for $1.8 billion, Mansour has invested over $1 billion into the club. Without tangible results soon, the label of a fool with too much money might persistently haunt him. Although he was wealthy and seemingly indifferent, Such a reputation was far from flattering, and he certainly wished to rid himself of this stigma. The explosive performance of Manchester City this season fulfilled his desires and validated the value of his investment. Mansour felt his expenditure was well justified. In just over 5 years, 1 billion had secured a Champions League trophy, 2 Premier League titles, and a formidable team with boundless potential. Moreover, his investment in Manchester City had illuminated the prowess of the Middle Eastern consortium, significantly enhancing their visibility and influence. This transaction was undeniably advantageous, especially when compared to investments in Paris Saint-Germain or Chelsea. Last year, he established the City Football Group, embarking on the creation of his own football empire. And Manchester City's success served as a powerful tonic for the grand vision of the group. It demonstrated that the commercial logic behind investing in football was sound, albeit costly in the short term. Once Manchester City's youth training system and club operations were fully established, expenditures would become increasingly rational, ultimately yielding profits. Reflecting on this, Mansour contemplated further expanding his investment portfolio. Currently, the City Football Group owned 4 teams, in addition to Manchester City in the Premier League. There were New York City FC in Major League Soccer, Melbourne City FC in the A-League, and Yokohama F. Marinos in the J-League. Presently, the Chinese Super League was thriving, subtly hinting at the potential to become the 6th largest league in the world, which piqued Mansour's interest. The vast potential of the Eastern market and the rapid development of football presented colossal business opportunities. Should he consider investing in a club here to further extend the reach of the City Football Group? He had scarcely entertained such a thought when he received a call from his secretary. "Boss, several investment firms from the East are interested in acquiring shares in our City Football Group." "Oh, is that so? Which companies are they, and how sincere are they?" Mansour felt elated. The City Football Group was currently wholly owned by a Middle Eastern consortium. However, to expand their influence globally, it was essential to attract investments from various regions. The more allies one gathers, the easier it becomes to navigate local affairs. The primary contenders are the Chinese Cultural Industry Investment Fund and CITIC Group, both willing to invest at least 400 million for a 10% stake. In recent years, companies from the East have been striving to venture abroad and expand their commercial horizons. Investing in football and purchasing clubs has gradually become a trend under the leadership of a certain magnate. Compared to investing in teams like Atletico Madrid, directly investing in the reigning UEFA Champions League champions seems a more prudent choice. Let's schedule a time to discuss this. Chapter 119. The celebration of Manchester City's triumph. The World Cup approaches. On the night of their victory, Lin Quan, like many other players of Manchester City, was physically exhausted yet mentally exhilarated. Finding it impossible to sleep in bed, sounds of teammates gaming and even singing karaoke from the adjacent room made Lin Quan shake his head and chuckle. These fellows would likely wake up tomorrow with panda eyes. With sleep eluding him, he opened his phone to browse the internet. As soon as he unlocked it, he noticed a congratulatory message from Lily Collins. A glance at the timestamp indicated that she had sent it immediately after the match concluded. Since Lily had been studying in the United States during this period, Lin Quan had minimized their communication to avoid disrupting her studies. Checking the time, he realized it was already 10:30 p.m. Lisbon was about 5 hours ahead of American time. Calculating it, it must be afternoon there now. With that thought, Lin Quan messaged Lily Collins, "Are you free?" Mere seconds after sending the message, his phone rang. It was Lily Collins calling. On the second day following their victory, the entire Manchester City team opted not to squeeze onto a commercial flight, but instead took a private transfer arranged by Mansour back to Manchester. Upon disembarking, they were met by a throng of enthusiastic fans welcoming them outside the airport. In that moment, the players of Manchester City were heroes of the city. Inside and outside the airport, countless fans waved various banners and signs, celebrating the return of their triumphant heroes. The players were evidently taken aback. While they had anticipated some fans would greet them, they had not expected such a massive turnout. Upon witnessing the multitude of supporters, they conferred and raised the coveted trophy high, displaying it for all to see. The sight of the illustrious trophy sent the gathered fans into a frenzy of excitement. They chanted the championship slogan, waving their arms and joyously singing the team anthem, celebrating with exuberance. Despite having celebrated multiple times at the stadium and hotel, the fervor of the fans present ignited their enthusiasm, prompting them to join in the revelry. With the season's matches concluded, the team would soon grant the players a well-deserved holiday following the parade. Thus, most players found themselves with ample free time. Many began to indulge the fans' requests for photographs and autographs. Among them, the number of fans seeking Lin Quan's signature and picture was, without a doubt, the highest. Before long, Lin Quan was encircled by a throng of supporters clad in sky blue jerseys emblazoned with the number 10. Since his transfer to Manchester City last year, the sales of his jersey had soared above all others. Now, with the team having secured their first UEFA Champions League trophy in history under his leadership, his standing among the Manchester City fans had reached an unparalleled pinnacle. The security personnel on site endeavored to maintain order, but the sheer number of fans made the situation increasingly chaotic. Those in the back, anxious about missing out on their idol's autograph, surged forward, while those at the front, still awaiting their signatures, were reluctant to leave. Amid the pushing and shoving, the atmosphere grew dangerously volatile. Realizing the potential peril, Lin Quan understood that a stampede could lead to severe casualties. Although his intentions were noble in wanting to sign autographs for the fans, he feared that his good intentions might inadvertently result in disaster. With this thought in mind, he quickly procured a megaphone from the airport staff and urged the fans to form an orderly line, promising to fulfill their autograph and photo requests one by one. To prevent scalpers from exploiting the situation, he limited each person to a maximum of 2 autographs. After Lin Quan's announcement, the fans began to calm down. Their initial urgency stemmed from the fear of missing out on signed jerseys, but with Lin Quan's assurance, they patiently formed a queue. "Are you really going to sign for all these people?" His teammates, who had mostly fulfilled the fans' autograph requests by this time, asked in astonishment at Lin Quan's words. The crowd present was estimated to exceed 10,000. Even those who were not his fans would likely not pass up such an opportunity. If he were to sign for each one individually, it would likely take 4 or 5 hours. Signing for that long would surely exhaust his hand. "Yes, that is my intention," Lin Quan nodded, acknowledging that once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. He requested a desk and chair from the airport staff, offering a few autographs and photos in exchange, and then sat down to begin signing. The fans, witnessing Lin Quan genuinely fulfilling his promise, eagerly cooperated. In an orderly fashion, fans queued up, clutching the jerseys or memorabilia they wished to have signed, approaching their idol to exchange a few words and request an autograph. Once the fans regained their composure, the burden on the security personnel significantly eased, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. They found themselves admiring the 18-year-old player, who could quell the restless emotions of the fans with a mere utterance, calming them down with an influence and charisma that was hard to fathom for someone so young. Lin Quan's unwavering commitment to uphold his promises further enhanced his appeal, compelling even those who were not originally his fans to desire a deeper understanding of him. A multitude of fans gathered at the venue, some snapping photographs while waiting for autographs, sharing their experiences online with captions proclaiming, "Awaiting Lin Quan's autograph." Many fans engaged in similar antics, with some even broadcasting live on the internet, reporting the unfolding events as if they were frontline correspondents, providing real-time updates for countless fans online. Consequently, what began as a simple airport welcome for Manchester City fans swiftly ignited fervent discussions across the internet. "Oh, how I long for Lin Quan's signature, but alas, I am not in Manchester. Is there anyone in Manchester who could help my brother acquire Lin Quan's autograph? I can reimburse travel expenses. I'm in London. Is it still feasible to drive to Manchester? Over 300 kilometers. If I drive quickly, it might take just over 3 hours. Given that there are likely thousands of fans present, it would take Lin Quan at least 4 to 5 hours to sign for everyone. I should still make it. All right, I'll request leave to go to Manchester. Seriously, brother? Remember to get one for me." Despite the throngs of people, Lin Quan felt remarkably at ease, diligently signing for each fan who approached him. However, as he continued, he sensed something amiss. Why had the number of fans not diminished, but rather increased? What was unfolding? Ultimately, what was intended to be a 4 or 5 hour signing session extended into a full 8 hours. By the time he completed the last autograph, darkness had enveloped the sky, and his arms ached as if they belonged to someone else. As for his teammates, they had long since vanished. Fortunately, the club had arranged for a special vehicle to transport him to the celebratory banquet hosted by the club. Upon his arrival, most of his teammates had already gathered. "Goodness, you didn't T-sign for hours, did you?" Upon seeing Lin Quan, David Silva and others curiously surrounded him. "Congratulations on guessing correctly. You lot are utterly ungrateful for leaving me to fend for myself," Lin Quan said, teeth clenched in frustration. "After you left, A considerable number of your fans arrived. Not seeing your familiar faces, they all turned to me for autographs, inadvertently adding to my burden. Haha, I extend my gratitude on behalf of those fervent fans. However, our presence here proves rather unhelpful, as your admirers do not acknowledge our signatures. The teammates began to argue, their points surprisingly cogent. Indeed, their staying could hardly contribute anything substantial, yet their admiration was genuine. Initially, I believed Lin Quan was merely indulging the fans. But who could have anticipated that he would sit there for a remarkable 8 hours signing autographs? The other players secretly acknowledged that they could not possibly match such dedication. Unbeknownst to Lin Quan, his patient gesture of signing at the airport today significantly elevated his standing among the fans. A player with exceptional skills, admirable character, and devoid of negative controversies finds it exceedingly difficult to be criticized. In contrast, personalities like Cristiano Ronaldo and Zlatan Ibrahimovic, while beloved by many for their distinctive traits, also attract a fair share of detractors. Yet with a player like Lin Quan, even if one does not harbor fondness for him, it remains challenging to harbor animosity. The day following the celebratory banquet, Manchester City embarked on the most significant celebratory event, the Victory Parade. The players were divided among 3 floats, with Lin Quan and Kevin De Bruyne leading the procession, proudly holding the iconic Champions League trophy. Coach Manuel Pellegrini and Yaya Touré, among others, occupied the second float, showcasing the Premier League trophy. The final bus carried Captain Vincent Kompany and other players, who presented the FA Cup and League Cup trophies as the grand finale. During the parade, the Manchester sky, a rarity, cleared up beautifully. For a city known for its frequent rainfall, this was a gracious gift from the heavens. The streets of Manchester thronged with reporters and fans. The 3 floats traversed the roads, adorned with vibrant ribbons fluttering in the air, while countless fans raised their phones, capturing the players and cheering their names, following the parade through the streets. The entire city seemed to be enveloped by a sea of sky blue, a sight that undoubtedly pierced the hearts of the neighboring Manchester United supporters. Ah, what a cacophony of neighbors, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Van Gaal? In the Manchester United chairman's office, the esteemed Dutch coach cast a glance at the celebrating Manchester City players in the parade, a serene smile gracing his lips as he nodded in response. Indeed, Mr. Avram, the skies of Manchester shall forever be red. After concluding a series of celebrations, Lin Quan took a day to rest in Manchester before boarding a flight back to Portugal. Upon reuniting with Guardiola and the others, Lin Quan enjoyed 3 relatively quiet days in Portugal. On May 30th, with the commencement of the Spanish national team's training camp, Lin Quan had to bid farewell to his family and return to Spain ahead of schedule to participate in the latest national team training session. To prepare for the World Cup, this training camp would entail a closed-door regimen lasting for half a month. During this period, apart from friendly matches against stronger opponents, the team would not appear before the media, and players were prohibited from returning home to prevent any leakage of tactical information regarding the team. These measures are unprecedented. It is evident that Basque feels the immense pressure brought by the World Cup. This time, as the defending champions, Spain bears the heavy burden of performance expectations and national hope, as the team with the greatest opportunity to retain the World Cup title in the past decade. They are undoubtedly the frontrunners for this tournament. This status as the top seed places them under the relentless scrutiny of the spotlight, even magnified under a lens. Spain cannot afford to falter. A loss would invite a chorus of criticism from all quarters. Unfortunately, the recent Champions League matches have revealed a significant issue of aging within the Spanish squad. Key players such as Villa, Xavi, Xabi Alonso, and Puyol have long surpassed their prime. Given their ages, it is indisputable that this is their final World Cup. The departure of such caliber players will make it challenging to find perfect replacements. Therefore, if they do not seize this opportunity to make one last push for the World Cup title at the twilight of their careers, they may not have another chance in 4 years. Even if Spain possesses an abundance of talent, reassembling the squad and identifying suitable players and the most fitting tactics is no simple task. Argentina's paper strength is no less than that of Spain, boasting elite players like Messi, yet their lack of tactical balance and team composition has hindered their achievements. As for Portugal, relying heavily on Ronaldo, their strength may barely suffice to advance from the group stage. On the grand stage of the World Cup, while top stars are indeed valuable, their impact is not absolute. Basque cannot approach the forthcoming matches with the complacent notion that Spain's talent alone will ensure success. Following this World Cup, Spain's roster will need reevaluation, and their tactical approach must be adjusted to accommodate the technical characteristics of new members. Since their first triumph at the European Championship in 2008 that led them to the pinnacle of world football, this Spanish team will gradually fade from the public eye, becoming a part of history after this World Cup. Thus, this is their final major tournament together. Basque hopes they can conclude without regrets, achieving the best possible result. Chapter end. Chapter 120. The legend concludes. Spain's 23-man roster. Transitional chapter. At the Los Roses training base in Madrid, when Lin Quan arrived for reporting, most of his national team teammates had already gathered. Outside the training facility, numerous Spanish fans had gathered to cheer for the team. As this World Cup is being held in South America, many Spanish supporters are unable to travel to the venue to offer their encouragement. As a result, they chose to extend their blessings before Spain's departure. Lin, go for it. Bring back the championship trophy. Don't let those South Americans have the last laugh. Europe is the true heart of football. Upon seeing Lin Quan, the fans erupted in cheers, calling out his name and encouraging him with various phrases. In earlier times, Lin Quan, when in high spirits, might have acquiesced to the fervent requests of fans for photographs and autographs. However, following the painful experience at Manchester Airport, he became wary of granting signatures so readily. One signature would lead to another, and soon he realized he had vastly underestimated his popularity and influence among the fans. Upon arriving at the training ground, after exchanging greetings with a few teammates, Lin quickly changed in the locker room and seamlessly integrated into the training session. A glance around revealed a few familiar faces were missing, while several unfamiliar ones had emerged. "Where's the captain?" Lin prodded Fabregas, a note of confusion in his voice. Fabregas, clearly aware of whom Lin referred to, responded with surprise, "You don't know? The captain announced his retirement yesterday. Didn't he say he would finish the World Cup with us? Why retire now?" The captain they spoke of was not the on-field leader, Casillas, but the venerable Puyol. During the World Cup qualifiers, Puyol had expressed his desire to fight alongside his teammates for the Brazilian World Cup. Lin had held on to those words, never expecting an early retirement announcement. Alas, with the national team's roster capped at 23, Puyol, wishing to spare the coach any dilemmas, voluntarily withdrew from the squad. Having already entered a phase of semi-retirement at his club, he deemed there was little left to commemorate, thus opting for a direct announcement of his retirement. Lin recalled that historically, Puyol had declared his retirement at the conclusion of the La Liga season. This time, however, he did not wait until the league's end, but chose to retire after a period of contemplation, clearly harboring aspirations of participating in the World Cup. Born in April 1978, Puyol was now 36 years old. At such an age, it was evident that he could no longer be a mainstay for the team, nor could he offer substantial assistance. Each spot on Spain's 23-man roster was immensely precious. His presence could potentially complicate Del Bosque's tactical arrangements. Thus, his choice to retire was clearly a selfless sacrifice for the greater good of the team. Upon hearing the news of Puyol's retirement, Lin felt a pang of sadness. Although he had limited interactions with Puyol, the impact of this locker room leader on him had been profound. As the soul of Barcelona, Puyol naturally embodied strong spiritual qualities and leadership charisma. Even though he was aging and unable to contribute on the field, his presence in the locker room served to soothe and inspire his teammates, playing a crucial role nonetheless. With these thoughts in mind, Lin conceived an idea. He halted his training and approached Del Bosque to propose an invitation for Puyol to temporarily join the coaching staff and accompany the team on their journey. Del Bosque was taken aback by Lin's whimsical suggestion. Gazing at him with a puzzled expression, "Lin, did you not notice that the 23-man roster only has 22 names? I reserved a position for Puyol, yet he remains unwilling to accept it. If you were to invite him as an assistant coach, would he acquiesce?" Del Bosque is not one to hold grudges. Puyol worked alongside him for 6 years and was always his most trusted defensive stalwart. He genuinely wishes to facilitate Puyol's ambition to participate in another World Cup. However, Puyol himself has declined, expressing a desire not to become a burden to the team, and Del Bosque cannot compel him to join. Moreover, Puyol's current athletic prowess has undeniably diminished, making it difficult for him to take to the field. Forcing him to remain on the bench might tarnish his pride. Much like Gary Neville, the captain of Manchester United, who only made 4 appearances in his final season, spending the remainder of his time on the sidelines. Ferguson valued Neville's influence in the dressing room, hoping he could provide support to the team. Yet, Neville did not wish to be a mere mascot, recognizing that his current abilities could no longer benefit Manchester United. Thus, he chose to retire. Puyol's decision mirrors Neville's almost perfectly. At this juncture, if we were to invite Puyol back as a coach, would he agree? I believe he would. For the old captain has long yearned to partake in this World Cup with us. Although he may no longer be able to contribute as a player, participating as a coach would fulfill a cherished aspiration. Furthermore, the veteran captain possesses a wealth of tournament experience, capable of providing substantial assistance during defensive training while also imparting invaluable match insights to our younger players, which would undoubtedly benefit the team. Del Bosque, resting his chin on his hand, observed Lin Quan for a lengthy moment, contemplating how the maturity of his playing style belied his 18 years, questioning whether he truly required guidance. If only he could fabricate a more convincing excuse. I am reluctant to expose him. Well, the team does indeed lack a defensive coach. And if you can persuade Carles, I shall grant him the position. Unable to resist Lin Quan's persistent persuasion, Del Bosque acquiesced to his fabricated rationale. Elated by Del Bosque's consent, Lin Quan departed with a spring in his step. Observing Lin Quan's retreating figure, Del Bosque turned to his assistant and hesitantly inquired, Tony, do you think we are being too indulgent with this young lad? Indulgent? Who are you referring to? Lin? Indeed, chuckled Tony. I don't believe so. He couldn't suppress a roll of his eyes, yearning to inform Del Bosque of a rather amusing commentary surrounding Spain. The essence of it being that with Spain's current squad, not even Del Bosque would be needed. Even a dog tethered to the coach's bench could lead them to victory. Prior to Lin Quan's inclusion, Spain was indeed formidable, yet struggled significantly on the offensive front. His addition has rectified Spain's shortcomings, bestowing upon the team a formidable asset. Such a player, rather than being merely favored or indulged, is someone who deserves to be cherished and held with utmost care. To speak of neighbors, let us consider Portugal and the esteemed status of Cristiano Ronaldo within the Portuguese national team. In contrast, Lin Quan's position within the Spanish squad appears rather ambiguous. Given his current treatment within the team, Tony believes that the notion of indulgence, as articulated by Del Bosque, is altogether misplaced. In Tony's perspective, Del Bosque has not sufficiently indulged Lin Quan. Otherwise, he would have been afforded the title of vice-captain or something of similar stature. With prominent figures like Xavi soon to retire from international duty, it is imperative for the Spanish national team to swiftly establish the core of the next generation. And Lin Quan stands as the sole candidate capable of fulfilling this role. Therefore, even if he is not to be granted the captaincy at this moment, elevating him to vice-captain must be prioritized. However, judging by Del Bosque's current arrangements, it seems there are no immediate plans for such a promotion, leading Tony to surmise that Del Bosque might deliberately be stifling Lin Quan's progress, denying him the recognition he rightfully deserves. The rationale behind this approach may revolve around a desire to prevent Lin Quan from ascending too rapidly, which could adversely affect his mentality. After all, many young talents who rise to fame often succumb to hubris, ultimately jeopardizing their own careers. After reaching an understanding with Del Bosque, Lin Quan promptly called Puyol. Lin, is there something you need? Puyol responded with surprise at Lin Quan's unexpected call. Captain, return to us. We need you. Lin Quan wasted no time, directly extending an invitation to Puyol. Given that the national team roster of 23 players is not yet complete, Puyol still has a chance to seize this final opportunity. On the other end of the line, Puyol, upon hearing Lin Quan's words, responded with a bittersweet smile. I am too old. I can no longer contribute to the team. Bringing me on board would only make me a burden, which would be quite unbecoming for someone of my age. Puyol's words were laced with melancholy, evoking in Lin Quan's mind the bittersweet notion of a hero in decline. Indeed, Del Bosque's predictions were astutely accurate. A direct invitation seemed impractical. If Puyol were to join but not participate in the matches, it would likely cause him greater distress. Out of respect for Puyol's dignity, Lin Quan refrained from issuing a direct invitation and instead gently redirected the conversation. Captain, what do you plan to do after retirement? Lin Quan's abrupt shift in topic left Puyol momentarily silent, as he himself had not yet resolved what his future would entail. When he initially decided to leave Barcelona, he had intended to seek fortune in lower-tier leagues, though his current skill level may not suffice for continued play in the top 5 leagues. Competing in leagues such as those in the Middle East or Major League Soccer should still be viable options. With his stature as a World Cup winning captain, Securing a substantial contract in these lower leagues would allow him to play for a few more years, reaping financial rewards while savoring the joy of the game. For many players of his age, this prospect holds considerable allure. Nevertheless, Puyol has devoted his entire career to the red and blue, unwilling to betray his principles. Although playing in lower leagues in his final years could yield him a few thousand or even millions of euros, for Puyol, his unwavering faith and loyalty to the red and blue cannot be quantified in monetary terms. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to retire, relinquishing the notion of pursuing fortune in lower-tier leagues. However, post-retirement, one must find an occupation, mustn't one? For most players who hang up their boots, barring a rare few who depart from the world of football, the majority opt to remain within the realm of the sport. This could manifest in various forms, such as transitioning to coaching, becoming commentators or analysts for television networks, or signing on with their former clubs in administrative and managerial capacities. Upon deciding to retire, Puyol's immense contributions to the team were duly considered. Barcelona was prepared to extend an invitation for him to assume the role of assistant sporting director, allowing him to continue his service to the club. While the remuneration for this position was modest, the allure of remaining at Barcelona held significant appeal for Puyol. Nevertheless, this role is susceptible to political influences. Previous sporting directors have predominantly been confidants of the club president, leading to the inevitable turnover of positions with each new administration. The current sporting director, Zubizarreta, was promoted by Rosell, and as a trusted ally of the president, he would likely not garner the confidence of any newly elected president, making his eventual dismissal a matter of time. Should Puyol accept Barcelona's offer, it is highly probable he would be compelled to resign by January of the following year. Barcelona's management may very well be aware of these dynamics, yet still extended him such an awkward position, leaving one to ponder whether this was a deliberate act or a mere oversight. Puyol did not conceal the invitation from Barcelona and openly discussed it. Lin Quan pondered for a moment and suggested, "Captain, have you considered transitioning to coaching? Not only would you continue to engage with football, but one day, you might return to Camp Nou as a coach, much like many legendary players." Lin Quan's words struck a chord with Puyol, recalling the living example of Guardiola, who served Barcelona for over a decade as a player before returning as a coach. His return directly facilitated the establishment of Barcelona's historic treble-winning era, securing 2 UEFA Champions League titles and elevating Barcelona to a competitive stature alongside Real Madrid, despite the latter's historical advantages. Guardiola's successful transformation serves as a tremendous source of inspiration for many retired players, inciting a desire to emulate his path. Puyol was no exception. "All right, I will consider it," he replied. "That's the spirit, Captain. Our national team currently lacks an experienced defensive coach. Would you be willing to contemplate that?" Sensing Puyol might hesitate due to pride, Lin Quan added, "Did you not express your desire to lift the World Cup with us? If you cannot do so as a player, then why not participate as a coach?" Puyol paused, suddenly realizing that this might have been the true intent behind Lin Quan's call. This fellow had taken such a roundabout route just to express this sentiment. He felt a surge of emotion, took a deep breath, and without hesitation, responded, "Absolutely. I am ready to report for duty at any time." After Puyol unequivocally declined, Del Bosque swiftly re-invited another player to the squad. Thus, the 23-man roster for Spain's 2014 World Cup in Brazil was finalized. Goalkeepers: Casillas, Real Madrid; Reina, Napoli; De Gea, Manchester United; defenders: Azpilicueta, Chelsea; Alba, Barcelona; Pique, Barcelona; Ramos, Real Madrid; Javi Martinez, Bayern Munich; Albiol, Napoli; Juanfran, Atletico Madrid; midfielders: Busquets, Barcelona; Xavi, Barcelona; Iniesta, Barcelona; Fabregas, Barcelona; Alonso, Real Madrid; Koch, Atletico Madrid; David Silva, Manchester City; Mata, Manchester United; forwards: Llorente, Manchester City; Pedro, Barcelona; David Villa, Atletico Madrid; Diego Costa, Atletico Madrid; Torres, Chelsea. It is noteworthy that Diego Costa, who held dual nationality with Brazil and Spain, ultimately chose to represent the Spanish national team. This decision sparked considerable controversy, with Brazilian fans regarding him as a traitor, accusing him of shamelessly betraying his homeland for the sake of Spain. Conversely, the Spanish fans were not entirely welcoming of his choice either, given that they already had Llorente. Thus, Diego Costa found himself in a precarious position, caught between two dissatisfied factions. Chapter 121. The entire team arrives in Brazil. Brazilian underhanded tactics. Transitional chapter. As the runners-up of the Champions League, Atletico Madrid had 4 players selected for the national team roster, surpassing even Real Madrid. In a bid for stability, Del Bosque primarily recruited players who had demonstrated exceptional performance in their respective clubs this season, securing their starting positions and possessing formidable match readiness. Players such as Isco, Cazorla, Morata, Javi Garcia, and Negrito were cast aside. The announcement of this roster did not go without controversy, with the most significant debate arising from the forward line. Was it excessive to include 5 forwards? Just a few years prior, Spanish fans were plagued by the team's lack of striking power, lamenting the absence of a formidable forward. In a mere span of years, their worries had shifted, now expressing disdain for an overabundance of forwards. In truth, the forward line did not require such a multitude. Iniesta and David Silva could operate as wingers, while Llorente and Villa could play in multiple roles, with Llorente even capable of fulfilling the role of a central attacking midfielder. It would suffice to bring along either Torres or Costa as the lone center forward. Indeed, Torres has struggled significantly in recent seasons. Having made 32 appearances for Chelsea last year, yet only scoring a mere 9 goals, a rather dismal record, Torres has faced considerable challenges on the pitch. His goal tally pales not only in comparison to Llorente and Diego Costa, but also when matched against the 33-year-old veteran Villa. Many Spanish fans were reminded of the last World Cup, where during the South Africa tournament, Torres represented Spain in 7 matches yet failed to score a single goal, leaving many astonished. Fans, akin to military enthusiasts, can be quite unforgiving. Once a new favorite emerges, it seems the old one is swiftly cast aside. If you cannot score, naturally, others will not wish to engage your company. Did not Diego Costa just sustain an injury during the Champions League final? Has he recovered? Surely not so soon. With less than a week remaining before the final, such a quick recovery seems implausible. If his injury is not healed, why then was he summoned to the squad? There has been significant skepticism from fans regarding Costa's selection for the national team, particularly since he was injured just prior to the World Cup. With less than a month separating the Champions League final and the World Cup's commencement, even if he manages to heal, there will be insufficient time for him to train and synchronize with his teammates. In the absence of rapport and coordination, his direct entry onto the field raises questions about his potential impact. Should Spain still resemble the previous squad that lacked a forward? The fans of the Matador team might be desperate. However, they now have options. Many are perplexed by Bosque's decision, and doubts have been voiced repeatedly. Regardless, after the final 23-man roster was announced at the end of May, Spain's framework was largely established. Following the gathering of the entire team, Bosque conducted a week-long, closed training session. Spain's traditional tactic is possession-based play, which has garnered them numerous accolades across competitions. Logically, they should not easily alter their style of play. However, this season's failures of Barcelona in both League and Champions League have instilled a profound sense of crisis in Bosque. The mystique surrounding possession football has dissipated over time. Everyone now possesses a comprehensive understanding of its strengths and weaknesses, as well as methods to counter it. In La Liga, Atletico Madrid's high pressing and defensive counterattacks have made it exceedingly difficult for Barcelona, demonstrating that such tactics can effectively restrain possession football. In Group B, where Spain is located, the Netherlands, a team adept in both offensive and defensive play, also favors high pressing. As a team without a crown, the Netherlands boasts a remarkably talented roster. Teams that can execute a full offensive and defensive strategy are undoubtedly formidable. Thus, they will indisputably be Spain's most significant rival in the group stage. With eager Dutch players determined to showcase their best performance against the Matadors, seeking retribution for their defeat in the South Africa World Cup final. In such circumstances, the situation becomes somewhat unfavorable for Spain. The match between the two teams is the first of the group stage, and the outcome is crucial for both teams' chances of advancing. The victorious side will undoubtedly gain an advantage in the race for qualification, while the losing side risks elimination. Furthermore, the second-place team will face the group winners from other pools, making subsequent matches increasingly challenging. As the reigning champions, Spain will undoubtedly attract considerable attention. In this context, every move they make will be scrutinized under a magnifying glass by the public. Should the team falter in their opening match, the ensuing criticism from the public would engulf them entirely, placing unprecedented pressure upon the players and coaching staff. If such a state were to persist into the subsequent match, they might find themselves facing consecutive defeats, a scenario that would lead to their elimination. For a team of their stature, the reigning World Cup champions, to commence with 2 losses, failing to advance from the group stage and returning home at lightning speed, would likely set a new world record, one that is far from commendable, but rather a mark of disgrace that would be remembered and ridiculed for a lifetime. During the South Africa World Cup, the defending champions Italy at least managed to endure until the 3rd round of the group stage. Spain must ensure they do not shatter this record. Thus, in a bid for prudence, coach Vicente Del Bosque has resolved to make certain tactical adjustments to the team. Given the limited time available, he cannot completely overhaul their tactical approach. These modifications are primarily aimed at the first group match against the Netherlands. Confronted with the Netherlands' all-out offensive style, devising a potent counterattack is crucial to restraining or even overcoming them. This necessity was a significant factor in Del Bosque's decision to enlist Diego Costa into the squad. Consequently, he has crafted a specific game plan and conducted internal drills. The results of these practices have been promising. He also organized 2 friendly matches against lower-tier Spanish teams to assess the players' condition. Overall, with the exception of a few veteran players, the team appears to be in good form. However, the issue of an aging roster is quite pronounced, having endured an entire season without rest. The physical condition of players such as Xavi, Villa, and Alonso has waned, and their stamina might not support them for a full match. Therefore, in the forthcoming games, if these individuals are to participate, it will be imperative to limit their simultaneous presence on the field to avoid a shortage of substitutions in case of unforeseen circumstances. Fortunately, there is a sufficient number of reserve players on the bench, alleviating Del Bosque's concerns regarding personnel. On June 6th, just 8 days prior to the commencement of the group stage, the entire Spanish squad boarded a plane in Madrid, en route to Brazil, the host country of this World Cup. Spain was not the earliest team to depart. Prior to them, the 3 Lions and the German side had already set off. However, as the frontrunner in this tournament, Spain attracted significantly more attention than the other 2 teams. Upon their arrival in the United States capital, Washington, they made a brief stop before transferring to Curitiba, Brazil. Their presence at Washington Airport caused a considerable stir. Upon recognizing the Spanish national team, numerous fans flocked to them, seeking autographs and photographs, leading to a moment of chaos. Hundreds of security personnel were deployed to restore order and cordon off the area they occupied, thereby stabilizing the situation. Upon their arrival at the Brazilian headquarters, the Spanish team was met with an overwhelming display of enthusiasm from local fans, as over 5,000 Brazilian supporters and early arriving Spanish fans gathered at the airport to welcome them. The throng of journalists was equally staggering, with countless reporters present to capture the moment. Witnessing the bustling crowd of reporters and the throngs of fans outside the airport, the Spanish players began to truly experience the palpable atmosphere of the World Cup. As seasoned competitors familiar with grand tournaments, they had encountered similar scenes before. However, the World Cup is unlike any other event. Even players who have previously participated are susceptible to the electric ambience, feeling a rush of excitement and anxiety. This sentiment was especially pronounced for newcomers like Lin Quan, who had never before participated in a World Cup. "Relax, the match is still far off." Puyol sensed the players' tension and clapped his hands in the bus to reassure them. "Besides, we are the defending champions. We should be the ones at ease. The others should be the ones feeling the pressure." His words elicited laughter from the group, alleviating the tense atmosphere within the bus. Lin Quan discreetly gave Puyol a thumbs up, affirming that inviting him along was indeed an incredibly wise decision. To welcome the Spanish squad, the Curitiba Airport and the Caju training facility assigned 500 security personnel to escort the team's bus to the training base. Nevertheless, upon departing the airport, even with such arrangements, the star player Lin Quan, along with coach Vicente Del Bosque, captain Iker Casillas, and midfielder Andres Iniesta, found themselves engulfed by fans seeking hugs and autographs. The sheer number of fans was overwhelming, and the security personnel were not adequately trained. They attempted to manage the crowd, while simultaneously taking advantage of their position to request autographs and photographs from the Spanish players before the fans could reach them. This left the players bemused, thinking, "Come on, you're supposed to be working. Can't you take this seriously?" However, not everyone received a warm welcome. New forward Diego Costa faced jeers from Brazilian fans upon his arrival at the airport. Some fans even resorted to making unfriendly gestures towards him. Costa's expression turned sour, and he chose to ignore the hostility, hurrying away under the protection of security to board the team bus, while his teammates remained momentarily trapped in the throng of admirers. In light of the commotion surrounding the Spanish team at the airport, the event organizers prioritized the safety of the defending champions. To ensure their protection, a minimum of 200 security personnel would be stationed throughout the Kaju training facility every day, maximizing the safeguarding of the champions' training and daily activities from external disruptions. After a grueling 16-hour flight, the Spanish team was utterly fatigued. Upon arriving at the World Cup training base in Curitiba, Del Bosque opted not to schedule a training session, allowing the players to rest immediately. Brazil and Spain share a time difference of 5 hours, necessitating that the players swiftly acclimate to the local time zone and adjust their physical states accordingly. Failing to do so could lead to inadequate rest, severely impacting their competitive readiness and potentially excluding them from the starting lineup of the opening match. The players are acutely aware of this reality, which is why they dutifully retreated to their rooms to rest. During the World Cup, in an effort to prevent players from engaging in frivolous activities that might result in scandals, Coach Vicente Del Bosque permitted the presence of players' families, notably the renowned WAGs, to accompany the team. Unlike Germany's coach Joachim Löw, who strictly forbids any indulgence, Del Bosque adopts a more lenient approach, allowing players' wives and girlfriends to provide comfort, provided it does not interfere with their performance. In the days following Spain's arrival in Brazil, teams participating in the tournament gradually made their presence known. The atmosphere of the World Cup intensified, with banners and images promoting the event adorning streets and alleys. Even within the confines of their training base, Spanish players began to feel the burgeoning excitement as Brazilian fans started to gather outside the training grounds. In contrast to the earlier supporters of Spain, these fans were fervent devotees of the Brazilian team, waving national flags and sporting face paint emblazoned with the Brazilian colors. They created a cacophony of noise, often hurling insults at the Spanish players. With the World Cup being hosted on their home soil, the Brazilian populace harbored an immense desire to lift the coveted trophy. However, judging by the results of last year's Confederations Cup final, they faced an imposing challenge in overcoming the formidable Spanish squad. Consequently, many Brazilians placed their hopes in the hands of the Netherlands and Chile, wishing for their assistance in eliminating Spain. To this end, they went to great lengths to disrupt Spain's training, aiming to affect their performance and create additional challenges for their matches. Such unsportsmanlike behavior prompted the Spanish team's management to summon security personnel in hopes of dispersing the unruly fans. However, the security staff merely performed their duties half-heartedly, allowing the fans to regroup. Encouraged by this lackadaisical response, the crowd grew larger and bolder, inching ever closer. This incensed Del Bosque, who swiftly arranged for a change of accommodations while contacting the Spanish Football Federation to lodge a formal protest with FIFA. Even before the match commenced, Brazil's underhanded tactics were a source of embarrassment. Thus concludes this chapter. Chapter 122. The World Cup officially commences, revisiting the final, Spain versus the Netherlands. The protests of the Spanish Football Federation have yielded some results. Under the intervention of FIFA, the Brazilians were compelled to exercise restraint, sending representatives to disperse the unruly Brazilian fans outside. However, this incident has fostered animosity between the supporters of the two nations. Is it not rather unbecoming for the Brazilians, as the hosts, to resort to such underhanded tactics? Are they truly unable to accept defeat? It is quite amusing that even before we have faced them, they have already engaged in such tumultuous behavior. If we were to encounter them in the knockout stage, would they not resort to employing armed individuals against our players? One cannot entirely dismiss such a possibility. Given the precarious security situation in the Brazilian favelas, it would indeed be feasible to bribe a few gunmen to orchestrate a terror attack. Why does this become increasingly alarming as we discuss it? Surely, such an outrageous event could not transpire? Who can say? The chaos here renders anything possible. This matter has generated considerable discussion online, casting a shadow over the current World Cup. The Brazilians hope to leverage this World Cup to enhance their national image, attract tourists, and subsequently bolster their economy. Should negative news lead to a decline in tourism or tarnish their national reputation, the consequences would be utterly detrimental. Thus, their police department was compelled to urgently assure that they would ensure the safety of players attending the World Cup in Brazil, guaranteeing they would face no threats. Nevertheless, the Spanish side seems skeptical of the Brazilians' assurances. Coach Vicente Del Bosque has imposed a curfew on the players, instructing them to refrain from wandering aimlessly. Even if they venture out for shopping, they must not do so alone, nor should they visit areas known for poor security. In reality, Brazil's security is not as dire as portrayed. In affluent neighborhoods, police presence is ample, and patrols are frequent, thus ensuring a relatively safe environment. However, the situation in the favelas is starkly different. Fortunately, the Spanish players are not there for leisure. Their time is primarily occupied with training and matches, leaving little room for recreational activities. With formidable adversaries looming, their focus remains undivided. Time swiftly passes, and soon the opening match of this World Cup arrives. As is customary, the host nation, Brazil, will take the field first, facing their opponents, Croatia, from the Balkan region. Brazil not only serves as the host for this World Cup, but is also a frontrunner for the championship. In contrast, Croatia does not possess the stature of a traditional powerhouse and ranks among the lesser teams in Europe. Consequently, pre-match predictions overwhelmingly favor a victory for Brazil on home soil. With Group B's matches commencing the following day, Del Bosque has arranged for the players to collectively watch the opening match at 5 p.m. on June 12th. The inaugural match of the 20th World Cup kicked off at the Corinthians Arena in São Paulo. The match drew immense attention, with the stadium, designed to accommodate 75,000 spectators, hosting over 80,000 attendees, many of whom were ticketless Brazilian fans. As I gazed upon the scene, it appeared almost as a verdant sea. The Brazilian players, buoyed by the fervent cheers of over 80,000 fans at their home ground, launched a fierce offensive against Croatia right from the outset. Being the favorites for the championship, Brazil faced an opponent of little renown, making the match seem a foregone conclusion. However, the unfolding of events took everyone by surprise. Croatia seized the initiative, posing threats to Brazil's goal in the 4th and 6th minutes. Regrettably, their forwards squandered these opportunities, failing to convert them into goals. Nevertheless, Croatia's persistence bore fruit. In the 11th minute of the first half, they delivered a cross from the left flank, which Brazilian fullback Marcelo inadvertently deflected into his own net. The score became 0-1, and Brazil found themselves trailing early in the match. This marked the first own goal in Brazil's 98 World Cup matches and was unprecedented in World Cup history. As the inaugural goal of the match was an own goal, Marcelo inadvertently etched 2 records. The Brazilian fans were left in stunned silence at the sight of their players scoring an own goal. The Croatian players were momentarily bewildered. What was initially a harmless cross had been transformed into a goal by the opposing defender. Could it be that we might overturn the formidable hosts on their own turf? This unexpected turn of events invigorated the Croatian players, who then played with increased zeal, putting Brazil in a precarious position. The anxious Brazilian fans watched in despair, pondering how their team could aspire for victory if they struggled against Croatia. Trailing in the scoreline, the Brazilian players grew somewhat anxious, their gameplay reflecting a sense of urgency. In the 14th minute, Brazil launched a rapid attack down the right flank. Oscar's cross skimmed past the goal, but unfortunately, it was slightly too high. Neymar, exerting all his effort, leapt but failed to make contact, resulting in Brazil missing a chance to equalize. Neymar's attempt was commendable. After leaping and missing, he fell from over a meter high onto the pitch, a sight that elicited sympathy. In the 26th minute, an unexpected occurrence unfolded as Neymar and Modric contested a loose ball, with Neymar striking Modric's neck with his elbow, prompting the referee to issue a yellow card. This clash between the two number 10s carried the potential for fouls on both sides, yet Neymar's action was swifter and more forceful. In a pivotal moment, Neymar rose to the occasion. In the 29th minute, using his individual prowess, he maneuvered at the edge of the penalty area, enduring defensive pressure, and executed a sudden low strike that pierced through Croatia's defenses, leveling the score for Brazil and bringing both teams back to an equal footing. The Brazilian fans erupted in jubilant cheers. Neymar's name resounded through the air, and countless Brazilians began to sing his praises. Neymar, equally exhilarated, ran to the corner flag, arms outstretched towards the stands, graciously accepting the adulation and applause of the fans. Following this goal, Brazil's morale soared. As their players began to play with increasing ease, the match gradually fell under their control. In the 69th minute, Brazilian forward Fred collapsed in the opponent's penalty area, prompting the referee to award a penalty and issue a yellow card to Croatian defender Lovren. The slow-motion replays revealed significant controversy. As Lovren did not appear to have committed a clear foul, it seemed more likely that Fred had slipped on his own. Following the penalty decision, Croatian players, visibly agitated, surrounded the referee, forcing him towards the advertising boards at the edge of the field. Referee Yuichi Nishimura from Japan, known for his amiable disposition, remained unperturbed despite the barrage of Croatian players and merely noted Lovren's yellow card, refraining from asserting his authority by issuing further cards to other players. Neymar stood confidently at the penalty spot and calmly converted the kick, bringing the score to 2-1 in Brazil's favor. With this goal, Neymar achieved a brace, becoming the second Brazilian player to score twice in a World Cup opener. Based on Neymar's performance in this match, it seems he has not disappointed the expectations of Brazilian fans. Should he lead his team to victory in this tournament, he will undoubtedly be hailed as a hero in the hearts of the Brazilian people. As Brazil continued to find their rhythm in the 91st minute, Oscar netted another goal during a counterattack, solidifying the score at 3-1. Ultimately, the Samba squad overturned Croatia, securing a triumphant start to their campaign. If Neymar was the undisputed MVP of the match, then Oscar, who contributed a goal and an assist while consistently delivering threatening passes, undoubtedly emerged as the second most outstanding player on the Brazilian team. It is astonishing to consider that such a talented player would later venture to the Chinese Super League during the prime of his career, a move that can perhaps only be explained by the lucrative offers presented to him. Following the conclusion of the opener, the World Cup group stage commenced in earnest. On June 13th at 1 p.m., the second match of Group A kicked off. After 90 minutes of fierce competition, traditional Central American powerhouse Mexico narrowly defeated the African team Cameroon 1-0. With the first round of Group A completed, Brazil currently sits atop the standings, benefiting from a superior goal difference, while their prospects for advancement appear bright. Mexico follows closely behind, with Cameroon and Croatia languishing at the bottom of the table, both facing grim prospects for progression, as their performances against the top teams suggest they are unlikely to prevail. Brazil's victorious start has invigorated the host nation's supporters. Online, Brazilian fans celebrated exuberantly, with some optimistic individuals even beginning to envision their team lifting the trophy. The World Cup schedule is relatively brief. For teams aspiring for glory, they need only to compete in a maximum of 7 matches. Having already secured 1 victory, Brazil now has only 6 matches remaining. Such optimism, bordering on arrogance, has drawn criticism from many across the internet. The supporters of the teams participating in this World Cup, who aspire to clinch the title, certainly do not perceive their own teams as inferior to Brazil. Thus, they remain unconvinced that Brazil's triumph in a single match is indicative of their championship potential. Moreover, neutral fans without a favored team, such as those from China, are also disinclined to tolerate the Brazilian self-aggrandizing behavior. Is this not excessively optimistic? It is merely the group stage. What can truly be discerned from it? Indeed, Croatia is not a historically dominant team, and Brazil's victory over them is quite ordinary, is it not? The strongest contenders in Group A are Brazil and Mexico. Should Brazil prevail against Mexico in their next match, only then would their prowess be substantiated. Mexico is a formidable force in the World Cup, having participated 15 times, and they have successfully advanced from the group stage in the last 5 tournaments. Currently ranked 25th in the world, Mexico does not qualify as an elite team. Rather, they are considered a robust second-tier squad. However, the gap between second-tier and first-tier teams is not insurmountable, and should Brazil falter against them, the risk of defeat looms large. Furthermore, both teams currently possess 3 points. If Brazil aims to secure the top position in the group, they must strive for victory against Mexico in their forthcoming encounter. A decisive win would affirm their status as a top-tier team, whereas a loss or a draw against Mexico would cast a significant shadow over their championship aspirations. Following the conclusion of Group A matches, attention swiftly shifts to Group B. The inaugural contest in Group B promises to be a riveting clash between the reigning champions and the previous World Cup runners-up. This match is a reenactment of the final from the South African World Cup 4 years ago, marking the first occasion in World Cup history that the 2 finalists from the preceding tournament face off in the opening round of the group stage. Historically, the 2 teams have met 10 times, with Spain holding a slight edge with 5 victories, 4 defeats, and 1 draw. Their most recent encounter dates back to July 11th. 2010, during the final of the South African World Cup, where the teams drew in regular time. And Andres Iniesta's last-minute goal in extra time secured Spain's 1-0 victory over the Netherlands, earning them the championship. 4 years later, the teams meet again, this time on the grand stage of the World Cup, as if orchestrated by fate. In the intervening years, the landscape has changed significantly. The Netherlands has undergone substantial personnel changes, with only 7 players from the previous World Cup returning. Conversely, Spain boasts 16 players who participated in the 2010 tournament, indicating a younger Dutch squad and a somewhat aging Spanish team. Nonetheless, the prevailing sentiment among observers favors Spain to emerge victorious. Pre-match betting from several bookmakers reveals that over 60 of fans wager on a Spanish victory, while less than 40 believe the Netherlands will triumph. It is noteworthy that the odds of Spain losing to the Netherlands reached an astonishing 700-1. Should anyone dare to place a wager, they might just find themselves in fortune. Although this is not the opening match, the attention garnered by this game is hardly less significant. Online discussions surrounding the encounter between Spain and the Netherlands have far surpassed those of other matches. At the pre-match press conference, an influx of hundreds of reporters from various nations gathered. Faced with such heightened scrutiny, Dutch coach Louis van Gaal confidently asserted during his interview that he had discovered a strategy to counter Spain, firmly believing that his team could emerge victorious. In response to Van Gaal's bravado, Vicente del Bosque calmly remarked that over the past 4 years, countless teams have claimed to have found ways to defeat them, yet ultimately, they all met with failure. Del Bosque's confidence is well-founded, as his team's track record in international tournaments is undeniable. With World Cups, European Championships, and Confederation Cups, Spain has amassed a plethora of trophies. While other nations have attempted to devise targeted strategies against them, none have succeeded. Van Gaal is neither the first nor the last to make such assertions. Whether his grand claims will come to fruition hinges on the performance of his players on the field. On the afternoon of June 13th, the entire Spanish squad set off early for the Salvador Arena, the venue for their match. Upon arriving, they encountered the Dutch team's bus. The players from both sides exchanged glances, and the air was thick with tension. No encouragement was necessary. The competitive spirit of both teams was already ignited. During the pre-match warm-up, there was no communication between the players, even among those who were club teammates or had previously played together. There was no inclination to greet one another. In such a setting, there was no room for personal camaraderie. During the coin toss, Iker Casillas opted for the kickoff, while the Netherlands chose the right side of the field as their territory. On this day, both teams donned their away kits. The Spanish players were clad in white with red stripes, reminiscent of Real Madrid from a distance. The Dutch, on the other hand, wore deep blue jerseys, slightly darker than those of Chelsea. Perhaps due to their uniforms, the Spanish team appeared particularly imposing, their players seeming taller than usual. In contrast, the Dutch players appeared diminutive, highlighting a significant disparity. This scene caused Del Bosque on the sidelines to furrow his brow, as he confirmed that this was not an illusion. The average height of the Dutch players indeed fell short of that of the Spaniards. This phenomenon suggested that Van Gaal had opted for a squad of speed-oriented players, indicating that their attacks on the flanks would be particularly fierce. The match would be officiated by the esteemed Italian referee, Nicola Rizzoli. At precisely 1600 hours, with the sound of the referee's whistle, the inaugural match of Group B in the 2014 World Cup commenced. In this chapter, we witness Lin Quan's first goal in the World Cup, alongside the palpable sense of urgency felt by both Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. Spain's formation today is a 4-3-3, while the Netherlands has opted for a 5-3-2 setup. The mere sight of 5 defenders lined up at the back reveals their intent to focus on counterattacking play. Although Van Gaal was audacious in his pre-match press conference, he humbly positioned himself as the underdog once the match began. Nevertheless, this formation poses a significant threat during counterattacks. Both of their wingbacks are free to surge forward without hesitation, providing assistance to the forwards or midfielders. Consequently, Spain faces substantial defensive pressure on the flanks, as the opposition may frequently launch attacks from the sides into the central region. Bosch, clearly aware of this, ensured that Spain played with remarkable steadiness from the outset. They leveraged their formidable midfield strength to engage in a fierce battle against the Dutch. Among the Netherlands' 3 midfielders, Sneijder was tasked with the offensive duties. De Jong was responsible for sweeping and intercepting, while de Guzman exhibited both offensive and defensive prowess, complemented by commendable ball retention skills. Although Spain's formation began as a 4-3-3, it swiftly transformed into a 4-5-1, expanding their midfield presence to 5 players. With this numerical advantage, Spain quickly gained the upper hand in the midfield battle. However, both De Jong and De Guzman performed admirably, utilizing their vigorous movements and tenacity to prevent their midfield from becoming overwhelmed by Spain's relentless pressure. Robben and Van Persie, isolated in the attacking front, found it challenging to receive the ball. Consequently, they decisively dropped back to join the midfield press. Simultaneously, the 2 Dutch wingbacks advanced to participate in the defensive effort, showcasing the hallmark of the Dutch's all-out attacking and defending strategy. Following the kickoff, Spain swiftly asserted their dominance on the pitch, gradually creating several shooting opportunities. In the second minute, Lin Quan delivered a direct pass to Costa, anticipating that Diego Costa would run onto the ball for a shot. However, a lack of understanding between the two resulted in Costa receiving the ball stationary, thus losing the chance to shoot, and the ball was intercepted by the Dutch defense. In the 6th minute, Lin Quan was brought down by De Guzman during a breakthrough on the left flank, granting Spain a free kick opportunity. Lin Quan opted to take the kick himself, aiming directly at goal. The shot was of high quality, yet Dutch goalkeeper Celessen remained focused and managed to deflect the ball away. The match was far from one-sided. While Spain pressed on the attack, the Netherlands was actively seeking opportunities to counter. In the 8th minute, the Dutch successfully regained possession in the attacking third, with Robben cutting in from the wing to deliver a direct pass to Sneijder. After evading a defender, Sneijder found himself with a one-on-one opportunity. Yet his powerful shot was expertly saved by Casillas, marking a missed chance for the Netherlands to capitalize on their best opportunity since the match began. The ball startled the Spanish fans in the stands, as the Dutch counterattack pierced through their defenses like a sharp dagger, swift, precise, and ruthless, sending shivers down their spines. In the 10th minute, Spain retaliated. Lin Quan, after deftly maneuvering past 2 defenders on the flank, unleashed a long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area that struck the crossbar and bounced out of play. This moment equally sent waves of anxiety through the Dutch supporters. Many held their breath as they watched the ball soaring towards the goal. It was only after the ball ricocheted away that they regained their composure, gasping for air. The pace of the match was exhilarating, with both teams showcasing formidable attacking prowess. The football could swiftly transition from midfield into the opponent's penalty area, creating threatening opportunities. The wingers, Robben and Lin Quan, were both exceptionally skilled dribblers, making it arduous for the opposing fullbacks to contain them. Particularly, the Dutch left back, Janmaat, found himself outmaneuvered by Lin Quan 5 times in under 15 minutes, leaving him bewildered. The spectators in the stadium were thoroughly entertained, witnessing a clash befitting the champions of the previous World Cup. The intensity of this match far exceeded that of the opening game. A balanced contest, where both teams exchanged blows, is what truly captivates the audience, unlike one-sided affairs that lack allure. However, as the match progressed for over 10 minutes without a goal, the fans felt a tinge of disappointment. Seemingly in response to their yearning, Spain's offensive surged again in the 15th minute. Lin Quan, receiving a pass from Xavi in midfield, evaded De Jong's challenge as if he had eyes in the back of his head. This time, Diego Costa had learned from experience. Upon seeing Lin Quan possess the ball, he began to position himself strategically. After playing for several minutes, he realized that his teammates were even more formidable than he had anticipated. Regardless of how the ball arrived at his feet, his task was simply to run. Failing to find space was his responsibility, while not receiving the ball was the fault of the opposition. Lin Quan noticed Diego Costa's positioning, yet this time he chose not to pass to him. Although Costa had made his run, 3 Dutch center-backs stood in his way. Facing a trio, Lin Quan felt no chance of success. Nevertheless, he feigned an assessment of the striker's position before delivering a through ball. The Dutch players, observing Lin Quan's gaze towards Diego Costa, assumed he was passing to him. To their surprise, however, the ball was directed towards the flank. David Silva received Lin Quan's pass and instinctively, as if driven by muscle memory, sent the ball back out without hesitation. When Silva delivered his pass, Lin Quan was still behind him, yet by the time Silva completed his action, Lin Quan had already surged past him. The chemistry developed through their time playing together for both club and country enabled them to execute this remarkable combination. The overzealous Dutch left back, Janmaat, was easily bypassed by their wall pass. Lin Quan received a pass from David Silva, and remarkably, there were no defenders in proximity. De Jong lagged slightly behind, unable to keep pace with Lin Quan, who was still being pursued, yet there remained a gap of at least 5 meters between them. This distance was more than sufficient for Lin Quan to execute an offensive maneuver. The head coach of the Dutch team, Van Gaal, sensed the impending danger and abruptly stood from his seat on the sidelines. His expression was grave as he focused intently on the field, silently praying, "Please, let that young man not score." Dutch defender Vlaar was compelled to leave the penalty area and advance towards Lin Quan with determination. The advantage of a 3 center-back formation is that even if a fullback is bypassed, one of the 3 central defenders can be dispatched to counter the opponent's flank attack. Though Vlaar was well aware of Lin Quan's illustrious reputation and his exceptional dribbling skills, he, emboldened by the presence of his teammates, charged forward recklessly, seemingly intent on stealing the ball from Lin Quan's feet. Such a choice was undoubtedly foolish. Lin Quan, unyielding, skillfully executed a series of intricate moves, feints, accelerations, and direction changes, effortlessly eluding his opponent and penetrating the penalty area. This set the stage for a 2-on-2 confrontation within the box. Spain boasted both Lin Quan and Diego Costa inside the area, while the Dutch defense was reduced to merely 2 central defenders. Another defender, De Vrij, had intended to collaborate with his teammate to intercept Lin Quan, but he was caught off guard by Vlaar's swift defeat. At this juncture, Lin Quan had already breached the penalty area, poised to strike at any moment. De Vrij, left with no choice, quickly advanced towards Lin Quan with his hands behind his back, hoping to block his shot. Diego Costa, now the sole defender, seized the opportunity, desperately creating space and extending his hand, calling for the ball. Lin Quan glanced at him, feigning an intention to pass, but then accelerated suddenly, darting past De Vrij on his left and firing a shot before the goalkeeper could position himself for a save. This time, Dutch goalkeeper Celessen could not perform a miracle. The ball rolled along the ground and found its way into the net. The score transformed to 1-0, marking Lin Quan's inaugural goal in the World Cup, propelling Spain to a temporary lead over the Netherlands. In that moment of Lin Quan's goal, the stadium erupted with joyous cheers as Spanish fans embraced one another in exhilaration. The earlier counterattacks from the Netherlands had left the Spanish supporters anxious, and Lin Quan's goal felt like a bomb, easing their racing hearts. Conversely, the Dutch fans were engulfed in despondency, their spirits plummeting to the depths of despair. In the stands, the Brazilian team, having just concluded their first group stage match, arrived to witness the unfolding drama. Upon witnessing Lin Quan's goal, Neymar's expression turned grave. In the Confederations Cup, Brazil had suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of Spain, with Lin Quan having robbed him of the Golden Boot. Now, on the grand and momentous stage of the World Cup, witnessing Lin Quan's increasingly enigmatic performance on the field, Neymar's heart was filled with trepidation. The scene before him evoked a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the earlier Confederations Cup. Could it be that, in the end, he stands as an obstacle before him once more? Beyond Brazil, several teams aspiring for the championship, such as Argentina and Germany, were keenly observing this match. Upon seeing Spain dominate the Netherlands and swiftly secure an early lead, the expressions of the players and coaches from these teams turned grave. The strengths and weaknesses of this Spanish squad had become markedly pronounced. Coach Low of Germany remarked with utmost seriousness. In contrast to the coach's focus on the team, players like Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi were more preoccupied with Lin Quan's individual performance. From the first 15 minutes of the first half, it was evident that Lin Quan was in exceptional form. Perhaps it was due to the fact that this was his inaugural World Cup, as his enthusiasm and hunger for goals surpassed that of an ordinary player. This realization weighed heavily on both of them. Given Lin Quan's prowess, he was likely to score numerous goals in this tournament. Messi seemed less concerned. If the team emerged victorious, he was less fixated on personal statistics. Ronaldo, however, was different. With Portugal lacking hopes of winning the championship, he was particularly anxious about his personal performance in this World Cup. He resolved not to let this individual surpass him. With that thought, Ronaldo decided to practice a bit longer, striving to fine-tune his form before the match commenced. On the field, after scoring, Lin Quan intended to celebrate with a bow and arrow gesture. However, before he could execute the move, he was overwhelmed by his rushing teammates. Diego Costa, in his recent offensive attempt, failed to make contact with the ball, rendering him a mere facilitator. Yet, he bore no resentment. In fact, he appeared even more exhilarated than the typical Spanish player. For him, The decision to join the Spanish national team carried immense risk. This act was perceived as clinging to the coattails of others, which many deemed disgraceful. Should Spain falter in the World Cup, failing to secure the championship or even advance beyond the group stage? His choice would undoubtedly invite mockery from Brazilian fans and supporters worldwide. If the host nation, Brazil, were to ultimately claim victory, the derision directed at him would likely multiply. Therefore, although Diego Costa was not a native Spaniard, he fervently hoped for Spain to win the World Cup, for only then could he vindicate his choice. Moreover, though Lin Quan was young, he was a favored protege of Del Bosque, serving as a tactical linchpin within the team, possessing far greater experience than Costa, who had arrived later. Consequently, Costa dared not demand the ball from him. On the sidelines, upon witnessing Lin Quan's goal, a heavy stone finally lifted from Del Bosque's heart. He joyously embraced several assistant coaches in celebration before returning to his seat, composed and assured. Once in the lead, Spain was able to commence executing the tactics they had previously devised. Van Gaal, with a furrowed brow, glanced at the scoreboard, pondering how he would respond to their new strategy. The coach of the Netherlands, who had already signed with Manchester United, felt a twinge of concern as he realized that Spain's number 30 was even more formidable than he had observed on video. As next season approached in the Premier League, facing the team he would lead, Manchester City, he feared it would be a daunting challenge. Regret washed over him for taking on the hot potato that was Manchester United, as the predicaments they faced proved to be more arduous than he had anticipated. Van Gaal's troubles did not end there. As Spain concluded their celebrations and the match resumed, he was astonished to witness the reigning champions, the top-ranked team in football, retreating into their own half to adopt a defensive counterattack. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he had misinterpreted the scene. Hadn't Spain always been synonymous with high-pressure attacking possession football? Why had they suddenly shifted to a defensive strategy? It felt disconcertingly unfamiliar, as if it had been 6 or 7 years since he had seen Spain employ such tactics. Could it be that Del Bosque, in his desperation to secure victory, had abandoned all pride? Not only was Van Gaal taken aback, but the Dutch players on the field, the spectators, including Spain's own supporters, were equally astonished by this unexpected approach. Though the personnel of the Spanish team had not changed significantly, they felt strangely unfamiliar. Was this truly the Spain they recognized? It became evident that a defensive counterattack was not to be underestimated, especially when executed by the world champions. As Spain retreated into a defensive posture, the Netherlands found themselves momentarily flummoxed. They had set up in a 5-3-2 formation with the intention of countering Spain's attacks, yet now that Spain was also playing defensively, they had inadvertently ceded space. This rendered their strategy completely ineffective. The absence of sprinting space diminished the threat of their wing play, while the 5-defender setup compromised their midfield strength, preventing them from effectively applying pressure during their offensive attempts. Although their possession statistics improved, their frontline attacks gradually lost their potency. Yet, the most critical aspect was the role reversal. Previously, it was Spain that had been wary of the Netherlands' swift counterattacks. Now, it was the Netherlands that found themselves apprehensive of Spain's rapid transitions. In the 25th minute, after a successful interception in their own half, Spain launched a quick counterattack. Lin Quan, having maneuvered past de Guzman in the center, was brought down by the latter, who, in a bid to halt the Spanish advance, committed a tactical foul, earning the first yellow card of the match. 2 minutes later, Spain seized another opportunity for a counterattack. Casillas executed a swift throw, delivering the ball to the flanks where David Silva awaited. Despite the interference from a defensive player, Silva sent the ball forward. However, the pass was slightly overhit, prompting Dutch fullback Janmaat to believe he could intercept it, and he quickly surged toward the rolling ball. Simultaneously, Lin Quan, accelerating from behind, was also in pursuit of the ball. The two players were nearly equidistant from the football, and Yang made appeared to have an opportunity to intercept the ball ahead of Lin Quan. However, after a few strides, he realized that his initial acceleration was a fraction too slow, rendering him incapable of reaching the ball before Lin Quan. Thus, Yang Mate swiftly executed a tackle in an attempt to thwart Lin Quan's advance. Witnessing this action, the Spanish fans in attendance displayed expressions of disappointment. Typically, when faced with such a challenge, players tend to relinquish their pursuit to avoid injury. To their astonishment, Lin Quan did not decelerate. Instead, he accelerated towards the ball. Had he lost his senses? "Lin, stop. You'll get hurt." The Spanish supporters gasped in alarm. With only 20 minutes into the match, An injury to Lin Quan would render a victory utterly inconsequential. Nevertheless, Lin Quan did not act recklessly. He had observed young mate's tackle and refrained from pursuing the ball directly. Instead, he skillfully kicked the ball away just before the opponent could make contact. With the ball no longer at his feet, Lin Quan effortlessly leaped to evade the tackle. However, this maneuver caused his momentum to stall, leaving him unable to chase after the rolling ball. At first glance, his actions seemed futile, as the ball was not under his control, but rather rolling toward the sideline. Yet, a swift figure clad in white darted past the two players, racing towards the ball, David Silva. It turned out that Lin Quan's earlier kick was not only to prevent the ball from being cleared out by young mate, but also to set up a pass for David Silva. Their synergy was once again evident, as they acted in perfect harmony without uttering a single word, seemingly attuned to each other's thoughts. Lin Quan's pass was unexpected, catching the Dutch defenders off guard. It was not until David Silva surged forward that they recognized the imminent threat, hurriedly retreating in an effort to regain their defensive positions. David Silva sprinted with fervor and managed to catch up to the ball near the baseline. Glancing towards the goal, he executed a low cross. Diego Costa, with a few powerful strides, broke free from his defender and extended his long leg. Unfortunately, just as he aimed to shoot, he was unexpectedly tugged from behind, causing him to lose his balance. Rather than directing the ball towards the goal, his attempt soared high into the air. In a moment of desperation, Diego Costa fell to the ground in the penalty area, convinced that he had been fouled. According to the rules of football, a foul in the penalty area warrants a penalty kick. However, if the attacking team gains possession, the referee typically allows play to continue for a potential goal, prioritizing the attacking advantage. Should this attempt not result in a goal, the original foul would then be addressed, leading to a penalty kick being awarded. Yet, for this to occur, the referee must first acknowledge the foul. Diego Costa, in a moment of theatricality, emitted a piercing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, deliberately seeking the referee's attention. As anticipated, the moment his cry echoed, the esteemed Italian referee, Gianluca Rocchi, promptly blew his whistle and pointed to the penalty spot. Chapter 124. Spain's resounding triumph over the Netherlands. Spain pressed forward with fervor. David Silva delivered a cross, and there was Diego Costa. He fell within the penalty area, prompting the referee to award a penalty kick. This decision was nearly catastrophic for the Netherlands. Trailing by a goal, conceding another would render their chances of victory exceedingly bleak. In the commentary booth, both analysts expressed their astonishment at the referee's ruling. A slow-motion replay suggested that Costa may have simulated the fall, and having already executed a shooting motion, the legitimacy of the penalty seemed questionable. The Dutch players, brimming with emotion, rushed toward the referee, eager to present their case. However, the Italian referee remained steadfast in his decision, signaling the Dutch players to step back. Despite their profound frustration and disbelief, the Dutch team had no choice but to withdraw, as continued protest could result in yellow cards. The Dutch supporters present at the stadium erupted in outrage, their chants of simulation and unjust officiating resounding throughout the venue. They were acutely aware that this penalty decision had shattered their meticulously crafted plans for retribution for years in the making. Should Spain convert this penalty, they would find themselves 2 goals down within the first 30 minutes, a dire predicament against a team of Spain's caliber, akin to a death sentence. It is nearly impossible to overturn a deficit against Spain, let alone a 2-goal disadvantage. Thus, their only hope lay with their goalkeeper. They prayed that Celesin might rise to the occasion and thwart Spain's penalty attempt, allowing them to remain just 1 goal behind, thus preserving a glimmer of hope in the match. Meanwhile, the Spanish players deliberated on who should take the penalty kick. Diego Costa, the architect of the foul, was eager to step up. However, being a newcomer to the squad, he was not designated as the primary penalty taker, leaving him without a voice in the matter. During the Confederations Cup, Iniesta had been the designated shooter. Yet, this time, Iniesta intended to defer to the vice-captain, Xavi, as this was Xavi's final World Cup. Given his position, opportunities for him to score would be sparse in the forthcoming matches. Allowing him to take this penalty would grant Xavi a more illustrious record in his last World Cup. "No need," Xavi replied. "I am not a forward. Scoring records hold little value for midfielders. You, however, are in contention for the Golden Boot against players like Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, and Neymar. At this juncture, every goal is crucial, so you should take the penalty yourself." Xavi declined Lin Quan's kind offer, having long since grown indifferent to vanity at his age. Simply being able to participate in another World Cup was sufficient for him. Whether or not he scored was of little consequence. Noticing Xavi's resolute demeanor, Lin Quan chose not to press further. He positioned the ball at the penalty spot, took a few steps back, and gazed at the Dutch goalkeeper. Célestin felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, acutely aware of the heavy burden resting upon him. The outcome of this penalty could mean the difference between life and death for the Netherlands. Yet, even for elite goalkeepers, the probability of saving a penalty rarely exceeds 30%. Provided the penalty taker does not make a significant error, the chances of scoring are exceedingly high. Moreover, the responsibility of taking the penalty lay with Lin Quan, who had never missed a shot in this scenario, boasting a flawless record. What goalkeeper would not feel apprehensive in the face of such statistics? Observing the tension in the opposing goalkeeper, Lin Quan decided to employ a psychological tactic. Intentionally, he glanced toward the right side of the goal, feigning an intention to shoot there. Célestin noticed this maneuver, but was unable to shake the suspicion that it might be a deliberate attempt to deceive him. Recalling Lin Quan's previous successful strike, Célestin became convinced of his assessment. This was undoubtedly a psychological ploy. However, when Lin Quan executed his shot, Célestin was left stunned. To his disbelief, Lin Quan struck toward the right side of the goal. Célestin, having failed to anticipate the shot, scrambled in vain to make the save, but it was too late. The ball zipped into the net. Célestin moved with the sluggishness of a rusted automaton, only attempting to dive after the ball had crossed the line, rendering the scene almost unbearable for Dutch fans. Their goalkeeper seemed somewhat inadequate. After scoring, Lin Quan dashed to the sidelines, finally able to perform the archery celebration he had previously missed. The Spanish fans erupted in joyous celebration once more, their spirits considerably lighter than before. With a 2-goal lead, their advantage had transformed into a commanding position. The worries that had plagued them vanished, and many were no longer preoccupied with the current match, but rather with the upcoming encounter against Chile. Should they triumph over Chile, Spain would secure advancement to the knockout stage a round early. Defeating Australia was expected to be unproblematic. Once they advanced, they could afford to field some substitutes in the final group match, allowing the main players a brief respite while experiencing the atmosphere of the World Cup. In stark contrast to the jubilant Spanish supporters, the Dutch fans were filled with despondency. For years of anticipation for revenge had devolved into farce, with Van Gaal's pre-match words returning to haunt them and becoming fodder for external mockery. This bitter disappointment left Dutch fans grappling with a sense of resignation. Was it possible that Spain was inherently their nemesis? In the stands, Neymar watched as Lin Quan netted 2 goals, matching his tally on the scoring chart within a mere 30 minutes. His expression grew exceedingly grave. The match was not yet over, and Lin Quan might still score. Should he net another goal, he would surpass his own tally on the scoring chart. Bang! In a hotel room in Portugal, witnessing Lin Quan's second goal, Cristiano Ronaldo angrily switched off the television. Enough of this. Watching further would only exacerbate his frustration. During the last World Cup, he had toiled relentlessly to score a single goal, and that was only during the match where Portugal overwhelmingly defeated North Korea. Yet this fellow managed to score twice in one game, as if it were as effortless as eating or drinking. Pray tell, this is the stage of the World Cup, the pinnacle of global competition, where scoring is notoriously difficult. How can one play with such ease, as if it were merely a league match against weaker opponents? It is utterly absurd. Meanwhile, across the way, Messi, though he did not turn off his television, could not help but furrow his brow upon seeing Lin Quan score again. He had often watched Lin Quan's matches during his time in the Bundesliga and occasionally reviewed them. In these games, Messi discerned a recurring phenomenon. Once Lin Quan found his rhythm, it became exceedingly challenging for opponents to triumph over his team. Furthermore, given Spain's already formidable strength, combined with a fully unleashed Lin Quan, the Netherlands was likely facing dire straits. The coaches of Argentina, Germany, and France, Sampaoli, Lowe, and Deschamps, shared similar sentiments upon observing the score. They had initially believed that the Netherlands, with its robust squad, could pose a challenge to Spain, even if they could not overcome them. They anticipated Spain would have to labor for a win. Scores of 1-0 or 2-1 seemed the most plausible outcomes in their minds. However, the reality starkly contrasted their expectations. Based on the current results, the Netherlands struggled to create difficulties for the Spanish team. As long as Spain continued to employ a pragmatic counterattacking strategy, they were certain to score again. This left the coaches in a state of considerable distress. Why was Spain, normally so committed to possession football, now excelling at counterattacking? How were they to contend with such a formidable approach? Once the score escalated to 2-0, the morale of the Netherlands plummeted. For several minutes, they were unable to recover. Conversely, Spain seized this moment, launching frequent assaults on the Dutch goal, causing alarm in their defense. In the 37th minute, the Netherlands finally mounted a counterattack. Their left back advanced with the ball, delivering a cross from the left flank. Robben and Van Persie converged, with Van Persie's toe barely grazing the ball. However, the effort lacked sufficient force, merely altering its course slightly before it skimmed past the post and out of play. After missing this opportunity, Van Persie knelt in despair, cradling his head in frustration. If only he had been a mere centimeter taller, that ball might have found its way in. So close, truly just a hair's breadth away. In the 39th minute, De Jong attempted a long-range shot from outside the penalty area. Initially, the strike posed little threat, but as the ball soared through the air, it deflected off a defender's leg. In a pivotal moment, Casillas reacted with the swiftness of a divine being, instinctively parrying the ball away and averting the danger. The Dutch supporters collectively sighed, lamenting that had it not been for the goalkeeper's miraculous save, the ball would likely have found the net. Had they managed to score before halftime, the second half would have held promise. Alas, the goal eluded them. Witnessing the Netherlands generate consecutive threatening attacks, Spain swiftly responded in kind. In the 41st minute, Spain launched another rapid counterattack. Lin Quan's incisive pass pierced through the Dutch defense, prompting defender De Vrij to bring down Silva, incurring a yellow card to halt the Spanish advance. In the 43rd minute, Iniesta and Lin Quan executed a splendid combination, completing a series of 1-2s before Iniesta delivered a precise through ball to Diego Costa, who found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. However, it appeared that he had injured himself in that crucial moment, his shot lacking power as it was easily saved by Cillessen. As anticipated, Diego Costa, grimacing in pain, signaled for a substitution, his previous injury having resurfaced. The Spanish players on the field and the fans in attendance were left speechless. His injury had indeed not healed properly. Bosch's eagerness was evident as he hastily deployed him as a starter, and now, this injury could jeopardize his entire World Cup journey. Diego Costa wore a look of despair. This wretched injury had tormented him from May to June, costing him the Champions League final, and now it threatened to ruin his World Cup aspirations. Spain possessed formidable strength, seemingly on the cusp of reaching the pinnacle of world football, yet his injury cast a shadow over his contributions. Should he falter, even if the team ultimately claimed victory, the championship would be difficult to associate with his efforts. Bosch found himself at a loss, having deliberated between Villa and Torres for a considerable time before ultimately opting to field Torres. Torres, however, welcomed the change, as Diego Costa's presence posed the greatest threat to his position. With Lin Quan retreating, there would inevitably be a central forward on the pitch. Originally, this role was to be contested among him, Villa, and Negrito. Yet, Negrito's numerous appearances as a substitute at Manchester City led to his exclusion from the national team, leaving only himself and Villa in contention. Unexpectedly, Diego Costa emerged as a formidable competitor, surpassing Torres in both ability and adaptability to Spain's tactical system. Thus, Torres found himself on the bench, awaiting his opportunity. Little did he anticipate that his chance would arrive so swiftly. After Torres entered the fray, the first half concluded rapidly. The Netherlands failed to score, and Spain did not extend their lead. During the halftime break, Bosch reflected intently, uncertain whether to adjust the tactical approach. In the realm of counterattacking play, Diego Costa's threat far surpasses that of Torres. With Costa now substituted, can the team continue to execute counterattacks? He hesitated for a moment, opting to observe the unfolding dynamics in the second half. If necessary, they could transition to a possession-based approach. The players were well versed in the possession system, requiring little explanation, as they instinctively knew how to manage the situation. On the other side, the Dutch team, trailing in score, was compelled to adjust their lineup. They replaced a central defender with a winger, shifting their formation to a 4-3-3, clearly intent on bolstering their offensive efforts. Following this tactical adjustment, the Dutch team's attack visibly improved. In the 54th minute, they initiated an offensive on the right flank. Fullback Blind delivered an extraordinary long pass from around the halfway line, the ball soaring approximately 50 meters before entering the penalty area. Arriving just in time, Van Persie executed a diving header, sending the ball over Casillas' reach and into the net, bringing the score to 2-1. This goal resembled a piece of artistry, as it was astonishing to witness a full-back with such remarkable technique. After pulling one back, the morale of the Dutch players surged, prompting them to pursue further attacks in an attempt to level the score. However, while their relentless assault undoubtedly pressured Spain, it also laid bare their own defensive vulnerabilities in the face of prolonged attacks. In the 57th minute, Xavi delivered a long pass. Torres flicked it on to Lin Quan, who then angled a pass to Iniesta. The latter, suddenly accelerating into the box, created space before executing a delicate lob, altering the score to 3-1. The Dutch team, having labored to score once, found their efforts swiftly nullified by a single counterattack from their opponents. The disparity in efficiency was striking. Yet, the despair did not end there. In the 62nd minute, Xavi again provided a crucial through ball, finding Lin Quan. After evading de Guzman's interception, Lin Quan surged toward the edge of the penalty area, creating space before feigning a shot and delivering a precise pass to the onrushing Torres. One-on-one with the goalkeeper, Torres received Lin Quan's pass, momentarily transported back to his prime. His mind clear as he assessed the goalkeeper's positioning. Seizing this golden opportunity, he calmly slotted the ball into the net, extending the lead to 4-1. Following the goal, the Saint Child let out a roar, releasing years of pent-up frustration, before turning to embrace Lin Quan, who had assisted him. "Thank you, Lin," he exclaimed. Lin Quan patted Torres on the back, smiling as he replied, "I appreciate you for allowing me another assist." They shared a knowing smile. The earlier discord from the league now dissipated. On the field, witnessing the celebrating Spanish players, the Dutch team felt a wave of despondency. That goal in the 53rd minute had ignited a glimmer of hope for an equalizer. However, Spain scored twice in succession, shattering their dreams. Witnessing the vivid crimson score on the scoreboard, the fans present were momentarily taken aback. What was initially anticipated to be a closely contested match was veering towards a rout. Furthermore, given Spain's current form, they might well continue to find the net. What would the final score be? Perhaps 5-1, or even 6-1. Chapter 125. Spain's odds of winning soar. Their path to advancement looks promising. With a significant lead, Del Bosque was now leisurely humming a tune. He glanced at the substitutes bench and summoned Xabi Alonso to warm up. In the 65th minute, Spain made a substitution. Xabi Alonso entered the fray, replacing Xavi. This substitution was a positional change. In the past, both Xavis could coexist on the pitch. However, now, as both players aged, Del Bosque consciously opted to stagger their appearances to prevent both veterans from being overwhelmed by the opposing team due to their advanced years. Of course, Xabi Alonso and Xavi possess differing styles. Compared to Xavi, Alonso leans more towards defense. Thus, this change signaled that Spain was preparing to adopt a more cautious approach. Upon witnessing this substitution, Van Gaal hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to substitute de Guzman for the faster and more skillful Wijnaldum. Although the 4-1 scoreline seemed beyond salvage, one could only hope for a miracle, even if they could not equalize or reverse the situation. Scoring another goal would at least lend a semblance of dignity to their defeat. After all, the Dutch team is also a top-tier squad, and a humiliating loss would incite the wrath of Dutch fans upon their return. Before Van Gaal's substitution, most of the Dutch players had resigned themselves to defeat. However, one individual remained resolute: the Flying Dutchman, Robben. Wijnaldum's introduction injected a modicum of vitality into the Dutch front line. With his remarkable speed and dribbling prowess, he quickly developed a rapport with Robben after taking the field. In the 67th minute, Wijnaldum delivered a brilliant pass, allowing Robben to cut in from the flank and unleash a long-range shot, though unfortunately, he could not keep it down, sending the ball soaring over the crossbar. In the 72nd minute, following a successful breakthrough, Wijnaldum provided a deft through ball. Robben received the pass within the penalty area and, in a tight space, deftly maneuvered past the advancing peak with his right foot, then swiftly shot with his left foot before Ramos could close him down. From the moment Robben controlled the ball, adjusted, dribbled, and shot, it took less than 2 seconds. The quality of the shot was exceptional. The ball sailed past Casillas' fingertips only to be thwarted by the crossbar with a resounding thud. Robben stood still, shaking his head in disappointment. Acutely aware of the unfairness of fate, he had showcased the pinnacle of his individual talent, yet fortune had eluded him, leaving him to sigh in resignation. The combination of Wijnaldum and Robben caught Spain's attention, compelling them to devote greater resources to curtailing their threat. After being targeted, Wijnaldum found it challenging to deliver passes akin to his previous performances. Similarly, Robben, under scrutiny, failed to produce any threatening offensive plays, causing the Dutch team's counterattacks to lose their menace entirely. In the 75th minute, Bosque made another substitution, replacing Iniesta with Pedro. Having sat on the bench for over an hour, watching his teammates mercilessly dispatch 4 goals against the Netherlands, Pedro was bursting with enthusiasm when he finally got his chance to play. Upon entering the field, he exhibited remarkable vigor, tirelessly darting around the pitch like a wild dog, relentlessly pressuring the opposing ball carriers. His tireless efforts were evident both in offensive and defensive phases of the game. Noticing Pedro's lively presence, Lin Quan instinctively gravitated towards him. In the 80th minute, Spain's attack reached the penalty area. Faced with a teammate's pass, Lin Quan feigned a shot, allowing the ball to reach Pedro, who seized the opportunity to advance into the box. His shot from the right side of the penalty area struck the crossbar. Stunned by the ball's rejection, Pedro was momentarily speechless. Lin Quan couldn't help but shake his head. It felt as if their luck rivaled that of Diego Costa. Just moments ago, when Robben's shot hit the crossbar, Dutch fans had lamented, and now it was the Spanish supporters' turn to bury their heads in despair. That cursed crossbar seemed to have denied Spain's shots on 2 occasions. In the 83rd minute, Spain earned a free kick on the left flank. Lin Quan delivered a cross into the box, where Ramos clashed with Dutch defender Indy while contesting a header. Tempers flared as they engaged in a pushing match. The referee, opting for fairness, issued yellow cards to both players. Upon seeing the yellow card, Bosque couldn't suppress a frown. While Ramos possessed great skill, his temperament could use some refinement. However, would Ramos still be the same fiery player if he were to temper his temperament? As the match progressed towards its conclusion, Spain's players became increasingly relaxed, while the Dutch, unable to accept a humiliating defeat, began to lose their composure. In the 86th minute, Van Persie fouled Pedro from behind, earning a yellow card, the 5th for the Dutch team in this match. Busquets observed the Dutch players surrounding the referee, arguing about the yellow card, and took advantage of the moment to execute a quick free kick. The Dutch team's focus was still on the previous foul, leaving them unprepared for Spain's rapid counterattack. Lin Quan received the ball and scored effortlessly, but the assistant referee raised his flag for offside. Lin Quan had yet to register his feelings when the fans expressed their discontent. Had the goal counted, it would have marked Lin Quan's hat trick. The slow-motion replay on the big screen revealed that he was just marginally ahead when David Silva made the pass. One must admit, the assistant referee's keen eye was impressive. However, when luck arrives, it is unstoppable. In the 88th minute, Spain's high-pressing strategy forced the Netherlands into a mistake. As the goalkeeper Celesin received a back pass from his teammate, he misjudged the stop, inadvertently allowing the ball to drift away from him. Lin Quan, who was nearby, swiftly capitalized on the opponent's blunder and dashed forward. In a flurry of activity, Celesin attempted to clear the ball, but was a moment too late. Lin Quan seized the opportunity, bypassed the goalkeeper, and deftly slotted the ball into the empty net. The score was altered to 5-1, marking Lin Quan's remarkable achievement of a hat-trick in his inaugural World Cup match. The atmosphere surged with excitement as fans both in the stadium and online erupted in jubilation. Lin is incredible. Is this the first hat-trick of this World Cup? Indeed, it was also the only hat-trick recorded thus far in the tournament. Lin, at just a little over 18 years of age, is he the youngest to accomplish this feat in World Cup history? Apparently not, as the record for the fastest hat-trick belongs to Pelé, who achieved it at the age of 17 years and 244 days during the semi-final match between Brazil and France in 1958. He remains the only player under 18 to have scored a hat-trick. Wow, Pelé was that phenomenal. I thought he was only good at making predictions. After all, as the first king of football, one must possess significant skill to earn such a title. Speaking of which, why haven't we heard Pelé making predictions for this World Cup? Perhaps the Brazilian Football Confederation has silenced him? After all, he predicted Brazil would win the Confederations Cup last year, only for Brazil to be swept away by Spain. This January, he forecast Brazil's triumph in the World Cup, which alarmed the fans. Given Pelé's stature, it seems unlikely they would silence him. More likely, the Federation pleaded with him to refrain from predictions, requesting that he direct his curse elsewhere and spare the Brazilian team. On the field, after completing his hat-trick, Lin Quan joyfully executed a forward somersault as a celebration. Bosque, watching from the sidelines, was taken aback. Wasn't he advised against such perilous celebratory antics? Meanwhile, the renowned German player Klose, who was watching the match with his teammates, couldn't help but smile at the scene. He had heard of a promising newcomer at Werder Bremen during his time in Serie A, who, like him, adored performing forward somersaults as a celebration. Initially, he thought this young player was paying homage to him, considering he had also served the team for 3 years. Thus, Klose saw a reflection of himself in Lin Quan. Yet, he was astonished to realize that in just 2 short years, the once inexperienced youth had risen to such heights, prompting Klose to feel a pang of nostalgia. The forward somersault celebration is indeed quite dangerous, if given the chance. He would advise Lin Quan to minimize its use in the future. Bosque regretted not saving his 3 substitutions. Had he known, he would have replaced Lin Quan, allowing him to bask in the crowd's adulation, which would have been the most fitting tribute to his outstanding performance in the match. Coach Tony approached Bosque and inquired, "Vincent, do you still think you are being too indulgent towards Lin?" Bosch found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Quan's goal had utterly shattered the morale of the Dutch team. Spain's 5th goal was not a testament to their brilliance, but rather a result of sheer Dutch blunders. When even the goalkeeper commits such a fundamental error, what hope can one have for the other players? In the final minutes of the match, the Dutch players appeared disoriented, merely wishing for the match to conclude. A torturous ordeal for them. On the contrary, the Spanish side continued their offensive attempts. Although Lin Quan had ceased pursuing further goals, he remained committed to creating opportunities for his teammates. In the 91st minute, Spain was awarded a well-placed free kick. Under normal circumstances, the responsibility for taking it would fall to Xavi or Lin Quan. With Xavi absent, Lin Quan, noticing Ramos' eagerness, graciously relinquished the opportunity. However, Ramos' execution was rather disappointing. His 25-meter free kick went awry, failing to pose any threat to the goal. In the 3rd minute of stoppage time, Torres fell in the penalty area. Perhaps disheartened by the Dutch team's dismal performance, the referee refrained from awarding a penalty this time. Ultimately, Spain triumphed with a resounding 5-1 victory over the Netherlands, marking a triumphant start to their group stage. In the aftermath, news of Spain's decisive victory over the Netherlands swiftly dominated the front pages of sports newspapers worldwide. People were astonished by Spain's formidable prowess while lamenting the swift decline of the orange-clad team. Just 4 years prior, the Netherlands had battled Spain fiercely, but now, they seemed a world apart, utterly outmatched. This shocking scoreline was a true reflection of the disparity in strength between the two teams. Although numerous experts and institutions had predicted a Spanish victory, few could have anticipated such a decisive manner of triumph. Consequently, following this match, bookmakers hastily adjusted Spain's odds for winning the championship, which skyrocketed to 22, indicating that, after just 1 round of group matches, the likelihood of Spain claiming the title was perceived to exceed 45. What madness! After securing the victory, Bosch was in high spirits. He did not wait for Van Gaal to approach, and instead took the initiative to warmly embrace him. Van Gaal's expression was far from pleasant. He was reluctant to reciprocate the embrace, yet Bosch's enthusiasm compelled him, leaving him in an awkward position. "Ha ha, old friend. How do you feel now, thoroughly defeated?" "Humph. You were merely fortunate. I've already devised a strategy to counter you. See you in the finals." Van Gaal, attempting to salvage his dignity, shook off Bosch's embrace and strode away haughtily. Watching the Dutchman's defiant retreat, Bosch could not help but chuckle inwardly. How familiar those words sounded. Oh, he had said something quite similar before the match. No matter. With the defeat of their strongest rival, Spain's prospects for advancing had significantly improved. 5 days later, Spain was set to face their second group stage opponent, Chile, at the Maracana Stadium. The Chilean team is weaker than the Netherlands, and should they secure victory in this match, Spain will advance to the next round of the group stage. In light of this, Bosque granted the players a 2-day respite, permitting them to reunite with their families. This sagacious decision was met with enthusiastic approval from the players. Upon the announcement of the break, they immediately dispersed in excitement. The majority of the players sought the company of their spouses, yet Lin Quan made his way to the hotel where Guardiola was staying, engaging him in an all-night discussion on tactical strategies. Following the conclusion of the match between Spain and the Netherlands, in another encounter in Group B, Chile triumphed over Australia with a score of 3-1. This outcome was not surprising, as Chile rightfully bears the title of a formidable South American team. After Group B, matches in other groups commenced in succession. In Group C, Ivory Coast staged a comeback to defeat Japan 2-1, while Colombia emerged victorious over Greece with a score of 3-0. In Group D, the tournament witnessed its first major upset. The powerhouse Uruguay succumbed to Costa Rica with a score of 1-3. With stars like Suarez, Cavani, and Forlan, Uruguay was widely regarded as a contender for the quarterfinals or even semifinals, yet they faltered right from the outset. This illustrates that sheer potential does not guarantee victory. One must not exhibit any complacency on the grand stage of the World Cup. The remaining matches did not yield further surprises. Among the favorites for the championship, the more formidable Italy defeated England 2-1. France triumphed over Honduras with a score of 3-0, while Argentina bested Bosnia 2-1, with Messi contributing a goal. Germany achieved a resounding 4-1 victory over Portugal, with Cristiano Ronaldo expending all his efforts to finally secure a goal. Notably, in Belgium's 2-1 victory against Algeria, De Bruyne came off the bench in the 75th minute and scored, clinching the win for his team. After the first round of group matches, European teams recorded a tally of 6 wins, 1 draw, and 6 losses, an outcome that is neither particularly commendable nor dismal. South American teams fared slightly better with 4 wins and 2 losses, boasting a higher win rate than their European counterparts. However, the highest win rate belonged to the North American teams, who achieved an impressive record of 3 wins and 1 loss, surprising many. In Asia, the record stood at 2 draws and 2 losses, confirming their status as the weakest region. Africa managed 1 win, 1 draw, and 3 losses, which was not much better. The schedule of matches was exceedingly tight. Following the conclusion of the first round in Group H, the second round for Groups A and B was set to commence imminently. In this round, Brazil and Spain, both with 3 points, faced formidable opponents. Whether they could secure early advancement hinged on their performances in these critical matches. Chapter concluded. Chapter 126. Brazil's unexpected setback, Spain versus Chile. Although Spain achieved a resounding victory, there were lurking concerns. Diego Costa's recurring injury has left Spain's attacking line less robust than before. In the absence of Costa, Spain lacks a powerful striker and scoring option, increasing the scoring pressure on other positions, particularly for Lin Quan. After the match, Bosch immediately dispatched personnel to the hospital to assess Costa's injury, confirming that it was a relapse of an old ailment in his right thigh. Based on the examination results, the national team's physician determined that Costa would require at least 2 weeks of rest before he could hope to return to the field. This 2-week period implies that he would not only miss the remaining 2 group matches, but might also be unavailable for the round of 16. However, upon receiving this news, Bosch breathed a sigh of relief. In his view, Spain's advancement from the group stage was not in jeopardy. Once they secured the top position in their group, their opponent in the first knockout round would likely not be formidable, making their progression to the quarterfinals quite feasible. The quarterfinal matches are scheduled for July 5th to 6th. With more than 20 days remaining, approximately 3 weeks. This time frame should suffice for Diego Costa to recuperate, providing ample opportunity for him to regain his form alongside the team. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Bosch decided to evaluate Costa's recovery before allowing him to participate in the quarterfinals. If necessary, a few additional days could be afforded, enabling him to compete in the semifinals and finals once he was fully fit. Of course, this was contingent upon Spain reaching the Final Four. On June 18th, the match between Brazil and Mexico commenced. Compared to their first match against Croatia, Mexico presented a significantly tougher challenge for Brazil. Thus, this match served as a true test for the Brazilian squad. The external attention on this encounter was immense, as it was pivotal in assessing Brazil's caliber. Based on the performances observed in the first round of the group stage, 4 teams emerged as favorites for the championship: Spain, Brazil, Germany, and Argentina. Were it not for Spain's overwhelmingly dominant display, the host nation, Brazil, would likely have been considered the primary contender for the title. Even if not the most favored, Brazil's matches continued to draw countless spectators to the stadium. At the onset of the match, over 60,000 fans filled the stands. Countless Samba supporters flocked from across the nation to cheer for their beloved team. As the Brazilian national anthem resonated, the entire crowd of 60,000, along with the players on the field and the coaches on the sidelines, united in harmonious song, showcasing an unprecedented solidarity. Brazil's star player, Neymar, was so moved during the anthem that tears streamed down his face. The world's top defender, Thiago Silva, sang with his eyes closed, feeling every drop of blood in his veins boiling with anticipation to vanquish the Mexicans. However, after 90 minutes, Thiago Silva's heart grew cold, and Neymar, who had shed tears before, found himself weeping once more. The scoreboard displayed a figure that was utterly unacceptable to all Brazilian players and fans, 0-0. After 90 minutes, the second favorites for the championship, Brazil, had astonishingly been held to a draw by Mexico. As if that were not disheartening enough, they had failed to score. The Brazilian team, renowned for its formidable attacking prowess, delivered a dismal performance, with their once mighty forward line rendered completely ineffective. In a match where they dominated the field, Brazil's forwards squandered countless opportunities and ultimately faced retribution. Following this defeat, they now share the same points as Mexico, with both teams vying for the top position in their group. If Brazil wishes to avoid encountering formidable teams that topped other groups in the knockout stage, they must secure a victory in their final group match and strive to maximize their goal difference. Otherwise, they may very well slip to second place in their group. According to the World Cup regulations, the first place in Group A will face the second place in Group B, while the second place in Group A will contend against the first place in Group B. Currently, Spain holds the top position in Group B, and should Brazil fail to emerge as group leaders, they would confront Spain prematurely in the round of 16. Given the current form of both teams, Brazil's chances of overcoming Spain appear to be less than 30%. Thus, this result not only inflicted hardship upon Brazil, but also adversely affected Spain next door. Initially, they were set to face a second-tier team like Mexico in the round of 16, but due to Brazil's unexpected stumble, the top seeds risk an early clash. The intensity has escalated dramatically. For Mexico, they can fully embrace this result. After all, compared to defeat, the current score is more advantageous for their pursuit of group leadership. If they aspire to reach the quarterfinals, they must avoid encountering Spain at all costs. Therefore, in their next match, they need to fiercely battle Croatia, aiming to secure a comprehensive victory to accumulate ample goal difference. The match's most valuable player award was bestowed upon Mexico's goalkeeper, Ochoa, who executed 6 spectacular saves. In the 26th minute, Neymar aimed a header toward the corner, only to be miraculously thwarted by Ochoa. Subsequent slow-motion replays revealed that he nearly scooped the ball out just as it crossed the goal line. Yet, that was not the most astonishing moment. Towards the end of the match, Ochoa displayed a miraculous instinctive reaction, deflecting Thiago Silva's close-range header from the goal line with his right hand. This save left the Brazilians in utter despair, as their commentator lamented that on this day, the Mexican team had not one person standing on the goal line, but a deity. The draw between Brazil and Mexico was undoubtedly good news for Croatia and Cameroon. Both teams, by defeating each other, could keep their hopes of advancement alive until the final round. A victory in that match would ensure their progression. Consequently, both teams played with great fervor, ultimately leading to Croatia's triumph, who emerged victorious with a resounding 4-0 win over Cameroon, thanks to 3 goals from Modric and Mandzukic combined. Having won this match, Croatia could finally breathe a sigh of relief, as a victory against Mexico in the final round would guarantee their advancement, and should Brazil falter, they might even secure the top spot in their group. Cameroon, having drawn both of their matches, was eliminated a round early, becoming the first team to exit this World Cup. The unexpected turn of events in Group A startled Bosch. Damn the Brazilians, how did they falter? Brazil sought to avoid an early encounter with Spain, and Spain equally wished to postpone facing them, with Diego Costa still recovering from injury. A clash with Brazil in the knockout stage would pose significant challenges for Spain. Thus, he planned to make early preparations, by giving their all in the match against Chile, and subsequently fielding substitutes in the final round. He aimed to afford the main players some much-needed rest, thereby fortifying their resolve for the ensuing knockout phase. In the World Cup knockout stage, every match is decisive, with no distinction between home and away. Hence, the margin for error is minimal. Even the most formidable teams can stumble, especially when confronted by equally strong adversaries. For Chile, being placed in Group B, alongside the previous World Cup champions and runners-up, was undoubtedly a stroke of misfortune. However, as a powerhouse of South America, they were not inclined to concede defeat easily. Currently, the Netherlands was struggling. They had suffered a staggering 1-5 defeat against Spain in their opening match, and their recent encounter had culminated in a mere 3-2 victory over the weakest team, Australia. This ignited a flicker of hope for the Chileans. On paper, Chile's strength was inferior to that of both Spain and the Netherlands. Yet, in football, anything is possible. Should they manage to cause an upset against the formidable Spanish side, their prospects of advancing would become exceedingly optimistic. Of course, even a loss would not spell doom. Presently, Chile boasted a goal difference of 4, while the Netherlands held a 3. This meant that in their final match against the Netherlands, as long as they secured either a win or a draw, they could progress, provided they did not suffer a heavy defeat. Thus, it was only natural for Chile to adopt a defensive strategy. A narrow loss would be akin to a victory. If they could force a draw, it would be even better. Even in defeat, if they managed to keep the goal difference to within 2, they would still have a superior tally compared to the Dutch. Upon witnessing the opponent's impenetrable defense, Bosch's lips twitched slightly. It was indeed a fortified defense, and he had not been mistaken. Breaking down a compact defense is a challenge for all teams worldwide, and Spain was no exception. In this match, the opponent's defensive posture was even more exaggerated than that of the previous Dutch team. Spain had no choice but to resort to a possession-based, pressing style of play, attempting to encircle the opponent's goal in search of opportunities. The first 30 minutes passed in relative calm. Spain's possession rate was astonishingly high, and the players' passing accuracy was commendable. Yet they found themselves unable to score. Their attacks were thwarted time and again, and even when they occasionally penetrated, the opponent would resort to decisive fouls to disrupt Spain's offensive maneuvers. By the 30-minute mark, the Chilean team had already accrued 3 yellow cards. From their number of fouls committed, it is evident that they felt the immense pressure exerted by the Spanish team. In this match, Chile's goalkeeper Bravo delivered an outstanding performance. In the 15th minute, he thwarted Torres' clear-cut chance, and in the 27th minute, he saved Lin Quan's long-range strike. Both attempts posed significant threats. Had it not been for Bravo's remarkable skills, Spain would have taken the lead long ago. On the grand stage of the World Cup, beyond the fervent fans, there are also scouts from various clubs. With his exceptional display, Bravo garnered praise from numerous scouts, including those from prestigious clubs such as Barcelona. Faced with the impenetrable defense of their opponents, the Spanish team began to explore set pieces and long-range shots. In the 35th minute, Lin Quan created space at the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a high-quality long-range shot. Once again, Bravo was there, deflecting the ball onto the crossbar and averting yet another crisis for his team. Witnessing this save, Lin Quan placed his hands on his hips, feeling somewhat helpless. How does this player seem even more formidable than Buffon and Neuer? Every World Cup seems to unveil a plethora of goalkeepers in stunning form. Xavi took a corner kick, leading to chaos in the box, as Ramos and the opposing defender Vina both fell to the ground while contesting for the ball, yet the referee remained unresponsive. Pique managed to get to the ball, but his header lacked power, allowing Bravo to easily collect it. The latter, audacious and astute, noticed that most of the Spanish players were positioned in their own half and swiftly charged out from his goal, performing a throw-in directly to the winger Sanchez. Sanchez, like a race car, accelerated along the flank, rapidly advancing into Spain's half. Despite Chile adopting a defensive strategy, it did not imply they had abandoned their attacking ambitions. With a key player like Sanchez, how could they relinquish their advantage? Spain's defense was vulnerable, as both central defenders were engaged in the opponent's penalty area. In a crucial moment, Busquets intervened, committing a tactical foul on his club teammate. Although Busquets displayed a commendable attitude of accountability, the referee issued a strict red card. Stunned by the decision, Busquets protested, arguing that the foul occurred far from the goal and Sanchez had not yet established a clear chance. Believing it should have warranted only a yellow card, he fervently attempted to persuade the referee to reconsider his judgment. However, the referee remained resolute, deeming it a red card. His reasoning was straightforward. Sanchez had already crossed the halfway line and was poised to cut inside with the ball, while Busquets was the last defender. And his foul thwarted Chile's opportunity for a clear chance, thus justifying the red card. Observing this decision, Coach Bosque also became agitated on the sidelines, vocally protesting to the fourth official, yet to no avail, as the fourth official could not overturn or influence the referee's ruling. Consequently, before the first half concluded, Spain found themselves reduced to 10 men. In a moment of desperation, Bosque was compelled to make a reactive substitution. He replaced Torres with Xabi Alonso. The opponent's dense defense had once again left Torres adrift, resulting in a lamentable performance where he was virtually invisible in the attacking front. His removal had minimal impact on Spain's formation, whereas the pivotal position of defensive midfielder could not afford to be vacant. The substituted Torres appeared somewhat morose, acutely aware of his struggles on the field, lacking the exceptional dribbling and evasion skills of Lin Quan. He found it exceedingly challenging to secure possession and maneuver within the congested defense. Thus, he held no grievances against Bosquet's decision, attributing the blame solely to his own inadequacies. However, it was evident that Torres harbored a deep-seated discontent. With one player down, the opposing team fortified their defense. The match's dynamics turned increasingly unfavorable for Spain, instigating concern among the spectators who had gathered at the Maracana Stadium. Would Spain follow in Brazil's footsteps and succumb to a draw against Chile? Yet, at that critical moment, a hero emerged. In the 43rd minute, Lin Quan, in collaboration with his teammates, executed a splendid sequence of play to penetrate the penalty area and received a pass from Iniesta. Faced with Bravo, who had thwarted countless shots before, Lin Quan opted against a direct strike and instead continued to advance. He aimed to outmaneuver the goalkeeper. Bravo, aware of Lin Quan's intentions, found himself with no alternative. Remaining stationary in front of the goal would only allow Lin Quan to draw nearer, drastically reducing his reaction time should a shot be taken. Even with impeccable reflexes, it would be nearly impossible to save a shot from such proximity. Thus, he was left with no choice but to charge forward. However, his advance fell squarely into Lin Quan's trap. Undaunted in one-on-one confrontations, Bravo lowered his center of gravity, arms outstretched to maximize his coverage while fixating on the ball at Lin Quan's feet. He was poised to seize the moment, ready to act at the slightest indication. As Lin Quan approached the goal, his pace began to wane. With his left foot, he stepped forward, shifting his weight as if preparing to transfer the ball from his right foot to his left. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity presented by Lin Quan's shift in balance, Bravo lunged towards the ball with the ferocity of a starving tiger. His agility was remarkable, yet Lin Quan's reflexes were even swifter. Just as Bravo made his move, Lin Quan retracted his left foot, striking the ball with his right in a precise collision. The ball soared into the air, arching over Bravo's head and heading straight for the unguarded Chilean goal. The crowd erupted in astonishment. A rainbow flick. To witness such an exquisite display of skill on the grand stage of the World Cup was nothing short of extraordinary. After eluding Bravo, Lin Quan pursued the ball near the goal line. With a fleeting glance at the rolling football, Lin Quan refrained from delivering a final blow. Instead, he watched as it crossed the goal line before extending his arms wide, akin to a diving bomber, celebrating close to the turf. The Spanish players, equally exhilarated, rushed over to join Lin Quan in a jubilant plunge along the sidelines. The score on the field transformed to 1-0. Spain had finally breached the Chilean defense, shattering their impenetrable formation. Lin Quan's goal elicited thunderous applause, with all but the Chilean supporters rising to offer him their cheers and ovations. Goals in the World Cup are not uncommon, yet such a magnificent strike is indeed a rarity, especially when it is crafted by a superstar like Lin Quan. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Could it be Lin the Emperor? Were he donned in a different jersey, one might mistake him for a Brazilian player. The finesse displayed was indeed remarkable. It became evident that Lin Quan did not lack the ability. Rather, he had chosen not to flaunt it. Historically, Lin Quan had eschewed ostentatious tricks, favoring a style of play that was straightforward and unembellished, leading many fans to underestimate his capabilities, believing he lacked the flair of samba stars like Neymar and Ronaldinho. Now, however, Lin Quan has demonstrated through action that he possesses these skills, but simply chooses not to employ them. The pendulum dribble, the nutmeg, the rainbow flick. Lin Quan's flair is increasingly exuberant. Upon arriving in South America, how could one not embrace local customs? Typically, one would only witness Neymar executing a rainbow flick. It was a rare sight to see him score in such a manner. Yet it seems Lin Quan has outshone him. Reflecting on that moment, it indeed seemed an apt occasion for a rainbow flick. Online, Lin Quan's goal left many in awe. Given his traditionally unpretentious style, it was difficult for anyone to envision him employing such flamboyant maneuvers. Chile's goalkeeper Bravo was equally unprepared, after being outmaneuvered by Lin Quan. His mindset was profoundly shaken, his confidence severely dented. Once Spain concluded their celebrations, the first half of the match swiftly drew to a close. With the goal scored before halftime, Spain's players returned to the locker room in high spirits, engaging in light-hearted banter. Conversely, the atmosphere for Chile was somber. The most critical error for a team relying on a defensive strategy is conceding the first goal. Once that occurs, it signifies a tactical failure, necessitating a strategic overhaul, rendering the parked bus formation ineffective. However, considering the disparity in capabilities between the two sides, how much confidence could they muster to breach Spain's defenses even after a tactical adjustment? Chilean coach Jorge racked his brain, struggling to devise an effective strategy. Ultimately, he resorted to deploying a standard 4-3-3 formation, hoping to mount an offensive in the second half. With Sanchez in their ranks, perhaps they could equalize, especially given that their opponents were a man down. Yet, just because Chile opted not to adjust does not mean Spain would remain static. The first half had been a vexing ordeal against their opponent's defensive setup, but now it was their turn to engage in counterattacking play, aiming to frustrate the Chileans. As the second half commenced, the Spanish team adopted a defensive counterattacking strategy, leaving the Chilean players bewildered. Was it truly possible for such a grand world champion to retreat and fortify their defenses in such a manner? They seemed to have cast away their pride. Meanwhile, the Spaniards remained unfazed, asserting that having one player less did not deter their approach. Had they been at full strength, they would have undoubtedly employed their trademark possession-based football to dominate the match. With Spain's defense firmly established, the situation had become irrevocable. Chile, left with no choice, shifted from defense to offense. Witnessing this transformation, the expressions of the spectators, whether present at the stadium or watching from the comfort of their homes, were marked by incredulity. The team that had relentlessly attacked in the first half now sought refuge in a defensive stance, while the side that had previously entrenched themselves in defense now surged forward. The change in field dynamics led to all offensive actions predominantly occurring in one half, creating a disorienting illusion for the fans, if one disregarded the contrasting jerseys. It seemed as though they were merely experiencing a continuation of the same match. However, notable differences persisted. In the face of Spain's formidable defense, Chile found themselves utterly impotent. They launched an aggressive assault for 20 minutes, but yielded nothing, with scarce threatening shots on goal. Conversely, Spain's counterattacks proved devastatingly effective. In the 61st minute, after regaining possession in their own half, Spain swiftly advanced the ball forward. A trio of passes from Iniesta to Silva culminated in the ball hurtling into the Chilean penalty area within mere seconds. Although the Chilean defenders valiantly attempted to thwart Iniesta, he cleverly flicked the ball to the advancing player behind him. Unmarked, Iniesta unleashed a powerful strike that pierced through Bravo's defenses, altering the score to 2-0. Bravo, unable to replicate his first-half heroics, seemed to have lost his form following Iniesta's previous attempt. Iniesta's goal nearly extinguished any lingering suspense in the match. With over 30 minutes remaining, Chile's quest to recover 2 goals appeared exceedingly daunting. While Sanchez is certainly a talented player, he could not single-handedly confront the entire Spanish squad, particularly as their compact defense left him with little room to maneuver. Additionally, many in the Spanish lineup were his club teammates, intimately familiar with his playing style, which resulted in a stringent marking once they focused their attention on him. Consequently, the Chilean team found themselves in a position of possession and attempts on goal, yet unable to breach the net. In stark contrast, Spain's counterattacks, whenever they posed a threat, seamlessly translated into goals. In the 78th minute, Alonso executed a long ball to the flank. David Silva delivered a precise through ball to Iniesta, who, in conjunction with his teammate, executed a 1-2 combination. Upon entering the penalty area, Iniesta's right-footed shot from 12 yards was fiercely blocked by a defender, allowing Chile to narrowly escape disaster. Yet, the fate of conceding a goal remained unchanged. Spain executed a tactical corner kick, with Xavi passing the ball to Lin Quan. After skillfully evading an opponent's challenge, Lin Quan delivered a precise cross into the penalty area. Ramos soared high, overpowering the defender Mena, and headed the ball into the net. 30. Spain seemed to be on the brink of euphoria. Following the goal, Ramos was overwhelmed with excitement, instinctively preparing to remove his jersey in celebration. For a defender, scoring on the grand stage of the World Cup is a moment worthy of any celebratory display. However, in the final moments, he regained his composure. In the previous match against the Netherlands, he had received a yellow card, according to World Cup regulations. Accumulating another yellow in this match would result in a suspension for the next game. Who were they facing next? Australia? Well then, perhaps a celebratory shirt removal would be permissible. After a brief pause, Ramos decided to take off his jersey. The referee, without hesitation, issued a yellow card to him. Yet Ramos appeared unconcerned. A yellow card is just a yellow card. It presented an opportunity to clear his slate against Australia. This way, he could play with greater freedom in the knockout stages. Sergio, did you just voluntarily seek a yellow card? Lin Quan inquired, intrigued by Ramos's actions. Heh, not at all. I was merely overwhelmed with excitement. Ramos replied with a sly grin, certainly not willing to admit to such a strategy. Lin Quan responded with an understanding expression. While such tactics might not sound commendable, they were a reasonable exploitation of the rules. Many players in League and Champions League contexts have adopted similar approaches. The accumulation of yellow cards in the World Cup is more stringent than in leagues or the Champions League. In the Premier League, a player must receive 5 yellow cards to face a suspension, while in the Champions League, it takes 3. However, in the World Cup, just 2 yellow cards lead to a suspension, and these cards carry through until the semi-finals, including those received during the group stage. For forward players like Lin Quan, this is less of a concern as their defensive responsibilities are minimal, thus reducing their likelihood of receiving cards. Nevertheless, for a defender like Ramos, the probability of accruing cards is significant. As the cornerstone of Spain's defense, a suspension during a crucial match would greatly impact the team's backline. After trailing by 3 goals, Chile's morale utterly collapsed. In the final stages of the match, although Sanchez continued to fight valiantly in an attempt to alter their fate, the other players displayed no desire to battle. They simply wished for the match to conclude swiftly so they could prepare for their last showdown with the Netherlands. With Chile devoid of any fighting spirit, Spain sought to conserve their energy. However, the substitutes brought on exhibited a commendable attacking enthusiasm. In the 80th minute, Mata attempted a long-range shot from outside the penalty area. The shot was of high quality, but fortune eluded him as the ball grazed the post and veered off. In the 84th minute, Koch, who replaced Xavi, also ventured a long-range attempt. In the final stages of the match, Bravo appeared to regain his form, leaping to deflect the ball and preventing Spain from scoring a 4th goal. Losing by 3 goals is already considered a significant defeat, but conceding 4 would be deemed a complete rout. Chilean players were determined to avoid such a fate, especially as they competed with the Netherlands for 2nd place in their group. Each additional goal conceded could jeopardize their chances of advancement. As the match drew to a close, Spain executed their final corner kick. Lin Quan's corner kick was cleared by the Chilean defenders, yet the ball remained under Spanish control outside the penalty area. Mata, having controlled the ball's descent, delivered another cross into the Chilean box. Ramos leapt with all his might, directing a header that struck the post. Before he could express his frustration, the ball ricocheted off his leg and into the net. Staring at the ball rolling within the goal, Ramos was momentarily stunned. As was Chilean goalkeeper Bravo, players from both teams, along with the spectators, were left in disbelief. Who could have anticipated that the match's highest scorer would be a defender? With his 2 goals in this match, Ramos ascended to 3rd place on the scoring chart, surpassed only by Lin Quan with 4 goals and Thomas Muller with 3. Ramos had long been acknowledged as a defender, but this World Cup solidified that reputation, as he scored more goals than the majority of forwards from other teams. One must acknowledge the astonishing nature of this feat. Despite Chile's efforts to avoid a humiliating defeat, they ultimately succumbed to a comprehensive loss against Spain, resulting in a negative goal difference of 2. Nevertheless, their goal difference still surpassed that of the Netherlands. Both teams lost to Spain by 4 goals. Yet the Netherlands managed only 1 positive goal difference against Australia, whereas Chile achieved 2. This meant that, going into the final round, Chile held a 1-goal advantage over the Netherlands in terms of goal difference. Consequently, a draw in their last match would suffice for Chile to advance. However, history has repeatedly demonstrated that scenarios where a draw guarantees advancement often lead to elimination. Despite the disappointing loss, the Chilean players were mentally prepared for defeat. After the match, many sought out Spanish stars to exchange jerseys. The Spanish players found it difficult to refuse, given the nature of their victory. Among those requesting a jersey exchange was the Chilean goalkeeper Bravo, which took Lin Quan by surprise. "May I exchange jerseys?" he asked. After Bravo's defeat, his demeanor appeared rather disheartened. It remains unclear whether his request to Lin Quan for a jersey swap stemmed from admiration for Lin's performance in the match or a desire to retain a memento of the humiliation, serving as motivation for his future endeavors. Although surprised, Lin readily acquiesced, responding affirmatively. The 2 swiftly exchanged jerseys. Bravo courteously remarked, "Thank you. You played exceptionally well. Keep it up. Lin nodded in acknowledgement, replying, You too. Keep pushing forward and triumph over the Dutch. With Lin's encouragement, a smile finally graced Bravo's face. Rest assured, I shall not allow them to score easily, he declared, clenching his fist and striking the air emphatically. Lin silently offered a moment of reverence for the Dutch team. If Bravo were to unleash his fury, breaching the goal he defended would prove a daunting task. The Dutch team undeniably possessed considerable strength. Yet following their staggering defeat to Spain, their morale seemed to waver. They nearly stumbled against Australia, and facing Chile in such a state, the outcome was indeed uncertain. Nevertheless, this concern lay outside Spain's purview. Post-match, Bosque promptly declared a break and announced the starting lineup for the next match. This indicated that the key players who did not make the starting roster for the forthcoming game could enjoy a well-deserved respite. The locker room erupted in jubilant cheers as the players hoisted Bosque into the air in gratitude for his sagacious decision, leaving the venerable coach quite startled. The locker room floor was unforgiving. Lacking the forgiving nature of the pitch, should the players happen to slip, he would surely face a perilous fall. Spain's recent consecutive victories had showcased their formidable prowess to the world. Notably, even with one player sent off during the match against Chile, they still secured a resounding victory. A display of dominance that left other participating teams somewhat breathless. Consequently, following this match, Spain's odds of clinching the championship soared yet again. The latest updates from the betting company indicated Spain's championship odds at 1.95, suggesting that the public perceived their chances of victory to surpass 50. Chapter complete. Chapter 128. A catastrophe for the Korean team? Seizing the opportunity to mercilessly strike the fallen. Despite being Brazilian, I firmly believe that Spain will emerge as the champion of this World Cup. Following the conclusion of the match between Spain and Chile, the long-silent football legend Pelé could no longer contain himself and finally voiced his opinion. Pelé's remarks instantly sparked fervent discussion. Brazilian fans collectively exhaled in relief, grateful that Pelé had refrained from cursing the Brazilian team further. As for his previous jinx on Spain, Brazilian supporters could hardly contain their glee. Even those who had previously doubted Pelé's jinxing prowess now found themselves hoping for his predictions to come to fruition. If his jinx could vanquish Spain, they would eagerly wish for Pelé to unleash his curses daily. As for the fans from other countries, particularly those from Spain, upon hearing Pelé's ominous prediction, they were engulfed in despair. Indeed, Pelé has cast his shadow upon Spain. My dear comrades, I am beginning to feel anxious. Is it still prudent to wager on Spain's victory? Let us not falter. Should we triumph, we shall revel in glory, but should we falter, we must brace ourselves for the consequences. Let us go all in. The winds atop the rooftop are fierce, my friends. We must remain composed. It is rather unsettling. I shall first place a modest bet on Spain defeating Australia to gauge the waters. If it were merely the betting companies casting doubt upon Spain, the fans might not be overly concerned. The odds of winning the championship are merely for show. They bear little significance. However, Pelé's foreboding words have stirred immediate trepidation among the Spanish supporters. The knockout stage of the World Cup is a single elimination affair, rife with unpredictability. Even with Spain's superior prowess, there is no guarantee of advancement. Should misfortune strike and some inexplicable event unfold, it could indeed spell disaster. Moreover, Pelé has a history of such forewarnings. Much like his ill-fated prediction 4 years ago during the South African World Cup, when he cast a pall over the then-favored Brazilian team, led by stars such as Kaká and Ronaldinho, Brazil was the team most anticipated to triumph. Pelé's ominous words appeared innocuous at first, yet Brazil was swiftly dispatched by the Netherlands, returning home before even reaching the semifinals. It was precisely because of Brazil's painful experience 4 years prior that the fans this time fervently beseeched Pelé not to cast his shadow over their team. The Samba supporters are genuinely apprehensive of history repeating itself. Within the Spanish squad, some players share this apprehension. Pelé's track record is undeniably formidable, leaving no room for dismissal. Coach Vicente Del Bosque had initially intended to field a completely reserved team against Australia, but Pelé's foreboding words have caused him to reconsider. Perhaps we should include some key players in the starting lineup for the next match? Noticing his hesitation, Coach Tony probed gently. Very well, let us proceed. Del Bosque acquiesced readily, confidently making his decision. For the vast majority of teams in the second round, it can be said that this match is pivotal in determining their chances of advancing from the group stage. In Group C, Japan and Greece, both having suffered defeats in their first match, faced off in a critical encounter. The result was a stalemate, ending in a 0-0 draw, with Greece managing to withstand Japan's relentless assault even after being reduced to 10 men in the 38th minute. Japan dominated possession with an impressive 74, unleashing 18 attempts on goal, yet they could not breach Greece's defenses. This draw proved detrimental for both teams, having garnered only a single point from 2 matches. Each must secure victory in their next encounter to retain hopes of advancement, lest they face elimination. Meanwhile, on the other side, South American powerhouse Colombia triumphed over Ivory Coast with a score of 2-1, securing their place in the next round ahead of schedule. The Ivorian team, featuring the formidable Didier Drogba, currently stands with 1 win and 1 loss, accumulating 3 points. A mere draw against Greece in their next match will suffice for them to advance. In Group D, Uruguay triumphed over England with a score of 2-1, delivering a second consecutive defeat to their opponents. Consequently, England became the first European team to be eliminated from the tournament. The Three Lions truly deserve the moniker of Europe's perennial underachievers, as they consistently falter in major competitions. Following their exit, the media in Fleet Street lamented in despair. The dreams of the British Empire in the World Cup have once again been shattered. However, it is not only the English who are in mourning. Italy, another European team in the same group, shares in the lamentation. In a surprising turn of events, Italy suffered a shocking 0-1 loss to Costa Rica in the latest round. This defeat not only dashed their hopes of securing an early advancement, but also granted Costa Rica an early qualification from the group stage. Following this loss, Italy found themselves in a precarious position. In the final round, they must face Uruguay, the already qualified opponent, in a direct battle for the last remaining qualification spot. Fortunately for Italy, they possess a goal difference advantage, meaning that a draw would suffice for them to progress. Yet, as the old saying goes, teams that rely on a draw for advancement often find themselves eliminated. Despite experts deeming Group D a group of death following the draw, it was Costa Rica, initially seen as the underdog, that secured early qualification, while 2 traditional European powerhouses faced elimination and uncertainty. Such an outcome is indeed unexpected, encapsulating the allure of the World Cup. In Group E, Didier Deschamps' French team performed admirably, sweeping aside Switzerland with a score of 5-2. With 2 victories under their belt and a goal difference of 6, their prospects for advancement are exceedingly bright. Although France has yet to officially qualify, they only face a theoretical possibility of elimination in the final round, as long as they do not lose by more than 4 goals. And Switzerland does not win by 5 or more goals, France will progress as group leaders. Thus, it can be reasonably concluded that France has effectively secured their place in the next stage. After the match, the French celebrated by serenading Deschamps with praise. Despite not fielding an exceptionally strong squad, the team's performance has pleasantly surprised the French supporters. Naturally, while reveling in their success, the French did not miss the opportunity to mock their neighbors, the British. Knowing their own squad's limitations, the French had maintained a humble demeanor prior to the tournament, refraining from presenting themselves as favorites. In stark contrast, the British had boisterously lauded the Three Lions, asserting their championship potential and even predicting their capability to topple the Spanish dynasty. They cited the sole match in 3 years in which Spain lost to England in 2011 as evidence of their claim. Such shameless behavior certainly warrants a dose of satire. Nations love to settle scores in the aftermath. The other advancement spot in Group E will be contested between Switzerland and Ecuador, with their final opponents being the weakest team in the group, Honduras, and the strongest, France. Based on the latest round of matchups, Switzerland's chances of advancing appear more promising, provided that the French team does not ease up. In Group F, Argentina's performance has been somewhat erratic, leading to diminished expectations from the public. Although they ultimately triumphed 1-0 against Iran, securing their second victory in the group stage, Argentina's display was far from impressive. Confronted with Iran's resolute defense, Argentina struggled to create significant scoring opportunities throughout the match. It is truly perplexing that a team boasting superstars like Messi, Higuain, and Aguero could face such deficiencies in offensive firepower. Had it not been for Messi's extraordinary individual prowess and a stroke of luck, securing a last-minute long-range goal to clinch the match against Iran, Argentina might have found themselves held to a draw by a team considerably inferior in strength. In Group G, The once dominant German team displayed a stark contrast in performance compared to their previous match, managing only a 2-2 draw against a Ghana team that is not particularly formidable. If not for the timely intervention of substitute Klose, Germany would have faced the humiliation of being overturned by Ghana. In another match within the same group, Portugal salvaged a late equalizer against the United States, resulting in a 2-2 draw. With 1 draw and 1 loss, Portugal now teeters on the brink of elimination. In their next match, they must not only defeat Ghana, but do so convincingly to rectify the goal difference with the United States. As one of the 3 premier players of our time, Cristiano Ronaldo's situation stands in stark contrast to that of Lin Quan and Messi. The Spanish team, featuring Lin Quan, is in a state of frenzy, exhibiting an unstoppable rhythm. Meanwhile, Messi's Argentina, despite their rocky path to victory, has managed to win, placing both teams in favorable positions for advancement. Ronaldo, however, leads a team on the verge of elimination. Following the match, a wave of criticism directed at Ronaldo emerged online. Is this the extent of the legendary duo's prowess? With not a single goal to his name, how can he boast of standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Quan and Messi? Let us not be disingenuous. Messi is the only one receiving acknowledgement, while Lin Quan remains unrecognized. I contend that the title of legendary duo aptly applies to Messi and Lin Quan, without dispute. To the critics, do you not see the effort I put forth? Did you overlook my previous goal against Germany? The Germans were already leading by 4 goals. They merely granted you 1 for the sake of sportsmanship, yet you took it seriously? Indeed. The notion that German players were merely strolling at the end of the last match is exaggerated. Their performance was more akin to leisurely walking. Despite the fervent defenses mounted by Ronaldo's admirers, the opinions of sports fans remain unaffected. In competitive sports, poor performance is an original sin. Even if Ronaldo's supporters argue that Portugal's strength pales in comparison to that of Spain and Argentina, the general sentiment remains unchanged. Regardless of Portugal's standing against Spain and Argentina, they ought to secure advancement from their group, at the very least. While they may falter against Germany, few have criticized Portugal and Ronaldo. However, it is rather absurd that even the United States cannot prevail, which is indeed quite embarrassing. Do the opposing American team possess any stars? Not a single one. There are hardly any players even competing in the top 5 leagues. In contrast, Portugal boasts notable stars such as Pepe, Cristiano Ronaldo, Cointreau, and Nani, with over half of its players featuring in prestigious leagues. As the leading star, Ronaldo inevitably faces criticism after a loss, much like Messi does when Argentina falters. Moreover, Ronaldo's performance has been subpar, scoring only once in 2 matches. He trails behind Lin Quan's 4 goals, and even Messi's 2. This solitary goal holds little significance when compared to Lin Quan's crucial strikes during tense moments and Messi's decisive finish. Thus, in the direct comparison of the 3 elite stars, Ronaldo's performance naturally appears the weakest, making him a target for criticism. He should disregard external critiques and focus earnestly on the remaining matches. If he can help the team advance from the group stage, all criticism will dissipate, and those who once criticized him will surely sing his praises. Concerned that external criticism might adversely affect Ronaldo's form, Mendes personally reached out to him in an attempt to soothe his emotions. Ronaldo acknowledged the call with a mere grunt, uttering little else. He is well aware of the critiques, and post-match, some audacious journalists brought up the issue, which infuriated him. In truth, Ronaldo does not need external criticism to feel frustrated. He is already vexed within. The American team has tightly marked him, making it difficult for him to find opportunities during Portugal's attacks. Having grown accustomed to the elite midfielders at Real Madrid, Ronaldo is struggling to adapt to the national team, where the midfield strength pales in comparison. He seldom receives quality passes and often has to create opportunities for his teammates himself. The equalizing goal scored by Varela was indeed assisted by Ronaldo. He believes that if he could borrow Modric for the Portuguese squad, he would surely perform more comfortably. Alas, such a loan is not feasible. The intensity of Group H matches is considerably lower than that of other groups, though this does not seem to apply to a certain global superpower. In this round, the European Red Devils, Belgium, narrowly defeated Russia, achieving 2 victories and nearly securing a spot in the next round. The originating nation of the universe nearly faced disaster in their match against Algeria from Africa, though the catastrophe would have befallen the superpower itself. Prior to the match, South Korean media held an optimistic outlook, believing Algeria to be the weakest team in Group H. They thought that if the Korean team could conquer them and claim those 3 points, they would secure a favorable position in the group stage. However, once the match commenced, the Koreans were left bewildered. Beginning from the 26th minute, Algeria scored consecutively, netting 3 goals in a mere span of 12 minutes. The Korean players were utterly bewildered. Was this truly the underperforming team they had anticipated? How could they possibly appear to be the weakest in the group? The Algerian players were equally perplexed. Was this the same team that reached the semifinals in the 2002 World Cup? They seemed so feeble. It appeared that the rumors of dubious officiating were indeed substantiated. How could a team that languished at the bottom of the group reach the semifinals? It was a disheartening revelation. Realizing this, the Algerian players pressed on, scoring another goal in the second half, extending their lead to 4. Although Son Heung-min managed to score a consolation goal for Korea before the final whistle, they ultimately succumbed to Algeria with a dismal score of 1-4. Upon the announcement of this result back in South Korea, it immediately incited a wave of outrage. Countless Korean fans lambasted and even attacked the participating players, particularly those defenders who had erred, with some being urged to take drastic measures in apology. The head coach, Hong Myung-bo, faced demands for immediate dismissal due to the team's poor performance, and the fans showed little concern for who would lead the national team thereafter. While some rejoiced, others lamented. The crushing defeat of the Korean team left their supporters indignant, while simultaneously eliciting celebrations across Europe. Fans of Spain and Italy, the 2 principal victims from the 2002 Korea-Japan World Cup, were so elated they could hardly contain their joy, ready to celebrate in the streets for days on end. The grievances from that tournament had not yet fully dissipated. The quadrennial World Cup is a dream for many football stars. Yet 2 instances of dubious officiating had led to their bitter defeats, becoming an everlasting source of pain for fans in both nations. Thus, whenever they encountered the Korean team, they felt compelled to exact revenge in any way possible. Considering that Korea's final match would be against Belgium, Lin Quan even took the initiative to call several of his Belgian teammates, urging them to show no mercy and to score as many goals as possible. Although Belgium held no particular animosity towards Korea, upon receiving Lin Quan's call, both De Bruyne and company readily affirmed their intent to play fiercely against Korea, declaring that those who resort to underhanded tactics must be met with retribution. Rest assured, I will ensure they receive their just deserts. The chapter concludes with Chapter 129, 3 victories, Group First Progression. On June 24th, the final round of the group stage commenced. Brazil withstood the pressure, triumphing over Cameroon with a commanding score of 4-1, successfully advancing to the knockout stage as the group leader. Mexico also emerged victorious against Croatia, yet their goal difference lagged behind Brazil's by 2, forcing them to qualify as the second in their group. As for Croatia, led by Modric, they finished with 1 win and 2 losses, regrettably placing 3rd and being eliminated from the tournament. Cameroon, hailing from Africa, faced a disheartening exit with 3 defeats, scoring only 1 goal while conceding 9. Following the confirmation of the advancing teams in Group A, both qualifiers turned their keen attention to the final outcomes in Group B. With Spain having already secured their advancement, coach Vicente Del Bosque opted to field several substitutes in the final match. It was the first starting appearance for players such as De Gea, Koke, Martinez, Juanfran, Villa, Mata, Fabregas, and Pedro. Nevertheless, to ensure a solid victory, Del Bosque retained some key players on the pitch, including the stalwarts Iniesta, Llorente, and Alonso. Meanwhile, the team's primary defender Ramos was suspended due to accumulating 2 yellow cards, while Xavi and David Silva observed from the bench. The atmosphere among the Spanish squad was notably relaxed, devoid of significant pressure. However, the team was still determined to secure a victory. Despite having progressed, Spain had not yet completely clinched the top position in the group. A substantial defeat to Australia in the final round could theoretically jeopardize their lead. The likelihood of this occurring was minimal, as Spain boasted a goal difference of 8, significantly ahead of the Netherlands and Chile by 11 and 10 goals, respectively. Such a disparity would require an extraordinary comeback from Australia, coupled with Spain suffering an overwhelming defeat, a scenario bordering on implausibility. Australia, having lost both previous matches, sat at the bottom of the group, and hoping for a disastrous performance against Spain was akin to wishing for a lottery win. As the match unfolded, events transpired as anticipated. Although Spain fielded a majority of substitutes against the feeble Australian side, their bench remained considerably stronger than their opponents. In the 16th minute of the first half, Villa found the back of the net, putting Spain ahead by 1 goal. The Australian players, though already eliminated, displayed commendable resilience, fighting for their honor. Rather than adopting a defensive posture, they boldly engaged Spain in an offensive contest. While victory was unattainable for Australia, scoring against the reigning champions would be a notable achievement, allowing them to boast upon returning home that they had breached the goal of the world champions, Spain. However, Australia's choice to confront Spain head-on left them vulnerable to the latter's relentless assaults. In the 36th minute of the first half, Spain netted another goal. After a series of intricate passes involving Llorente, Mata, Iniesta, and Fabregas, the ball was elegantly dispatched into the Australian net by Llorente. At that moment, the Australian players felt the suffocating reality of facing the world's most formidable team, realizing that they could no longer keep pace with their opponents. Subsequently, after a series of continuous passes from Spain, the opposing players appeared dazed, instinctively following the ball, creating significant gaps in their defense. This allowed the Spanish players to weave through effortlessly and take aim without restraint. In such circumstances, conceding a goal was far from surprising. It would have been miraculous not to concede. After gaining a 2-goal lead, Australia finally awakened. They dared not press forward any longer, opting instead to tighten their defense and adopt a posture of staunch resistance. The considerable disparity in strength between the two teams illuminated the harsh reality. Scoring against Spain was indeed a monumental challenge. Even a formidable team like the Netherlands managed only a single goal, while Chile failed to find the net entirely. Even when Spain was a player down, this proved that a defensive strategy was indeed effective. The score of 2-0 was preserved until halftime. As the second half commenced, Spain made personnel adjustments. Iniesta was substituted for Torres, signaling a shift to a dual-striker formation. However, this strategy seemed to yield little benefit, as both Villa and Torres struggled to find clear opportunities against the opponent's compact defense. Bosque continued to make changes. In the 65th minute, he replaced Xabi Alonso with Xavi. This substitution quickly bore fruit. In the 69th minute, Xavi orchestrated an attack from midfield, and after a series of passes, the ball found its way to Torres. Using his robust physique to withstand the defender's pull, Torres surged into the penalty area and unleashed a powerful shot, scoring. This marked Torres' second goal in the current World Cup, with both goals assisted by Lin Quan. After scoring, Torres was elated, celebrating with a graceful slide on his knees at the sidelines. Playing alongside his national teammates brought him immense joy. There was always a group of selfless and talented teammates eager to provide him with passes. As long as he made the right runs, the ball would inevitably find its way to his feet. His only task was to convert those opportunities into goals. With 2 goals in 3 matches on the grand stage of the World Cup, he felt a resurgence of his former glory. Torres' best performance in the World Cup came during the 2006 tournament in Germany, where he netted 3 goals across 4 matches, including a brace. Unfortunately, Spain faced a formidable French team in the round of 16, prematurely ending their World Cup journey. Had he continued in such fine form, he surely would have added to his tally. Fast forward 8 years, Torres is now 30 years old. After experiencing a decline both at the club level and with the national team, one might have assumed he would struggle to make an impact on such an international stage again. Unexpectedly, Lin Quan's emergence rejuvenated him. The passes Lin Quan delivered were often opportunities he could have taken himself, yet Lin Quan selflessly chose to assist. Such a commendable teammate would be a tremendous asset if only he could be brought to the club. Alas, that is not feasible. Manchester City would not part with him. Moreover, it would be inappropriate for Torres to express a desire for Lin Quan to remain merely as his supporting player. After Torres scored, Bosque continued to make substitutions. He replaced Lin Quan with David Silva. Although Lin Quan had only netted a single goal in this match, his contributions on the field were evident to all the fans. Consequently, when Lin Quan was substituted, the spectators rose to their feet, showering him with applause. Lin Quan reciprocated by clapping towards all corners of the stadium, expressing his gratitude for the fans' support. Witnessing this moment, Bosque wore a satisfied smile. He had specifically reserved the last substitution for Lin Quan, aiming to compensate for the previous match where he had no opportunity to substitute him, thereby allowing Lin Quan to relish the fans' cheers and accolades. Splendidly done. As Lin Quan approached the sidelines and exchanged high-fives with David Silva, Bosque opened his arms wide, offering a warm embrace. "Lin, you must be parched. Here, drink some water to replenish your energy." Once Lin Quan settled onto the bench, Coach Tony promptly handed him a bottle of energy drink to help him rehydrate. Lin Quan politely thanked him and took large gulps. He indeed felt thirsty, and the drink was chilled, providing a refreshing sensation under the blazing sun. Nearby players looked on with envy, noting how favored he was by the two coaches. "Coach Tony, I'm a bit thirsty too. Could I have a bottle of drink?" Peak reached out for a drink, but did not receive a warm response from Coach Tony. "It's over there. Go get it yourself," Tony retorted rather brusquely. His tone seemed to imply, "You, a substitute who hasn't played a single minute and hasn't broken a sweat, think you deserve a drink?" Even Peak, a key player, was met with such a dismissal, causing the other eager players to abandon their own requests. In the national team context, club status held little weight. Attempting to play the diva would not be tolerated here. If they left a bad impression on the coaching staff, their names might not appear on the next roster. After Lin Quan left the field, Spain's attack appeared to revert to its previous issues. The team boasted an array of attacking talents: Pedro, Mata, Fabregas, David Silva, Villa, and Torres, all formidable players. Yet, they struggled to convert their chances into goals. Spain maintained a clear advantage in possession, and their offensive efforts seemed relentless. Yet they could not find the net to extend their lead. This predicament caused Bosque some concern. The team on the field felt both familiar and foreign. Unfamiliar because it had been a long time since he had seen such a version of Spain. Familiar because, years ago, before Lin Quan joined the squad, this was indeed how Spain performed, struggling against even lower-tier teams like Georgia and nearly being held to a draw by the national team. With this thought, Bosque sighed. What if one day Lin Quan were injured or suspended? What then? However, it is not entirely bleak news. The silver lining is that Lin Quan has, thus far, sustained no significant injuries, and his physical condition remains commendable. He is also free from the burden of yellow cards, alleviating concerns on that front for the time being. In a bid to address Spain's lack of attacking prowess, he has specifically recruited Diego Costa to join the squad. Although the young man is currently sidelined due to injury and unable to compete for the team, once he recovers, Spain may consider whether Diego Costa can fill the void left by Lin Quan. Just as Bosque was contemplating these matters, Spain scored again. In the 88th minute, Mata netted a direct free kick, elevating Spain's score to 4-0. Australia, unable to mount a comeback, concluded their final World Cup match with a heavy defeat. Nevertheless, they did not seem disheartened. Post-match, Australian players eagerly approached their Spanish counterparts to exchange jerseys. Some even rushed to the sidelines to retrieve pre-prepared paper, pens, and cameras, requesting signatures and photographs from their admired players. Observing the Australian players scurrying about the field seeking mementos with the Spanish athletes, the spectators experienced a peculiar sensation. It felt as though these individuals were not there to compete, but rather to idolize. Yet, despite this, the fans found it difficult to criticize the Australian players. This reaction is quite understandable. From the moment the draw took place, the Australians likely resigned themselves to their fate. After all, who could expect to thrive in a group alongside the reigning world champions and runners-up? Indeed, in addition to the previous World Cup champions and runners-up, the group also featured the formidable South American team, Chile. Each of these teams posed a challenge far beyond Australia's capabilities, and their participation in this World Cup was truly a quest for honor. Australia belongs to the Asian Football Confederation, a region often regarded as the weakest among the major confederations. This World Cup, the performance of several Asian teams in the group stage has been abysmal, with no hope of advancing to the knockout rounds, and not even a single victory to their name, nearly achieving the worst record for Asian teams in World Cup history. This has reignited discussions online advocating for a reduction in the AFC's World Cup berths. Numerous fans from Europe have expressed that rather than allotting World Cup spots to regions like Asia and Africa, which have relatively lower football standards, it would be more prudent to distribute them to Europe, where there are many capable teams hindered by quota restrictions from reaching the World Cup. Of course, such proposals are unlikely to be adopted. To foster the development of regions with less advanced footballing standards, FIFA is not only disinclined to reduce the World Cup allocations for Asia, but it also seeks to increase their quotas. After all, the World Cup is a stage that aspires for participation from nations across the globe. Even if not every country can field a team, it is essential to strive for balance, ensuring representation from all 5 continents. Otherwise, it is all too easy for the World Cup, a grand football celebration on a global scale, to devolve into mere revelry within a specific region. This stands in stark contrast to their original vision. Consequently, FIFA is currently deliberating an expansion of the World Cup, seeking to increase the number of participating teams from 32 to 48. In this scenario, a men's national team that has consecutively missed the World Cup due to performance and qualification may once again have the opportunity to compete. FIFA is undeniably enticed by the vast market of this nation's 1 billion populace. After all, even if their national team fails to qualify, they can still contribute substantial sponsorship fees to the National Football Association, should their national team secure a place in the World Cup finals. The commercial revenue generated would be beyond imagination. However, given the current decline of this national team, it seems that even an expansion may prove futile. After all, if they can lose to Thailand by 15 goals, losing to Vietnam or Myanmar does not seem far-fetched. Chapter 130. The Elimination Round Matchups Unveiled. Transition Chapter. After Spain triumphed over Australia, securing first place in their group, the hopes of both the Netherlands and Chile to claim the top spot were utterly dashed. Now, both teams must engage in a fierce battle for the final qualification slot. The match between the Netherlands and Chile, as rivals in Group A, not only captures the attention of fans from both nations, but also draws keen interest from the local Brazilian supporters. As the top team in Group A, Brazil will face the victor of this match in the round of 16. In terms of strength, the Netherlands, often referred to as the uncrowned kings, undoubtedly possesses greater prowess, which makes the Brazilians reluctant to encounter them in the knockout stage. Conversely, Brazil is more familiar with their South American adversary, Chile. Historically, Brazil and Chile have clashed a remarkable 68 times, with Brazil securing 48 victories, 13 draws, and 7 losses, scoring 158 goals while conceding 58. Additionally, Brazil's home record stands at an impressive 15 wins and 4 draws, remaining unbeaten. In their last 12 encounters, Brazil has emerged victorious 10 times, with 2 draws, also maintaining an unblemished record. From these statistics, it is evident that Brazil holds a comprehensive advantage should they face Chile in the round of 16. Their chances of advancing to the quarterfinals would be significantly high. However, if their opponents were to be the Netherlands, Brazil's chances of progression would diminish considerably. Historically, Brazil and the Netherlands have faced each other 11 times, with Brazil securing 3 wins, 5 draws, and 3 losses, scoring 15 goals and conceding 15, achieving no clear advantage. Their most recent encounter was a friendly match in June 2011, which ended in a 0-0 stalemate. Prior to that, they met in the quarterfinals of the 2010 World Cup, where the Netherlands eliminated Brazil with a score of 2-1. Thus, the Brazilian fans present at the match site almost unanimously transformed into supporters of the Chilean team, ostensibly to cheer for their South American brethren, while secretly harboring their own agendas. The match between the Netherlands and Chile was intensely contested, revealing that the Dutch team had yet to reach their optimum form. After learning from the previous match against Spain, where they faced a devastating defeat, Chile made numerous tactical adjustments in their defense for this game. These modifications effectively curtailed the offensive attempts of the Netherlands. Until the 75th minute, the score remained 0-0. Chile's goalkeeper Bravo performed as if he were endowed with superhuman abilities, skillfully thwarting every threatening shot from the Dutch team. His outstanding display has thoroughly captivated scouts from prestigious clubs, with a representative from Barcelona already submitting a report recommending the acquisition of this exceptional Chilean goalkeeper post-World Cup. If the match were to conclude with this scoreline, Chile would advance to the round of 16 with a goal difference of 2. However, in the 77th minute, the first goal of the match finally arrived. Capitalizing on a corner kick, Robin delivered the ball to Janssen outside the penalty area. Having nearly been overwhelmed in the previous match, the Dutch fullback seized this opportunity, controlling the ball before timing his pass perfectly to assist the substitute, Fair, in scoring the Netherlands' first goal of the match. The score transformed to 1-0. This goal salvaged the Netherlands from the brink of elimination, while Chile found themselves teetering on the edge of despair. Consequently, Chile had to abandon their defensive counterattacks and commit fully to offense. In the closing stages of the match, the dynamics shifted as Chile launched a full-scale assault on the Netherlands. Yet, this onslaught not only failed to yield any goals, but also provided the Dutch team with opportunities for rapid counterattacks. In the 92nd minute, the young talent Depay, at just 20 years of age, netted his first World Cup goal, sealing victory for the Netherlands. Ultimately, despite being in a position to advance with a draw, Chile faced elimination at the hands of the Netherlands in the final round of the group stage. With Chile's exit, the advancing teams from Groups A and B were confirmed. Brazil topped Group A, while Mexico secured second place. They will face the second-placed Netherlands and the first-place Spain from Group B in the round of 16. This matchup has stirred discontent among the fans of the remaining teams, with the Mexican supporters lamenting their team's fate. Meanwhile, both the host nation Brazil and the crownless Dutch fans are filled with anxiety, as their opponents possess formidable strength, ensuring that the upcoming matches will be fiercely contested, with neither team holding absolute confidence in their advancement. Nevertheless, for both the Netherlands and Brazil, there is a silver lining, having avoided Spain. They will not encounter the Spanish team before the finals. However, this World Cup is replete with strong contenders beyond Spain, making the journey to the finals a challenging endeavor. Following the conclusion of the matches in Groups A and B, the final rounds of other groups commenced. In Group C, the Japanese team suffered a disheartening 1-4 defeat to Colombia in their final match, concluding their World Cup journey with a dismal record of 1 draw and 2 losses, having scored 2 goals and conceded 6. Japan is not traditionally regarded as a powerhouse in football, with their best World Cup performance being reaching the round of 16. Thus, this outcome is not entirely surprising. Nevertheless, their exit has elicited a wave of lamentation among Asian fans, particularly those from East Asia, as Japan is considered the strongest men's football team in the region. Given their severe defeat, one can only speculate how other teams might have fared in similar circumstances. In contrast, Greece, which suffered a humiliating loss to Colombia in their opening match, managed to pull off a miracle. After their initial defeat and a draw against the relatively weaker Japanese team, Greece triumphed over Ivory Coast in their final game. Ivory Coast became the second team in this World Cup to be eliminated despite having the chance to advance with a draw. In Group D, Italy faced a similar fate, losing 0-1 to Uruguay while also in a position where a draw would have secured their advancement. Meanwhile, the other European team, England, played to a goalless draw against the unambitious Costa Rica, finishing at the bottom of their group with 1 draw and 2 losses. Ultimately, the teams that progressed from Group D were Costa Rica and Uruguay, allowing the South American teams to revel in their success, while the European teams returned home. With the advancement of teams from Groups C and D confirmed, the matchups for the knockout stage were established. In the round of 16, Group C winner Colombia will face Group D runner-up Uruguay, while Group C runner-up Greece will compete against Group D winner Costa Rica. Notably, should Spain triumph over Mexico to reach the quarterfinals, their opponent will be determined from the match between Costa Rica and Greece. In Group E, the advancing teams were France and Switzerland, while the 2 representatives from the Americas, Honduras and Ecuador, were eliminated. In Group F, Argentina managed a hard-fought 3-2 victory over Nigeria in their final match, finishing the group stage with 3 victories. This match was quite dramatic, with Messi scoring within just 3 minutes of kickoff. However, Musa equalized for Nigeria in the 4th minute, and Messi netted another goal in the 45th minute, only for Musa to level the score again in the 47th minute. Messi seemed to question his existence, wondering who this formidable opponent was. Fortunately, Argentina's 3rd goal was scored by a player other than Messi, as Musa appeared to have lost his magic and could not equalize once more. Despite Argentina's perfect record, external observers have grown increasingly skeptical about their prospects. Before Rojo scored, all of Argentina's goals had been attributed to Messi. If Spain is somewhat reliant on Iniesta, Argentina would have been eliminated long ago without Messi. They boast several forwards, yet their performances have been disheartening. Players like Higuaín, Aguero, and Di Maria failed to find the net in 3 matches, a stark contrast to their stellar performances at their respective clubs. Fortunately, Argentina's opponent in the round of 16 is Switzerland, a team whose strength is not particularly formidable, allowing Argentina ample time to recalibrate their form. In Group E, another Asian team, Iran, concluded their campaign with results akin to those of Japan, finishing at the bottom with 1 draw and 2 defeats. Their goal tally was even 1 less than Japan's, having scored only once while conceding 4 goals across 3 matches. This stark disparity has once again plunged Asian fans into profound disappointment and despair. Including Australia, the interloper, 3 out of the 4 Asian teams have been eliminated, leaving South Korea as the solitary representative. With 1 draw and 1 loss from 2 matches, South Korea theoretically retains a glimmer of hope for advancement. contingent upon a resounding victory over group leaders Belgium in their final match. Prior to the match, Korean fans boisterously proclaimed online their disdain for Japan and Iran, asserting that only South Korea could uphold the dignity of Asia, positioning themselves as the continent's last bastion of hope. They seemed to genuinely regard themselves as saviors, firmly believing that their team would perform a miraculous escape from the group stage. However, South Korea failed to deliver a miracle, suffering a humiliating 0-3 defeat even when their opponent was reduced to 10 men. This led to their pre-match bravado becoming a boomerang, inciting a torrent of criticism from countless Asian fans. Where are those who belittled Japan and Iran? Dare they not show their faces now? It is laughable that they resorted to theatrical antics to procure a red card, yet squandered the advantage, resulting in such a dismal outcome. This is not the light of Asia. It is unequivocally a disgrace. In an alternate universe, South Korea would have long since triumphed over Germany and Spain, standing atop the world. With the demise of South Korea, all Asian teams participating in this World Cup have been vanquished, marking the continent as the first to experience complete elimination. Throughout their 12 matches, they could not secure a single victory, achieving only 3 draws and 9 losses, with a dismal record of 6 goals scored and 27 conceded. This is undeniably the darkest hour for Asian teams in World Cup history. In the wake of this disheartening performance, many Asian nations have been jolted into awareness, recognizing the chasm between themselves and the footballing powerhouses. Consequently, an increasing number of young Asian players are venturing abroad for their careers. Their destinations are no longer confined to the top 5 leagues. Leagues such as the Primera Liga, Russian Premier League, Eredivisie, and Belgian Pro League are now welcoming Asian talent. Notably, in this match, Kevin De Bruyne delivered an outstanding performance, scoring 1 goal and providing 2 assists, single-handedly accounting for all of his team's goals. Consequently, he was awarded the MVP of the match and received accolades from Belgium's national team coach, Mark Wilmots. Kevin is an exceptional player. His creativity on the field is nothing short of astonishing, as if the football at his feet possesses boundless possibilities. Mark Wilmots, a coach with a background as an attacking midfielder, naturally holds a fondness for players like Kevin De Bruyne, who occupy the same position. After gaining experience in both the Bundesliga and the Premier League, De Bruyne has rapidly matured, emerging as the linchpin of the Belgian midfield. With his presence, the Red Devils of Europe appear formidable, seemingly poised to contend for the coveted title in this World Cup alongside other frontrunners. Furthermore, Belgium's opponent in the round of 16 is the United States, a team of moderate strength, which significantly enhances their chances of advancing to the quarterfinals. As for the semifinals, their progression hinges on overcoming Argentina. Should they succeed, Belgium is set to face Spain, where Lin Quan and De Bruyne may meet for the first time as rivals on the pitch. Following their match against Australia, Spain has commenced preparations for the knockout stage. Despite widespread belief that Mexico poses little threat to Spain, the team is cautious not to underestimate their opponent. In the group stage, with 3 matches at their disposal, a solitary loss could be rectified in subsequent matches. However, in the knockout stage, the outcome is determined by a single match, and any misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. As the top favorites to win the World Cup, a defeat against Mexico would undoubtedly draw ire from their fans. Recognizing Mexico's strength, Spain's coach Vicente Del Bosque gathered the players for a stern motivational session. He expressed concern that consecutive victories might foster an air of complacency among the players, necessitating a reminder of their responsibilities. This was particularly true for the central defender Sergio Ramos, who, despite his defensive role, seemed preoccupied with dreams of scoring. His eagerness to push forward during attacks was evident, with his desire to score almost palpable. Del Bosque noted Ramos's exuberance, having netted 2 goals. He ranks as the second highest scorer for Spain, trailing only Lin Quan. While it is indeed commendable for a defender to contribute so many goals, the primary duty of a defender is to safeguard the goal, leaving scoring responsibilities to the forwards. If everyone were to embark on offensive pursuits, who would stand guard at the net? After receiving a reprimand, Ramos appeared somewhat subdued, his enthusiasm noticeably dampened. Fortunately, Del Bosque chose not to extinguish his spirit entirely. He permitted Ramos to venture into the opponent's penalty area during set-piece situations. Although Ramos is not particularly tall, his heading ability is exceptional, warranting its strategic utilization. Given that Spain lacks numerous tall players, while Gerard Piqué, though tall, possesses average heading skills, Ramos's aerial prowess can significantly enhance Spain's threat during set pieces. Lin Quan did not participate in the header training. Given his height, it is exceedingly challenging for him to contest in the penalty area. Bosque arranged for him to engage in specialized penalty kick training alongside several strikers. Due to a conservative tactical approach and the high intensity of the defense, penalty shootouts frequently occur in the knockout stages of the World Cup. Without targeted practice and penalty strategies, relying solely on luck in the event of a shootout would be perilous. The forwards had no objections to Bosque's arrangement. However, they expressed considerable dissatisfaction regarding the goalkeeper assigned to train with them. David, is your habit in saving penalties to dive only in one direction? After successfully scoring 10 consecutive penalties, Lin Quan paused, perplexed, and inquired of De Gea. De Gea was momentarily bewildered by Lin Quan's question. Unaware of his own tendencies in this regard, Lin Quan nodded earnestly. Not only is it true, but it is also quite serious. To substantiate his suspicion, Lin Quan procured a camera and executed another 10 penalty kicks. After documenting De Gea's saves, his assumptions were confirmed. De Gea habitually dove to his left and executed his penalty-saving actions awkwardly, resembling a player just awakened, lacking vigor. After scoring another 10 penalties, Lin Quan grew discontented. This exercise yielded no improvement and risked adversely affecting his mindset. David, you need to focus on training your penalty-saving abilities. The assistant coach also identified De Gea's weaknesses in saving penalties and approached him with a serious demeanor. As Spain's second-choice goalkeeper, De Gea stood a chance of representing the national team should Casillas be injured or suspended. Considering his shortcomings in saving penalties, if Spain were to find themselves in a shootout, the outcome could be dire. De Gea, albeit somewhat disheartened, nodded in agreement, indicating his commitment to enhancing this aspect of his training. At 24, a goalkeeper is indeed considered quite young. The position necessitates the accumulation of extensive match experience to undergo a transformation, and De Gea has a long road ahead, with ample time to gradually refine his skills. Spain's primary goalkeeper, Casillas, is already 33 years old and may not be available for the next World Cup. Thus, De Gea must mature swiftly, as he is likely to be relied upon to guard Spain's goal in the future. In comparison to De Gea, Spain's other substitute goalkeeper, Reina, possesses significantly stronger penalty-saving abilities. When facing the goal defended by Reina, the forwards of Spain find that at least 3 out of every 10 penalty kicks are likely to be saved. The unluckiest among them was Torres, who had 5 out of 10 penalties saved. It is no wonder that Torres refrained from taking penalties at Chelsea, where the majority were executed by Lampard. The conversion rate, indeed, was rather dismal. However, Lin Quan believed that Torres' penalty-taking skills were not lacking. The power, speed, and angle of his shots were commendable. Yet, Reina consistently managed to make miraculous saves, thwarting the penalties. To be honest, Lin Quan found this somewhat astonishing. He had never anticipated that a goalkeeper's penalty-saving prowess could reach such remarkable heights. Alas, you may not know this, but Reina is a man who has won the Premier League Golden Glove and set the record for the longest period without conceding a goal in Liverpool's history. Torres and Reina had worked together at Liverpool for several years, and Lin Quan was now enlightened by Torres' words. No wonder Reina was able to save Torres' penalty with such ease. It turned out they had once been teammates, and he must have been well acquainted with Torres' playing habits. With this thought in mind, Lin Quan felt a surge of excitement. Let me give it a try. Reina chuckled and waved at Lin Quan. Bring it on. Although Lin Quan had already joined Manchester City when Reina was loaned out by Liverpool, thus missing a chance to face Lin Quan in league matches, Reina had been keeping an eye on his national teammate and was aware of Lin Quan's astonishing penalty success rate in league and cup competitions. Since his time at Werder Bremen, Lin Quan had scored every penalty he took, never missing one. Of course, this was partly due to the limited number of penalties he had taken. Nevertheless, a 100 success rate is quite formidable. Generally speaking, a penalty taker with an accuracy exceeding 80 is considered excellent, while those above 85 are regarded as exceptionally reliable. Individuals achieving a perfect record are exceedingly rare, often seen among players who have taken few penalties. For instance, Lin Quan's clubmate Yaya Touré currently boasts a 100 penalty success rate, yet he has only taken 11 penalties. A remarkably small sample size. Lin Quan positioned the ball carefully and stepped back to survey the goal. Reina perked up, slightly bending his knees and preparing himself for a potential save. He intended to gauge Lin Quan's approach and rhythm to predict the direction of the shot. a tactic honed by seasoned goalkeepers through extensive match experience, both highly effective and straightforward. For the first shot, Reina correctly anticipated the direction. Yet Lin Quan's penalty was executed with such swiftness that before Reina could fully commit his body, the ball had already slipped through his armpit and into the net. A splendid strike. Let us have another. Reina felt a thrill. Lin Quan had aimed for the lower left corner, a choice favored by the majority of players for its reliability. He was nearly close to saving the ball. If only his reaction had been a fraction quicker, he might have succeeded. For the second shot, Lin Quan again aimed for the lower left corner, albeit from a different angle. This time, Reina again guessed the direction correctly, but his movements during the save were still a tad sluggish. His reaction speed was commendable, yet in the act of saving, the body must first launch itself before descending. And the time consumed in that motion was ample for certain players to strike the ball with considerable pace. To successfully execute a save, one must possess the ability to anticipate in advance. During the third penalty, Reina foresaw that Lin Quan would aim for the lower left corner and preemptively made a move to save. However, after he lunged, he realized he had misjudged the direction. Lin Quan had actually targeted the lower right corner of the goal. Undeterred, Reina's resolve only intensified. He felt that success in making a save was tantalizingly close. Lin Quan nodded and, with a stoic expression, proceeded to take the fourth penalty. Reina once again anticipated the shot and accurately predicted the direction. Yet, the strike was not a low drive, but rather a half-height shot. As Reina landed, the ball soared over him. Witnessing Lin Quan's penalty, Reina's expression shifted slightly. A half-height shot is one of the easiest penalties to save, yet taking such a shot carries significant risk. Given his understanding of Lin Quan, he did not strike one to gamble. Rather, it was executed with absolute confidence. In other words, his opponent had discerned his thoughts. Shall we continue? Though 10 shots had yet to be taken, Lin Quan paused when he saw Reina refrain from calling out. Shall we? Reina gritted his teeth and chose to persevere in this challenge. Their duel attracted considerable attention. Coincidentally, as the players practicing set pieces concluded their training and curiously gathered around. What is going on? It's Reina versus Lin Quan in a one-on-one. How is it going? For penalties taken, and Reina has gained no advantage. Amidst the players' observations and discussions, Lin Quan stepped up for the fifth penalty. Once again targeting the lower left corner, this time Reina did not anticipate. Instead, he reacted after observing Lin Quan's shooting motion, resulting in a delayed response. What a pity. If only he had reacted a fraction quicker, he could have saved it. Villa exclaimed, somewhat apprehensively. Meanwhile, Casillas shook his head. It's nearly impossible to save. Lin's shot was too swift. Relying solely on bodily reflexes, it's challenging to stop such penalties. As a goalkeeper, he understood the dilemmas faced during penalty saves. How can one save such a penalty then? Torres inquired curiously. Only a goalkeeper truly comprehends the plight of another goalkeeper. He intended to glean knowledge from Casillas, hoping to apply it when he himself took a penalty in the future. By gambling. Gambling. The crowd looked at Casillas in surprise. To put it more eloquently, it's called anticipating, less elegantly. It's gambling on which direction the opponent will shoot next. No wonder we often see the goalkeeper diving in one direction while the shot goes in another. This must mean the goalkeeper misjudged the anticipation? Indeed, that is correct. Though Reina overheard the discussions, he bore a heavy heart. He had tried the method of anticipation without success. Both attempts had failed, one even resulting in a half-height shot, indicating that his opponent had deciphered his thoughts and found a solution. Continuing to anticipate seemed fraught with low chances of success. However, without the ability to anticipate, each attempt at a save falls just short, which is truly disheartening. After much contemplation, he resolved to take another gamble. For the sixth shot, Reina anticipated the strike and correctly judged the direction. His fingertips grazed the ball, yet Lin Quan's powerful shot was too formidable. He failed to deflect it and merely altered its trajectory slightly. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the inner post and ricocheted into the net. What a pity. So close. A chorus of dismay rippled through the crowd, with the surrounding Spanish players expressing their sympathy for Reina. After watching for so long, this was the most promising opportunity to make a save. Although Reina felt a twinge of regret, having made contact with the ball bolstered his confidence immensely. Again, Lin Quan nodded, took a few steps back, yet did not immediately opt to take the penalty. After successfully converting 6 consecutive penalties, his teammates stood firmly behind Reina. making him feel as though he were the ultimate villain in a grand narrative. This sensation is rather enjoyable, isn't it? Since he was playing the part of the antagonist, he ought to possess an ultimate move befitting such a role. Thus, he decided to employ that very tactic. Reina had been keenly observing Lin Quan's movements and suddenly sensed a shift. Lin Quan appeared transformed, exuding an air of lethal intent that was somewhat intimidating. He steeled himself, banishing these peculiar thoughts, and meticulously focused on every action of Lin Quan. Based on the positioning of Lin Quan's supporting foot, he anticipated a strike aimed at the right side of the goal. Reina sprang into action early. This time, his start was swifter than before. If he had indeed judged the direction correctly, he should have been able to make the save. However, his hands meant nothing. The ball did not fly into the lower right corner, but rather soared into the upper right corner of the net. Goodness! A dead angle. Was this mere luck? The onlooking Spanish players were thrown into a frenzy upon witnessing this goal. The reason was simple. Lin Quan's shot was aimed at the absolute dead angle of the goal. Unless the goalkeeper is positioned directly beneath it, it is virtually impossible to save a shot directed at this spot. However, pursuing an absolute dead angle during a penalty is fraught with risk. Even the most skilled players face the potential for failure when attempting shots aimed at this location. A notable example is the 1994 World Cup final, where Roberto Baggio aimed for a dead angle but ended up sending the ball soaring over the bar, leaving behind a poignant memory for many. While there are instances of success when targeting dead angles, the probability of failure is high, which is why many players hesitate to attempt it. Nonetheless, this was merely a practice session within the team, devoid of stakes. Allowing Lin Quan the audacity to employ such a method to strike, this was not entirely unexpected. Given his skill, executing such a shot was hardly a challenge. Although Reina faced some setbacks, he did not succumb to despair. Again, he remained resolute. He acknowledged Lin Quan's remarkable penalty-taking skills. Yet he believed that even the most proficient could falter at times. All he had to do was patiently await a misstep. However, one penalty after another, Lin Quan had successfully converted 10 spot kicks, surpassing several attempts, and remained unfaltering, showing no signs of error. Reiner was profoundly disheartened. His opponent consistently struck the corners with precision, leaving him too dispirited to even attempt a save. A goalkeeper capable of parrying shots aimed at the deadliest corners had yet to be born. Reiner, resigned to his limitations, thought to himself that he could not achieve such feats. "I'm done, I concede." Deeply affected, Reiner felt no desire to continue. In that brief moment, he lost all the confidence he had previously built up and even began to doubt whether he could save penalties at all. "Lin, from now on, don't hold back on penalties. If they're a spot kick, just take them all yourself. That would be far more reliable." After witnessing the clash between Lin Quan and Reiner, Xavi, who had once deferred a penalty to Lin, spoke earnestly to him. The other players eligible to take penalties nodded in agreement. If someone could consistently hit the deadliest corners, who else should take the penalties? There was speculation about whether Lin Quan would employ this tactic in the match. If he did, one could only anticipate the astonished expressions on the faces of the opposing goalkeeper. After a few days of rest, the knockout stage officially commenced. The first match featured the host nation, Brazil, facing off against the Netherlands. It was a fiercely competitive encounter, with both teams showcasing exceptional skill. Just 18 minutes into the match, Neymar took a corner, and Thiago Silva nudged the ball towards the back post, where David Luiz deftly swept it into the net. Brazil took a 1-0 lead over the Netherlands. The Netherlands quickly changed their approach. In the 28th minute, Robin cut in and feigned a shot before delivering a precise assist to Sneijder, who unleashed a powerful strike from outside the box. The score was now 1-1. After exchanging goals, both teams played with great caution, resulting in a high defensive intensity that made scoring exceedingly difficult. The score remained 1-1 until the final whistle. The match proceeded to extra time. However, during this phase, both sides, hindered by fatigue, continuously squandered golden opportunities to score, and the score remained tied at 1-1 until the end of extra time. The match then advanced to the harrowing penalty shootout. Witnessing the first knockout match descend into such a tense shootout, the fans in attendance stood anxiously, fervently praying in their hearts. The Spanish players watching the match could not help but admire Del Bosque's foresight. Indeed, practicing penalties had proven wise. Before the shootout commenced, Van Gaal made a bold decision, substituting the outstanding Celestin for the backup goalkeeper Krul. Clearly, this substitution was aimed at the impending penalty shootout. To the surprise of many, the The first Brazilian player to step up was not Neymar, as anticipated, but rather the central defender David Luiz. Luiz exhibited remarkable footwork and maintained a steady demeanor. After a sprint, he unleashed a powerful shot that gave his team the first point. Although Krul dove in the right direction, his reaction was a fraction too slow. The first Dutch player to step up was their forward, Van Persie, who struck a ground-level shot with a tricky angle. However, the ball lacked speed, allowing Caesar to react swiftly and dive to make the save, deflecting the ball away. Van Persie clutched his head in frustration, his expression one of disbelief. The thousands of Brazilian fans in attendance erupted in jubilation as the first penalty from the Netherlands was thwarted. If Brazil could convert their next 4 penalties, they would advance to the next round. However, the Brazilian elation was short-lived. The second player, Willian, attempted an absurd shot that missed the goal entirely, sailing out of bounds. Cheers erupted from the Dutch supporters. Just half a minute earlier, they had feared their team was doomed, yet fate played a cruel jest upon them. The second Dutch player was Robin, who deceived Caesar with a powerful strike, equalizing the score. Both teams returned to square one. It was Brazil's turn again, and Marcelo was third to take the shot. He opted for a central shot, delivering a half-high ball. Krul misjudged the direction, despite a rapid response. He could only tip the ball into the net. Brazil temporarily led 21. The third Dutch player, Sneijder, confidently converted his penalty. At 22, the teams were once again level. Brazil's fourth shooter was Hulk. Krul correctly anticipated the direction and blocked Hulk's attempt. The Brazilian fans clutched their heads in disbelief, their faces etched with astonishment at the missed opportunity. If the next Dutch player converted, they would take the lead. The pressure mounted on Brazilian goalkeeper Caesar. If he failed to save one of the last 2 penalties, Brazil would exit in the round of 16. The fourth Dutch player was Quit, who felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. Experienced, Caesar discerned Quit's tension and leapt on the goal line to disrupt his focus. This tactic proved effective, as Quit's composure faltered, resulting in a hesitant shot that Caesar anticipated and saved. Caesar's stellar performance rescued Brazil from the brink of despair. Neymar was the last to take the shot. He took a deep breath and touched the grass. Instead of a direct kick, Neymar altered his rhythm during the run-up to deceive the goalkeeper, then struck the ball. Krul, caught off guard by this maneuver, could not adjust in time and watched helplessly as the ball sailed into the net. Thus, Brazil completed all 5 penalties, scoring 3 and missing 2. The pressure has shifted to the Netherlands team. If the last player to take the penalty fails to score, their elimination will be inevitable. The final player for the Netherlands is their defender, Vlaar. Perhaps due to his defensive role, the quality of his shot leaves much to be desired. He strikes with the instep of his foot, lacking both power and precision. Such a feeble attempt poses no challenge for Caesar, who accurately anticipates the direction and successfully parries the ball away. Brazil triumphs over the Netherlands in the penalty shootout, avenging their defeat from 4 years prior, and secures their place in the quarterfinals. The Brazilian team inches closer to their 6th World Cup title. Just 3 more victories stand between them and the podium. However, those final 3 steps are destined to be exceedingly arduous. Following the conclusion of the match between Brazil and the Netherlands, the stage is quickly set for the clash between Spain and Mexico. Perhaps influenced by the previous match, Spain is awarded a penalty opportunity just 5 minutes into the game. As Lin Quan approaches the penalty spot, his teammates brim with anticipation. The Mexican goalkeeper, Ochoa, watches Lin Quan from a distance, his face a mask of anxiety. He finds himself at a loss for words. The penalty has come too swiftly and unexpectedly. Lin Quan's notoriety looms large, as the Mexican coach had repeatedly warned his players of his threat prior to the match. This has rendered his teammates overly tense. When Lin Quan penetrated the penalty area, Rodriguez, having been bypassed, instinctively fouled him instead of trusting his fellow defenders, earning a yellow card and conceding an indisputable penalty. The players from Mexico have no grounds for complaint regarding the penalty decision. However, gifting a penalty to the formidable Spanish team within the first 5 minutes leaves them feeling despondent. Fortunately, there remains a chance for redemption if Ochoa can save this penalty. Mexico still harbors hopes of advancing. Come on, show me your prowess. Ochoa takes a deep breath, steeling himself, focusing intently on Lin Quan's every movement, as if attempting to read his mind. As both sides prepare, the referee blows the whistle, signaling Lin Quan to take his shot. Lin Quan inhales deeply, glancing towards the goal, and begins his run. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His pace quickens. Ochoa accurately deduces that Lin Quan will shoot with his right foot, indicating a strike to the left side of the goal. Without hesitation, he dives towards the left side of the net. The audience holds its collective breath. Fans from both Spain and Mexico wide-eyed, fixated on the goal, afraid to blink and miss this pivotal moment. Ochoa has guessed the direction correctly. The ball indeed heads towards the left side of the goal. However, contrary to his expectations, the shot does not target the lower left corner, but instead sails into the upper left corner, a perfect strike. His remarkable saves proved futile, instead serving as a mere backdrop to Lin Quan's nearly indefensible strike. The goal struck a momentary silence across the stadium, which was soon shattered by an eruption of cheers and applause akin to a tidal wave. You truly employed that tactic during the match. What a splendid shot. Curse it. You little rascal managed to pull it off. Haha. Witnessing you execute a penalty in such a manner must have sent the coaches into a frenzy. As his teammates surged forward to celebrate, they couldn't resist a few teasing remarks. Lin Quan cast a glance towards the coaching bench. Bosque was evidently elated, his excited fist-pumping revealing he was far from intimidated. On the sidelines, after fervently celebrating with clenched fists, Bosque felt a twinge of apprehension. That lad Lin Quan has some audacity, daring to employ such a method in a match. If he had missed, the fans would have surely lambasted him. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable. The ball found the net. Perhaps in the future, after he has missed a penalty and faced the consequences, he might reconsider his approach. After conceding the goal, the expressions on the faces of the Mexican players displayed profound dejection. They had intended to counter the formidable Spanish side with a defensive strategy, but falling behind so early thwarted their tactical execution. It was uncertain how much combat effectiveness they could muster under such rushed adjustments, leaving the Mexican players devoid of confidence. As the Spanish players concluded their celebration and the match resumed, even the Mexican fans could discern their team's struggle. Alas, this lineup is tailored for counterattacks, utterly unsuitable for a positional battle. If we do not make substitutions in several key positions, we will surely fail to make an impact in this approach. However, with the match barely underway, making substitutions now posed a risk. Should injuries arise in the second half, they would have exhausted their substitution quota. Even if substitutions were necessary, they should at least wait until halftime. Adjustments in tactics and personnel during the intermission could yield the most significant effect. Yet, this also meant the first half would be exceedingly challenging for the Mexican team, as their opponents would offer them no respite. After stifling Mexico's counterattacks, the momentum of the match swiftly returned to Spain's dominion. Spain employed their familiar possession-based strategy, orchestrated by a cadre of elite midfield maestros, exuding immense pressure in their offensive maneuvers. The ball danced between their feet, relentlessly tearing through Mexico's defensive line with each pass. The Mexican players were compelled to remain vigilant, meticulously addressing each of their adversaries' deliveries. A moment's lapse could result in a vulnerability, granting the opponents an opportunity to exploit. This heightened state of mental tension left the Mexican players feeling utterly drained. Even in the first half, several players were already gasping for breath. The physical exertion was secondary. It was primarily the mental fatigue that weighed heavily upon them. They were uncertain how long they could maintain such concentration. Yet they were profoundly aware that once their focus waned, they would inevitably concede a goal. On the sidelines, Mexico's coach, Herrera, was visibly anxious, frequently glancing at his watch, wishing he could manipulate the hands of time to hasten its passage. If only the cursed first half would conclude swiftly. Mexico's counterattacks posed no threat, and their defense was on the brink of collapse. He genuinely feared they would concede if the match continued in this manner. In stark contrast to Herrera's turmoil, the Spanish coaching staff appeared considerably more at ease. Would they manage to score before halftime? Uncertain. They would have to wait and see if the opponent would grant them an opportunity, but with little time remaining, it seemed unlikely they would find the net without a mistake from the other side. Bosque glanced at the match clock. It was now the 37th minute. With just 8 minutes left in the first half, this duration should afford the Spanish players ample opportunity to execute several attacks. Yet whether these efforts could yield a goal was dubious, given the opponent's staunch defense. Fortunately, Mexico refrained from haphazardly adjusting their tactics after conceding, or else their defensive line might not have withstood Spain's relentless onslaught in the preceding minutes. However, like a tightly wound string, excessive tension could lead to a break. As the 44th minute approached and the first half drew to a close, the Spanish players began to dictate the tempo, passing the ball around in their own half. seemingly opting to refrain from further attacks. This elicited a sigh of relief from the Mexican players, who had been relentlessly pressured for an entire half and were gasping for breath. The suffocating tension had finally subsided. They hoped their coach would implement some adjustments during the intermission, allowing them to regain a measure of control in the second half and escape their passive predicament. Yet, just as the first half seemed destined to conclude in this manner, Spain abruptly accelerated their play. Pique ventured out of his defensive position, advancing toward the midfield before passing to Xavi. Xavi, seizing the moment before the Mexican players could apply pressure, swiftly relayed the ball to David Silva. Silva promptly shifted the ball to Lin Quan, who delivered a piercing pass to Torres. Torres then sent it across to Iniesta, who in turn passed to Lin Quan. Now approaching the edge of the penalty area, these successive passes were executed with remarkable precision, and within mere seconds, the ball had traversed from the brink of Spain's penalty area to the perimeter of Mexico's. This frenetic pace of attack left the Mexican players utterly bewildered. When Lin Quan received the ball once more at the edge of the penalty area, he found himself confronted by only 2 defenders. The Mexican defenders felt a pang of anxiety. The opponent's assault was unrelenting, and their midfield had failed to intercept effectively, leaving their defense exposed. Now, 3 Spanish players surrounded their penalty area, while they could muster only 2 defenders. Should they rush toward the ball-carrying Lin Quan? It was highly probable that he would pass to an unmarked teammate. However, at this juncture, it is unfeasible to allow Lin Quan to go unchecked, for he is undeniably the most formidable threat within the Spanish squad. Consequently, Moreno, the Mexican defender, had no choice but to confront Lin Quan, endeavoring to obstruct and disrupt his shot. To prevent being outmaneuvered by Lin Quan, he refrained from advancing too far, maintaining a prudent distance from his teammates. This strategy ensured that should Lin Quan attempt to bypass him, the likelihood of being intercepted by a supporting teammate would be considerably high. Yet, Lin Quan is no reckless player. In a situation of numerical disadvantage, why would he engage in a futile struggle? After drawing Moreno forward, Lin Quan swiftly passed the ball to Iniesta, who was making his way into the penalty area from the flank. Without hesitation, Iniesta surged into the box, feigning a shot. Within the penalty area, Mexico's last defender was compelled to step forward to block. However, like Lin Quan, Iniesta opted to pass. Instead of delivering the ball to the offside position Torres, he directed it to David Silva, who was making a run into the penalty area from the opposite side. David Silva did not squander his teammate's exquisite pass. Upon receiving the ball, he deftly placed a shot into the far corner, extending Spain's lead to 2 goals. This goal came at a most inopportune moment, with mere seconds remaining in the first half. Had Mexico returned to the locker room with a single goal deficit, they could have calmly devised their tactics and prepared for a counteroffensive in the second half. However, conceding this goal before the halftime whistle completely undermined their plans. The pressure of trailing by 1 goal is vastly different from that of trailing by 2. A single goal down allows for the possibility of leveling the score with a successful counterattack, and with another goal, they might even overturn Spain's advantage. Yet now, with a 2-goal deficit, the challenge of equalizing has significantly intensified. As for advancing directly to the quarterfinals, that prospect seems nearly impossible. Scoring 3 goals against Spain in a single half? Such a feat is beyond the wildest dreams of the Mexicans. Thus, when the halftime whistle blew, their players were filled with trepidation, deeply concerned about the team's prospects for progression. In addition to the Mexicans' anxiety regarding the scoreline, other teams in the lower bracket that might face Spain also felt a wave of apprehension. Spain's form has been nothing short of exceptional. Having maintained a winning streak since the group stage, each victory has come with remarkable ease. If Spain's success were attributed solely to facing weaker opponents, one might overlook it. But the reality is that they have vanquished formidable adversaries. The Netherlands, Chile, and now Mexico are all strong contenders on the World Cup stage, some even possessing the capability to claim the championship. Yet, they all fell at the feet of Spain, unable to mount any resistance. Who can halt this Spanish juggernaut? The coach of Costa Rica sighed deeply, sensing that their fortune had come to an end, relinquishing hope for his team's advancement to the semifinals. However, for them, advancing to the knockout stage and even harboring significant hopes of reaching the quarterfinals is a commendable achievement. After all, Costa Rica's historical best performance has only been reaching the round of 16. Reaching the quarterfinals would indeed be a historic milestone for them. The coach of Costa Rica exhibits a commendable open-mindedness that is not universally shared. Similarly, The coaches of Belgium and Argentina, upon witnessing the scoreline at halftime, wore expressions laden with concern. While they will not encounter Spain in the quarterfinals, a potential clash in the semifinals looms should they advance. Given the current dynamics of the match and the possible opponents Spain may face next, their probabilities of reaching the Final Four appear quite favorable. Unless Spain commits a significant error or their opponents deliver an extraordinary performance, it seems unlikely that the outcome will change. The thought of potentially facing Spain in the subsequent round leaves the coaches of Belgium and Argentina feeling quite apprehensive. Thus, it seems prudent to begin gathering intelligence on Spain and strategizing on how to counter them. In the locker room, Bosque praised his players without making tactical or personnel adjustments. In contrast, Mexico took a bold approach, substituting 2 players in a display of determination to fight to the finish. Spain, for its part, welcomed the challenge. As the second half commenced, Mexican players displayed remarkable aggression and proactivity. They understood that, in order to avoid the premature end of their World Cup journey, they must take drastic measures. Coach Herrera made certain adjustments to both the offensive and defensive strategies during halftime, primarily intensifying the contest in midfield in an attempt to curtail Spain's offensive flow. Spain's midfield lineup is arguably the most luxurious among the 32 teams participating in the World Cup. Thus, Herrera believed that if they could disrupt Spain's midfield coherence, they could regain control of the match and alleviate the immense defensive pressure they were under. Additionally, aside from thwarting the opponent's attack, contesting midfield offered another advantage. Should they regain possession there, they could launch counterattacks against Spain. This would position them much closer to the opponent's goal than initiating a counter from their own half, thereby posing a greater threat. Had it been Spain 4 years ago, they would not have feared such tactics from the Mexicans. However, the situation has changed. Their midfield has aged, with Xavi now 34 years old, and his physical capabilities have diminished compared to 4 years ago. Consequently, under the intense pressure from Mexican players, his performance noticeably declined. In his youth, Xavi was adept at ball retention, yet age has hindered his ability to execute many of those actions. It is not that his technical skill has waned, but rather that he lacks the stamina to support these movements, especially amidst vigorous physical confrontations. This led to several uncharacteristic errors from Xavi following the start of the second half. In Mexico, they attempted to capitalize on their opponent's errors by orchestrating several counterattacks. However, these efforts were swiftly thwarted by Busquets, who nipped them in the bud. The esteemed professor of the game relies on his intellect. He is acutely aware of Xavi's condition and thus consciously positions himself close to him, providing support and protection. This strategic choice proved invaluable during these defensive sequences. On the sidelines, Mexico's coach, witnessing yet another thwarted counterattack, tugged at his hair in frustration. "Damn Busquets, why does he always appear just in time?" he lamented. Without this man's interference, perhaps Mexico could have successfully executed one of their counterattacks. Their morale was currently quite low, desperately in need of a goal to uplift their spirits. If they could find the net even once, the players' morale would dramatically shift, potentially allowing Mexico to rally and equalize the score in a short span of time. Unfortunately, their adversary was no mere punching bag, unwilling to retaliate. Bosque astutely perceived the opponent's intentions, recognizing that they aimed to exploit Xavi's position. Acknowledging Xavi's advanced age and noticeable decline in competitive form, Bosque had already devised a strategy to substitute him when his stamina waned in the second half. However, upon glancing at the substitutes bench, Bosque found himself in a quandary. Who should he replace him with? The options were plentiful. Ultimately, he decided to play it safe by bringing in a more defensively reliable player. With that thought, he called upon Coque to warm up. Coque, being significantly younger than Xavi Alonso at just 22, possessed the vigor necessary to withstand Mexico's midfield onslaught. Furthermore, under Simeone's tutelage, Coque had not only excelled in his offensive capabilities, but had also markedly improved his defensive skills. His youth, stamina, and proactive defensive attitude were precisely what the current Spanish squad required. Bosque's decision to forego Cazorla in favor of Coque was a deliberate move to harness the grand stage of the World Cup to nurture these young talents, laying the foundation for the next generation of the bullfighters. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 133. Sweeping the opponent and advancing to the quarterfinals of the World Cup. Upon witnessing Spain's swift substitution of Xavi, Mexico's head coach let out a regretful sigh. Xavi had been their newfound point of attack, and they had intended to exploit this opportunity thoroughly. only to be met with Bosquet's prudence in making the change so swiftly. The newly introduced midfielder, though young at just 22 years of age, had already secured his position as a key player for Atletico Madrid, demonstrating remarkable prowess on the Champions League stage. Such a player would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. His concerns were soon validated. After Coque entered the match, the intensity of Spain's midfield defense escalated significantly. Whether it was innate talent or a product of Simeone's training, Coque executed the coach's tactical directives with unwavering commitment, expending his energy freely as he sprinted across the field. On the offensive front, he is clearly visible, and the same holds true on the defensive side. His tackles are assertive and unyielding, exuding an aura of ruggedness and wildness, reminiscent of a player akin to the warrior monk Pepe. However, when he transitions to offense, his technical prowess, expansive vision, and precise passing are truly eye-catching. This individual feels like a youthful incarnation of Xavi, or perhaps a fusion of Xavi and Xabi Alonso. With abundant stamina, a robust physique, a broad field of vision, nimble footwork, and accurate passing, Coque is undeniably a well-rounded player. Lin Quan has not had many opportunities to play alongside Coque, as he had been absent from the national team for several months following Spain's early qualification for the World Cup last year. During this interval, thanks to his outstanding performances at the club level, Vicente del Bosque summoned Coque and other young talents to the team, leading them through several remaining matches and friendly encounters. Among them, the partnership between Coque and Isco from Real Madrid has garnered significant hope from many Spaniards, who believe that these two young stars might one day succeed the legendary duo of Xavi and Iniesta. Although their collaboration has been limited, the prowess of their teammates is evident on the field. Once Coque stepped onto the pitch, he quickly found his rhythm and improved with each passing moment. Lin Quan felt reassured and began consciously pushing the formation forward, directing the offensive fire towards the Mexican half. The Mexican players, naturally, could not remain passive. Their midfielders and defenders united to stifle Lin Quan, attempting to intercept the ball from his feet. Lin Quan's intention was not to rely solely on individual prowess to break through the opposing defense. Although he could do so, the success rate would be too low and counterproductive to teamwork. Realizing he had drawn the defender's attention, he promptly distributed the ball to the flanks, intentionally stretching the Mexican formation outward, thereby creating space in the midfield for Spain to launch an attack from the center. Spain's flanks boasted players with formidable offensive capabilities, and after passing, Lin Quan moved closer, ensuring the Mexican players remained vigilant. They allocated a defensive midfielder to collaborate with the fullbacks and wingers, attempting to suffocate the Spanish player in possession along the sidelines. In the somewhat confined space on the flanks, 5 players from both sides converged, resulting in a chaotic scene. Simultaneously, with one defensive midfielder drawn away, the Mexican defense in the center became significantly more vulnerable. Under pressure from the opponent, Iniesta shielded the ball, quickly returning it to Lin Quan as he moved closer, seemingly to engage in a tactical interplay. The Mexican fullback closely shadowed Iniesta, fiercely contesting for position to deny him a comfortable reception. After controlling the ball, Lin Quan feigned a pass to the advancing Iniesta. Observing this, the opposing defensive midfielder positioned himself to intercept the passing lane, preparing for a mid-course block. However, Lin Quan executed a clever deception, refraining from passing to the infiltrating Iniesta and instead redirected the ball back to Coque, who had already crossed the halfway line. Upon receiving the ball, Coque swiftly surged towards the Mexican half, as another Mexican midfielder darted forward, attempting to intercept the ball from Coque's feet. Rather than taking time to evade his opponent, Coque promptly executed a sweeping pass to the flank, finding David Silva. With both Mexican midfielders drawn away, the center of Mexico's formation appeared somewhat exposed. Seizing the opportunity, David Silva immediately cut inside, advancing towards the center. He was not far from the goal, and had the defenders not closed in, he might have unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The Mexican defenders, now anxious, converged on Silva in an attempt to envelop him and thwart Spain's offensive drive. However, they seemed to overlook that David Silva was not merely a winger. He possessed the finesse of a top-tier midfielder. Before their encirclement could take effect, Silva calmly passed the ball to Torres, who had retreated to receive it. In this match, Torres served as a pivotal point for the Spanish team, responsible for receiving and distributing the ball. Without a clear opportunity, he refrained from taking hasty shots, and this occasion was no exception. Receiving the pass from his teammate, Torres With the opposing defender pressing against him, deftly returned the ball to Lin Quan, who had evaded the interception and was charging towards the edge of the penalty area. Torres' pass was impeccable. Lin Quan, upon receiving the ball, required no adjustment and smoothly advanced into the box. Inside the penalty area, the Mexican defenders appeared flustered. The pace of Spain's attack was relentless. Their defenders were either misled or failed to position themselves adequately, leaving only a solitary defensive line to contend with Spain's offense. Moreover, upon recognizing Lin Quan as the advancing player, the Mexican defenders felt a twinge of trepidation. Merely 5 minutes into the match, they had already conceded a penalty, which made them wary and hesitant to commit further fouls for fear of granting another penalty. With the score already at 0-2, conceding another goal would likely seal Mexico's fate unless they could replicate the miraculous comeback of Istanbul. The Mexican defender's trepidation prompted Lin Quan, who had initially intended to pass, to reconsider. What does your distant positioning imply? Is this merely a defensive gaze? He lifted his foot to feint a shot, causing the Mexican defenders to instinctively shift and prepare to block. Yet, this was merely a ruse. After eliciting their reaction, he swiftly nudged the ball past the defenders, charging towards the goal. Once again, the unfortunate Rodriguez found himself outmaneuvered. As before, he instinctively reached out to grab Lin Quan, but as his hand extended, the painful lesson from the first half jolted him back to reality. Standing before Lin Quan was Mexico's captain, Rafael Marquez, donned in the number 4 jersey. Compared to Rodriguez, Marquez possessed far more defensive acumen, having previously played for Barcelona and being the first Mexican to don their illustrious jersey. Although he is now advanced in years, his condition remains remarkably well preserved, and he possesses a keen ability to observe the dynamics of the match, adeptly leveraging his extensive experience to aid his team in securing victories. Having learned from past lessons, Max understood that Rodriguez could not contain Lin Quan, prompting him to shift his position preemptively. Had it not been for this foresight, Lin Quan would undoubtedly have been presented with a clear goal-scoring opportunity. Max silently acknowledged his stroke of luck while mentally steeling himself and heightening his vigilance. Despite being young, Spain's number 30 boasts both renown and skill. Underestimating him could yield dire consequences. Max was prepared for an engaging duel with Lin Quan, yet the latter afforded him no opportunity. After evading 2 defenders, Torres found himself in an unmarked position. In a display of selflessness, Lin Quan passed the ball to the open Torres. Upon receiving the ball, Torres adjusted his stance, aiming for the upper left corner of the goal, hoping to emulate Lin Quan's ability to find an absolute dead angle. However, this approach proved risky. With a resounding thud, the football struck the crossbar and ricocheted out of play. Torres, momentarily stunned, clutched his head, his mouth forming an O shape in disbelief. On the sidelines, Bosque, witnessing Lin Quan's pass and Torres' shot, had already clenched his fists in anticipation of a euphoric celebration, ready to erupt once Torres found the net. Alas, Torres sent the ball soaring over the goal, abruptly halting the celebratory gestures of Bosque, the Spanish coaching staff, and the substitutes. This fellow needs to practice shooting 1,000 times, specifically targeting the upper left corner of the goal until he achieves perfection. Missing a clear chance like this is utterly absurd. Lin Quan found it equally preposterous. After he and David Silva had drawn the opposing defenders away, Torres was left to confront only the goalkeeper. Moreover, in that scenario, the opposing goalkeeper was entirely unable to intervene, granting Torres ample time to adjust and shoot. Yet, he delivered such an astonishingly poor performance. The mood among the Spanish fans was akin to a roller coaster ride. They had believed their team was on the verge of sealing the victory, only to witness such a golden opportunity squandered. Fortunately, they still maintained a significant lead, which allowed them to quickly recover from their disappointment, erupting into applause for the players' commendable efforts during the attack. After failing to convert that chance, Torres approached Lin Quan to express his remorse. "I'm sorry, Lin, I squandered one of your assists. Next time, just shoot without hesitation." Lin Quan nodded, choosing not to dwell on it. "Yes, next time for sure," Torres affirmed earnestly. However, there would be no next time. In the 67th minute, Bosque made yet another substitution, replacing Torres with Villa. Although Villa is older, he has remarkably maintained his form. In the 78th minute, Spain launched a swift counterattack. Once again, it was Cork who intercepted the ball in the center and delivered a precise through pass to Lin Quan in the forward line. Lin Quan executed an exquisite lofted pass, allowing Villa to successfully evade the offside trap and surge into the penalty area, securing a one-on-one opportunity. He did not squander Lin Quan's brilliant assist upon receiving the pass. He deftly slotted the ball into the far corner, aiding Spain in extending their lead to 3-0. With that goal, they effectively extinguished any lingering suspense in the match and secured a place in the quarterfinals. With merely a few minutes remaining, it was evident that Mexico could not equalize the score under any circumstances. "David, that was a splendid run, and your shot was magnificent," Lin Quan sincerely praised during the celebration. At 33 years of age, Villa's instinct in front of goal and ability to seize opportunities remained remarkably sharp. Regrettably, time is relentless, and his days with the national team are likely numbered. "Indeed, it was your splendid pass. Had it been any slower, I would have been offside." Villa, in a display of humility, attributed the goal to Lin Quan, eschewing any self-aggrandizement. This gesture further enhanced Lin Quan's admiration for him. Villa was modest and unassuming, possessing immense talent, yet lacking the fame of his two teammates in the national squad. Of course, he and Torres embody different archetypes. Villa is a natural finisher, while Torres resembles a traditional center forward, capable of holding the ball, shooting, dribbling, and overpowering defenders. The only drawback is that Torres' prime was somewhat brief. After leaving Liverpool, his performance declined. Villa's potential may be slightly lower than Torres, yet his peak lasted longer, and even at the age of 33, he maintained a commendable form. When Lin Quan joined the national team, Torres was already past his prime, while Villa was nearing the tail end of his peak, leading to a more favorable impression of Villa in Lin Quan's eyes. Spain's third goal was nothing short of a devastating blow for Mexico. Trailing by 3 goals as the match approached its conclusion, the Mexican players realized they were destined to miss out on the quarterfinals. This outcome left them feeling profoundly disheartened, and their lackluster performance nearly allowed Spain to capitalize on another scoring opportunity. Fortunately, their captain, Marquez, stepped up, promptly rousing his teammates and urging them to fight for Mexico's honor. Having conceded 3 goals already, Mexico could not afford to concede a fourth. A fourth goal would spell disaster, and while they could accept a loss, they were unwilling to suffer a humiliating defeat at the hands of Spain. Thus, in the final stages of the match, a group of Mexican players, fighting for their honor, remarkably elevated their performance. Unfortunately, this resurgence came too late. In the 84th minute, Bosque utilized his final substitution, replacing Lin Quan with Pedro. The intent behind this change was evident: to allow Lin Quan to bask in the adulation of the fans. In this match, Lin Quan scored 1 goal and provided 1 assist, undeniably emerging as the team's most significant contributor to their victory. Without his pivotal penalty earned just 5 minutes into the match, Spain might have won, but not with such ease. The fans were exceedingly cooperative, rising to their feet and applauding Lin Quan. In return, Lin Quan, as before, clapped back at the enthusiastic crowd. Though a hint of perplexity lingered in his heart, Wyatt Bosque opted to substitute him in the last 2 matches, allowing him to bask in the audience's applause. Was he being overly generous? It seemed that in the past, he had not shown such favoritism toward him. This sudden shift gave Lin Quan an unsettling impression that Bosque might harbor some ulterior motive. After Lin Quan's departure from the pitch, Spain's offensive momentum noticeably waned. Their zeal for attacking diminished, and the players began to pass the ball among themselves in the backfield to waste time, refraining from launching further assaults on Mexico's goal. Mexican players attempted to press Spain, but after a brief flurry, they decisively abandoned this impractical notion, unless they committed all their players forward. Relying solely on a few in the attacking line was evidently insufficient to wrest the ball from the feet of the Spanish defenders. Minutes later, as the final moments of stoppage time elapsed, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. Ultimately, Spain triumphed over Mexico with a score of 3-0, advancing to the quarterfinals. The Bullfighters continued their impressive streak of victories, with their opponent in the quarterfinals to be determined in 4 hours. However, whether it be Costa Rica or Greece, neither posed a significant threat to the Bullfighters. Their progression to the semifinals was merely a matter of time. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 134. The transfer window opens. Paris Saint-Germain offers €200 million for Lin Quan. Following the match against Mexico, Bosque granted the team a 2-day break, allowing the players to unwind before the upcoming quarterfinals. The quarterfinals were scheduled to commence in a week. During this downtime, the coaching staff diligently gathered intelligence on their potential opponents. Although the strength of their quarterfinal adversaries was not particularly formidable, surprises were not uncommon on the grand stage of the World Cup, where the underdog could triumph over the favored. Costa Rica's achievement of topping their group undoubtedly indicated their prowess. Meanwhile, Greece had previously defied expectations to seize the European Championship amidst a landscape filled with formidable teams. Despite these two teams being less powerful than Spain, they deserved due respect. Spain's objective was to defend their title as world champions, and they were merely 3 matches away from achieving this goal, necessitating utmost vigilance. Thus, Bosque made a special trip with coach Tony to observe the quarterfinal match between Costa Rica and Greece. Leading up to the match, external expectations leaned towards Costa Rica, who were perceived to have the upper hand. The dynamics of the game indeed seemed to reflect this sentiment. Costa Rica played with remarkable initiative, establishing a significant advantage. In the 52nd minute of the second half, Costa Rica's number 10, Brian Ruiz, netted the first goal, altering the score to 1-0. This goal appeared to herald Costa Rica's historic advancement to the World Cup quarterfinals. However, the Greek team is indeed a squad that once achieved the miraculous feat of being an underdog. They exhibited remarkable resilience, and instead of being demoralized by their opponent's goal, they became increasingly assertive. In the 66th minute, Costa Rican defender Duarte brought down Greece's Holba during a defensive play, earning a second yellow card from the referee. 2 yellows turned into a red. The young defender, who plays for the same club as Wang Shangyuan, paid the price for his reckless behavior. This red card rendered the match's circumstances increasingly uncertain, as Costa Rica, now compelled to compete with 10 men, gradually lost control of the game. Greece began to seize the initiative and launched wave after wave of relentless attacks. In the 67th minute, Holba delivered a free kick into the box, and Samaras headed the ball just wide of the right post. 2 minutes later, Christodoulos struck powerfully from the edge of the box, sending the ball off target. During this period, Greece's offensive quality soared, with each shot sending shivers down the spines of Costa Rican fans. Despite their current lead on the scoreboard, no one could ascertain how long this advantage could be maintained under the pressure of their opponent's fierce assaults. As the intensity of the attacks increased, fouls by Costa Rican players surged dramatically. In the 70th minute, Ruiz brought down Samaras and received a yellow card. 2 minutes later, Manolas lunged at Joel Campbell, also earning a yellow card. To regain control of the match, Costa Rica substituted in Acosta for staunch defense, while Greece introduced veteran Katsiranis to bolster their offense. The match transformed into a fervent contest of defense from one side and relentless offense from the other, creating an atmosphere of heightened intensity, with fans from both sides standing to witness the climax of the game. In the closing moments, Greece launched their most ferocious assault. In the 80th minute, Karagounis attempted a direct free kick from 25 meters out, sending the ball high over the bar. In the 82nd minute, a free kick from Greece was lofted into the box, and Manolas' header from 6 meters out sailed over the crossbar. The Greek onslaught was relentless, and the prospect of scoring seemed increasingly imminent. As the pressure mounted, players were left gasping for breath. Costa Rica's coach swiftly executed a final substitution, bringing on Brenes for the fatigued Bolaños. As Bolaños exited the field, he dawdled deliberately, time-wasting and inciting considerable frustration among the Greek players. In the 87th minute, Christodoulos broke down the right flank and delivered a pass into the center. Samaras was poised to receive the ball for a clear opportunity on goal. In that crucial moment, Costa Rican goalkeeper Navas came to the rescue, intercepting the ball just before Samaras could strike, thwarting a highly threatening attack. Yet, fortune tends to wane. In the first minute of stoppage time, Yekas unleashed a shot from 8 meters out, only to have Navas parry it away. The ball remained within Costa Rica's penalty area. The Greek defender Papastathopoulos, who once played alongside Lin Quan at Werder Bremen, scored an opportunistic goal, equalizing for Greece in a dramatic finale. This marked Greece's inaugural goal in the knockout stages of the World Cup, and also the first goal in Papastathopoulos' 51 appearances for the national team. This precious goal, akin to gold, resurrected Greece from the depths of elimination. Could Greece be on the brink of reaching the quarterfinals? Witnessing this thrilling equalizer, Coach Tony expressed his astonishment, remarking on the remarkable resilience of a team that has already achieved underdog success. With the match potentially heading into extra time, Greece enjoyed a numerical advantage and was buoyed by superior morale, increasing their chances of victory. Bosque nodded solemnly, acknowledging that Greece is indeed a tenacious squad, evidenced by their triumph in the European Championship a decade ago. It was not just the two Spanish coaches who believed in Greece's potential victory. Even the Greek fans shared this optimistic sentiment. However, after equalizing, it appeared that Greece had exhausted their fortune. Costa Rican goalkeeper Navas seemed to be in extraordinary form, executing for crucial saves during stoppage time and extra time, thwarting all of Greece's attempts. The 10-man Costa Rica held on until the very end, dragging the match into a harrowing penalty shootout, marking the second penalty shootout of this World Cup, with 2 penalty shootouts already in the 3 knockout matches played. The frequency of such dramatic moments is undeniably increasing, highlighting the immense difficulty of overcoming opponents in the knockout stages. In the initial 3 penalties, both teams converted flawlessly. But during the 4th penalty, Greece's number 17, Yekas, saw his shot denied by Navas. Thanks to this pivotal save, Costa Rica narrowly triumphed in the shootout, making history by advancing to the quarterfinals of the World Cup. They were set to face the formidable defending champions, Spain. In this match, Navas undoubtedly earned the title of man of the match. Greece unleashed 27 shots in total, with 13 on target, including 4 clear-cut opportunities. Yet, Navas expertly repelled each attempt, repeatedly saving Costa Rica from peril. His exceptional performance caught the attention of many fans and scouts from elite clubs alike. As the transfer window opened, an increasing number of top clubs began dispatching scouts to Brazil to closely observe players of interest. In light of the frequent penalty shootouts during the World Cup, several capable goalkeepers began to stand out, such as Navas and Bravo. These 2 goalkeepers, through their stellar performances, quickly attracted the attention of prestigious clubs. While Barcelona engaged with Bravo's agent, Real Madrid also contemplated making an offer to Levante to acquire Navas, aiming to replace the aging Casillas at the Bernabeu. However, this transfer may not proceed as smoothly as anticipated, for while Real Madrid has set its sights on Navas, another club has also taken an interest in him. That club is none other than the newly crowned Champions League champions, Manchester City. Coach Pellegrini has expressed dissatisfaction with the team's current first-choice goalkeeper, Joe Hart, believing his abilities lack the requisite strength and stability. Pellegrini has long contemplated replacing Hart, but had struggled to find a suitable alternative. And the promoted backup goalkeeper performed even more poorly, leaving him no choice but to endure the situation. Nonetheless, after Manchester City's triumph in the Champions League, their aspirations for the upcoming season's squad have soared. If they could eliminate the instability that Hart represents in their defensive line, it would be prudent to do so sooner rather than later. Pellegrini aims to recruit a more capable goalkeeper whose style better suits Manchester City, thereby further enhancing their defense. In addition to seeking a goalkeeper, he also intends to scout for exceptional defenders and will not hesitate to act should a suitable candidate present itself. This season, Mansour's investment in Manchester City remains substantial, showing no signs of diminishing despite their Champions League victory. On the contrary, Mansour plans to capitalize on the momentum of their championship win, striving to transform Manchester City into a top-tier team and establish a legacy befitting a true footballing powerhouse. The disparity in influence and reputation between a genuine giant and a nouveau riche club is immense. What Manchester City currently lacks is that foundational legacy. A single Champions League trophy may temporarily lift them from the image of a nouveau riche club, but a true transformation into a footballing giant still lies ahead. Thus, he is determined to push forward, aiming for Manchester City to attempt a title defense in the Champions League. If they succeed in achieving what no team has accomplished before, they will finally shed the image of a nouveau riche club and truly become a top-tier powerhouse. Therefore, taking advantage of the opportunity presented by the World Cup, Pellegrini personally attended the event to assess players recommended by scouts and closely observe those who did not make the shortlist. Players participating in the World Cup are generally among the elite of the sport. Consequently, World Cup years present a prime opportunity for many clubs to bolster their rosters. On the grand stage of the World Cup, capable players are more likely to seize the moment and showcase their talents, thus attracting the attention of prestigious clubs. Moreover, the high stakes of World Cup matches ensure that players who excel are unlikely to be duds, alleviating concerns over wasted expenditures. Due to Lin Quan's influence, Pellegrini has paid particular attention to Spain's matches. During the group stage, he was notably impressed by Chile's goalkeeper, Bravo. Bravo's strengths are evident, as he possesses extensive defensive coverage and excels at intercepting and challenging opponents. Furthermore, his quick reflexes, refined footwork, and strong distribution skills allow him to engage seamlessly in the build-up play from the back and initiate long passes with composure. These attributes align perfectly with Barcelona's requirements. They seek a goalkeeper possessing exquisite footwork and the ability to serve as a pivotal outlet. Additionally, the advantage of being adept at advancing towards the ball enables Barcelona to more effectively neutralize opponents' counterattacks. Consequently, Barcelona promptly submitted an offer to Real Sociedad, intending to bring him to Camp Nou. Had Pellegrini not witnessed Navas's remarkable performance in this match, he might have contemplated pursuing Bravo. After all, both Pellegrini and Bravo hail from Chile, making the acquisition of a compatriot potentially more manageable within the locker room. However, after observing the match, Pellegrini deemed Navas to be an equally commendable option. Should Bravo be unattainable, securing Navas would become imperative. While Real Madrid also harbors intentions to acquire Navas, their primary goalkeeper, Casillas, is currently in commendable form, which would necessitate competition for Navas upon his arrival. At 33, Casillas is not particularly old. It is not uncommon for goalkeepers to continue performing at the highest level well into their mid-30s. For instance, Buffon, now 36, remains an unwavering mainstay for Juventus and the Italian national team. Similarly, former Manchester United keeper Van der Sar joined the club at 35 and continued to serve until his retirement at 40. Given Casillas' current state, he could easily contribute to Real Madrid for several more years, barring any decision to offload him. In light of this, Pellegrini is buoyed by confidence. Should Navas join Manchester City, he would undoubtedly become the team's first-choice goalkeeper. Conversely, if he were to sign with Real Madrid, he might find himself on the bench for the upcoming season, awaiting an opportunity that could arise only if Casillas were injured or his performance waned. Faced with the choice of a lucrative salary as the unequivocal starter versus a lesser wage as a substitute, unless he harbors profound affection for Real Madrid, it stands to reason that he would opt for Manchester City. Pellegrini acted swiftly. Following the conclusion of this match, he promptly instructed club officials to make an offer to Levante, initially proposing $8 million to gauge their willingness to sell. If the response to this price is unsatisfactory, he remains open to increasing the offer. However, Manchester City's recruitment strategy has evolved. They no longer rely solely on exorbitant offers. Previously, their high spending stemmed from a lack of heritage and accolades, which hindered their ability to attract top-tier talent. Yet now, with a UEFA Champions League title in their possession and considerable competitiveness in the league, the challenge of enticing high-caliber players has significantly diminished. Thus, they are no longer compelled to employ inflated pricing to entice potential signings. Of course, City is not short of financial resources, and Pellegrini is willing to entertain offers up to $15 million. Beyond that threshold, he would need to reassess the situation. After the conclusion of the match between Costa Rica and Greece, Pellegrini promptly proceeded to another stadium to observe the clash between Colombia and Uruguay. This is a civil war in South America, where both teams possess formidable strength. Colombia has remained unbeaten in their last 10 matches. However, their most recent defeat was against Uruguay. Consequently, many observers have shown a preference for Uruguay, as they appear slightly stronger on paper. The match has garnered significant attention, drawing a multitude of spectators and scouts due to the presence of numerous top-tier stars. Scouts from prestigious clubs such as Real Madrid, Barcelona, Chelsea, and Manchester United were in attendance, while the head coaches of Bayern Munich and Manchester City made personal appearances. Pellegrini attended with his assistant, and Guardiola came along with Lin Quan to watch the game. 3 players, in particular, captured the spotlight: James Rodriguez, Luis Suarez, and Edinson Cavani. Rumors have circulated regarding the impending departure of Liverpool's star striker from Anfield this season, with Barcelona emerging as the most probable destination. To assess Suarez's condition, Barcelona dispatched seasoned scouts to observe the match. However, disappointment loomed when FIFA announced a 4-month suspension for Suarez due to an incident in which he bit Chiellini during a match against Italy. This effectively concluded Suarez's World Cup journey, and any club acquiring him would face the prospect of missing him for at least 9 matches in the new season. Should he remain in the Premier League, the suspension could extend to 19 matches, rendering him unavailable for half the season. In light of this, Arsenal, initially interested in Suarez, withdrew from the competition, unable to justify even a bid of £40 million plus £1. Without Suarez, the match lost some of its allure. Yet James Rodriguez captivated all attention with his remarkable performance. Last summer, when Monaco acquired him from Porto for $45 million, many believed Monaco had been duped by the seasoned Portuguese club, notorious for their savvy dealings. Due to linguistic factors, the Portuguese league often serves as the first European stop for many South American players, allowing some clubs to engage in lucrative transactions. Porto is particularly renowned for this practice, having profited handsomely from their recent player sales. Notable examples include Carvalho, who joined for free and was sold to Chelsea for $30 million, Falcao, acquired for $4 million and sold to Atletico Madrid for $40 million, and James, bought for $7 million and sold to Monaco for $45 million. When considering other transactions, such as Pepe, who was bought for $2 million and sold for $30 million, and Anderson, who was acquired for $5 million and sold for $31.5 million. It is evident that Porto has reaped over $300 million in the transfer market in recent years. While Porto has thrived financially, the clubs that have purchased their players bear significant risks. Among the transactions, Quaresma and Anderson have drawn the most controversy. One was sold at a high price to Inter Milan, while the other was transferred to Manchester United. Unfortunately, neither managed to showcase abilities commensurate with their valuations, leading the public to label them as significant flops. Last year, James Rodriguez also faced skepticism from the media. However, in his inaugural season in Ligue 1, he silenced the critics with his remarkable performances. Over the course of the previous season, he made 37 appearances for Monaco, scoring 10 goals and providing 12 assists. Such statistics are undeniably impressive for an attacking midfielder. Were it not for the existence of prodigies like Lin Quan among the younger generation, James' achievements would have garnered far greater attention. Nevertheless, true talent eventually shines through. In the current World Cup, James' performance has been nothing short of stellar. In the opening match of the group stage against Greece, he scored during injury time. In the subsequent match against Ivory Coast, he opened the scoring, leading Colombia to victory and ensuring their advancement to the knockout stage a round early. In the final group game against Japan, coming off the bench, James orchestrated 3 goals in just 45 minutes, sending Japan home. If the group stage performances were merely an appetizer, then his display in the round of 16 was nothing short of breathtaking. In the 28th minute of the first half, James struck a magnificent goal that pierced the Uruguayan net. Shortly after the second half began, he added another with a header, extending his team's lead. Despite Uruguay being favored and boasting stars like Suarez, Cavani, and Forlan, Colombia, buoyed by James alone, triumphed with a score of 2-0, advancing into the quarterfinals. With 5 goals to his name, James ascended to the second position on the scoring chart, trailing only Lin Quan's 6 goals. Scouts from numerous prestigious clubs, having witnessed this commanding performance, were left astounded. Last year, they mocked Monaco for being naive and overspending on Porto's player. Now, they wished they had been the ones taken advantage of. Following this single match, James' market value could easily soar to $50 million. Considering his exceptional displays in Ligue 1 and the group stage of the World Cup, many believe his worth could reach $60 million or even $70 million. Across South America, the only player capable of rivaling him at his age is likely Neymar. Consequently, in the aftermath of the match, several elite clubs initiated actions to submit bids to Monaco in hopes of securing James. Real Madrid was the first to send representatives to negotiate with the player's agent, offering an astonishing $80 million. This bid was one that Monaco could not refuse, having acquired him for only $45 million the previous year, thus netting a profit of $35 million without spending a dime in the interim. A rare opportunity indeed. However, before Monaco could accept Real Madrid's offer, their fierce rivals Barcelona leaped into action, with rumors suggesting they were willing to pay $88 million for James. The offer from Barcelona remains unconfirmed, while Manchester United has also thrown their hat into the ring, presenting a bid of $63 million in hopes of bringing James Rodriguez back to Old Trafford. With ambitions to overshadow their city rivals, Manchester City, the Red Devils have promptly initiated their recruitment efforts following the appointment of Van Gaal, Juventus midfield star Pogba, Monaco's prodigy James Rodriguez, and even Real Madrid's Di Maria are all on their list of potential signings. Recently, Manchester United has inked a 10-year sponsorship deal with Adidas, amounting to a staggering $750 million. This provides them with ample financial resources to indulge in the transfer market, and with significant funds at his disposal, Van Gaal is unlikely to be frugal. If Manchester City can secure a title through an expenditure of $1 billion, Manchester United can do the same. As Manchester United enters the fray for James Rodriguez, Liverpool swiftly emerges to stir the pot, with Suarez and Barcelona exchanging glances and showing little interest in renewing his contract. Coupled with his frequent disciplinary issues on the pitch, Liverpool has tacitly accepted that Suarez is likely to depart this summer. Should he leave, the Reds will urgently need to recruit a high-caliber attacking player to fill the void left by Suarez, and the outstanding performer of the World Cup, James Rodriguez, is naturally their prime candidate. If James Rodriguez was the center of attention at the onset of the transfer period, an intriguing piece of news from L'Équipe has sent shockwaves throughout the football world. Paris Saint-Germain has made a staggering $200 million bid to Manchester City for their number 10, Lin Quan. This revelation has caused an uproar across the footballing community. $200 million? Is that not madness? I recall 2 years ago when rumors surfaced that Manchester City had made a $200 million offer for Messi to Barcelona. Indeed, it happened. And Barcelona turned it down. If 2 years ago Messi was valued at $200 million, then, considering the inflation since that time, Paris Saint-Germain's bid does not seem excessively high, does it? Manchester City appears to have signed Lin Quan on a free transfer. If they were to sell him to Paris Saint-Germain, wouldn't that translate into a substantial profit of $200 million? Surely. They do not lack the funds for such a transaction. However, if they were to part with Lin Quan, where would they find a suitable replacement? Perhaps they could acquire James Rodriguez? Barcelona has raised their offer to $88 million, and for Manchester City to secure James Rodriguez, they would need to spend at least $90 million, selling Lin Quan for $200 million, and then spending $90 million on James Rodriguez, all to profit $11 million, while completely dismantling their current tactical system? That seems utterly insane. Indeed, as long as Manchester City remains grounded in reality, they are unlikely to consent to such a transfer, and besides, James Rodriguez cannot replace Lin Quan. While ordinary fans might discuss this transfer rumor with a sense of detached curiosity, Manchester City supporters, upon hearing this news, were thrown into a state of panic. Surely, Lin Quan will not leave, will he? It is utterly inconceivable that Lin Huang could depart. He is an invaluable asset to our Blue Moon. The notion of securing him for a mere $200 million is simply out of the question, absolutely impossible. However, what if Lin Huang himself wishes to leave? The emergence of this question sent ripples of anxiety through Manchester City fans. In a fervent attempt to retain Lin, numerous supporters flocked to his social media accounts, rallying together to leave comments imploring him to stay with the club. Some fans even took to the club's official website, vehemently demanding that the team retain Lin. He has rendered tremendous service to the club, and it would be unjust to sell him, should the club dare to part with him for the sake of a transfer. I vow never to set foot in the Etihad Stadium again. We beseech you, please make a statement and dispel this rumor. Quickly inform us that Lin will remain with Manchester City for the next season. The influx of fans leaving comments on the official website soon caught the attention of the club's staff, who were initially perplexed by the situation, as there had been no prior indication that Lin was to be sold. Consequently, they promptly issued a statement to quell the rumors. Upon hearing the club's denial, the fans exhaled a collective sigh of relief. In addition to the Manchester City supporters who were apprehensive about the rumor, fans from 2 other clubs were particularly invested in this news. One of these clubs was Paris Saint-Germain, and the other was FC Barcelona. The PSG fans, upon learning of the speculation, were practically bursting with excitement, eager to celebrate. Despite having a superstar like Zlatan Ibrahimovic in their ranks, his age has diminished his prowess, and he pales in comparison to the true elite. However, Lin is different. He is not only exceptionally young, but also possesses the talent that meets or even exceeds that of the greatest players. Should they manage to acquire such a top-tier star, PSG's strength would undoubtedly soar to new heights. The mere thought of a front line featuring Ibrahimovic, Lin, and Edinson Cavani sent the PSG fans into a frenzy of anticipation. If they were to boast such a lineup in this year's Champions League knockout stage, how could they possibly falter against Real Madrid? The PSG supporters, eager for revenge against the Spanish giants, could hardly contain their excitement at the prospect of seeing Lin donning their colors. The PSG fans may have been overly optimistic. Upon learning of the club's interest in acquiring Lin, their star player Ibrahimovic immediately voiced his discontent to the management. If the club insists on signing that young Spaniard, I shall depart from Paris Saint-Germain. When Cavani transferred to PSG, Ibrahimovic was able to assert his dominance, compelling Cavani to play as his support. He believed his superiority warranted being the focal point, with others in supporting roles. However, facing the prowess and renown of Lin, Ibrahimovic lacked the same confidence. Hence, should Lin join, it is highly probable that Ibrahimovic would be relegated to a supporting role, aiding Lin, a scenario that would be utterly intolerable for the fiercely competitive Ibrahimovic. Just as he could not coexist with Messi at Barcelona, he similarly doubts his ability to share the stage with Lin Quan at Paris Saint-Germain. Should the latter arrive, he would have no choice but to depart. Naturally, PSG has been imploring him to stay, attempting to persuade him with kind words. However, this does not imply that they would abandon their efforts to acquire Lin Quan. They are merely leaving a fallback plan in case their pursuit fails. Losing both Lin Quan and Ibrahimovic would be a regrettable outcome. As for Barcelona, the fans are caught in a mix of morbid curiosity and envy. €200 million, a staggering sum indeed. Such exorbitant transfer fees are beyond the means of Barcelona. The supporters believe that their club can continuously nurture talent from its youth academy without squandering vast sums on external signings. Moreover, a player acquired may not necessarily suit Barcelona's style. However, their feelings towards Lin Quan, a former Barcelona player, are quite complex. Undoubtedly, he would seamlessly integrate into Barcelona's tactical framework, as evidenced by his performances with the Spanish national team. Yet, the challenge of bringing Lin Quan back to Camp Nou is exceedingly daunting. The recent offer from PSG can be seen as a precursor. Should Barcelona wish to reclaim their youth prodigy, it is likely to cost a similar, if not greater, sum. The inflation of transfer fees in football has escalated at an alarming rate. Indeed, only a few years ago, transfer fees in the tens of millions were considered monumental. And now we are discussing figures in the hundreds of millions. I had assumed that Cristiano Ronaldo's near €100 million transfer record would stand for many years. Yet it seems poised to be shattered, and by multiples no less. These affluent investors are indeed extravagant with their finances. The thought of needing several hundred million to bring Lin Quan back incites resentment among Barcelona fans towards the Middle Eastern consortiums. They blame these wealthy investors, without their influence. How could transfer fees have inflated so dramatically in just a few years? Behind PSG stands the Qatari consortium, which has significantly invested in football over the years. Thus, the current surge in transfer prices is closely tied to their involvement. The rationale behind the Qatari consortium's lavish spending is to generate hype for the 2022 World Cup in Qatar. Acquiring PSG and establishing a presence in the top 5 leagues is a strategic move in their campaign for the World Cup. In addition to purchasing PSG, they have also invested heavily in star players to amplify their influence. Renowned athletes like Ibrahimovic, Cavani, and Thiago Silva were all acquired at substantial costs. When Ibrahimovic joined PSG in 2012, his salary reached an astonishing €15 million, surpassing even that of Messi and Ronaldo at the time. If the Abu Dhabi consortium's acquisition of Manchester City marked the dawn of money-driven football, then the Qatari consortium has undoubtedly taken it to new heights, accelerating the inflation of the football market. Unlike Mansour's Abu Dhabi consortium, the Abu Dhabi Group has commenced the construction of their own football empire through the City Football Group. They possess a long-term vision for development within the realm of football. In contrast, the Qatari consortium seems devoid of such foresight. They appear to be dabbling in the sport rather than committing to it seriously. After investing heavily in acquiring Paris Saint-Germain and numerous players, PSG secured 2 Ligue 1 titles within 3 years. This achievement justifies the Qatari investment, and from a promotional standpoint, they have largely fulfilled their objectives. However, comparisons can be quite disheartening. In the realm of financial football, Manchester City undoubtedly outshines PSG. After all, Manchester City has clinched the Champions League title, whereas PSG has not. Had Manchester City failed to win the title last season, the Qatari consortium might have been more accepting of PSG's performance. Yet, after Manchester City's triumph, the Qatari consortium, which has long been in a subtle rivalry with Abu Dhabi, found itself restless. The Ligue 1, ranked lower among the top 5 leagues, lacks the fierce competition of the Premier League. Consequently, the 2 Ligue 1 titles they secured carry far less weight than those in the Premier League, leaving them overshadowed in nearly every aspect. How can they endure such a situation? Observing Manchester City's core player shine at the World Cup, the Qatari consortium devised a plan to lure him away. If they could successfully acquire him for Paris Saint-Germain, this transfer alone would significantly elevate their presence in the eyes of global fans. A record-breaking transfer fee of €200 million would generate a far greater stir than the arrivals of Ibrahimovic or Cavani. Moreover, should they succeed in securing him, Manchester City's meticulously constructed tactical framework would likely collapse. The following season, Manchester City's performance would undoubtedly plummet, while Paris Saint-Germain might just take flight. Even if the transfer ultimately fails, the mere prospect of a €200 million bid would generate substantial media buzz, attracting attention from all corners. Regardless of the outcome, they stand to gain immensely. Such an opportunity is one Paris Saint-Germain could hardly afford to overlook. Thus, the tidbit reported by L'Equipe is not without merit. Paris Saint-Germain possesses ample motivation to submit this bid, and they are by no means short on funds. As for whether spending €200 million on him is worthwhile, that assessment should be left to professional analysts. According to the specialized agency employed by the Qatari consortium, which has gathered extensive data on the player, the conclusion drawn is that acquiring him at this price would indeed be a lucrative venture. Even disregarding the substantial promotional benefits this transfer would bring to the Qatari consortium, simply bringing him to the Parc des Princes would be considered a prudent investment. Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, and this player represent the three most formidable talents in contemporary football. All three belong to the category of superstars whose market value is not solely determined by wealth. Acquiring them transcends mere financial capability. The Qatari consortium harbors no concerns regarding expenditure. Their apprehension lies in the possibility that Manchester City might reject their offer. Undoubtedly, Manchester City is unlikely to accept their proposal. Following Paris Saint-Germain's initial bid, Manchester City, taken aback, dismissed it without a second glance. The resolve of Manchester City is unwavering. Lin Quan is considered an untouchable asset, not for sale at any price. The Qataris seem to have anticipated such a scenario and, undeterred, decided to approach the player directly, hoping to persuade him personally. Consequently, on the day after this rumor surfaced, Lin Quan received a call from his agent, Per. So, is Paris Saint-Germain's offer indeed genuine? Lin Quan had noticed the online rumor the previous day and initially dismissed it as false. However, upon receiving Per's call, he sensed that matters were more complex. Indeed, Paris Saint-Germain had submitted a staggering bid of €200 million. When addressing this question, Per felt a tinge of disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Quan's market value had surged to such an extent. This figure is €200 million. Such a sum likely surpasses the total value of most ordinary teams in the top 5 leagues. For many clubs, this amount would suffice to assemble a commendable squad. Yet Paris Saint-Germain intends to utilize it for a single player. It is truly extravagant. Manchester City did not acquiesce, right? Lin Quan inquired. Aware that Manchester City is not short of funds, they would probably reject such underhanded tactics unless they were utterly irrational. Indeed, Manchester City rejected their offer. So, your call to me is because Paris Saint-Germain's direct approach proved ineffective, prompting them to reach out to you with their conditions? Lin Quan quickly deduced Per's purpose for calling. When direct offers fail, private contact with the player to sway his decision is not an uncommon practice in football. For instance, when Gareth Bale transferred to Real Madrid, the latter had approached Bale beforehand to persuade him to refuse training and matches, thereby pressuring Tottenham to relent. However, Tottenham's chairman, Levy, was resolute, unwilling to budge and preferring to forego Bale rather than lower the price. Not only did Tottenham refuse to yield, but after Manchester City signed Lin Quan, they significantly raised their bid for another target, thereby profiting handsomely at Real Madrid's expense. Would you be interested in hearing the conditions presented by Paris Saint-Germain? Per was somewhat tempted by the offer from the French club, as according to the agent's commission structure, should the transfer succeed, he would earn 10 of the transfer fee, amounting to a staggering €20 million. He had never encountered such a sum in his lifetime. With such exorbitant commission rates, it is no wonder that many player agents encourage their clients to pursue transfers. Not interested. I currently have no intentions of leaving Manchester City, let alone venturing into League One. Lin Quan is currently content with his life in Manchester City. The team's roster has nearly reached a harmonious blend, exhibiting formidable competitiveness in both the league and the Champions League. Furthermore, the club and its principal owner, Mansour, have treated him exceptionally well, and he is not one to be ungrateful or betray the team. Were he to consider a transfer, a return to La Liga would be the only viable option. However, the weather in England is a source of dissatisfaction for Lin Quan. The climate in Manchester is cold, damp, and notoriously capricious. with several rain showers occurring even within a single day. The chilly, humid weather is rather unbearable, especially for someone like Lin Quan, who is accustomed to the warm sunshine and gentle sea breezes of Catalonia. Noticing Lin Quan's disinterest in the topic, Pear was perceptive enough to avoid pursuing it further. During the World Cup, he hopes to focus solely on his game, without being disrupted by chaotic transfer rumors. Although Lin Quan does not intend to leave, there remains palpable tension within Manchester City. While watching the World Cup in Brazil, Pellegrini was taken aback upon learning of Paris Saint-Germain's offer. His immediate reaction was one of disbelief. Was his home being stolen? Lin Quan is his most pivotal player. Losing him would be detrimental to Manchester City's prospects for the upcoming season. He promptly called the club to confirm that they had rejected PSG's bid, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the alarm could not be entirely silenced. What if Lin Quan was swayed by their sincerity and desired to depart? Consequently, Pellegrini personally visited the training base in Spain to speak with Lin Quan. Chapter 136. The old lord regrets not spending $1 billion to acquire Lin Quan. Coach, what brings you here? Lin Quan was somewhat surprised to see Pellegrini. I came to check on you and to inquire about your thoughts on the team's recruitment this summer. Pellegrini did not directly ask Lin Quan if he intended to transfer, but instead adopted a more subtle approach to gauge his sentiments. The club will proceed with its recruitment plans as per its strategy. I do not have any specific thoughts on the matter. Lin Quan was not well versed in the transfer dealings of the team and preferred not to interfere, lest it appear that he was overstepping his bounds. As a player, his primary responsibility is to perform well on the pitch. Overly meddling in the club's transfer activities is not advisable, a lesson exemplified by Mbappe later on. Feel free to express your thoughts. By the way, allow me to share our recruitment strategy for this summer. Pellegrini patiently outlined the players Manchester City might need to acquire. Strengthening the defense is essential, as Lescaut's contract has expired, and he has declined to accept the club's renewal offer. He expressed on his Twitter, I am truly thrilled and delighted to have won the Champions League. I would like to thank everyone at the club. This has been a wonderful chapter in my career and life. Although he did not explicitly state his intention to leave, his refusal to sign the renewal contract clearly indicates that he is contemplating a departure. Lescaut served Manchester City for 5 years, yet in the past 2 seasons, he has gradually been relegated to the role of a substitute, with his appearances dwindling significantly. This is perhaps the aspect that he finds most unsatisfactory. Now that his contract has expired, leaving Manchester City to join another club as a free agent could afford him the opportunity to secure a lucrative deal. Pellegrini regards Lescaut as an important rotation player and does not promise him a starting position, making it difficult to retain him. If he wishes to depart, it is better to let him go. Manchester City is not a club devoid of compassion. In addition to Lescaut, the backup goalkeeper Panteleimon also desires to leave due to a lack of playing opportunities. Although his contract has not yet expired, Pellegrini intends to release him without charge. Panteleimon's abilities do not meet Manchester City's standards, and his mindset lacks stability. With Pellegrini planning to acquire a new primary goalkeeper, his continued presence would be of no benefit to either party. I am considering bringing in a goalkeeper from either Navas or Bravo. Bravo seems close to reaching an agreement with Barcelona, making his acquisition rather challenging. Thus, Navas appears to be the most probable candidate. In the midfield, Javi Garcia also seeks an exit. Being overlooked for the Spanish national team has impacted him significantly, and he wishes to compete for a starting role elsewhere in hopes of making a claim for the national squad. Although Garcia is not an absolute starter, he is considered an important rotation player. However, unlike others, he, like Lin Quan, hails from Spain, forming part of the Spanish contingent. If the club intends to sell him, they must notify Lin Quan, the leader of the Spanish faction, in advance to avoid misunderstandings. Lin Quan nodded. Having already been approached by Garcia regarding this matter at the end of the season, he understands and respects Garcia's perspective, thus will not harbor resentment if the club decides to part ways with him. Coughing lightly, Pellegrini added, Negrito also wishes to leave. This revelation genuinely surprised Lin Quan. Negrito had not been a stranger to the pitch at Manchester City, and his performance in both the League and Champions League was commendable. Lin Quan had assumed he would remain with the club, only to discover his desire to depart, a decision he had not communicated to him. Where does he wish to go? Last season, Negrito made 47 appearances for Manchester City, scoring 23 goals, showcasing an impressive scoring efficiency. His departure would significantly impact Manchester City's attacking line. He wishes to return to La Liga, citing an inability to endure the cold and damp weather of Manchester. Pellegrini remarked with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Quan, who had intended to persuade Negredo to stay, abandoned the thought altogether. Alas, the dreadful weather in Manchester is indeed a torment for Spanish players. Spain is warm and dry, while England is cold and damp, transitioning from the Iberian Peninsula to Britain. Spanish players often find themselves struggling to adapt. Negredo, having joined Manchester City merely a year ago, seems eager to depart. While it is evident that various factors contribute to his decision, the weather undoubtedly plays a significant role. Well, if he wishes to leave, so be it. This summer, as many as 7 or 8 players are set to exit Manchester City. With such a substantial turnover, the team must undoubtedly seek reinforcements to fill the void left by their departures. Pellegrini intends to acquire a backup striker, a substitute midfielder, and a first-choice goalkeeper. Should Joe Hart be unwilling to remain, he will be put up for sale, accompanied by the pursuit of another backup goalkeeper. Pellegrini felt it unnecessary to elaborate on these recruitment plans, yet out of respect for Lin Quan, he chose to disclose his current knowledge and future intentions. In terms of defense, we aim to recruit a taller, younger defender to address the team's vulnerabilities to aerial threats. Navas's height is a concern for Pellegrini, as he fears the team may suffer under aerial bombardments in the upcoming season. Upon hearing Pellegrini's requests, Lin Quan immediately thought of a formidable individual. A player who almost snatched the Ballon d'Or from Messi while playing as a defender. There exists a young defender named Van Dijk within the Scottish Premiership's Celtic, who should meet your requirements. Celtic, you say? I shall keep an eye on him when I have the opportunity. Pellegrini, having not heard of Van Dijk, was nonetheless inclined to investigate, given Lin Quan's recommendation. Lin, our objectives for the new season are to defend both the Premier League and the Champions League titles. Yet achieving these ambitions will be exceedingly challenging. Thus, we must strive to maintain the stability of our core lineup. Do you not agree? Eventually, Pellegrini could no longer contain himself. Lin Quan glanced up at him and smiled, saying, "Coach, you are not implying that you wish to inquire whether I will leave Manchester City, are you?" Acknowledging Lin Quan's directness, Pellegrini ceased his indirect approach. "Indeed, you are of utmost importance to the team. Without you, our ambitions for the upcoming season would be utterly unattainable." Given Manchester City's current tactical approach, Pellegrini could scarcely fathom what the team would become in Lin Quan's absence. Given Pellegrini's candid demeanor, Lin Quan also opted for transparency. He straightforwardly assured him, "You and the club can prepare for the new season with peace of mind. I shall not be departing Manchester City this summer." With Lin Quan's commitment, Pellegrini let out a sigh of relief, yet soon became anxious again, for Lin Quan had only stated he would not leave this summer. What of the next? After bidding farewell to Pellegrini, Lin Quan contemplated the situation and decided to issue a statement on social media to quell the transfer rumors. Upon waking, I found my inbox inundated with messages from friends inquiring about my destination for the new season. Is there any doubt? Of course, I shall remain at Manchester City. Next season, at the Etihad Stadium, let us meet again. He accompanied this declaration with a photograph of himself reveling in the collective cheers of the fans following a goal at the Etihad Stadium, thereby affirming his enjoyment of his time at Manchester City. The club's and Lin Quan's successive denials and statements have finally eased the anxieties of Manchester City fans. I always maintained that Lin would not depart from Manchester City. Indeed, the unscrupulous media, in their relentless pursuit of traffic, have lost all sense of integrity. Finally, we can breathe easy. The staggering $200 million offer from Paris Saint-Germain had stirred considerable unease among Manchester City supporters. Such a sum was simply overwhelming. Lin Quan's denial has left many clubs closely monitoring the transfer disappointed. In Madrid, Real Madrid's president, Florentino Perez, sighed upon hearing the news. With Paris Saint-Germain throwing down $200 million and still unable to secure Lin Quan, we are unlikely to acquire him in the near future. Manuel Redondo, Perez's chief assistant, nodded in agreement. Manchester City's reluctance to let him go is one aspect. Crucially, the player himself does not wish to depart, making it exceedingly difficult for any team attempting to lure him away. This is where Perez finds himself in a quandary, watching Lin Quan dominate the World Cup with Spain, his performances eclipsing even those of Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. Consequently, his market value has surged, attracting an increasing number of clubs eager to sign him, making his acquisition ever more challenging. It can be said that the fervor with which elite clubs once coveted Messi is now mirrored in their desire for Lin Quan. Moreover, due to Lin Quan's youth, the number of clubs vying for his signature has surpassed those that once pursued Messi. Perez is no exception. He had admired Lin Quan during his time at Werder Bremen. Last season, Lin Quan's performance at Manchester City was nothing short of stellar. He even shattered Real Madrid's dreams in the Champions League. This left Perez both envious and deeply appreciative, while also filled with regret. Had he been resolute in signing Lin Quan instead of Gareth Bale, the core issues of Real Madrid's squad could have been resolved for the next decade. Unfortunately, considerations for Ronaldo's feelings, coupled with concerns that Lin Quan might refuse to join due to his ties with Barcelona, led to a lack of urgency and sincerity in their negotiations with him and his agent, resulting in an impasse. Had they shown the same level of commitment as Manchester City in pursuing Lin Quan, the likelihood of attracting him to the club, given Real Madrid's stature and influence in football, would have been significantly heightened. Although Ronaldo remains formidable, he is aging. Born in 1985, he will turn 30 next year. After 30, a player's performance typically declines, which means that in 2 or 3 years, Real Madrid will need to contemplate who can replace Ronaldo. Finding players of Ronaldo and Messi's caliber is indeed a daunting task. There are few who can reach such heights in football among the younger generation. Only Lin Quan has attained this level, while others remain far behind. Moreover, these players are mostly secured by their respective clubs. Neymar is at Barcelona and is unattainable. Courtois is at Bayern Munich and unlikely to leave easily, and Hazard is regarded as a treasure by Chelsea, making him difficult to acquire. Only James Rodriguez seems to be a contender, yet the clubs vying for him are numerous. Teams such as Barcelona, Manchester United, Liverpool, and Juventus have all joined the fray. Even if Real Madrid were to secure James, it would undoubtedly come at a steep cost. Frankly speaking, investing over €100 million on a player whose abilities pale in comparison to Lin Quan would be a grave mistake. It would be far wiser to resolutely spend €200 million to bring Lin Quan back. Unfortunately, Paris Saint-Germain has already attempted such a strategy, to no avail. With this thought, Florentino sighed. When they initially acquired Bale, the primary focus was on his immediate impact, hoping to leverage this opportunity to realize the dream of lifting the 10th Champions League trophy. However, the actual results have not been as favorable as anticipated. In terms of immediate impact, Lin Quan utterly eclipses Bale. They are not even in the same tier. The initial concerns regarding Lin Quan's youth, immediate readiness, and the uncertainties of his future now appear to have been unfounded. Given the chance again, they would undoubtedly choose to sign Lin Quan without hesitation. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. I wonder if there is a buyout clause in Lin Quan's contract with Manchester City. If there is, perhaps next time we could activate that clause. However, Real Madrid's sporting director, prodigy, is not so pessimistic. Just because Lin Quan is not inclined to leave now does not mean he will feel the same in the future. Moreover, his contract with Manchester City will eventually expire. If they can persuade him to join Real Madrid before he renews, there remains a possibility of bringing him to the Bernabeu. Yet it seems there is no such opportunity, as Lin Quan's contract with Manchester City is set for 5 years, expiring in 2018. 2018? Upon hearing that year, Florentino paused momentarily and instinctively asked, "Is our contract with Cristiano Ronaldo also set to expire in 2018? Indeed, last year, Real Madrid renewed their contract with Ronaldo, signing a 5-year agreement that concludes in June 2018. The coincidence of both Ronaldo and Lin Quan's contracts expiring in the same year raises questions. Following Lin Quan's unequivocal statement, the fervor surrounding his transfer has gradually subsided, shifting public attention back to the World Cup and the transfer rumors surrounding James. After Colombia eliminated Uruguay, the French team made a swift 2-0 victory over Nigeria, becoming the second European team to advance to the quarterfinals. Next up was the neighboring German team. One of the favorites to win the World Cup, pre-match expectations suggested they should easily conquer Algeria. However, the match unfolded rather unexpectedly, with Germany underperforming while Algeria showcased commendable efforts. After 90 minutes of regular time, the score remained 0-0, as Algeria stubbornly held Germany to a draw. Following this match, German fans felt a sense of unease. As pre-match optimism surrounded the German team, external observers began to reassess their prowess. Given their current form, could they progress far in the knockout stages? However, not everyone was engulfed in concern. The Brazilian fans, after witnessing this match, felt a surge of delight. Brazil and Germany found themselves in the same half of the draw. Should they both triumph in the next round, a confrontation in the semifinals would ensue. If Algeria could eliminate Germany, Brazil's chances of reaching the Final Four would significantly increase. Even if Germany were to miraculously advance to the quarterfinals at their present state, would they not be overwhelmed by Brazil in the semifinals? While Brazil's journey to the quarterfinals was also fraught with challenges, they triumphed over last World Cup's runners-up, the Netherlands. Whereas Germany faced Algeria, a team that had never before reached the knockout stage. The disparity in strength between the two was stark, leading the Brazilians to regard the German team as rather mediocre. After being forced into extra time, Germany seemed to awaken. Their offense sharpened. And in the second minute of extra time, Andre Schürrle, who replaced Mario Götze, scored, giving Germany the lead. 18 minutes later, Mesut Ozil added another goal, securing the victory for Germany. Although Algeria managed to score in the final minute of extra time, it could not alter the outcome of the match. Ultimately, through those 2 goals in extra time, Germany narrowly advanced to the knockout stage. Despite their victory, their dismal performance led to a significant decline in their odds of winning the championship. Subsequent teams appeared to be affected by Germany's lackluster display. Argentina, also among the favorites, faced a relatively weaker Switzerland and shockingly ended the match in a goalless draw. Had it not been for Angel Di Maria's crucial goal in the 118th minute of extra time, Argentina would have been forced into a penalty shootout. Lionel Messi's performance in this match was notably poor, with little brilliance on display. Furthermore, Argentina's attacking duo continued their streak of failing to score, extending their embarrassing record of 0 goals. In contrast to Argentina and Germany, the European Red Devils, Belgium, exhibited a slightly better performance. Against a less formidable United States team, they launched an aggressive offensive from the onset, recording a total of 37 shots, with 27 on target. With such a deluge of attempts, one would expect an extravagant scoreline. Yet the match concluded at a baffling 0-0, with neither team able to find the net. This scoreline was utterly absurd. The spectators witnessed relentless attacks and shots, but no goals. American goalkeeper Tim Howard, known for his erratic performances, was in remarkable form that day. When he is on his game, he can perform miracles, much like a certain player who rolls dice and becomes invincible with a 9. In this match, Howard delivered a staggering 19 spectacular saves, leaving Belgium's strikers exasperated. Under Klinsmann's guidance, this relatively mediocre American squad, through teamwork and discipline, managed to hold their ground against Belgium in a fiercely contested match. Throughout the game, the United States squandered several golden opportunities. In the 90th minute, Belgium made a crucial substitution, bringing on the impressive Lukaku from Everton, which proved to be the final straw for the American team. During extra time, the United States began to falter physically, and after Lukaku's entrance, their defense could no longer withstand the pressure. Confronted by the robust and vigorous Lukaku, the American defenders found themselves utterly ineffective. In the 93rd minute, Lukaku embarked on a powerful run down the flank, remaining unyielding despite a collision with an opposing defender. Who was the one to fall? Seizing the moment, Lukaku swiftly penetrated the penalty area and, facing the blockade of defenders, cleverly passed the ball to De Bruyne. Inside the penalty area, for defenders confronted only 2 Belgian players. However, rather than hastily shooting, De Bruyne calmly turned to evade his marker, adjusted his angle, and aimed for the far corner of the net. Howard stood no chance against this decisive strike that sealed the fate of the American team. 10 minutes later, it was again De Bruyne who delivered a lethal pass, assisting Lukaku in scoring another goal. Although the United States managed to pull one back in the 107th minute, it did little to alter their grim fate of elimination. Ultimately, with these 2 goals, Belgium advanced smoothly to the quarterfinals. While De Bruyne was rightfully awarded the MVP of the match, the twin stars of Werder Bremen still shone brightly on the World Cup stage. An error occurred regarding the schedule of Brazil and Germany. Their encounter was in the semifinals, not the quarterfinals. This has been corrected. Chapter concluded. Chapter 137. Countdown to Championship. Quarterfinals commence. In this World Cup, aside from the 4 Asian teams, the gap in strength among the other teams seems to have narrowed significantly. Out of the 8 knockout matches, 5 were pushed into extra time, with 2 even culminating in penalty shootouts. Aside from Spain, the remaining championship contenders, Brazil, the Netherlands, Argentina, Germany, and Belgium, were all taken to extra time. The Netherlands faced a particularly harsh elimination, failing to avenge themselves against Spain and not even making it to the quarterfinals. This has instilled a sense of caution among the teams advancing to the quarterfinals, causing them to no longer underestimate any opponent. In preparation for the quarterfinals, the Spanish coaching staff meticulously analyzed the characteristics and tactical approaches of Costa Rican players, convening a meeting with the squad to discuss strategies for curtailing the opponent's offense and breaching their defense. As they drew closer to the coveted trophy, the players invigorated their spirits, casting aside all distractions and concentrating their energies wholly on the World Cup matches. For many players, the opportunity to claim a championship may only come once in a lifetime. If one fails to seize such an opportunity, the remainder of their life will be steeped in regret. Costa Rica's defense is remarkably solid, primarily employing a tactical approach centered around counterattacks, which leads to a more cautious style of play. However, the transition from defense to offense occurs with remarkable swiftness. Thus, it is imperative to closely mark their midfield linchpin, Brian Ruiz, as restricting his distribution will significantly diminish, if not entirely suppress, the opponent's rapid counterattacks. Beyond Ruiz, their goalkeeper, Keylor Navas, also merits attention. His prowess has remained consistently impressive throughout both the group and knockout stages. He possesses exceptional reflexes, acute anticipation, and insightful judgment, coupled with a talent for decisive interventions. When facing him, shots must be executed with conviction, without hesitation, lest they be easily thwarted. Overall, the roster of Costa Rica does not boast an abundance of noteworthy stars. In stark contrast to Spain's resplendent all-star lineup, their squad appears rather humble. Among the 11 starting players from Costa Rica, only 3 hail from the top 5 leagues. The forward Campbell, number 9, midfielder Ruiz, number 10, and goalkeeper Navas, number 1. Although Campbell is a player for Arsenal, he has been consistently loaned out, unable to secure a place within the team. Ruiz, currently with Fulham, similarly finds himself sidelined and has been loaned to PSV Eindhoven in the Eredivisie. The only one firmly established in a top league and performing commendably is Navas. In the recently concluded 2013 to 2014 season, he achieved an astonishing save success rate of 81, surpassing renowned figures like Iker Casillas and Thibaut Courtois, and was duly awarded the title of La Liga's best goalkeeper. His performances in the group and knockout stages of this World Cup have further validated his claim to that accolade. On paper, the disparity in strength between the two teams is stark. The total market value of the Spanish squad is roughly equivalent to that of 20 Costa Ricas. However, the World Cup does not hinge on player valuations. It is a contest of who can score more goals and concede fewer. On July 5th, the quarterfinals commenced, with the first match featuring a clash between Germany and France, a true European showdown. Historically, the two teams have faced each other 25 times, with France holding the upper hand at 11 wins, 6 draws, and 8 losses. Nevertheless, in their most recent encounter a year ago, France suffered a 1-2 defeat on home soil against Germany. In terms of accolades, France has secured the World Cup title once, while Germany has triumphed on 3 occasions. Beyond their solitary championship, France boasts 1 second place, 2 third places, and 1 fourth place finish. Conversely, Germany holds 4 second places, 4 third places, and 1 fourth place finish. The German team has consistently excelled in the World Cup arena since 1954. They have never missed a tournament and have reached the quarterfinals in every edition. This consistent performance is precisely why they are perennial favorites to claim the World Cup title. Their track record is remarkably stable. Certainly, following 2014, the external consensus remained heavily in favor of the German team. Since Didier Deschamps took the helm of the French squad, there has indeed been a notable improvement in their performance. However, a complete resurgence is still a considerable distance away. While the German team under Joachim Löw may very well be the strongest iteration of the squad in the past decade. Thus, when faced with them, the French team is likely to encounter formidable challenges. Both teams placed significant emphasis on this match, deploying a 4-3-3 formation. For Germany, the veteran Miroslav Klose spearheaded the attack, with Philipp Lahm reverting to the right-back position. On the French side, Karim Benzema led the front line, with Antoine Griezmann stepping in for Olivier Giroud. As the match commenced, both teams exhibited a proactive approach. In the 3rd minute, Toni Kroos attempted a long-range shot from outside the box with his right foot, only to have it deflected by a French defender. By the 7th minute, Mathieu Valbuena executed a deft turn near the left sideline before delivering a cross, Benzema, positioned within the penalty area, shot with his right foot but narrowly missed the left post. This was the best opportunity for France early in the match. Yet Benzema's shot lacked precision, causing him to squander a golden chance to alter the scoreline. Frustrated with his performance, he muttered incessantly, though his words remained indecipherable. In the 12th minute, Germany was awarded a free kick. Kroos delivered a cross into the box from the left side, where Mats Hummels outmaneuvered the defending Raphael Varane, directing the ball into the net. Germany enjoyed a dream start. Upon witnessing Hummels' goal, Lowe clapped vigorously, oblivious to the reddening of his palms. Prior to the match, he had scrutinized France's weaknesses, notably their vulnerability to set pieces. Of France's last 4 goals conceded, 3 were from set plays. Consequently, Germany had practiced set-piece tactics specifically for this match, yielding unexpectedly excellent results with a goal in just 12 minutes. After taking the lead, France attempted to equalize but found themselves overwhelmed by Germany's counterattacks. In the 24th and 33rd minutes, Klose and Thomas Muller both fell within the French penalty area. Yet the referee refrained from awarding a penalty, inciting discontent among German supporters, as both incidents involved the same French left-back, Debuchy. Had the referee adjudicated even one of these fouls as a penalty, Germany would likely have secured their victory early on. In the first half, France also had opportunities to level the score. In the 34th minute, Griezmann successfully evaded the offside trap and, upon reaching the edge of the penalty area, passed the ball to Valbuena. Confronted with a close-range shot, Manuel Neuer displayed remarkable reflexes, parrying the ball with one hand, while Benzema's hasty follow-up was thwarted by Hummels' knee. After missing this chance, Germany denied France any further opportunities, maintaining a 1-0 lead until the sound of the halftime whistle. As the second half commenced, Germany's defense solidified, making it increasingly difficult for France to penetrate their backline. Conversely, Germany frequently launched threatening attacks. Regrettably, players such as Muller and Skrtel squandered excellent opportunities, failing to extend their lead. In the dying moments of injury time, Giroud, while grappling with an opposing defender in the penalty area, set up Benzema, whose shot was deftly parried by Neuer, leaving the French team powerless to alter their fate. Benzema's performance in this match was subpar as he wasted several chances, leading to backlash from some extreme French fans post-match. Accustomed to bearing the brunt of criticism, Benzema chose not to refute or respond to the external censure, instead enduring it quietly. Not only was Benzema criticized, but the French coach Deschamps also faced public scrutiny, accused of employing overly conservative tactics and making poor selections, which contributed to the team's failure. In comparison to their performance in the South African World Cup, this year's showing was relatively commendable. However, the gravity of their defeat was magnified by the fact that it was at the hands of the German team. Due to historical grievances, French fans found it difficult to accept the loss to Germany, resulting in widespread emotional outbursts. It remains uncertain how this defeat will impact the rebuilding of the French team. As for the German squad, their victory in this match marked a momentous achievement, securing their place in the semifinals for the 4th consecutive World Cup, a first in the tournament's history. Having reached the semifinals, the German team can now await their opponent with a sense of calm. Following the conclusion of the Germany versus France match, the spotlight shifted to another encounter in the upper bracket, Brazil versus Colombia. This clash was a veritable South American showdown. Amidst the cheers of the home crowd, Brazil's team displayed fiery form. Within just 7 minutes of the match, Brazil seized the lead from a corner kick. Neymar executed a high-quality set piece, with players from both teams failing to contest at the near post. The ball fell to an unmarked Thiago Silva at the back post, who converted with his body. Thiago Silva's goal sent the 60,000 Brazilian fans at the Castelao Stadium into a frenzy. This marked Brazil's quickest goal of the tournament, allowing anxious fans to breathe a sigh of relief after their previous nail-biting encounter. However, caution was still warranted, as the opposing lineup featured formidable stars like James Rodriguez, who could easily equalize if not carefully monitored. A second goal would provide an added layer of security. The fervent prayers of Brazilian fans seemed to bear fruit, as in the 67th minute of the second half, David Luiz capitalized on a free kick opportunity to score, extending Brazil's lead to 2-0. This goal nearly assured Brazil a spot in the semifinals. Following David Luiz's strike, the Brazilian fans erupted in jubilation, both in the stadium and across the internet. As enthusiasm swept the nation, they could envision the prospect of lifting the trophy on home soil, and now, having advanced to the semifinals, Their next adversary would be the recently qualified German team. Given the prowess displayed by Germany in the knockout rounds, would Brazil not be poised for a fierce contest? However, the Brazilian team soon found themselves in dismay, as their captain Thiago Silva received a yellow card for a defensive foul, resulting in a suspension that would see him absent for their upcoming match against Germany. As the match approached its conclusion, the previously unstoppable James Rodriguez delivered a brilliant assist to Carlos Bacca, who was presented with a one-on-one opportunity, only to be brought down by the advancing Brazilian goalkeeper Cesar. The referee promptly awarded a penalty and issued a yellow card to Cesar. In the 76th minute, this penalty transformed what seemed to be a settled match into a suspenseful contest. James Rodriguez took the penalty, coolly deceiving the goalkeeper with a change in his approach, successfully converting the shot. This marked Rodriguez's sixth goal in the tournament, making him the only player to score in 5 consecutive matches. Following the conversion, Rodriguez wasted no time in celebration, swiftly retrieving the ball from the net and sprinting towards the center circle. His actions signified that Colombia had not surrendered. They aspired to overturn Brazil and create a miracle. In the final moments of the match, Colombia's offensive surge became relentless. To disrupt the opposing momentum, Scolari resorted to tactical substitutions. Brazil made several changes, with Paulinho and Hulk being substituted, both purposefully exiting the field at a leisurely pace to afford their teammates a moment to recuperate. The Colombian players grew increasingly agitated, their actions becoming more pronounced. In the 85th minute, Colombian defender Juan Zuniga felled Neymar with a knee to the back, causing the Brazilian to collapse in agony. The nature of this foul was particularly grievous. Had Zuniga's knee made contact a few centimeters higher, Neymar might have faced a lifetime in a wheelchair. Following the impact, Neymar could no longer continue and was carried off the field on a stretcher. Surprisingly, Zuniga received nothing more than a verbal warning, escaping without even a yellow card. This ignited significant discontent among the Brazilian fans, whose boos resounded throughout the stadium. Post-match, Neymar was diagnosed with a vertebral fracture, sidelining him for at least 23 weeks, which also meant he would miss the next match. Despite Brazil ultimately advancing to the semifinals with a 2-1 victory over Colombia, thanks to goals from 2 defenders, the absence of their key players cast a shadow over their World Cup journey. Following the conclusion of the upper bracket matches, the next day saw the commencement of the lower bracket, starting with the match between Argentina and Belgium. Argentina enjoyed a dream start, just 8 minutes into the match. Gonzalo Higuain, who had gone 5 matches without scoring, finally found the net. Belgium's misfortune unfolded when Di Maria's pass, intended for an overlapping fullback, inadvertently deflected off a Belgian defender and fortuitously landed at Higuain's feet. Quick to react, Higuain struck the ball with precision, catching Courtois off guard, who could do nothing but watch as the ball sailed into the net. The solitary goal of the match was scored, with De Bruyne, Hazard, and Lukaku making numerous attempts and exertions over the subsequent 80 minutes, yet none succeeded in altering the scoreline. Ultimately, Belgium regrettably fell to Argentina, failing to advance to the semifinals and meet Spain. After the defeat against Argentina, De Bruyne sent a message to Lin Quan: eliminate Argentina. Upon receiving this message just before entering the match, Lin Quan smiled faintly. Rest assured, I shall avenge you. However, upon receiving Lin Quan's reply, De Bruyne furrowed his brow. This phrasing felt rather peculiar, as if they had met their demise. Never mind, he decided. He would simply offer his support. On the evening of July 6th, at 5 p.m., the final quarterfinal match of the World Cup commenced, featuring Spain against Costa Rica. An earlier chapter contained a grave error. The encounter between Germany and Brazil was in the semifinals, not the quarterfinals. This chapter concludes with an urgent notice. My mother has suffered an acute heart attack and is currently being transported to the hospital by ambulance. I regret to inform you that there will be no updates tonight. I hope for your understanding. Chapter 138. A Global Dilemma. How to Contain Lin Quan. Within the Salvador New Water Source Arena, the reigning champions Spain faced Costa Rica. The latter played with remarkable caution, deploying a 5-4-1 formation. This decision proved to be quite sagacious, as Spain boasts the most formidable attacking prowess in this World Cup, having scored a total of 16 goals across their last 4 matches, averaging 4 goals per game. Against such an aggressive offensive team, neglecting defense and attempting to engage in a shootout would lead to disastrous consequences. As the match commenced, Spain did not rush into attacking, but rather employed patient passing and coordination to probe for weaknesses in Costa Rica's defense. Most Costa Rican players compete in their domestic league, which is not particularly high in level, resulting in their individual capabilities being inferior to those of the Spanish players. To exploit this level of defensive line, Spain had a strategic advantage: acceleration. The superiority of the top 5 leagues over others primarily stems from the abundance of star players and high tactical proficiency, enabling them to elevate the pace of the match significantly. In lower-tier leagues, due to the individual skills of the players, the tempo tends to be slower, constrained by stamina, passing technique, awareness, and vision. Players in lower leagues find it challenging to maintain a fast-paced game. Once the tempo increases, their error rates rise substantially. This is evidenced each year in the Club World Cup, where top European clubs face champions from other continents. For instance, Evergrande, having triumphed in the AFC Champions League, struggled against Bayern in the Club World Cup, unable to adapt to their pace, despite having defeated the Central American champions. These vulnerabilities had already been thoroughly analyzed and documented by Spain's coaching staff prior to the match. The players from Spain are acutely aware of their strengths and the vulnerabilities of their opponents. Thus, they intend to capitalize on their advantages while avoiding their weaknesses. In this match, Lin Quan finally experienced the treatment befitting a superstar. However, this recognition came with its drawbacks. The Costa Rican players identified him as the primary threat within the Spanish squad, assigning a dedicated marker to shadow him throughout the game. The moment he gained possession, multiple defenders would converge upon him, resorting even to fouls to neutralize his impact. Within merely 20 minutes of the first half, Lin Quan had already drawn 3 yellow cards. The match referee, Ermatov from Uzbekistan, is known for his penchant for controlling the game. In matches he officiates, instances of chaos are seldom witnessed. He tends to intervene at the slightest hint of disorder. Anticipating that the Costa Rican players might resort to fouling Lin Quan, he was prepared to take action. While such tactics can be employed, they come with consequences. If employed excessively, they threaten to escalate the players' tempers, potentially leading to a chaotic brawl on the field, which would be undesirable. The 3 yellow cards issued by Ermatov helped to restore a semblance of calm among the Costa Rican players. Consequently, they became more cautious in committing fouls, which consequently expanded Lin Quan's space to maneuver. In the 21st minute, Spain launched a rapid counterattack. After drawing the attention of the opposing defenders, Lin Quan cleverly directed a pass to the flank, using his heel to send the ball to David Silva, who was positioned wide. This pass was executed with subtlety, leaving the Costa Rican fullback unable to respond in time to Silva, who then seized the opportunity to advance to the byline and deliver a cross. To prevent interception during the ball's flight, Silva struck the ball with considerable force. Torres, slightly delayed in his run, failed to make contact, while Costa Rican goalkeeper Navas misjudged his approach and could not secure the ball. Regrettably, there was no second Spanish player to capitalize at the far post, causing the ball to glide past the goal untouched. On the sidelines, Spanish coach Del Bosque rose to applaud his players, recognizing that although this attack did not yield a goal, it successfully generated a threat. More importantly, Lin Quan's form had evidently returned. In the 25th minute, Spain initiated another offensive move, this time shifting their focus to the right side. Lin Quan advanced the ball while keenly observing the positioning of the defenders. Noticing that Lin Quan's attention was momentarily diverted from the ball, the opposing fullback seized the opportunity to lunge for an interception. However, just as he extended his foot, Lin Quan swiftly maneuvered the ball away with his other foot, leaving Gamboa astonished. How could he react so quickly despite seemingly not watching the ball? No, it could not have been mere reflex. Was it possible that this was a ruse, a deliberate feint to entice him into an interception attempt? The more he pondered, the more he felt the likelihood of this possibility was substantial. However, at this moment, even if he comprehended it, it would be of no consequence. Lin Quan had already breached his defenses, departing from the right flank and cutting inward towards the penalty area. Observing Gamboa being surpassed, the Costa Rican defenders retreated in unison, while their midfielder Borges rushed towards Lin Quan with intent to intercept him. He planned to halt Lin Quan, and if that proved impossible, he would resort to tactical fouling to impede his progress. Previously, when his teammates fouled Lin Quan and received cards, Borges had remarkably evaded punishment. Consequently, he had yet to accumulate a yellow card, granting him a measure of leeway. Lin Quan noticed Borges approaching, yet he did not cease his forward advancement, nor did he immediately pass the ball. His teammates had failed to create space. Thus, passing at this juncture would likely entrap them in a positional battle, stripping away the element of surprise in their swift defensive play. Moreover, as the Costa Rican defenders had already established their positions, attempting to breach their defensive line would not be an easy endeavor. Therefore, the optimal choice was for him to continue dribbling, covering some distance to draw more defenders' attention and interceptions before delivering the pass. At that moment, there would be a greater number of Spanish players upfield, affording him a plethora of options for his pass. Borges, seeing that Lin Quan had not opted to pass immediately, was elated and unceremoniously collided with Lin Quan. In his estimation, being slightly taller than Lin Quan would easily allow him to knock his opponent down. However, to his astonishment, Lin Quan, akin to a small tank, remained upright after the impact, while Borges himself staggered backward, landing squarely on the ground. Shocked, Borges found himself utterly surprised by his failure in this physical confrontation. Not only he, but also the spectators and coaches from both teams were equally astonished by this outcome. After bypassing Borges, Lin Quan encountered a double team from the opposing players. At this juncture, he refrained from holding onto the ball any longer and decisively passed it. Iniesta received Lin Quan's pass and surged into the penalty area, executing a shot of remarkable quality. Regrettably, Navas continued his stellar performance from earlier in the match, making a difficult save that deflected Iniesta's strike away. Upon witnessing the save, Lin Quan couldn't help but glance at Navas in front of the goal. This fellow truly possessed formidable skill. The save was so impressive that he felt compelled to applaud him. Iniesta shook his head in disbelief. He had struck the ball with conviction and quality, and against another goalkeeper, it might have found the back of the net. Yet, facing the best goalkeeper in La Liga, it appeared that this caliber of shot was insufficient. The Spanish fans present, though saddened by Iniesta's missed opportunity, were nonetheless elated by the team's ability to mount successive threatening attacks in a short span of time. The fans who have come to Brazil to witness the matches live are predominantly diehard supporters of the Spanish national team. Having attended numerous national games, they possess unwavering confidence in their team's prowess. As long as Spain maintains its form and momentum, scoring is merely a matter of time. While the incident of Iniesta's shot being saved is noteworthy, the spectators, both at the stadium and online, are far more amused by the comical spectacle of Borges attempting to collide with Lin and instead tumbling over himself. It is indeed a humorous sight. Alas, Borges's attempt to draw a foul has failed spectacularly, resulting in embarrassment before a global audience. If I were in his shoes, I would wish to find a crack in the ground to hide. The awkwardness is palpable, as if he wished to etch a three-bedroom apartment into the pitch with his toes. Lin, with his seemingly unassuming stature, has proven to be quite resilient. Interestingly, when Richardson of Fulham sought to draw a foul from Lin, he learned a valuable lesson. Despite Lin's shorter height, his physicality is no less formidable. Upon further investigation, I discovered that Lin's weight is approximately 74 kilograms, a kilogram heavier than Borges. Coupled with his lower center of gravity, a collision between them does not guarantee Lin's disadvantage. Standing at 173 centimeters, Lin's height cannot be deemed short. It is quite average. Indeed, he is even slightly taller than Messi. If we were to compare heights, a certain player known for his penchant for tiptoeing in photographs might have something to say. Pitting Ronaldo, Messi, and Lin against each other in height comparisons seems rather unfair. Height alone does not define a hero. Let us compare their goal-scoring prowess, particularly in the World Cup. As an interesting fact, Messi has participated in 3 World Cups, amassing a total of 5 goals thus far. Ronaldo has also played in 3 World Cups, with a current tally of 4 goals. Here lies the crux. Lin has only participated in this World Cup and has already netted 6 goals, making him the tournament's top scorer. With James Rodriguez eliminated, the only players left who pose a threat to his lead are Messi and Mahler. It is astonishing to realize the extent of Lin's performance in this World Cup, having scored numerous goals. However, due to his prolific scoring in League and Champions League matches, many are unaware of the significance of these goals. When fans began to juxtapose the World Cup records of Messi and Ronaldo, they truly grasped the sheer magnitude of Lin's 6 goals in just 4 matches. The match is not yet over. Lin might very well score again, and should he do so, he would surpass Rodriguez and claim sole possession of the top scorer title. Wow, is Lin truly that formidable? While I have always recognized his prowess, he seems to exceed my expectations. One must wonder, what is the reason behind this? It is primarily due to the relatively youthful age of Lin Quan and his limited tenure on the professional stage, resulting in a lack of a substantial fan base. Consequently, many instinctively regard Messi and Ronaldo as superior. This perspective is quite rational and may also be influenced by the league and team Lin Quan represents. After all, both Messi and Ronaldo have showcased their talents in La Liga, with Real Madrid and Barcelona being among the foremost clubs globally. The narrative surrounding their encounters naturally garners more attention compared to Lin Quan's presence in Manchester City. Thus, it is not merely the fans who are captivated by the exploits of Messi and Ronaldo. Even the media prefers to spotlight their confrontations. This may serve as the most compelling explanation, one that resonates well with the supporters. Let us utilize this World Cup to demonstrate to those who have overlooked Lin Quan the remarkable extent of his growth. Charge forth, Lin Quan. Borges indeed found himself in an awkward predicament. When his teammate assisted him up, he felt compelled to explain, "I simply lost my footing. I wasn't stable." It won't happen again. His teammate cast a skeptical glance, as if to say, "I wasn't blaming you." Why the fervent need to clarify? Borges failed to recognize his own missteps, but Costa Rica's coach Pinto discerned the truth. Spain's number 30 possesses a physicality in duels that exceeds our expectations. Initially, it was assumed that the opponent's shorter stature would correlate with agility, but weaker physical confrontation. Hence, he devised a strangulation tactic against Lin Quan. Judging by the first 20 minutes, this strategy seemed to bear some fruit. However, Borges' recent collision with Lin Quan indicated that the effectiveness stemmed not solely from physicality, but rather from a combination of strangulation tactics and fouling strategies. Without a sufficient number of fouls, restraining him remains a formidable challenge. Yet, with 3 players already burdened by yellow cards, further reliance on foul tactics could lead to severe repercussions under Ilmatov's officiating style, potentially resulting in several dismissals before the match concludes. Thus, this approach appears untenable, necessitating a re-evaluation of alternative strategies. Nonetheless, conceiving a solution that eludes even the coaches of numerous elite European clubs within a limited time frame proves exceedingly daunting. Ultimately, the conclusion is clear. Costa Rica is unable to contain Lin Quan. Thank you all for your concern. I would like to provide an update on my current situation in the hospital. My mother's condition has improved since her admission, and she is presently stable. The doctors have scheduled a coronary angiography for tomorrow to ascertain the extent of the blockages in her heart vessels, after which they will consider whether to proceed with a stent or bypass surgery. This chapter was composed on my mobile device while in the hospital, which I am not accustomed to, thus writing is rather slow. I am uncertain if I will be able to provide an update tomorrow, and the frequency of updates may be quite erratic during this time. I appreciate your understanding and support. Thank you, everyone. End of chapter 139. A small shock from Lin Quan for fans worldwide. After launching 2 menacing offensives, the Costa Rican players sensed the impending danger. They began to tighten their defensive line, striving not for glory, but merely to avoid failure. If they could manage to equalize against Spain and drag the match into a penalty shootout, they might still have a glimmer of hope. However, if they continued at this pace, they risked being thoroughly dismantled by the Spanish team. With the defensive line contracted, the difficulty of Spain's attacks increased significantly. Lin Quan attempted to leverage his individual skills to break through several times, but the opposing defense was formidable, offering him scant opportunities. Delving too deep could easily lead to being surrounded, and the passing lanes for his teammates could be completely severed, making it arduous to circulate the ball. Confronted with such dense defense, Spain began to experiment with long-range shots from outside the penalty area, hoping to score by chance. Yet, Navas's performance was nothing short of exceptional. With him guarding the goal, penetrating his defenses with a long shot proved nearly impossible. In the 37th minute, Lin Quan received a pass from his teammate, feigned an acceleration to attract the opponent's defenders, and then cleverly passed the ball back to the center. Following up, Iniesta unleashed a powerful long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area. At the moment of his strike, Lin Quan conveniently moved aside, creating a clear shot window. The defender shadowing Lin Quan inadvertently obstructed the shorter Iniesta, causing Navas to miss the initial sight of the shot. Nevertheless, in this precarious situation, Navas exhibited superhuman reflexes, executing an almost impossible save. With a resounding clap, he deflected the ball away with a single hand. Witnessing yet another of his attempts thwarted, Iniesta incredulously clasped his head. unable to resist tugging at the dwindling strands of hair atop it. He could hardly fathom how the opponent managed such a divine save without prior observation. Lin Quan cast a concerned glance at Iniesta, not out of worry for the opponent's mentality, but rather for the precarious state of his receding hairline. He had often encountered Iniesta during his early years at La Masia's youth academy. Back then, little Iniesta's hairline had not yet retreated to such an extent. Over the years, it had gradually and resolutely moved backward. In a few more years, he might find himself balding like Guardiola. Lin, it's your turn to shoot next. Iniesta's mentality had indeed been somewhat affected. Not only him, but even a forward whose purpose is to score would inevitably question life after missing several chances in succession. Thus, upon hearing Iniesta's request, Lin Quan readily acquiesced. Earlier, when Pellegrini informed him that Manchester City was interested in acquiring Navas, he did not feel particularly moved. Although he had heard of Navas's renown, it was undeniable that he had seized the starting position from the illustrious Casillas upon joining Real Madrid. Anyone capable of ousting Casillas could certainly not be considered mediocre. However, he had only heard of Navas's name, as they had never faced each other directly. Consequently, Lin Quan lacked an intuitive grasp of his opponent's prowess. This match presented an opportune moment for them to engage in a friendly contest. Previously, during the encounter with the Chilean team, Bravo had left a profound impression on Lin Quan. It remained to be seen whether Navas could match Bravo's caliber. As the first half drew to a close, the Costa Rican players united with unwavering determination, striving to maintain the score at 0-0. Yet, upon adopting a defensive posture, the Spanish players surged beyond the halfway line, commencing their possession game in the opponent's territory. Thanks to a significant offensive investment, Spain's possession tactics continued to wield formidable power despite the tight defense posed by Costa Rica. Ultimately, the individual strength of Costa Rican players fell short. Had this strategy been employed by a team from one of the top 5 leagues, penetrating the opponent's goal would likely have proven exceedingly difficult. However, against Costa Rica, that task appeared daunting. The only variable rested upon the goalkeeper. Navas's prowess was evident, and as Spain's attempts on goal increased, his performance gradually improved, making him increasingly formidable. In the 42nd minute, Spain executed a brilliant combination play at the edge of the penalty area. Amidst the opponent's dense defense, they managed to slice through Costa Rica's backline with a remarkably swift pass. Lin Quan surged into the penalty area, delivering a precise ball to Torres, who, while enduring the interference of a defender, adjusted and returned the pass to Lin Quan. In this moment, Torres's tactical value shone through. Unlike Villa, a pure striker, Torres embodied the traditional center-forward archetype, capable of acting as a pivot within the opponent's box, facilitating opportunities for his teammates. Rather than passing directly to Lin Quan's feet, he offered a slight lead, allowing Lin Quan to accelerate without losing momentum. Well played, Torres, Lin Quan silently praised. With a burst of speed, he reached the ball just ahead of the defender's intervention, deftly shifted it to the right, evading the last opposing defender, and found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Navas charged forward. If it were another player, such as Torres, he might have refrained from advancing. However, prior to the match, Costa Rica's coach had shown Navas 5 hours of Lin Quan's goal highlights, ranging from his early days at Werder Bremen to his most recent World Cup group and knockout stage appearances. After watching the tapes, Navas had grown wary of Lin Quan's capabilities. This player possessed an arsenal of shooting techniques, mastering everything except headers. Particularly noteworthy was his absurdly high success rate in one-on-one situations, while actively confronting him could lead to being bypassed. Remaining stationary in the goal made it nearly impossible to save his shots. In weighing the consequences of two evils, one often opts for the lesser, and in this instance, the likelihood of a successful strike is significantly heightened, allowing for a greater control of the initiative. Observing Navas spring into action, Lin Quan felt no surprise. A proficient goalkeeper typically prefers to seize control rather than follow the rhythm set by their adversaries. Fortuitously, Lin Quan shares this inclination for dominance. He deftly maneuvered the ball laterally, aiming to exploit his speed and create distance, attempting to circumvent the advancing Navas for an open goal opportunity. Naturally, Navas would not grant him such a chance. Like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, he lunged towards the ball at Lin Quan's feet, compelling him to take an immediate shot. Failure to do so would likely result in the ball being thwarted. Even if Navas failed to wrest the ball from Lin Quan's grasp, forcing him to make significant adjustments would buy time for the defenders to execute their defensive duties. Goalkeepers are never solitary warriors. They are supported by numerous teammates in the fray. Witnessing Navas's choice, Lin Quan's expression turned grave. The opponent's intentions were unmistakable, yet, despite his awareness of their objective, he had no alternative but to adhere to the narrative crafted by Navas. This individual not only possessed remarkable skill but also exhibited an impressive mindset. Such a gamble-like approach to goalkeeping, if successful, would bring him glory. Yet failure would render him a scapegoat for the team's defeat, the target of widespread criticism. Nevertheless, Navas pursued this strategy without hesitation. In silent admiration, Lin Quan acknowledged his audacity. Not one to dither, he resolutely lifted his foot and aimed for the upper left corner of the goal. Navas immediately swung his right arm, attempting to intercept Lin Quan's shot in midair. The two were in close proximity, and while Navas had a considerable area to block, his reaction time was alarmingly brief. Whether he could make contact with the ball was left to chance. The spectators from both sides held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the goal as Lin Quan and Navas engaged in their close-quarters duel. Would the ball find its mark? Fortune favored Navas as he waved his arm. He sensed his forearm brushing against the ball. Its trajectory altered, redirecting from a direct path toward the goal to soaring skyward. Upon feeling the contact on his arm, Navas completed the save, momentarily losing his balance, a subtle smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In this confrontation with Lin Quan, it appeared he had emerged victorious. However, his celebration was premature. Though the ball had grazed his forearm, it had not completely gone out of play. Furthermore, as his arm had absorbed some of the force, combined with Lin Quan's unexcessive power in the shot, the ball's ascent was not particularly high and soon began to descend. Just as the ball fell from the sky, Navas perceived a shadow looming over him. As he lay on the ground, instinctively tilting his head back, he beheld Spain's number 30 soaring high, executing a flawless header that sent the ball into the net. Boom! After a moment of tranquility, the new water source arena erupted like a volcano, filled with deafening cheers. The Spanish fans were ecstatic. They were not only thrilled by Lin Quan's goal that broke the deadlock, but also delighted to witness him score with a header for the first time. Did I see correctly? It seemed that Lin Quan had indeed headed the ball into the net. Goodness, Lin Huang can actually perform a header? If Messi can score with his head, then Lin Huang, who is 3 centimeters taller than him, should be able to do so too. However, I can't recall ever seeing him score with a header before. This was truly a rarity. I vaguely remember that during his time in the Bundesliga, he had a record of scoring headers, albeit very few. It must have been quite rare, as I have watched numerous matches featuring Lin Huang and have never seen him score with a header until now. Haha, judging by Lin Huang's movements, he must have practiced in secret. That lion-like head flick looked quite convincing. If Lin Huang were to gain an additional 10 centimeters in height, he could potentially become a formidable header specialist. Haha, are you referring to Ramos? Come on, you can't overlook him. Waterlord is indeed the second highest scorer in the Spanish team, and his heading skills are truly impressive. Ramos, standing at only 184 meters, may not be very tall, but his heading ability surpasses that of Peak, who is 194 meters tall. Because Lin Quan's header goal was so rare, the Spanish players couldn't help but express their curiosity as they rushed over to embrace him in celebration. Lin, when did you secretly practice headers? To score one on the World Cup stage without anyone noticing is quite impressive. Just some casual practice for emergencies. I never expected it would actually come in handy. Casual practice? That standard technique doesn't seem like mere practice. Did you secretly learn from some header expert? Before Lin Quan could respond, Ramos proudly puffed out his chest and interjected, "Of course, he learned from me, Waterlord. No one can dispute that my heading skills are the best in the Spanish team." On the sidelines, Bosque excitedly embraced Coach Tony. Amidst the excitement, he couldn't help but curiously inquire, "When did this kid practice headers?" Coach Tony was equally baffled. "I have no idea. Given his height, it's quite challenging for him to compete in the box, so we never arranged header training for him, as it would be a waste of time." Could it be that he honed his skills at Manchester City? Bosque also couldn't recall assigning Lin Quan any header training and murmured in curiosity. In this match, with both Navas and Lin Quan set to play, Pellegrini arrived at the stadium early. Upon witnessing Lin Quan's header goal, he found himself echoing Bosque's thoughts. With Lin's height, I can't fathom why the Spanish team would arrange header training for him. What on earth is Bosque up to? He also believed that Lin Quan's practice of heading the ball was a futile endeavor, as it was rather impractical. Instead of squandering time on heading drills, it would be far more beneficial to enhance other weaker aspects and thereby elevate his overall prowess. Navas stared blankly at the football within the goalpost, having anticipated the beginning but not the conclusion. Who would have guessed that this fellow had a hidden talent, scoring with a header he had never seen on videotape? It was indeed a stroke of bad luck, for Lin Quan rarely employed headers in his attempts on goal. That header in the Bundesliga appeared almost accidental, executed with such unorthodox form that it was impossible to discern any proficiency in heading. Consequently, the Costa Rican coach had neglected to include Lin Quan's header while reviewing the footage, leading Navas to remain oblivious to this trick, resulting in a significant tactical oversight. Navas quickly recalibrated his mindset. Trailing by a single goal was hardly the end of the world. He placed his trust in his teammates and his coach, believing that the second half might still offer an opportunity to equalize. As long as he continued to guard the goal and prevent the opponents from extending their lead, there remained a chance of victory. Since Costa Rica had already made history by reaching the quarterfinals, why not dream of advancing to the semifinals? As the time in the first half dwindled, shortly after the Spanish players concluded their celebrations and resumed play, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the half. For Spain, gaining a lead before halftime was a commendable outcome. With this goal, the opponent's tactical approach for the second half became quite predictable. They now possessed the initiative to devise countermeasures against Costa Rica's strategy. During the halftime break, Bosque indeed adjusted the team's tactics. While he would not resort to a defensive counterattack solely for the sake of Costa Rica, he opted to substitute Xavi with Xabi Alonso to bolster midfield control. In terms of forward adjustments, if Spain could score another goal before the 70th minute, he planned to replace Torres with Pedro, shifting to a false nine formation. This tactical approach had long been a hallmark of Spanish football. However, recently, the German team had begun to mimic it as well. Yet, Bosque felt that the German implementation of the false nine formation lacked authenticity. They were deficient in top-tier midfielders and lacked a dynamo like Lin Quan. Forcing a false nine formation would only serve to undermine Germany's own rich footballing tradition. He could not comprehend what Lowe was thinking. The footballing ecologies of Spain and Germany were vastly different, and their tactical philosophies diverged significantly. Did he not fear that blindly imitating Spanish tactics could lead the German team down a path of no return? He surmised that it was highly probable the German Football Association, envious of Spain's dominance with possession-based football on the world stage and eager to reclaim the World Cup, felt compelled to imitate them recklessly, regardless of the consequences. In response, Bosch could only remark that the Germans do not even know how to write the word death. Possession-based football was indeed formidable a few years ago, yet it is evident that it has diminished in strength compared to its former glory. After enduring prolonged scrutiny, the merits and flaws of possession football have been laid bare before the public eye. Following this World Cup, Spain's golden generation will gradually fade from the national team, and Bosch himself is uncertain whether Spain will retain such formidable dominance. In this context, it is perplexing that the German team would abandon its traditions to emulate the Spanish style. Bosch finds this difficult to comprehend. In the second half, the players must remain vigilant and not underestimate their opponents, as they are merely 45 minutes away from advancing to the semifinals. This necessity for heightened alertness is underscored by the fact that they must not falter just before dawn. Spain has navigated this World Cup with remarkable ease, prompting Bosch to repeatedly emphasize to his players the importance of maintaining focus and not becoming complacent. Any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences, hence the need for incessant reminders before the match. Meanwhile, in the Costa Rican locker room, Coach Pinto is anxiously tugging at his hair. The opposing number 30 is proving to be a significant nuisance. If they cannot contain him, many of their tactical options will be rendered ineffective. Given their trailing score, Costa Rica will undoubtedly intensify their offensive efforts in the second half. However, Pinto's greatest concern lies in how to prevent being counterattacked by Spain. During the group stage, Spain had effectively employed a counterattacking strategy, showcasing their prowess with swift and powerful strikes. One moment, their team was besieging the opponent's goal, and in the blink of an eye, the ball could be at their own defensive line, leading to a potential goal against them. Costa Rica's squad may not boast overwhelming strength, yet they have achieved commendable results through proper tactical application and a collective spirit, leveraging teamwork to amplify their strengths and mitigate their weaknesses. However, in this match, they have been unable to capitalize on their advantages. while their vulnerabilities have been ruthlessly exploited by Spain. This predicament is indeed challenging. Ultimately, Pinto opted for the least risky attacking strategy from several available options. The 15-minute halftime quickly elapsed, and the players returned to the field. Costa Rica indeed intensified their offensive play, launching an aggressive attack right from the start. It appears they aimed to catch the Spanish players off guard, taking advantage of their potentially sluggish start to the second half. Teams that typically take time to find their rhythm often struggle in the opening moments, and an unexpected onslaught from the opposition can lead to conceding a goal. Spain is indeed a team that tends to warm up slowly. Historically, during major tournaments, their initial performances have often been lackluster, only to improve as the matches progress. This was notably the case 4 years ago during the World Cup in South Africa. However, Costa Rica has evidently underestimated the current Spanish squad. Under the guidance of coach Vicente del Bosque, Spain's sluggish start, though not completely eradicated, has undeniably improved compared to previous years. Furthermore, by the time of the quarterfinals, Spain's form is typically well established. Relying on the notion that Spain might be off their game to secure a victory is rather fanciful. As anticipated, Spain commenced the match with a vigorous offensive onslaught, validating the coach's predictions. Observing the opponent's aggressive approach, Spain's players rallied, adopting a defensive stance and intensifying their pressing and interceptions, leaving Costa Rica with no opportunities. Given Costa Rica's limited offensive capabilities, their tactical aggression quickly faltered against Spain's preparedness. Minutes passed, and the initial fervor of the Costa Rican players began to wane, allowing Spain to regain control and revert the match to their familiar rhythm. On the sidelines, Coach Del Bosque glanced at the clock. 5 minutes had elapsed since the start of the second half. He found himself questioning whether Costa Rica's coach would so easily concede the match. From what he observed, they seemed disinclined to continue their offensive, even while trailing on the scoreboard. Should they refrain from attacking, victory would surely fall into Spain's grasp. There must be further strategies awaiting revelation, thus caution was paramount. Del Bosque did not allow himself to revel in the successful containment of the opponent's initial counterattack. On the contrary, their unusual behavior sparked a sense of unease within him. Meanwhile, the players on the field were oblivious to any tactics employed by their opponents, as Spain's offensive efforts began to intensify once the match fell into their rhythm. In the 53rd minute of the second half, David Silva advanced down the flank, and upon reaching the vicinity of the goal line, delivered a well-placed cross. Torres, making a run towards the goal, finally managed to connect, but regrettably, his shot was too straightforward, landing directly into Navas's hands. Navas swiftly embraced the ball and launched it with a throw to one of his side's wide players, aiming to exploit the opportunity for a counterattack against Spain. However, Spain had anticipated this move. Alba rushed in, disrupting the opponent's offensive efforts and thwarting Costa Rica's quick counterattack. The Costa Rican coach furrowed his brow, having just observed that when Spain's front players initiated an offensive, at least 4 to 5 defenders remained stationed in the back. Under such defensive intensity, executing a counterattack against them proved exceedingly challenging, as Spain was evidently prepared for this very tactic. In the first half, Costa Rica primarily focused their energies on defense, making it challenging for Spain to establish a numerical advantage with their front players, thereby hindering any threatening attacks. However, the situation transformed entirely in the second half. As the pressure of offense shifted to Costa Rica, they were compelled to make sacrifices between their offensive and defensive strategies to bolster their attacking capabilities. This resulted in a noticeable decline in their defensive intensity. Consequently, even without fully advancing beyond the halfway line, Spain's front players frequently created threats. This predicament left Costa Rica's coach in a rather difficult position. Indeed, the notion of rigidly adhering to a predetermined strategy proved ineffective. Initially, there was an expectation that the opposing team would mirror their first half performance by pressing forward with relentless offensive tactics. In such a scenario, any opportunity could be exploited for a rapid counterattack against Spain's goal. The deeper the opposition pressed, the greater the threat of a counterattack. However, the reality diverged significantly from their expectations. Following their tactical adjustments, Spain also adapted correspondingly. Their counterattacks failed to pose a threat, and their defense weakened due to the necessity of diverting focus to offense. As a result, Costa Rica's tactical modifications seemingly placed them in an awkward position, unable to effectively attack or defend. This realization was not only apparent to Coach Pinto, but also gradually dawned on the players on the field. The reason was simple. They felt exhausted from the second half of the match. Within less than 10 minutes, many players began gasping for air. The primary cause of this phenomenon was not the usual physical exertion, but rather the menacing nature of Spain's attacks, compelling them to exert themselves offensively while remaining apprehensive defensively. Attempting to grasp both ends ultimately resulted in failure to secure either. This back-and-forth struggle left the players utterly fatigued. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. If they persisted for another 10 minutes, their stamina would be completely depleted. On the sidelines, Coach Pinto anxiously paced back and forth. He was eager to make substitutions immediately, yet it felt premature. Moreover, it was too close to the second tactical adjustment he had planned. Substituting players at this juncture could potentially disrupt their tactical arrangements. Contemplating this, he resolved to hold off for the moment. Nevertheless, he instructed the substitutes on the bench to warm up, preparing them for potential entry at a moment's notice. On the opposite side, upon observing the opposing team's actions, Spain's coach, Del Bosque, also summoned several players from the bench to warm up. Costa, Pedro, Coke, you three go warm up. Upon hearing Del Bosque's words, Costa and the others quickly sprang to their feet from the bench, eagerly running to the sidelines to begin their warm-up. Is Costa going to be brought on? Coach Tony inquired with some confusion, recalling the initial strategy of playing without a striker. Why then was Costa being substituted in? His injury has just healed, and his current condition remains uncertain. I intend to send him onto the pitch at the 80th minute for a trial. 80 minutes? Tony glanced at his watch. It was only the 55th minute, leaving a full 25 minutes until the substitution time indicated by Bosque. With such an interval remaining, was it necessary to summon him so early, merely to warm up for 25 minutes? Engaging in more physical activity to fully loosen up one's body is not necessarily detrimental. This lad has already suffered an injury in the opening match of the World Cup. If he faces another injury in this game, it would squander a precious spot on our roster. Bosque appeared somewhat apprehensive due to Diego Costa's injury. He had welcomed Costa into the team with the hope that his partnership with Lin Quan would wreak havoc on the opposition. Yet, Costa had played only one match before succumbing to injury and has been recuperating ever since. With the semifinals looming, if he does not get the chance to integrate into the team swiftly, Bosque would be reluctant to include him in the starting lineup against Argentina. As their conversation continued, the match swiftly reached the 60th minute. Costa Rica, which had previously retreated into its own half, launched a fierce assault on Spain's goal once more. This development momentarily startled Bosque. Was their aggressive tactic not confined to the initial phase, but rather executed at specific intervals? The second half had already progressed for 15 minutes, suggesting that the opposing team would strike every 15 minutes. On the field, Spain's players were initially mounting an offensive against Costa Rica's goal when suddenly, the opposition surged forward like rabid dogs, encircling and pressing their ball carriers, catching them off guard. The ball was swiftly intercepted, and Costa Rica began a rapid counterattack. However, the seasoned Xabi Alonso, upon witnessing the sudden acceleration of the opposing team, proactively marked their midfield linchpin, Ruiz. This decision proved instrumental for Spain. As Costa Rica's offensive reached Ruiz, it was thwarted by Alonso's interception. Ruiz was outmatched physically, technically, and in terms of experience. He hesitated, failing to release the ball promptly, which ultimately led to his inability to do so. By the time Busquets arrived to double team, possession swiftly reverted to Spain. The professor executed a deceptive feint, pretending to advance with the ball, only to leap over it after a single touch. Alonso, trailing behind, delivered a long pass, sending the ball back into Costa Rica's penalty area. This pass sought Torres, who faced tight marking from the defenders. Although he could not overpower his opponent for a header, he managed to flick the ball to his teammates positioned at the edge of the box. Two Spanish players, Iniesta and Lin Quan, were ahead of him. Instinctively, he opted to lay off the ball to his most trusted ally, Lin Quan. The likelihood of scoring with the ball at this fellow's feet was at its zenith. Although Torres and Iniesta had fought side by side for a longer duration, he still believed that passing the ball to Lin Quan was the most prudent and secure choice. Perhaps he would earn an assist from this pass? However, Costa Rica's goalkeeper Navas would not allow for such an opportunity. With remarkable reflexes, he chose to advance the moment Torres made the pass. By the time Lin Quan received Torres's ball and deftly maneuvered past the defender into the penalty area, Navas had already positioned himself before Lin Quan, obstructing his path. Faced with this challenge, Lin Quan discreetly assessed Navas' advance. noting how well he maintained his position in relation to Costa Rica's two center-backs. Lin Quan lacked the necessary space and time to break through. Of course, he could opt to shoot, but the likelihood of the ball being saved was considerable. The area was already heavily blocked, and with the defenders on either side closing in, Lin Quan had little room for a direct attempt. Thus, he chose to pass. This was the most rational choice, yet also the most unexpected. At such a juncture, he opted to pass the ball instead of shooting. Did he not care for the Golden Boot at the World Cup? Navas felt as though he had been made a fool of. The football was deftly played across to the left side of the penalty area, where a figure swiftly surged in and effortlessly slotted the ball into the empty net. The goal was scored by Spain's number 21, David Silva. Upon witnessing Silva's goal, Lin Quan cast a sidelong glance at Navas. He felt a twinge of confusion. Why did this man wear such an expression? Did he truly perceive Lin Quan as a thoughtless brute on the pitch? If that was indeed his belief, Lin Quan would not hesitate to enlighten him. He played with intellect, not mere brawn. David Silva's goal sent the Spanish fans into jubilant ecstasy, as if they were celebrating a festival. Conversely, the Costa Rican supporters appeared despondent, many shedding tears of sorrow. They understood all too well what Spain's goal in the 61st minute signified for the match. It is no exaggeration to say that this goal extinguished any remaining suspense in the game. I appreciate everyone's concern regarding my mother's health. To provide an update, she underwent an angiogram at 1:30 p.m. today. Thankfully, her coronary blockage is manageable and does not warrant the placement of a stent. We will await the attending physician's assessment tomorrow, and if all goes well, she will undergo a gastroscopy to address her stomach ulcer issues. She should be able to be discharged afterward. These past few days have indeed been quite distressing. End of chapter. Chapter 141, Semifinals, Spain versus Argentina, Messi's anxiety. Costa Rica's second counterattack failed, and instead, Spain scored another goal. The suspense of this match was essentially extinguished. Reflecting on Navas's earlier advance from a retrospective vantage point, it seemed that there was indeed an issue. He appeared to have been influenced by Lin Quan's previous goal, leading to a slight shift in his mentality, rendering him somewhat impatient. He is not a person prone to impulsiveness, yet he found himself momentarily swayed by a fierce desire for victory, seemingly eager to vanquish Lin Quan, the world-renowned football star, to validate his own abilities. Navas was aware that numerous scouts from various clubs were observing him, including those from prestigious teams. Faced with the world's top-ranked Spain and a crucial match that could lead to the World Cup semi-finals, compounded by the pressure of these evaluations while trailing in score, Navas's mindset began to shift towards impatience. Fortunately, he quickly recognized this shift, and his subsequent performance remained consistently stable. This pleased the scouts present, who nodded in approval at his state. After watching most of the match, they began to jot down their evaluations of Navas in their notebooks. Navas displayed solid technical skills, swift reflexes, and a remarkable ability to anticipate, swiftly identifying the opponent's attacking routes and making the most judicious choices. He exhibited decisiveness in his interventions, occasionally bordering on recklessness. However, his exceptional physical prowess and superb goalkeeping skills allowed him to neutralize most threats. Furthermore, during Costa Rica's match, Navas showcased outstanding leadership, effectively communicating with his teammates, especially the defenders, enabling the relatively weaker Costa Rican team to withstand the onslaught from the formidable Spanish side. Overall assessment, excellent. Transfer value estimation, 10 to 18 million. Following David Silva's second goal for Spain, Del Bosque swiftly made a substitution. In the 67th minute, Torres was replaced by Pedro. Spain's formation transformed into a false nine, their most familiar setup. With this formation, the players increased both the number and frequency of their passes. At this moment, the Costa Rican players found themselves in a state of physical exhaustion, unable to keep pace with Spain's intensified rhythm, resulting in perilous situations in front of their goal. In the 71st minute, Pedro surged into the penalty area, his shot narrowly missing the post. 5 minutes later, Pedro again received a pass from Lin Quan, and his volley from the left side of the box was narrowly deflected away by Navas with a single-handed save. In less than 10 minutes on the field, Pedro began to feel what his teammates were experiencing in facing Navas. This guy, how does he seem so unbeatable? Similarly, the Costa Rican defenders gasped for breath, incredulously watching Spain's number 30. Just moments ago, in such a confined space, even with two players closing in on him, they could not dispossess him. Instead, he managed to pass the ball. How did he achieve that? How can they effectively contain him? Is it truly impossible to defend against him? Fortunately, they would soon find themselves relieved of this concern. In the 80th minute, Bosque indeed substituted in Diego Costa, replacing Spain's core player, Lin Quan. In preparation for the upcoming match against Argentina in 4 days, Bosque aimed to conserve the stamina of his main players, allowing them to face the challenge against Argentina in optimal condition. After Lin Quan left the field, Spain's offensive efforts did not wane. The newly introduced Diego Costa displayed remarkable enthusiasm, tirelessly dashing across the front line in search of goal-scoring opportunities. With the assistance of Spain's elite midfield maestros, he indeed found several promising chances. Unfortunately, he failed to capitalize on these opportunities, his attempts either being easily thwarted by Navas or misdirected. Under the vigilant scrutiny of Costa Rica's defenders, the recently recovered Diego Costa appeared somewhat awkward. His ability to control the ball in tight spaces paled in comparison to Lin Quan's, making it exceedingly difficult for him to create openings akin to Lin Quan's finesse. Initially, the Costa Rican players felt a degree of trepidation due to Diego Costa's reputation as a formidable Atletico Madrid striker. However, after a brief period of play, their sentiments shifted to disbelief. Is this it? They sensed a significant decline from the previous number 30. Of course, Diego Costa's attributes diverged entirely from Lin Quan's. While his dribbling and breakthroughs may not match Lin Quan's, his robust physique allowed him to forcefully seek out a few goal-scoring opportunities within the penalty area. Regrettably, these chances did not culminate in goals, and with midfield linchpin Ruiz stifled, Costa Rica found it exceedingly difficult to mount any credible threat. The scoreline of 2-0 remained intact until the final whistle. Spain triumphed effortlessly over their opponents, proudly advancing to the semifinals. Post-match, the Costa Rican players appeared bewildered. Some stood with hands on their hips, others knelt on the ground, while a few sprawled out in exasperation. Gasping for breath, they cast envious glances at the distant Spanish players celebrating with high fives and embraces. Their opponents had secured the last ticket to the semifinals, a truly enviable achievement. Alas, their skills fell short, and they could not match Spain's prowess. Costa Rica accepted this defeat with grace. In retrospect, they could take pride in their performance, for they were the least penetrated team among all those who had faced Spain thus far. Given the stark disparity in player valuations, their ability to endure to such an extent was commendable. In the post-match press conference, Bosque, having just led his team to the semifinals, appeared exceedingly pleased. He answered a barrage of questions from reporters, even addressing queries that would typically go unmentioned. Observing his elation, the journalists eagerly posed further inquiries. Coach Bosque, your team has reached the semifinals, and your next opponent is the formidable Argentina. Do you have confidence in leading your team to victory against them? Bosque smiled and replied, "Of course, why wouldn't we? We are the defending champions." Upon hearing his response, an Argentine journalist immediately interjected, "We have Messi. How could Argentina possibly lose?" Without waiting for Bosque's response, a Spanish journalist immediately retorted, "Spain also has Lin Quan. How can Lin Quan, who has only just begun his career, be compared to the great Messi?" Indeed, while Lin Quan's debut was relatively recent, he has already secured a Confederations Cup title with his team. One might ask, what accolades does Messi possess that merit commendation in the national team? A heated debate ensued between Argentine and Spanish journalists regarding the superiority of Messi versus Lin Quan. The other journalists present, relishing the spectacle, refrained from intervening in the escalating argument, even fanning the flames, seemingly eager for a physical confrontation to erupt. This was indeed a prime opportunity for sensational news. Spain versus Argentina, Lin Quan versus Messi. Such labels would surely amplify the discourse and traffic. As expected, following the announcement of the semifinal matchups, fans supporting each team erupted into fervent debate online. Brazil, the world's number 1, will eliminate Germany, they proclaimed. Yet, with Brazil's captain suspended and a key player injured, how could they possibly contend with the formidable German machine? In the upper bracket, the semifinal featured a clash between the host nation and Germany, both possessing formidable strength. Had Thiago Silva not been suspended and Neymar not injured, the suspense surrounding this match would have been palpable. However, with the loss of these two pivotal players, Brazil's strength has been significantly compromised. This has led to skepticism regarding the host nation's prospects. Were this any other country, their chances might not even reach 30%. Yet, due to Brazil's home advantage, predictions lean toward a close call, with odds of 4-6 in favor of Germany. In the lower bracket, the upcoming match between Spain and Argentina has ignited even greater divisions among fans. Given Spain's current form, one might fear for Argentina's prospects. Indeed, Spain's gameplay exudes an effortless elegance, winning seemingly at will, without ever appearing to be cornered. Supporters of Spain appear to outnumber their counterparts, not only among local fans but also among neutral spectators abroad, attracted by Spain's formidable prowess and their dazzling style of play. However, one might jest that Spain excels against weaker teams but may not hold up against true titans. Naturally, fans of Argentina and Messi vehemently dispute this assertion, believing that Spain's impressive record is merely a result of fortuitous matchups, avoiding elite teams. Argentina is a far cry from the lesser opponents Spain has faced. They are one of the tournament's favorites. For Spain to triumph over them would not be a simple endeavor, especially considering Argentina boasts Messi. As the World Cup draws closer to its grand finale, the fervor and attention surrounding the matches continue to swell. A long-standing debate persists in the realm of football. Which is superior, European football or South American football? European football is renowned for its formidable leagues, stable youth training systems, and rapidly evolving tactics and strategies. In recent years, its influence in the football world has grown exponentially, culminating in back-to-back World Cup victories. Conversely, South America is celebrated for its production of prodigious talent, with both reigning football kings hailing from this continent. While their leagues may not possess the same clout as the top 5 European leagues, the prowess of South American players is undeniable. Thus, the debate regarding which region is superior has persisted without resolution, with fans on both sides unable to sway each other. The World Cup provides a direct arena for this rivalry, allowing these teams to face off and determine whether European football is indeed more advanced or if South American football holds greater strength. In the past 19 World Cups, South American teams have claimed a total of 9 championship trophies, 5 by Brazil and 2 each by Argentina and Uruguay. Meanwhile, European teams have secured 10 titles, slightly overshadowing their South American counterparts. However, in the 2006 and 2010 World Cups, South American teams not only failed to win the championship, but did not even reach the finals. Those tournaments devolved into contests among European teams, which was decidedly unfavorable for fans advocating the superiority of South American football. Therefore, the World Cup held in Brazil represented a golden opportunity for South American teams to redeem themselves. Remarkably, unlike previous tournaments, both Brazil and Argentina advanced to the semifinals. And fortunately, there were no internal conflicts. Both semifinal matches featured European and South American teams. This scenario meant that, provided their performances were exemplary, both teams could potentially meet in the final, offering the world a spectacle of a South American clash. However, failure could lead to a final showdown between 2 European teams, which would be a significant embarrassment for the host nation, Brazil, and for South American football as a whole. Before the semifinals commenced, the South American Football Confederation urged fans to rally in support of Brazil and Argentina. The ongoing debate concerning the superiority of European versus South American football might find resolution following these pivotal semifinals, a prospect they could not afford to lose. With a resounding thud, the ball arced beautifully, grazing the upper left corner of the crossbar before finding the back of the net. Witnessing this moment, a satisfied smile finally graced Messi's face. Upon learning that Argentina's semifinal opponent would be Spain, Messi intensified his training regimen. As a player in La Liga, he understood the formidable strength of the Spanish national team. Had Argentina faced Spain before the arrival of that particular player, the match might have been more evenly contested, or even tilted in Argentina's favor. However, at present, Messi feels that Argentina's chances of victory are barely 40, and their situation may be even more precarious than that of Brazil in the upper bracket. Based on the German team's performance from the group stage to the knockout rounds, their offensive prowess is not as formidable as anticipated. If Brazil adopts a more conservative strategy, avoiding a direct confrontation in light of the absence of Neymar and defensive stalwart Thiago Silva, and instead focuses on controlling the rhythm of the game while employing a solid defensive counterattack against Germany, their prospects for success remain substantial. Conversely, Spain presents a different scenario. This team exhibits few significant weaknesses. Rather, their strengths are glaringly evident. Their offensive capabilities are exceptionally fierce, their control is remarkably strong, and the players boast a wealth of experience in high-stakes matches. These 3 attributes represent Argentina's vulnerabilities. Despite possessing attacking talents such as Messi, Agüero, Higuaín, and Di Maria, Argentina's most significant shortcoming is ironically their offense. Their forwards have collectively struggled to find the net in this World Cup, with Agüero yet to score after 5 matches. Higuaín has only just found his scoring touch, and Di Maria has netted just once. Meanwhile, Messi, Argentina's key player in previous victories, has also hit a dry spell in the last 2 matches, in stark contrast to Lin Quan, who has scored consistently in every match. Messi has gone 225 minutes without a goal. This form has caused Messi considerable concern. He is uncertain whether he can score against Spain, and if he cannot step up to aid his team, whom can he rely on? Thus, Messi has resolved to make the most of his remaining time to enhance his skills. Recently, he has been focusing on perfecting his penalty and free kick techniques. The penalty he witnessed Lin Quan convert in Spain's match against Mexico left a lasting impression on him. Given the prevalence of penalty shootouts in this World Cup, Messi feels it is vital to practice. In the event of a shootout, perhaps his additional training will yield remarkable results. Chapter completed. In Chapter 142, a stunning victory over Brazil shocks the world. While Messi engages in extra training, Lin Quan is also intensifying his practice. The distinction lies in the fact that Lin Quan is the subject of the training. His playing style is strikingly similar to Messi's. And to simulate Argentina's offensive tactics as closely as possible, especially in how Spain's defense should contend with Messi, Bosque has specifically assigned Lin Quan to embody Messi for a unique training session with the Spanish defenders. Lin Quan approaches this with indifference, treating it as an opportunity for breakthrough training. However, the Spanish defenders are lamenting their plight, having previously witnessed Lin Quan dominate their opponents. They felt an intense mixture of envy and admiration, almost wishing to embrace him. Yet now, facing Lin Quan themselves, they experienced the same feeling of being utterly overwhelmed. The reality of their situation is painfully evident. They are being thoroughly outmatched. Now, upon encountering Lin Quan, they wish to take a detour. They are genuinely intimidated. It seems that the simulated effect is quite commendable. Bosque chatted with defensive coach Puyol on the sidelines. Puyol quirked a smile. Which of your eyes perceives it so favorably? Our defense is nearly being perforated by Lin Quan. How can one deem it satisfactory? He chuckled. I believe Lin Quan surpasses Messi. If they cannot contain Lin Quan, they may not necessarily be able to restrain Messi either. Besides, the match has yet to commence, and we still have time to gradually enhance the defensive capabilities of our backline. Puyol instinctively wished to counter Bosque's initial statement. As the captain of Barcelona, he had witnessed Messi's evolution into the towering superstar he is today. Thus, no one understands Messi's prowess better than he does. In previous years, when the media dubbed Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi the unparalleled duo, Puyol held such a title in great disdain, having faced Ronaldo multiple times in the league. Puyol acknowledged Ronaldo's skill, yet he firmly believed that Messi and Ronaldo existed in entirely different realms. Ronaldo is a paragon among stars, a pinnacle reachable by ordinary individuals. However, Messi's level is unattainable without prodigious talent. Yet, reflecting upon Lin Quan's progress over the past 2 years and the prowess he displayed on the pitch, Puyol swallowed his retort. Undoubtedly, Lin Quan is also a genius, a talent akin to Messi, which is why the media initially referred to him as the second coming of Messi. However, as Lin Quan's performances in the league, Champions League, and even the national team improved, gradually equaling or surpassing Messi's achievements, such titles began to wane. The current Lin Quan might indeed be superior to Messi. After all, statistics do not lie. Since last season, Lin Quan has overshadowed Messi in league play, the Champions League, and this World Cup. Furthermore, following Messi's injury last year, his explosiveness and dribbling ability have notably diminished. Thus, at this juncture, in terms of dribbling prowess, Messi truly pales in comparison to Lin Quan. From a certain perspective, Bosque's viewpoint holds merit. The playing styles of the two are somewhat distinct, making it implausible to fully replicate Messi's impact. Puyol, having been teammates with both Messi and Lin Quan, possesses a profound understanding of their playing habits and individual characteristics. For an ordinary defender, containing players of Lin Quan and Messi's caliber through one-on-one matchups is nearly impossible. Instead, one must devise defensive strategies, employing multiple players to surround and press them, thereby restricting their movements and those of their teammates. During Messi's tenure at Barcelona, he frequently encountered targeted defenses in both the League and Champions League. with instances of double or even triple teaming being commonplace. Although such tactics occasionally failed, resulting in iconic moments where Messi triumphed against 4 or 5 defenders. If this multiplayer containment consistently proved ineffective, those dazzling displays of Messi breaching multiple defenders would not have become legendary. Thus, this tactic undoubtedly proves effective. As Messi cannot consistently navigate through multiple defenders, the crux lies in determining the optimal number of players to deploy in pressuring him, a matter that necessitates further contemplation and analysis on their part. On the pitch, both teams field an equal number of players. Thus, overcommitting resources to neutralize a singular player inevitably leaves others unmarked. Should the opposing team swiftly exploit this vulnerability and orchestrate a threatening attack, the endeavor would be rendered futile. Particularly in the context of Argentina's lavish attacking ensemble, merely containing Messi is insufficient. Although their cadre of strikers has exhibited lackluster performances in this World Cup, one must consider the possibility of a revival in form during the semifinals. After all, whether it be Higuaín, Agüero, or Di Maria, their prowess has been rigorously tested in both League and Champions League arenas, distinguishing them from mere pretenders. Therefore, when devising defensive strategies aimed at Messi, one must not disregard this formidable contingent. Despite Argentina's previous erratic performances, which starkly contrast Spain's fluidity, the latter, as a traditional South American powerhouse, does not underestimate their opponent. Prior to the World Cup's commencement, Argentina was already a frontrunner for the title. Now, their ability to advance to the finals despite subpar form attests to their undeniable strength. Spain regards Argentina as a formidable rival, while Argentina perceives Spain as a significant obstacle. Coach Sampaoli, having scrutinized Spain's recent matches, finds himself increasingly anxious. How can Argentina contend against such a formidable Spanish side? Should misfortune lead to their elimination at the hands of Spain, would the fans grant them forgiveness? As Argentina's head coach, Sampaoli bears immense pressure. In the 2010 and 2014 World Cups, Argentina boasted exceptionally strong rosters, particularly in the last tournament. With a more competent coach at the helm, the probability of Argentina clinching the title would have been substantially higher, avoiding the detrimental influence of Maradona's amateurish tactics. In 2010, Argentina's lineup was unprecedentedly luxurious, featuring the core of the Inter Milan squad that had recently triumphed in the Champions League: Samuel, Zanetti, Cambiaso, and Diego Milito, alongside peak versions of Messi and Higuaín. This ensemble included the top scorers from La Liga and Serie A. Yet they were unceremoniously shut out by the German team. Had Maradona simply adopted Mourinho's defensive tactics from his time at Inter, leveraging Messi's speed and dribbling prowess to counter the opposition, they surely would not have suffered such a humiliating defeat against Germany. However, Maradona's tactical arrangements were perplexing. Instead of positioning Messi as a forward to threaten the opponent's goal, he relegated him to a midfield role as a playmaker, distancing his most potent weapon from the goal. In that quarterfinal match, Argentina's performance was characterized by utter chaos. The players appeared tense and bewildered on the field, particularly after Germany took the lead, as if they were at a loss regarding how to proceed with the game. As the successor to the legendary Maradona, the pressure on Saviola was no less than that faced by his predecessor. This World Cup saw Argentina fielding a formidable lineup, even more star-studded than 4 years prior. However, Saviola himself seemed to tread on thin ice. His coaching experience was quite limited, and not only did he lack substantial tenure, but he had also never managed a prestigious club. Such experience is crucial for a coach, especially one at the helm of a national team, as ordinary teams seldom possess top-tier superstars. Yet Argentina boasted an abundance of luminaries from the top 5 leagues, presenting Saviola with the daunting challenge of effectively utilizing these high-profile players and maintaining harmony within the locker room, realms he had never navigated before. In simple terms, Saviola had previously driven a modest vehicle, but suddenly found himself at the wheel of a multi-million-dollar luxury sports car. His capabilities were insufficient to harness its full potential. This was precisely why Argentina, despite possessing an all-star roster, struggled so profoundly in this World Cup. He was at a loss as to how to deploy these premier talents and maximize their impact. This dilemma was not one that could be resolved swiftly. Consequently, Saviola found himself hesitating, uncertain whether to adopt a more conservative approach, particularly in the match against Spain, employing a counterattacking strategy. Although it may seem unflattering for Argentina to play defensively, such tactics proved remarkably effective, especially for a novice coach. Solid defense must precede any offensive considerations. On July 9th, the first semi-final of the 2014 World Cup commenced with the clash between Brazil and Germany. The World Cup's fiery spirit, reignited after a 4-day hiatus, captivated millions of fans across the globe. In certain regions, supporters rallied friends and stayed up late to witness the world's most thrilling and intense football matches. For instance, fans in a certain Eastern nation were watching the game at 4 in the morning, undeterred by the late hour. Regrettably, this World Cup was again devoid of the national team's presence. Had they advanced, the excitement would have undoubtedly soared to unimaginable heights. As the match officially began, Brazil faced a significant setback due to the absence of two key players, which adversely affected their strength. Nevertheless, the supremely confident Brazilian fans made perplexing remarks before the match, claiming that Brazil was at its truest form without Neymar, and that the invincible Hulk would demolish the German machine with his bull-like physique. They asserted that with Paulinho and Fernandinho as their formidable barriers, Germany's midfield would be fortunate to finish the match standing. Surprisingly, upon kickoff, Brazil appeared to be unaffected by the absence of Neymar and his brother-in-law. In the final 10 minutes preceding the match, the Brazilian team exhibited an exuberant and proactive spirit, rallying under the fervent cheers of over 60,000 fans at the Mineiro Stadium as they relentlessly assaulted the German goal. In the 3rd minute, Marcelo unleashed a powerful long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area that whisked past the goal, evoking sighs of disappointment from the Samba enthusiasts and gasps of astonishment from the German supporters. Undoubtedly a favorite to clinch the World Cup title, Brazil's might remained palpable even in the absence of two key players. However, mere minutes later, the sentiment among the German fans shifted dramatically. In the 11th minute, Germany was awarded a corner kick. As Kroos prepared to take the kick, he surveyed the positioning of his teammates and delivered the ball to the far post. Brazil's defense committed a critical error, with nearly all players converging on the near post, neglecting the unmarked Thomas Müller at the back. The unchallenged Müller, positioned about 8 meters from the goal, executed a volley that found the back of the net. Germany momentarily led Brazil 1-0. This marked Müller's 5th goal in the tournament, propelling him past Messi to claim the 3rd spot on the scoring chart, trailing only behind Lin Quan and the eliminated James Rodriguez. The goal sent waves of exhilaration through the German crowd, securing an early lead against a formidable opponent like Brazil significantly enhanced their chances of victory. On the Brazilian side, despite the dismay felt by the tens of thousands of fans at the conceded goal, there was no sense of impending defeat. They remained steadfast in their belief that, given Brazil's formidable prowess, equalizing the score was merely a matter of time. At that moment, no one comprehended the gravity of the situation, nor did they realize that Müller's goal had heralded the onset of a calamitous affair. In the 23rd minute, Kroos delivered a precise through ball from the center, which Müller adeptly maneuvered before discreetly passing to Klose. Positioned 9 meters from the goal on the right flank, Klose's initial shot was parried by Cesar, but his subsequent attempt soared over the grounded goalkeeper and into the net. The score escalated to 2-0. This marked Klose's 16th goal in World Cup history, breaking the record he had shared with the Brazilian legend Ronaldo. Remarkably, at the moment of Klose's achievement, Ronaldo was present in a luxury box at the Mineiro Stadium. The camera swiftly captured Ronaldo, whose expression was notably grave, leaving one to ponder whether his demeanor stemmed from Klose surpassing his record or from Brazil's rapidly deteriorating situation. Interestingly, Klose is merely 2 years younger than Ronaldo, yet the latter has long since retired, while Klose continues to excel on the World Cup stage, contributing further goals for Germany. The disparity in the longevity of their careers is striking. From that moment forth, the 36-year-old Klose would exclusively hold the title of World Cup's all-time leading scorer. However, this title may not endure for long, as lurking in the other half of the bracket is a prodigious talent, having netted 7 goals in 5 matches, who is keenly eyeing this record and is merely 18 years old, with the potential to compete in at least 4 more World Cups. If the first goal merely instilled a sense of anxiety among the Brazilian supporters, then Klose's subsequent strike plunged them into a state of palpable dread. The expressions of the Samba fans morphed into bewilderment, their pre-match exuberance gradually yielding to a subdued sorrow. However, the Germans were far from lenient. In the 24th minute, Ozil delivered a precise pass from midfield, and Lahm's cross, evading both Müller and Klose, found Kroos. With remarkable composure, Kroos executed a left-footed volley from 11 meters out, guiding the ball into the bottom left corner of the net. 3-0. Germany had effectively extinguished any suspense in the match by halftime. Commentators from various nations, employing an array of languages, described the game in terms of incredulity and astonishment, reflecting on the terrifying offensive prowess of the German team. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the 26th minute, it was Kroos once more. After intercepting a pass from his club teammate Fernandinho, he relayed the ball to Khedira, who made a cross from the left side of the penalty area. Kroos, charging into the box, effortlessly slotted the ball into an open net from 9 meters out, making it 4-0. Within just 2 minutes, Kroos had netted twice, decisively sealing the match's fate. Alarmingly, the second and fourth goals came a mere 179 seconds apart. All while they celebrated twice, the Brazilian defense lay utterly shattered. The Brazilian fans present were engulfed in despair. A poignant image of a young boy wiping away tears resonating with spectators both in the stadium and at home. The Germans were merciless. Yet, the onslaught was not over. In the 29th minute, Hummels advanced through the center and delivered a direct pass. Khedira, positioned at the edge of the penalty area, distributed the ball to Ozil on the left, who then returned it to Khedira. From 14 meters out, Khedira's shot slipped through the legs of a defender into the bottom left corner, elevating the score to 5-0. On the sidelines, German coach Low, upon witnessing the fifth goal, was left aghast, covering his mouth in disbelief at the scoreline. Initially, when Germany had scored their first goal, Low had been fervently animated, embracing and high-fiving his assistants and players on the bench in celebration. However, after 4 goals were scored within 5 minutes, his expression transformed into one of concern, pondering whether his team could leave the pitch unscathed. "You mischievous lads, take it easy. I do not wish to perish here." Not only did Low harbor such fears, but the German fans present were also gripped by trepidation. Outnumbered by the Brazilian supporters, they found themselves encircled and trembling amidst the sorrowful crowd. Thus, when Kroos netted the fourth and Khedira the fifth, they refrained from celebration, instead covering their faces and wiping cold sweat from their brows. Surviving until the halftime whistle, Low hurriedly retreated to the locker room. "Listen, in the second half, no one is permitted to use any means to humiliate the Brazilian team by referencing the 5 goals scored. Should anyone violate this directive, I will immediately substitute them out of the game and they shall not participate in the finals, understood?" Low's expression was exceedingly grave. Scoring 5 goals was an extreme humiliation for the Brazilian squad. If the German players were to provoke further with words or gestures at this juncture, they would indeed need to contemplate the consequences. Of course, one must not overtly relent. It is imperative to play earnestly and to showcase the level of performance expected, as this is the highest form of respect towards one's adversary. The German players exhibited their characteristic diligence, or perhaps rigidity. They truly did not ease up in the second half. In the face of Brazil's resurgence, Neuer executed a series of magnificent saves, thwarting consecutive attempts from Oscar and Paulinho. After repelling Brazil's counterattack, the German team resumed their scoring. In the 69th minute, Skirl, who replaced Klose, netted Germany's 6th goal of the match. This goal shattered Brazil's historical record, marking the first time they conceded 6 goals in a single World Cup match. 10 minutes later, Müller, from the left flank, delivered a cross that Skirl volleyed in from 9 meters out. Another goal. 7-0. Low could not help but cover his face with his hand. "These foolish players. I told you not to ease up, not to go on a scoring spree." Especially Skirl, who, after scoring, still wished to celebrate. Did he not notice the startled expressions on the faces of his fellow German players? Fortunately, in the dying moments of the match, the German players finally grasped the situation. During Brazil's late-game counterattack, they somewhat carelessly defended, employing a lackadaisical approach, gifting Brazil a consolation goal. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 7-1. Germany achieved a victory that astonished the entire world, delivering the most painful defeat in Brazil's World Cup history. Chapter 143. The tremendous impact of Brazil's devastating defeat. Spain versus Argentina officially begins. Germany, a frantic victory, facing the host nation of this World Cup. The 5-time champions Brazil, Germany secured a remarkable victory in the semifinals, a tale worthy of recounting to future generations. The Germans understand how to take advantage of a situation. Having won, they intend to preserve this victory for future retellings. This is truly a heart-wrenching blow. ESPN, where did Brazil go wrong? Under Scolari's leadership, Brazil suffered a record-breaking defeat and was eliminated. In the aftermath, Scolari attempted to elucidate the reasons behind this loss. The absence of Neymar and Thiago Silva stands as the most credible explanation. However, even in their absence, the five-time champions should not have succumbed to Germany by 7 goals. The sparse responses from Brazil's head coach evidently failed to elucidate the reasons behind the team's devastating defeat. This calamity may cast a lasting shadow, forever etched in the hearts of Brazilian fans. The BBC reports that Germany is poised to claim the coveted World Cup trophy, following their resounding 7-1 victory over Brazil. The German team has advanced to the finals, while Brazil has suffered one of the most excruciating losses in World Cup history. Those who witnessed the match are likely to reassess the prowess of the German squad, whether facing Spain or Argentina in the finals. The challenges ahead for them will be daunting. Perhaps our neighbors across the strait are destined to lift their 4th championship trophy. Despite the historical rivalry between the English and the Germans, even the proud English must concede that Germany has traversed further and achieved greater success in football. The strength of the English Premier League has not significantly bolstered the capabilities of the England national team. In this World Cup, England's humiliating exit without a single victory starkly contrasts with Germany's triumphant march into the finals after their overwhelming defeat of the hosts. Frankly speaking, the English harbor a tinge of envy towards the Germans. Sports Illustrated from the United States notes, Brazil's 5-star dream has turned into a nightmare. For Brazil, the semi-final clash against Germany transformed their World Cup aspirations into a harrowing experience. AS from Spain declares, 7-1, the Maracana tragedy reoccurs. Brazil has faced the most painful defeat in football history, with Germany scoring 5 goals within a mere 18 minutes of the first half. Cruz and Khedira delivered remarkable performances, while Klose became the all-time leading scorer in World Cup history. The magnitude of Germany's 7-1 rout of Brazil is so extraordinary that it has captured the attention of nearly every news outlet worldwide. In addition to the aforementioned media, prominent outlets such as Mundo Deportivo from Spain, Sky Sports from the UK, L'Equipe from France, and Gazzetta dello Sport from Italy have extensively covered this match. Such a humiliating scoreline, especially against the illustrious Brazil, is likely to be a rarity for decades, if not a century. As witnesses to this historic encounter, fans around the globe have an abundance of grievances to express. In the aftermath, social media and various news comment sections were inundated with passionate reactions from fans. Where are those who extolled Hulk's invincibility? Come forth and take a look. The mighty Hulk was virtually invisible throughout the match and was substituted in the second half. Indeed, Brazil faltered in Neymar's absence. However, I believe the lack of David Luiz had an even greater impact on Brazil's performance. Their defense appeared utterly porous, allowing the Germans to exploit every opportunity. Logically, this should not have been the case. David Luiz, Dante, Maicon, and Marcelo are all renowned top defenders. How then were they completely overwhelmed by the Germans? Fans are perplexed by the dismal performance of Brazil's defenders. They are not like Costa Rica, whose players are largely obscure talents plying their trade in domestic leagues. Rather, these Brazilian players are all active in the top 5 leagues, serving as key figures for their respective clubs and are well-established stars. Yet, their display in this match seemed inferior to that of the lesser-known Costa Rican players in the previous game. It can only be said that prior to the match, many overestimated Brazil's prowess. Perhaps this is the enchantment of being the host nation. However, there is another possibility, that the strength of the German team was underestimated. Oh, how I relish this sentiment. The German machine is indeed invincible. Let the Spanish and Argentine teams brace themselves for their inevitable fate. Stimulated by this match, German fans are abuzz with excitement, having shed their initial apprehension towards the defending champions, Spain, now regarding them with newfound disdain. If Germany can triumph over Brazil by 7 goals, can Spain do the same? Quite simply, they cannot. After all, dismantling the opponent's mentality from the outset and capitalizing on every opportunity is, in itself, a stroke of fortune. Even with the same lineup, should Germany face Brazil again, replicating such a scoreline would be far from certain. While there may indeed be a disparity in strength between Brazil and Germany, it is not as exaggerated as a 7-goal difference. Thus, the catastrophic scoreline is the result of multiple converging factors. Brazil's humiliating defeat has elevated the World Cup's excitement globally, drawing countless fans' attention to the other semi-final clash, Argentina versus Spain. Compared to the upper bracket, This matchup in the lower bracket promises to be equally thrilling. One side, the formidable defending champions, and the other, Argentina, boasting Messi and a plethora of stars. The collision of these two teams is sure to be spectacular. However, fans, having been spoiled by Germany's dazzling performance, hope for a similarly exhilarating goal fest in this match. Some onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, even begin to speculate whether Spain or Argentina could inflict a similarly devastating defeat on one another as Brazil suffered. Argentina's defense is quite strong and not hindered by suspensions, making it unlikely that they would crumble. Might it be possible, then, for Spain to be the one to falter? Yet, Spain's defense is robust as well. Moreover, to score, one must first dismantle Spain's midfield, which is no easy feat given their strength. Germany has stepped forward to assert, "I can." Previously, Spain employed a counter-attacking strategy. Will they do so again, particularly given Argentina's formidable forward line? It's hard to say. After witnessing Germany's match against Brazil, it is conceivable that both teams might resort to counterattacks. Indeed, losing by 7 goals is a significant humiliation. But Brazil did manage to score once in the 90 minutes, which means they effectively lost by 6. In recent days, discussions surrounding the World Cup have not only captivated ardent football fans, but have also drawn in individuals who typically do not follow the sport. The pervasive conversations about the tournament have left many feeling compelled to watch at least a match to engage in social discourse. It seems that abstaining from the World Cup could render one socially alienated. Furthermore, the highly anticipated clash between the reigning champions and Argentina is a spectacle in itself. This encounter marks yet another meeting between Lin Quan and Messi, reminiscent of their previous encounters on the Champions League stage. The collision of these two footballing titans is inherently a topic of great interest, igniting the eagerness of countless spectators. As the match between Spain and Argentina looms, an age-old debate resurfaces. Who is the superior player, Messi or Lin Quan? Initially, Cristiano Ronaldo would have been included in this discussion. However, his Portugal team failed to advance from the group stage and was eliminated prematurely. This unfortunate turn of events thwarted the long-awaited encounter between the two football legends on the World Cup stage. Fortunately, Lin Quan's remarkable rise can seamlessly fill the void left by Ronaldo's absence. In fact, upon analyzing their capabilities, fans seem to favor the notion of placing Lin Quan alongside Messi in equal regard. Regrettably, the rivalry between Lin Quan and Messi lacks the fervor to stir significant hype, especially when compared to the heated exchanges that would ensue from a Messi-Ronaldo showdown. The fans of both sides would likely engage in online disputes for days on end. Yet, both Lin Quan and Messi appear disinterested in the online chatter surrounding their competition. Their focus is not on the outcome of their personal duel, but rather on whether their respective teams can triumph over their opponents and advance to the finals. Having reached this stage, no one wishes to falter in the semifinals. All aspire to enter the finals and hoist their very own coveted trophy. The distinction lies in the fact that this is Lin Quan's inaugural World Cup experience, with no prior encounters with defeat. Conversely, this marks Messi's third World Cup, having faced disappointment twice before. Thus, Messi's yearning for the trophy may be even more profound. Positioned within the players' tunnel, neither team's players exchanged pleasantries. Despite being club teammates and even friends off the field, on the grand stage of the World Cup, they assumed the singular identity of representatives of the Argentine and Spanish national teams. Nonetheless, during the pre-match handshake, Lin Quan embraced a few of his club teammates. "Lin, be gentle during the match," Sabella teased, playfully patting his back as they embraced. "I'll do my best," Lin Quan responded with a smile, fully aware of the jest. Sabella and Demichelis exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared concern in each other's eyes. Having played alongside Lin Quan for a year at the club, they are acutely aware of his formidable prowess. Should he decide to be serious, they would find it nearly impossible to contain him. Fortunately, Argentina's coach, Saviola, had devised specific defensive strategies aimed at curtailing Lin Quan's impact, hoping these tactics would prove effective during the match. The Argentine national team boasts 3 players from Manchester City. However, Agüero finds himself in an unfortunate position, relegated to the bench. Initially, after Higuaín struggled to find the net for several matches, Agüero was afforded some opportunities. Regrettably, he failed to capitalize on these chances, and with Higuaín's resurgence in form, Agüero has once again been sidelined by Saviola, reduced to merely observing from the bench. Lin Quan is perplexed, Could it be that Saviola has not witnessed Agüero's performances at Manchester City? As Agüero's primary ally, his contributions in both the league and the Champions League have been nothing short of remarkable. Lin Quan's playing style bears a resemblance to Messi's, and if Agüero can form a connection with him, it stands to reason that he could do the same with Messi, especially considering their strong friendship. In light of this, Saviola's choice to persist with Higuaín is truly baffling. Higuaín is essentially a more robust version of Negrito, while Negrito can indeed complement Lin Quan. He has a clear preference for Agüero's nimble and agile striking style, with exceptional positioning, remarkable speed, and efficient finishing. Agüero is the ideal forward to partner with Lin Quan and Messi, both of whom excel at creating and converting opportunities. Of course, Agüero's performances at the club and national level are markedly different, a fact that Lin Quan is well aware of. Fans have humorously dubbed Agüero at Manchester City as a top-tier player, while at the national level, he is perceived as little more than a mascot, ill-suited for competitive play and more fitting as a symbolic figure. After navigating through the pre-match formalities, the World Cup semi-final commenced on July 10th at precisely 7 p.m., with Argentina facing Spain in the lower bracket. Perhaps influenced by the previous match's intensity, both teams approached the game with caution. Their encounters on the international stage have been infrequent. The last meeting was a friendly in September 2010, where Argentina triumphed 4-1 over the recently crowned world champions, Spain. However, in the preceding friendlies, Spain had bested Argentina twice. The results of friendlies are often inconsequential, especially one that occurred 4 years prior. Neither team placed significant weight on that match's outcome. Instead, they tailored their strategies based on their recent performances in the World Cup, focusing on a solid defense to avoid conceding early goals and derailing team morale, much like the disastrous fate that befell Brazil, was paramount. Brazil's heavy defeat stemmed from conceding too quickly, leading to unstable mindsets among the players and hasty counterattacks that resulted in further goals against them. Having witnessed Brazil's misfortunes, the remaining teams were determined not to fall into the same trap. Nonetheless, this conservative style of play left the spectators in attendance somewhat dissatisfied. What on earth is happening? Let's see some attacking play. Watching Spain pass the ball around is making me nauseous. The Argentine players are indeed making an effort to intercept, yet they merely observe as the opposition passes the ball back and forth right before them. Why do they not dare to take a risk and challenge them? The Spanish players are not lacking in intent to attack. However, Argentina's defense is remarkably steadfast, leaving them with scant opportunities. Lin Quan attempted to dribble through, only to be promptly intercepted by Argentina's left-back Rojo and their defensive midfielder Mascherano. Simultaneously, Argentina's formation shifted towards him, seemingly intent on blocking all his passing and dribbling avenues. After tentatively probing the opposing defensive tactics, Lin Quan prudently opted to safely pass the ball back to a teammate, refraining from launching an impulsive attack. Without a thorough understanding of Argentina's offensive strategies, it is wiser to play it safe and avoid unnecessary risks. Observing Spain's cautious approach, Argentina's coach Sampaoli wore a solemn expression. He yearned for a counter-attacking strategy, yet was hindered by pride from doing so. Nevertheless, considering Spain's proclivity for possession football, it was only a matter of time before they would press forward, allowing Argentina to subsequently tighten their formation without facing criticism. However, judging by Spain's performance thus far, they seemed in no hurry to attack, and their pressing lacked sufficient intensity. What is this? Is Spain intent on undermining their own capabilities? On the field, Messi was actively engaged. Once Spain advanced, he, alongside his teammates, employed vigorous movement to pressure the ball carriers of the opposing side. Such exertion was rare during club matches, as conserving energy for offensive plays was paramount. Yet on the grand stage of the World Cup, Messi willingly undertook this laborious task in pursuit of victory. However, against a multitude of elite passers, such pressing proved challenging. Messi charged towards Xavi, who passed the ball to Iniesta. Messi then rushed towards Iniesta, who in turn relayed it back to Lin Quan. Upon seeing Lin Quan receive the ball, Messi instinctively surged towards him. The spectators, witnessing this encounter, erupted in excitement. Here it comes, the first direct confrontation between Lin Quan and Messi on the stage of the World Cup. Chapter 144, Lin Quan versus Messi. The pinnacle battle on the World Cup stage. Messi's defensive prowess is not particularly strong. As he charged towards Lin Quan, the latter remained unfazed. Seizing the moment, Lin Quan executed a deft pullback turn, evading Messi's interception while simultaneously maneuvering past him. The fans in the stands gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Lin Quan effortlessly bypass Messi. This scene starkly contrasted their expectations of a cataclysmic clash. Many spectators could not help but feel a burgeoning sentiment that Lin Quan surpassed Messi in this instance. Yet, it is worth noting that while Messi may struggle to contain Lin Quan, the latter two would find it challenging to defend against Messi. Just wait and see. Messi has garnered an enormous fan base over the years, and with Brazil situated right next to Argentina, a multitude of Argentine supporters flocked to the venue to witness the match. Without a doubt, these individuals were ardent supporters of Messi. With a steadfast defense, Argentina successfully withstood Spain's probing offensive maneuvers. Subsequently, they sought to launch an offensive of their own against Spain. As the focal point of Argentina's attack, Messi naturally became the recipient of his teammates' passes, tasked with orchestrating their assaults. As soon as he received the ball, Spanish players pressed in to challenge him. However, this posed no obstacle for Messi. He adeptly navigated past the approaching defenders with a subtle shift in rhythm. Yet, immediately after evading the first opponent, another defender surged forward. Upon glancing up, Messi recognized that it was none other than Lin Quan, the player who had previously bested him. Fate has a curious way of intertwining rivals. Observing Messi in possession with Lin Quan defending against him, the fans rallied in anticipation, invigorated by the prospect of a thrilling showdown. Just moments ago, Lin Quan had outmaneuvered Messi with ease, leaving the supporters feeling somewhat embarrassed. Now, witnessing Lin Quan's audacity to challenge Messi, they perceived this as an ideal opportunity for redemption. Outmaneuver him. Teach that lad a lesson. The spectators, reveling in the drama, clamored for Messi to deliver a resounding rebuke to Lin Quan. In his heart, Messi shared the same sentiment. While his competitive spirit may not rival that of Ronaldo's, and he often embodies humility and modesty, this does not imply that he is devoid of ambition. He yearned to triumph in this direct confrontation against Lin Quan, to not only showcase his prowess, but also to assist his team in securing victory. Both players stood as the premier stars of their respective squads. Besting Lin Quan in this head-to-head encounter would undoubtedly bolster Argentina's morale and potentially dampen the spirits of the Spanish team. With this in mind, Messi steeled himself, preparing to employ his most adept techniques to outmaneuver his opponent. He dribbled with quick, agile steps, suddenly altering his pace, executing a feint to shift his center of gravity, and feigning an attempt to break through on Lin Quan's left side. Messi's footwork was rapid. If the defending player hesitated for even a moment, he would find himself thoroughly outpaced. Lin Quan, however, showed no hesitation, immediately lunging to intercept. Upon noticing Lin Quan's response, Messi swiftly redirected the ball back to his right foot, intending to execute a simple nutmeg to slip past him. Yet, just as he initiated his move, he felt an impact that disrupted his balance. Messi stumbled slightly, causing him to falter in his dribble, resulting in an error. He ultimately fell to the ground, the ball rolling away from him and into the possession of a supporting Spanish player. The referee promptly blew the whistle, awarding a foul to the Spanish team. The offending party was none other than Lin Quan. "Lin, be mindful of your defensive actions," the referee admonished, approaching Lin Quan with a verbal warning. In truth, Lin Quan's foul was one that could have been called or overlooked, falling within the realm of normal physical contestation. However, Messi's physique is not as robust as Lin Quan's. When he was shouldered, he immediately lost his balance and fell to the ground. Had it been another player, referee Kikir might not have called a foul. Yet, since it was Messi who fell, arguably the most illustrious superstar in contemporary football, drawing the attention of countless fans and media, Kikir had no choice but to blow the whistle. After all, millions of fans worldwide witnessed Messi being infringed upon, and failing to call a foul would undoubtedly lead to a storm of criticism post-match. Of course, the offender was another superstar, and the nature of the foul was not particularly severe, warranting only a verbal warning. If Kikir were to issue a card to Lin Quan for this foul, it would likely stir controversy. Kikir, hailing from Turkey, is not a renowned referee, and officiating this high-stakes match placed considerable pressure on him. Both teams boast their own superstars and a substantial following. Any officiating error could lead to significant repercussions for him after the match. Thus, Kikir's refereeing standard for this game was to strictly control fouls while refraining from issuing cards indiscriminately, aiming to minimize artificial interference in the game. This careful approach is precisely why UEFA entrusted him with officiating the pivotal clash between Barcelona and Chelsea in their Champions League encounter. Kikir had previously made a decision that incited outrage among countless Chelsea supporters. Thus, UEFA was exceedingly cautious in selecting an official for a match steeped in rivalry. Kikir's appointment to this significant role speaks volumes about UEFA's confidence in his abilities. Lin Quan humbly accepted the referee's verbal warning, exhibiting no dissatisfaction or protest. While gesturing an apology to Messi, he extended his hand to help him up from the ground. Messi, not angered by the incident, recognized that Lin Quan's foul was not malicious. There were no dirty tricks or underhanded tactics involved. Consequently, upon seeing Lin Quan's hand extended, Messi naturally grasped it and, once lifted, gave a friendly pat on his back as a gesture of camaraderie. There was no animosity between the two, although their acquaintance was limited. There was a mutual respect present. Despite having received a verbal warning from the referee, Lin Quan's defensive maneuver could still be deemed successful. Naturally, he did not rely solely on brute strength to defend against Messi, as he believed he lacked the requisite prowess for such an approach. While he was well acquainted with Messi's playing habits, the latter's style is inherently unpredictable. Even with accurate anticipation, Messi could adeptly adjust in critical moments to evade interception. Thus, when defending against Messi, it is essential to employ supplementary strategies, such as increasing physical confrontation. However, this tactic carries inherent risks, should the referee notice. It could lead to a verbal warning at best, or a yellow card at worst. Nevertheless, Lin Quan exercised caution during his challenge, ensuring his movements were measured, thus minimizing the likelihood of receiving a card. This approach is viable only against a player like Messi, known for his sportsmanship and disdain for theatrics. Had it been Di Maria in this situation, one could easily imagine Lin Quan collapsing to the ground in a series of dramatic rolls, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig to capture the attention of the entire audience. On the bench, Aguero gazed enviously at his two friends, yearning to join the fray on the pitch, yet he found himself powerless to dictate his own fate. He could only hope that the head coach would summon him onto the field sooner rather than later. However, should the coach indeed call upon him, it would signify that Higuaín's performance had faltered, and by the time Aguero entered the game, Argentina might already be trailing behind. As the match unfolded, both teams began to test each other's strategies, gradually increasing their offensive efforts. The tempo of the game quickened, and the excitement began to build. After finding success in the midfield proved elusive, Argentina sought to exploit long passes behind Spain's defense. Yet, Spain's defenders adeptly safeguarded the ball's trajectory, and Messi was consistently shadowed, limiting his ability to receive the ball. As for Higuaín, devoid of Messi's passes, he posed no threat in the attacking front. Lost amidst the tidal wave of Spain's defense, failing to make even a ripple. In the 25th minute, Lin Quan and David Silva exchanged positions, with Lin attempting to force his way into the penalty area from the left flank. Mascherano's attempt to intercept was thwarted as Lin slipped past him, but alas, Zabaleta's timely tackle sent the ball out of play. Lin Quan couldn't help but shake his head while giving a thumbs up to his club teammate. Zabaleta's defensive maneuver was astute. He seized the moment when Lin adjusted his pace to evade Mascherano, executing his tackle with such precision that Lin had little time to react, rendering him unable to evade the challenge. To the spectators, this tackle might have seemed unremarkable, yet only the players on the pitch understood the intricacies involved. Without a deep understanding of Lin Quan's playing style and sufficient experience to gauge the opportune moment to strike, a less adept player might have missed the ball entirely, jeopardizing their position and allowing the opponent a clear shot on goal. Spain earned a corner kick, and after a brief consultation with Xavi, Lin Quan decided that Xavi would take the set piece. Ramos eagerly surged into the penalty area, ready to make a play, while the towering Peak, standing at 194 meters, also advanced towards the goal. The Argentine defenders heightened their vigilance, tightly marking these two aerial threats to deny Spain any opportunities. Instead of delivering the ball directly into the box, Xavi opted to pass it to Lin Quan on the right side of the area. Lin then shifted the ball back to the center, where Iniesta seized the chance to attempt a long-range shot, unimpeded by defenders. But his effort struck the legs of a defender and deflected out of play. Spain was awarded another corner kick. This time, Lin Quan positioned himself in the corner arc. He glanced up at the penalty area, gestured to his teammates, indicating that he would aim for the far post. Ramos and Peak, understanding his signal, surged towards the near post as Lin prepared to take the kick. The Argentine defenders were perplexed as they witnessed the tallest player on the Spanish team darting toward the near post, prompting them to rush forward in pursuit. However, as Pique advanced toward the near post, Ramos unexpectedly made a swift retreat, sprinting toward the far post. At that moment, the ball soared through the air, gliding over the heads of the players who had leaped at the near post, landing in the penalty area at the far post. Upon seeing the ball hurtling toward him, Ramos was filled with elation. He leaped with all his might, poised to head in his third goal of the tournament. Nevertheless, Argentina's goalkeeper Romero was exceptionally focused, intercepting the ball with a swift punch just before Ramos could make contact. The ball fell to Xavi's feet, who attempted a long-range shot, but sent it soaring high. Frustrated, Ramos clutched his head. The opposing goalkeeper had chosen to rush out, leaving the goal wide open. Had he managed to connect with the ball and direct it within the frame, it would have undoubtedly been a goal. Alas, fortune seemed to elude him. Although neither of these attempts resulted in a goal, observant fans noted that the dynamics of the match began to shift increasingly in favor of Spain. As anticipated before the match, Spain, bolstered by a formidable midfield, gradually asserted control over the game. Once they established dominance, their offensive prowess began to exert pressure on the Argentinians, leaving them gasping for breath. In the 29th minute, Lin Quan attempted to break through on the right flank, but was thwarted by Mascherano, who cleared the ball in advance. Following the throw-in, Iniesta passed the ball to Xavi, who delivered a diagonal pass to David Silva. Silva's volley from the edge of the arc narrowly missed the target. Amid Spain's wave of attacks, Argentina seized the opportunity to launch a few counterattacks. In the 34th minute, Perez was fouled while carrying the ball on the right side of the arc, granting Argentina a superb free kick opportunity. Messi stood over the ball, glanced at the Spanish wall, and opted for a left-footed shot that dipped beautifully. The quality of the strike was high, and after surpassing the wall, the ball's trajectory became erratic, nearly leading to a blunder by Casillas. Unfortunately, it fell just short. Messi shook his head. Despite extensive practice on free kicks prior to the match, the results seemed limited. The free kick position was ideal, and his execution was commendable. Yet the elusive goal remained unattained. Next time, wary of Messi's prowess, Spain would likely be more vigilant. Indeed, following Messi's threatening shot, Del Bosque promptly called out to his players, urging them to be mindful of foul positions and to avoid granting the opposition favorable free kick opportunities. In the final 10 minutes of the first half, Spain's offensive surged like a tide. The players executed rapid passes, crafting an attack that flowed seamlessly. In the 42nd minute, Busquets intercepted the ball in the backfield and passed it to Xavi. Xavi delivered a pass to Lin Quan, who seamlessly laid the ball off to the nearby Iniesta. Iniesta, in turn, played a through ball that Torres received before returning it to Lin Quan, who had positioned himself just outside the penalty area. Throughout this intricate exchange, Lin Quan, Iniesta, Xavi, and Torres executed a series of precise passes, showcasing a remarkable speed that left the Argentine players unable to intercept, even struggling to keep pace with the ball's swift movement. Their defensive line began to falter, revealing vulnerabilities that afforded Spain a golden opportunity. As the ball found its way to Lin Quan, he had already advanced to the edge of the penalty arc. Two Argentine center-backs stood in his path. Yet instead of attempting to break through, Lin Quan opted for a diagonal run, penetrating the left side of the penalty area. Garay and de Michelis instinctively followed his movement, creating a significant gap in Argentina's central defense. At that moment, if Lin Quan could deliver a pass, a Spanish player charging in from the middle would have a clear shot on goal. "Intercept him. Do not allow him to pass," shouted Zabaleta, rushing towards Lin Quan while trying to direct his teammates to cut off Lin Quan's passing lane. However, the belated warning came too late. Without glancing at the ball, Lin Quan deftly backheeled it. As he completed the pass, Torres was perfectly positioned in the path of Lin Quan's delivery. Torres, astonished by Lin Quan's vision, marveled at how the ball found him with such precision, despite his own position being unseen. The skill displayed was truly awe-inspiring. He felt a strong yearning. How wonderful it would be if Lin Quan could join Chelsea. Being teammates with someone so talented was indeed a source of immense joy. Upon seeing Torres receive the ball, Romero immediately decided to rush out. He knew that allowing Torres a shooting angle could result in a goal. However, faced with the advancing goalkeeper, Torres chose not to shoot, but rather to pass. In the direction of his pass, Lin Quan, having evaded his defender, unleashed a powerful shot that thundered into the net. Goal. Spain had broken the deadlock and taken the lead in the match. After Lin Quan's goal, the Arena Corinthians, with a capacity of 70,000, fell into an eerie silence. The fans were left in awe by Spain's seamless teamwork and the final strike. Argentina had executed their defense admirably, yet Spain's players found a way to exploit the tight defensive line through their passing. Countless fans saw echoes of the peak Barcelona team in this Spanish side. The difference, however, was that the goal was not scored by the iconic number 10 of the red and blue team, but rather by the number 30 clad in red, Lin Quan. End of chapter 145. Two kings of football weigh in. Pelé, I favor Spain for the championship. A magnificent goal. Lin Quan's strike has sent Argentina plunging into despair. Upon witnessing Lin Quan's goal, commentators from various nations, speaking in an array of languages, animatedly relayed the thrilling moment to fans with remarkable rapidity. Major television networks repeatedly replayed the goal, showcasing Busquets' interception, Xavi's precise pass, and the sequence of passes and movements executed by the Spanish players in the attacking third. Undoubtedly, this goal was a testament to the collective effort of the entire team. Through exceptional teamwork, Spain achieved an astonishing goal. When Lin Quan took the shot, he was barely 2 meters from the goal. The ball seemed almost to have been passed into the net. As commentators around the world marveled at the slow-motion replays of Spain's coordinated attack, they could not help but express their astonishment. It has been widely proclaimed that following Guardiola's departure from Barcelona, the decline of peak Barcelona would herald the demise of possession-based football. However, I firmly believe that any fan who has witnessed these two semifinals would not consider possession football to be in decline. After adopting Spain's possession style, Germany's fighting spirit has only intensified, as evidenced by their historic 7-1 victory over Brazil. With Lin Quan's addition to the squad, Spain has finally pieced together their envisioned dream team. The current Spanish side evokes a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the glory days of peak Barcelona. Their mastery of the match and pressure on opponents instill a sense of dread. Although the score stands at a mere 1-0, Spain's lead may appear modest. Nevertheless, following Lin Quan's goal, the dynamics of the match have dramatically shifted. Argentina's chances of victory plummeted, transforming the pre-match predictions from a balanced 60-40 to a daunting 80-20 or even 90-10. If Argentina fails to equalize swiftly in the second half, they risk succumbing to Spain's suffocating pressure tactics. Argentina's coach, Saviola, has begun to perspire cold beads of sweat on his forehead. Despite the sweltering heat, he feels an icy chill coursing through his limbs, as if he has plunged into a freezing vault. Initially, he had intended to employ a counter-attacking strategy. Yet with his team trailing by a goal before halftime, his plans have been thoroughly thwarted. In the second half, Argentina has no choice but to commit fully to attack. However, after witnessing Spain's formidable offensive capabilities in the first half, Saviola feels an unsettling anxiety. Can they truly engage in a shootout with such a team? He had studied Spain's previous 5 matches and noted that several teams managed to hold their ground in the first half. Yet, once Spain breached their defenses and broke the deadlock, those teams quickly crumbled, conceding a second, third, or even fourth goal in rapid succession. This was the fate of the Netherlands in the first match, Chile in the second, and Mexico and Costa Rica in the knockout rounds. Now, Argentina finds itself facing the same ominous script. Should they choose to launch a vigorous counteroffensive like those teams, the outcome would likely not be any more favorable for them than for the others. This skepticism surrounding Argentina following their conceded goal is precisely why many do not hold high hopes for them. Faced with Spain, a team known for rarely being overturned, falling behind effectively signifies imminent defeat. Were it not for the presence of a superstar like Messi within the Argentine ranks, the external sentiment would scarcely grant them even a meager 20% chance of victory. The belief that Argentina still possesses a glimmer of hope is solely attributed to Messi's extraordinary prowess. After all, a player of his caliber can indeed conjure miracles when ignited. However, at this moment, Messi's spirits are somewhat dampened. Observing Lin Quan, surrounded by exuberant Spanish players celebrating fervently, he cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. Had he opted to join the Spanish national team, it is highly probable that he would now be the one basking in the limelight. Shaking his head, Messi dispels such thoughts from his mind. As an Argentine, he bears the duty to fight for his country, and he harbors no regrets about that decision. Rather than languishing in regret, he resolves to muster his determination, focus on the game, and strive to equalize the score as soon as possible. At this juncture, his competitive spirit is fully ignited. He will not allow Lin Quan to bask in the glory alone. The coveted World Cup has been his aspiration for over 8 years, and this time he cannot afford to let it slip away easily. When the celebrations conclude and the match resumes, it becomes evident that Messi is more invigorated than before. In the 45th minute, his breakthrough leads to a foul by Busquets, resulting in a yellow card for the latter. Although Busquets and Messi are club teammates with a long-standing camaraderie, he shows no mercy on the pitch when a foul is warranted, realizing he cannot allow Messi to advance, as it would pose a significant threat to his team's goal. He opts to commit a foul. Immediately after, he seeks out Messi to apologize, keen to prevent this incident from straining their relationship. While Busquets enjoys dramatics, he possesses commendable emotional intelligence. Messi, too, bears no ill will. The foul was not excessively harsh, and given that Busquets has already received a yellow card, he refrains from further complaint. After all, following international duty, they must return to their club, and maintaining a cordial relationship benefits them both. Following this foul, the first half draws to a close. Argentina resolves to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the free kick, aiming to deliver the ball into the penalty area for a header attempt. However, Spain's defense proves to be impenetrable. As the ball enters the box, Ramos heads it away. An Argentine player on the periphery seizes the ball and launches a long-range shot, which sails high over the goal, prompting the referee to signal the end of the first half. With a 1-goal deficit, the Argentine players return to the locker room with solemn expressions. Argentina, persevere. Messi, strive on. Upon witnessing this scene, the fans of Argentina and Messi present at the venue erupted in fervent cheers, rallying for their team and players. Indeed, after Argentina fell behind, these supporters consistently voiced their encouragement, steadfastly refusing to abandon or disparage their team. Instead, they remained unwavering, issuing a chorus of shouts, loyally fulfilling their roles as the best 12. With the host nation, Brazil, having faced a disheartening elimination, Argentina emerged as South America's last hope. This led many Brazilian fans, despite their previous grievances, to set aside their rivalries and begin cheering for Argentina as the score tilted against them. There exists an innate sympathy for the underdog. Given the dynamics of the match and the current score, Argentina undoubtedly represented that underdog. Thus, even Ronaldo, who had previously stated that he would prefer any champion to be anyone but Argentina, took to social media to rally support for them. Come on, brothers of Argentina. Defend the dignity of South American football with your courage. Ronaldo's sentiments inspired other stars to follow suit. Ronaldinho, who shares a close bond with Messi and regards him as a younger brother, also took to social media, urging, "Go, Messi, let them witness your true prowess." With 2 Brazilian players voicing their support, how could Argentina's stars remain silent? The legendary Batistuta proclaimed, "I believe in miracles, for my compatriots will fight until the last moment." The king of football, Maradona, also stepped forward, expressing in an interview during halftime, "Argentina will surely triumph. We possess the strength. We have Messi, Higuain, and Di Maria. We will undoubtedly reach the finals." Maradona harbored a fervent desire to see Argentina lift the World Cup once more, reminiscent of the time he led them to victory in the Mexico World Cup. Within this Argentine squad, he sees a successor in Lionel Messi, firmly believing that Messi can ascend to the throne of football greatness just as he did. To achieve this, winning the World Cup is nearly an essential criterion. So Messi, rise to the occasion. You can do it. With Maradona's endorsement, the aging yet spirited Pelé, who is fond of sharing his views on media and social platforms, could hardly remain silent. However, aware of his reputation as the crow's mouth, Pelé refrained from directly blessing Argentina. Instead, he playfully tweeted, "Hey fellows, I believe the Spanish team is remarkably strong. They are bound to clinch the World Cup title." Pelé's tweet instantly sparked a flurry of responses from fans. Haha, did Pelé just hex Spain? Does that mean they will be eliminated? Perhaps not, but the championship might indeed be in jeopardy. The previous commenter seems to underestimate Pelé's hexing prowess. His reputation for jinxing is widely acknowledged. Given that he believes Spain will win, they are likely to falter even before reaching the finals. Is it truly that terrifying? Indeed, it is quite fearsome. It nearly sent shivers down my spine, as I feared that Pelé would bestow his blessings upon Argentina. Thankfully, such a dreadful occurrence did not transpire. Argentine fans ought to express their gratitude for Pelé's mercy. Thank you, King Pelé, for your graciousness. Thank you, King Pelé, for your graciousness. Argentine supporters have lined up to convey their thanks to Pelé, while Spanish fans, upon hearing the news and after viewing Pelé's tweet, could not restrain their indignation. How outrageous! The Argentinians have stooped so low as to summon Pelé, the harbinger of ill fortune, to curse us. This could spell disaster. However, Spain is resilient and will not easily succumb to such misfortune. Can someone notify Bosque to simply field 11 defenders in the second half and adopt an all-defensive formation? Spanish fans are growing increasingly anxious, to the extent that such a ludicrous suggestion has emerged. Pelé's record of jinxing teams is well documented. Those who have fallen victim to his ill tidings seldom fare well in subsequent matches. Spain's hopes of defending their title in this World Cup were already substantial, and they had a significant advantage on the field, seemingly poised to advance to the finals. Yet, with Pelé's curse looming, Spanish fans began to fret. When it comes to the supernatural, it is better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. In the Spanish locker room, Bosque remained unaware of his team being jinxed by Pelé. He was quite pleased with the team's performance in the first half and instructed the players to maintain their tactical approach. Naturally, considering Xavi's advancing age, he planned to substitute him in the 60th minute of the second half if Argentina mounted a full-scale counterattack, as Xavi would likely become the target. He would determine whether to adopt an offensive or defensive strategy during the ensuing 15 minutes based on the match's dynamics. Bosque had a wealth of options at his disposal, with 12 usable players seated on the bench. One advantage of the World Cup is that even those not in the starting lineup can be brought along to sit on the substitutes bench, ready to be called upon when needed. The halftime intermission quickly came to a close, and the second half commenced. After the teams switched ends, Argentina initiated the attack with the kickoff. The Argentinians wasted no time in probing, launching an immediate offensive against Spain, just as Bosque had anticipated. The opposition indeed targeted Xavi as their point of attack. Busquets, having received a yellow card in the first half, was hesitant to commit fouls during defensive play. Meanwhile, Xavi's age hindered his stamina and physical condition, limiting the defensive capabilities of Spain's two holding midfielders and providing Argentina with an opportunity. In the 47th minute of the second half, Argentina executed a wall pass on the right flank that pierced through the Spanish defense. Zabaleta made a run to the byline and delivered a cross, while Alba intervened to clear the ball before Higuain could capitalize. Although this attack appeared to originate from the flanks, the pass was actually delivered by Messi after he had deftly evaded Xavi. If the Spanish midfielders could effectively intercept and thwart Messi's passes, this offensive threat would never have materialized. On the sidelines, Del Bosque rose from his seat, astonished by the ferocity of Argentina's assault, which surpassed his expectations. The connection between Messi and Di Maria on the right flank posed a significant danger. If their link remained unbroken, similar attacks would likely continue to arise. With this in mind, he decided against waiting any longer and called Martinez over to warm up. Originally a defensive midfielder, Martinez had been converted into a defender at Bayern, yet he still possessed the capability to play in his former role. Spain urgently required his formidable intercepting and sweeping skills to fortify their defense. The dilemma arose. Whom should he substitute? Should he replace Xavi or Busquets? Del Bosque found himself momentarily perplexed when suddenly a significant incident unfolded on the pitch. In the 55th minute of the second half, Argentina took a corner from the left side, sending it to the center of the penalty area, where Garay leapt and headed the ball, striking the crossbar. The ball remained in play, bouncing back and igniting a scramble among the players. Mascherano and Busquets both focused on the ball during their aerial duel, oblivious to each other. As they leaped, their heads collided with a resounding thud. The impact echoed loudly, drawing the attention of nearby players, including the referee. The main referee hurried over to assess the situation, examining their injuries before signaling for a stretcher. Medical staff from both Spain and Argentina rushed onto the field with stretchers to attend to the fallen players. Both suffered severe injuries, rendering them unable to continue. Consequently, substitutions became necessary. Argentina replaced the injured Mascherano with Biglia, while Del Bosque brought on the freshly warmed-up Martinez in place of Busquets. However, even after substituting Busquets, Xavi's stamina issues remained unresolved. This meant that Spain would require yet another substitution in a few minutes. Reflecting on this, Del Bosque glanced back at the substitutes bench. hesitating between Coke and Xabi Alonso, uncertain about who to deploy. End of chapter. Chapter 146. Lin Quan seizes another victory, Spain halfway to the final. What incredible jumping ability from Little Horse. Indeed, standing at 174 meters, he managed to contest headers with the 189-meter-tall Busquets, truly astonishing. Had he not leaped so high, perhaps neither would have sustained such severe injuries. Witnessing the unexpected turn of events on the field, fans from both sides expressed concern. The injuries to Mascherano and Busquets, stalwarts of their respective defenses, were detrimental for both Spain and Argentina. Biglia's prowess paled in comparison to Little Horse, whose fierce defensive style and tenacity had once earned him the title of the world's toughest defensive midfielder. With his presence, the Argentine defensive line becomes an unassailable bastion. His absence would undoubtedly signify a substantial weakening of Argentina's defensive prowess. Busquets, often dubbed the filter for ball blindness, plays a role on the pitch that far exceeds what spectators might perceive. The departure of these two players has undeniably altered the dynamics of the match. Following the substitutions, the tempo of the game did not wane. Spain seized the opportunity to launch a vigorous assault on the Argentine team, exploiting the fact that Biglia had just entered the fray and had yet to acclimate to the rhythm of the game. In the 58th minute, Argentine defender Garay found himself inadvertently outmaneuvered by Lin Quan, who caused Garay to lose his shoe. At that moment, a cross from Spain sailed directly into his line of sight. Garay, unable to afford the luxury of time, held his shoe in one hand and hastily cleared the ball with the foot still shod. However, as soon as he completed the clearance, he slipped and fell awkwardly onto the pitch, landing in a most undignified manner. This spectacle elicited hearty laughter from the spectators, even managing to lighten the tense atmosphere for the anxious Argentine fans, who were feeling the weight of their team's deficit. As Spain took a corner, Ramos leaped high to make contact with the ball, but his header was too direct and was caught cleanly by Romero. In the 59th minute, Spain pressed forward once more into the Argentine penalty area. Lin Quan, having skillfully evaded Zabaleta on the flank, aimed to penetrate the box, but Demicialis, realizing he could not intercept the opponent, resorted to bringing Lin Quan down at the edge of the penalty area. The foul occurred outside the box, yet Lin Quan, due to his momentum, fell within it. A stir rippled through the crowd as Spanish fans chanted for a penalty, exerting pressure on the referee. Meanwhile, Argentine players rushed to the official, fervently arguing that the foul had taken place outside the area and should not result in a penalty kick. The referee, signaling for calm with a downward motion of his hands, approached Demicialis, retrieving a yellow card from his back pocket to issue a warning. He deemed the foul indisputable, although he was uncertain whether it had transpired inside or outside the box, and would need to confirm with the assistant referee, if necessary. The implementation of the Hawkeye system could further aid in the verification process. This World Cup marks the inaugural use of Hawkeye and goal line technology by FIFA to assist referees in making precise decisions and minimizing the likelihood of errors. Before the referee could receive confirmation from his assistants, Lin Quan, having risen from the ground, boldly interjected, "Martin's foul was outside the box. It is not a penalty." The Argentine players were taken aback by Lin Quan's statement. In such moments, one would typically expect a player to pressure the referee in a bid to secure a penalty. Yet here was Lin Quan, stepping forward to clarify the truth for Argentina. This act not only astounded the Argentine players, but also earned Lin Quan their deep respect for his sportsmanship. Demicialis felt a sense of gratitude towards Lin Quan for his principled stand, as the possibility of a misjudgment in the match was indeed present. Had Lin Quan not taken the initiative to speak up, Spain might have unjustly benefited from this erroneous call. "Lin, thank you. When we return to Manchester, I shall treat you to dinner." "Sounds wonderful, it's a promise," Lin Quan replied cheerfully, patting Demicialis on the shoulder in agreement. Messi, witnessing this interaction, found himself gaining a deeper appreciation for Lin Quan's character. "This fellow truly aligns with my tastes," he mused. "If only he could return to Barcelona, we would surely harmonize well together." Alas, in the near future, the prospect of his return to Camp Nou seems bleak, and given their limited interactions, it appears challenging for them to forge a friendship. In the stands, as Lin Quan stood up rather than lying down, voicing his support for the Argentine team, the fans erupted in applause. If they must face defeat, they would prefer to lose to such an opponent. After all, while they might feel regret at losing in this manner, they would not harbor feelings of injustice. On the other hand, the Spanish fans expressed disappointment. Had Lin Quan penetrated the penalty area, It could have resulted in a goal. Moreover, had Demicious' foul occurred just half a second later, it would have warranted a penalty kick. Alas, Lin is too honest. Had he not explained the situation, he might have secured a penalty. Indeed. Yet I still prefer the current Lin. At least he does not resort to unscrupulous means in pursuit of victory. If it were a certain diver, he would surely be demanding a penalty with fervor. Oh, Ronaldo, just report my ID. In a private box at the Mineiro Stadium, FIFA President Blatter was struck by what he witnessed on the field. In an era where commercialism in football is increasingly pervasive, players like Lin Quan, who uphold their principles, are becoming increasingly rare. Furthermore, Lin Quan possesses remarkable personal skills, exceptional talent, and maintains a clean reputation off the pitch. Such a player is undoubtedly ideal for setting a positive example and inspiring young athletes to emulate his virtues. With this thought in mind, Blatter rose to his feet, leading the applause for Lin Quan. As he clapped, he instructed his assistant, engage more media reporters to emphasize Lin Quan's noble character in post-match news coverage. Unbeknownst to Lin Quan on the pitch, after listening to his explanation, the referee swiftly awarded Spain a well-placed free kick. Lin Quan conferred with Xavi and others, ultimately deciding to take the free kick himself. The Argentine players, feeling the pressure, nervously formed a wall, determined to prevent Spain from capitalizing on this opportunity. It was not uncommon for Lin Quan to score directly from free kicks in both League and Champions League matches. Thus it was understandable that the Argentines harbored such concerns. However, this position was rather too close, almost on the edge of the penalty area. At such a distance, Lin Quan's many free kick techniques were rendered ineffective. Thus, he attempted a delicate curling shot. Romero, with his focus acutely tuned, leapt high at the very moment Lin Quan executed his kick, deflecting the ball over the crossbar. Witnessing his shot thwarted by Romero, Lin Quan felt a twinge of regret. In an effort to keep the ball low, he had hesitated to strike with full power, inadvertently granting the goalkeeper time to react. Therefore, being too close to the penalty area for a free kick was not necessarily advantageous. Had the distance been a bit greater, Lin Quan would have had a broader array of shooting options. With Spain relentlessly pressing on their half, the Argentine players felt a surge of anxiety. They knew they had to launch an offensive. If they did not, conceding a second goal was inevitable. In the 61st minute, Argentina initiated a counterattack from their defense, with Biglia passing the ball to Di Maria despite the interference from the Spanish players. After a successful breakthrough down the flank, Di Maria delivered a precise through ball to Messi, who evaded the offside trap and found himself with a clear goal-scoring opportunity. This was Argentina's finest chance of the match. As Messi received the ball, all Argentine fans in the stadium stood up, necks craned, their faces etched with tension. If he scored, the match would return to equilibrium. At the instant Di Maria released the pass, Casillas in the penalty area sprang into action. He and Messi raced towards the ball, each vying for the advantage. The quicker-starting Messi clearly held the upper hand. Disregarding the risk of injury, he surged forward, managing to kick the ball away just before Casillas could intercept. In the process, he leapt, evading Casillas' challenge. Though Casillas' tackle sent Messi stumbling, he steadied himself with a hand on the grass and persevered in pursuit of the rolling ball. If he could reach it and score, redemption for 4 years prior would be at hand. Ramos, Pique, and other Spanish players sprinted fiercely, attempting to thwart Messi's effort. Yet they were a moment too late. Even before Messi regained his balance, he managed to catch up with the ball. He dared not hesitate, casting a hasty glance towards the goal before swiftly taking his shot. Just as Messi struck the ball, Ramos charged in aggressively from behind, knocking Messi down within the penalty area. At that moment, the ball soared away, captured by the gaze of over 70,000 spectators, finding its way into the Spanish net. In a moment of dire straits for Argentina, in the 62nd minute of the second half, their core player Messi delivered a goal that restored parity. This marked the first instance in this World Cup where a team successfully equalized after trailing against Spain. Messi's goal ignited a fervent atmosphere in the Mineiro Stadium. Countless Argentine fans wept tears of joy, embracing one another in ecstatic celebration. No language can adequately convey the emotions they experienced at that moment. After Spain took the lead, the agonizing minutes that followed for Argentina felt like an eternity, each player engulfed in overwhelming fear and anxiety. Finally, the dark clouds that had loomed over their hearts were dispelled. The Argentinians glimpsed the hope of overcoming the formidable Spanish team and securing the final ticket to the championship. Not only within the confines of the stadium, but also among the countless fans outside, unable to procure tickets, in bars across Argentina, and on couches in living rooms. The fervor of Argentine supporters was palpable. They chanted Messi's name, embracing their families in excitement, as if they had already clinched victory in this match. On the sidelines, Spain's coach, Vicente del Bosque, witnessed Argentina's goal and muttered an expletive under his breath, inadvertently knocking over a bottle of water in frustration. He turned to the bench, summoning Mata and Fabregas. Del Bosque was poised to make a double substitution. He intended to replace Xavi with Fabregas and Torres with Mata, transforming Spain's formation into a genuine no-striker setup. With the introduction of Fabregas and Mata, Spain would boast 5 midfielders on the pitch. Del Bosque's strategy was straightforward. Upon gaining possession, every player would funnel the ball to Lin Quan, maximizing his offensive potential and granting him the liberty to shoot at will. With Lin Quan's scoring prowess, Del Bosque harbored no concerns about failing to find the net, particularly with such an array of elite midfielders at his disposal. Argentina had Messi. We had Lin Quan. Not only did we have Lin Quan, but also a host of top-tier support players. Witnessing Del Bosque's decisive substitutions, Sevilla on the opposite side found himself somewhat bewildered. With over 60 minutes still on the clock, the opposing side had already exhausted all their substitutions. Did he not worry about unforeseen circumstances arising in the latter stages of the match? Sevilla lacked the audacity of Del Bosque and had yet to formulate a plan for how to proceed after equalizing the score. The players, invigorated by the goal, appeared to possess commendable morale. Should he seize this moment to continue the offensive and strive to take the lead? As Sevilla lingered in his indecision, Spain's substitutions were already complete. Observing Del Bosque's changes, the spectators were rife with uncertainty. The decision to replace 2 players simultaneously, both offensive, suggested that Spain was responding in anger. Both Fabregas and Mata possessed formidable attacking capabilities, and crucially, they could deliver precise passes. With their entry, Spain's possession tactics would become even more formidable, potentially placing Argentina's defense in a precarious position. It was also uncertain. Both players were not particularly strong in physical duels and might struggle against Argentina's onslaught. If this were the start of the match, one might be uncertain, but now, having played over 60 minutes, Argentina's players would undoubtedly be less fresh than the 2 newly substituted Spanish players. Mata and Fabregas had both played in the Premier League and were no strangers to physical challenges. The true essence of a mule or a horse can only be discerned through experience. The impact of Bosque's substitutions will soon be unveiled. Fans remain divided in their opinions, each unable to persuade the other. All disputes shall find resolution on the field. Once Fabregas and Mata entered the fray, the Argentine players quickly sensed a shift in dynamics, as Lin Quan's passing frequency noticeably increased. Moreover, his attempts to dribble past defenders also surged, placing immense pressure on Argentina's midfield defense. Confronted with a dribbler of Lin Quan's caliber, it was imperative that their defensive line not face him in isolation. Should he slip past a defender, their goal would inevitably come under siege. During this period, Biglia became the most industrious player on the pitch. Messi and Di Maria are known for their attacking prowess, but exhibit a deficiency in defensive capabilities. Messi, however, is somewhat more reliable, fully aware of Lin Quan's threat to his team's backline, and thus he diligently tracks back. In contrast, Di Maria, while he may engage in defensive efforts, rarely retreats after being bypassed, choosing instead to rely on his teammates. With over 60 minutes played, the player's stamina was nearing its limits, and engaging in relentless offensive and defensive duties threatened to deplete their remaining energy. The Spanish players faced similar challenges. Yet the issue lay with the trio of fresh legs introduced in the second half. Martinez, brimming with energy and possessing keen defensive awareness, effectively swept across the backline, ensuring Spain's defensive integrity. Meanwhile, Mata and Fabregas, having just entered the match, were full of vigor, serving as connectors who utilized their movement to elude defenders and draw closer to the ball carrier, thereby conserving their teammates' energy. To reclaim possession from these 2 energetic players, Argentina would need to employ multiple players to surround them. However, with the added threat of Lin Quan lurking ahead, Argentina could not afford to commit heavy resources to press these 2. At this juncture, the value of Bosque's substitutions became evident. Had he conservatively replaced only one midfielder, Argentina might have mustered enough strength to apply pressure. Instead, his decision to introduce 2 players rendered Argentina's efforts to mark one futile. Attempting to mark both would stretch their resources and stamina too thin. Consequently, after the substitutions, Spain gained complete dominion over the midfield. With control established, their offensive threat escalated significantly. In the 68th minute, Spain executed a high-quality counterattack. Di Maria, overly fixated on the ball, was dispossessed by Martinez in the backfield. The latter delivered a long pass to Mata, who swiftly advanced along the flank towards Argentina's penalty area. Zabaleta stepped forward to intercept, but Mata, not dwelling on the ball, promptly passed to Iniesta, who, anticipating Biglia's foul, dispatched the ball to Lin Quan just in time. Lin Quan received the ball with his back to the goal line before deftly passing it back to Iniesta. He immediately pivoted and made a diagonal run into the penalty area. Iniesta returned the ball to Lin Quan, who received it inside the box. However, Argentina's center-back, Garay, was tightly marking him, leaving no opportunity for a shot. Rather than forcing a strike, he opted to pass to the cutting Mata. As Iniesta and Lin Quan exchanged passes, nearly all of Argentina's defenders had collapsed into the penalty area. At that moment, when the ball reached Mata, he found himself inexplicably unmarked. Mata controlled the ball and feigned a shot. Argentina's left-back, Rojo, rushed forward, attempting to block. Yet, Mata gently nudged the ball past Rojo's elevated foot. From behind Rojo, a shadow surged forth like a specter, receiving the ball in open space. Taking a step to adjust before aiming for the upper left corner of the goal, just before Demichelis could close in to obstruct, Romero widened his eyes, desperately extending his arms in an attempt to save the shot. However, the strike was executed with such urgency and precision that his outstretched hand fell just short of making contact. With a swish, the football soared into Argentina's net once more. The score changed to 2-1. The jubilation of the Argentines lasted barely 10 minutes before being doused by Lin Quan's cold splash of water. His second goal signified that Spain had one foot firmly planted on the stage of the finals. Chapter 147. Defeating Argentina and advancing to the World Cup final. Once again, it was Lin Quan who stepped up when the match reached an impasse, rescuing his team. The Spanish fans in attendance erupted in a frenzy, chanting Lin Quan's name, hailing him as the hero of the team. In commentary booths around the world, after Lin Quan netted his second goal, commentators showered him with praise from every conceivable angle. To stand out twice on the grand stage of the World Cup semifinals, helping to stabilize his team's morale and take the lead. Lin Quan's impact on the field truly cannot be overstated. After scoring, he pointed at Mata, who had assisted him, and leapt high, celebrating exuberantly atop Mata's shoulders. "Well done, Lin. What a strike." His Spanish teammates, upon witnessing Lin Quan's goal, frantically chased after him, encircling him and Mata as they joined in the celebration. Even goalkeeper Casillas performed a somersault in jubilation before the Spanish goal. This goal arrived at a most opportune moment. Just as the Argentines were gaining momentum, Lin Quan's strike extinguished their fervor. Had this goal come even a moment later, the Argentines might have seized that momentum to launch a frenzied counterattack. If they had managed to score another goal, Spain would have found themselves in dire straits. Now, with a one-goal lead firmly in hand, Spain could play with renewed composure. Messi silently retrieved the ball from his own net, cradling it as he made his way back to the center circle. He placed the ball at the kickoff point, casting a glance at the Spanish players reveling in their recent goal, patiently awaiting the resumption of play. The offensive maneuver just executed by the Spanish team was reminiscent of the ones he often orchestrated with his teammates during his time at Barcelona. Ironically, among the opponents on the field were several former comrades from his club. Regrettably, at this moment, those teammates stood in opposition to him, transformed into adversaries. To be candid, Messi felt somewhat uncomfortable playing for the Argentine national team. The midfield strength of Argentina paled in comparison to that of Barcelona, compelling him to assume both paternal and maternal roles within the squad. However, prior to fully embracing his transformation, Messi struggled to adapt to such responsibilities. He could effortlessly excel as a dynamo and goal-scoring machine, yet serving as the core orchestrator proved to be a tall order for the Messi of that time. His transformation materialized in the subsequent years, driven by the national teams and club's series of disappointments. A perennial debate within the footballing world revolves around which version of Messi is superior: the 91 Messi, who netted an astounding 91 goals in the calendar year of 2012, or the 19 Messi, who emerged post-transformation in 2019. Opinions vary on which iteration reigns supreme, yet one fact remains clear: Following his transformation, Argentina's prowess noticeably improved. This is evidenced by their consecutive triumphs in the Copa America and the World Cup, prestigious trophies of considerable worth. Prior to this, Messi's performances on the international stage had been lackluster. At this juncture, although Messi had yet to complete his transformation, he possessed a degree of organizational skill. However, accomplishing the role of a core orchestrator with the ease he would later exhibit in subsequent years remained a formidable challenge for him. Thus, he continued to rely on the support of players like Xavi, Cesc Fabregas, and Andres Iniesta to facilitate his play. Unfortunately, in the Argentine setup, such backing was conspicuously absent. As play resumed, despite Messi's spirited efforts to level the score, his endeavors bore no fruit, with Argentina's attacks repeatedly thwarted. After a substantial portion of the match, Spain had discerned a method to stifle Argentina's offensive efforts, tightly marking Messi and striving to keep him as far from the goal as possible. Messi's finishing ability was widely recognized, yet his capacity to orchestrate play was not nearly as formidable. Consequently, by limiting his opportunities to take shots and allowing him to distribute the ball to other teammates, Argentina's attacking threat was significantly diminished. Upon Martinez's introduction, he took on this very role. Standing at an imposing height of 192 meters, Martinez presented a challenge for Messi, who, despite his diminutive stature, typically relied on his rapid footwork and agility to evade opponents. However, this tactic proved ineffective against Martinez. On the sidelines, both Bosque and defensive coach Puyol observed with relief and smiles as Martinez once again intercepted Messi's advance. Indeed, Lin is truly a gem for us, contributing unparalleled prowess in attack while also making significant contributions on the defensive front. Puyol nodded in agreement. To the untrained ear, their words might sound perplexing. After all, Lin's attacking brilliance is evident to all, yet his defensive capabilities seem less pronounced. While Lin's eagerness to track back is commendable, his defensive skills appear rather average when compared to those of specialized defenders. The external observers fail to recognize Lin's value in defense because they are unaware of the Spanish team's specialized training methods undertaken prior to the match. In preparation, Lin acted as a sparring partner for the defenders, helping them acclimate to the challenge of thwarting Messi's advances. This unique training experience equipped Spain's defenders with insights into effectively countering Messi's style. Although Martinez had faced Lin's relentless challenges countless times in training, each encounter fostered his growth and development. The accumulated experience proved invaluable when it came time to defend against Messi. As the game progressed into the 70-minute mark, Messi's stamina had considerably waned. His already fragile physical condition deteriorated further under the intense exertion, leaving him incapable of executing his signature dribbling maneuvers. Thus, we found a bolstered Martinez pitted against a fatigued Messi, making Martinez's successful defense of Messi's attempts less surprising. Moreover, Martinez was not alone in this endeavor. As soon as Messi gained possession, nearby Spanish players swiftly joined forces to double-team him, further taxing Messi's dwindling energy. This tactical approach of attrition hastened Messi's fatigue, with each pass and touch becoming an immense burden. In the 78th minute, due to his significant drop in stamina, Messi made an uncharacteristic blunder, gifting possession to the opposing team. Seizing upon Messi's mistake, Spain launched a counterattack. Mata delivered a precise through ball, and Lin, choosing not to receive it, intentionally let it pass to David Silva. Silva struck the ball directly, and Romero reacted with remarkable speed, parrying the shot. Martinez, positioned to control the rebound, attempted a long-range effort. Although his shot posed little threat initially, it deflected off a defender, veering towards the goal. As the ball hurtled towards Argentina's net, it seemed destined to extinguish any remaining suspense in the match. Despair enveloped the Argentine fans and players alike. Yet, in this moment of crisis, Zabaleta emerged heroically. With a daring slide tackle near the goal line, he managed to block the ball, diverting it to safety. As he deftly cleared the ball from the goal, it had already brushed against the goal line. Had he hesitated for even a fraction of a second longer, the score would have shifted to 3-1. A collective sigh of relief escaped the Argentine fans and players upon witnessing Zabaleta's timely intervention. However, Martinez felt a pang of disappointment when he took the shot. He had initially approached it with little expectation, merely hoping for a stroke of fortune. Yet, the deflection had rekindled his hopes, only to have them dashed once more. Not to worry. When the moment comes, make your run into the box, and I will deliver the pass to you. Lin Quan comforted Martinez, who wore a dejected expression. All right. At Lin Quan's encouraging words, Hama's spirits lifted instantly as he cheerfully dashed into the penalty area, ready to contest for a header. With Hama's entry onto the pitch, Spain now boasted three towering figures: Ramos, Pique, and Javi Martinez. Among these three, Ramos undoubtedly possessed the most formidable heading ability. Hence, Lin Quan relayed his earlier encouragement to Hama directly to Ramos. Really? You will pass it to me? You are not deceiving me, are you? Ramos, eager to showcase his heading prowess, felt a surge of excitement at Lin Quan's words. Of course. Have I ever misled you? Lin Quan replied, winking innocently. Ramos, completely taken in, hurried into the penalty area, striving to secure a prime position despite the interference from Demicilis and Garay. As for Pique, Lin Quan held reservations about his heading skills, thus he refrained from offering him any tactical guidance. He placed the ball in the corner area, stepped back a few paces, and surveyed the penalty area. With Ramos positioned at the back post, and Pique alongside Martinez at the front, Lin Quan gestured to send the ball to the back post, signaling his teammates to begin their runs. Upon observing Lin Quan's gesture, Ramos felt a wave of relief wash over him. He feigned a forward run, and as the opposing defenders followed suit, he abruptly turned back. This maneuver was his secret weapon for evading defensive marks, as achieving a comfortable header required him to minimize interference from defenders. Otherwise, competing for the ball with opponents could lead to collisions in the air, hindering his power and making it difficult to execute a high-quality header, even if he managed to reach the spot. However, what Ramos failed to anticipate was that Lin Quan had employed this very gesture earlier in the half, allowing the Argentine players to discern the intended direction of the ensuing kick. Thus, as Ramos strained to create space, he found himself not only unable to do so, but also attracting even more defenders. Surrounded by Argentine players both in front and behind, Ramos was effectively immobilized. What on earth is happening? Why is everyone converging on me? Are you neglecting those two towering figures ahead? In utter disbelief, Ramos watched as Lin Quan's delivery soared toward the front post rather than the back. Great. Even this fellow has conspired to deceive me. At this moment, Ramos had realized that he had become the target for enemy fire, a mere pawn in the game. However, he had no time to lament. As he witnessed Martinez soar into the air like a rocket, and with a resounding thud, a lion's head flicked the ball toward the goal. What a splendid header. From Ramos's perspective as an adept header specialist, it was immediately clear that Hama's effort was of exceptional quality. Martinez, renowned for his versatility, had even played as a center forward under Bosque. Under Guardiola, he was frequently dispatched to contest headers in the opponent's penalty area. In the Spanish team, if one were to determine who possessed the most formidable heading ability, Ramos would undoubtedly be at the forefront, with Martinez comfortably occupying the second position. Hama's header was both cunningly placed and executed with remarkable speed, leaving Romero utterly helpless. Despite his reaction, he could not make contact with the ball. The football grazed the lower edge of the crossbar and soared into the net. 3-1. Spain had extended their lead in the 80th minute. If Lin Quan's earlier goal had laid the foundation for victory, Hama's header could be deemed the definitive blow that extinguished any lingering suspense in the match. Even accounting for injury time, only a mere handful of minutes remained, and to score 2 goals in such a brief span was an arduous task, particularly with Argentina's core player Messi utterly drained. Thus, after scoring this goal, the entire Spanish team erupted in jubilation. Martinez exuberantly dashed toward Lin Quan, enveloping him in a bear hug. Thank you, Lin. The opponent had indeed passed the ball to him as promised, with impeccable placement, angle, and speed. Had it not been for Lin Quan's exquisite delivery, Martinez would not have been able to produce such a high-quality header. Therefore, he owed a debt of gratitude to Lin Quan. Haha, no need for thanks. It was your header that was truly remarkable. Lin Quan's pass was undeniably excellent. But if Martinez's heading technique had been lacking, even the best pass would have been in vain. Therefore, the lion's share of the credit must still go to Hama himself. Hey, you two, stop being so modest. Lin, you promised to pass to me. Why did you leave me hanging? Ramos was equally eager to score, perhaps even more than Hama himself. Though he was a defender, he possessed the heart of a forward. Sergio, you are our team's strategic weapon. How can you so easily expose yourself? In response to Ramos's reproach, Lin Quan feigned seriousness. Really? Am I truly that important? Ramos was skeptical of Lin Quan's words, yet the compliment of being a strategic weapon flattered him greatly. Of course, your heading ability is the strongest in the entire team. If that is the case, it must be reserved for the most critical moments. And what could be more significant than the upcoming final just days away? Do you not wish to showcase your exquisite heading skills before millions of fans worldwide and achieve a momentous goal? One can traverse countless paths, but flattery is often the most effective. Lin Quan's affirmation instilled in Ramos a profound sense of appreciation, as if his standing within the team had surged significantly. The grand vision painted by Lin Quan further imbued Ramos with a weighty sense of responsibility and mission. He nodded repeatedly and remarked, "Indeed, your reasoning is sound. Let us reserve this header for the finals." With that, he returned to his defensive position with utmost seriousness, diligently preparing to fulfill his duties as a defender. Ramos now eagerly anticipated the finals in 4 days, yearning to showcase his heading prowess before a global audience. Ideally, he aspired to deliver a decisive blow, scoring a header that would be etched in the memories of fans forever. Martinez's goal severely dampened the morale of the Argentine players, prompting Sevilla to hastily make substitutions. However, he hesitated to replace the exhausted Messi. Even with his dwindling energy, Messi's presence on the field symbolized Argentina's flickering hope. Should he depart, it would signify Argentina's concession, likely further demoralizing the remaining players. Unfortunately, the fatigued Messi could barely muster half of his capabilities. In the face of Spain's increasingly stringent defense, Argentina's offensive efforts appeared formidable but bore no fruit. In the 88th minute, Di Maria surged into the penalty area and suddenly collapsed. The Argentine players rushed towards the referee, fervently demanding a penalty. The incident occurred unequivocally within the box. The crux now lay in determining whether the Spanish defender had committed a foul. Slow-motion replays indicated that Pique's hand may have brushed against Di Maria, yet it seemed more an unintentional act than a deliberate foul. Regardless, Di Maria, sensing contact, promptly chose to fall, seizing the opportunity to claim a penalty. Pique, visibly agitated, fervently explained the incident to the referee, protesting Di Maria's alleged simulation. After a discussion with the assistant referee, the main referee ultimately awarded the penalty. This decision incited considerable discontent among the Spanish fans, with cries of biased officiating and simulation resonating throughout the stadium. That was quite the dramatic performance. Just a mere touch, and down he goes. Pique appeared to have inadvertently brushed against him while turning, lacking any intent to foul. After all, with Di Maria's avenues for breakthrough and shooting angles effectively sealed, who would be foolish enough to commit a foul at that juncture? Naturally, the Spanish fans' perspective was met with derision from their Argentine counterparts. A foul is a foul. If you have the capability, refrain from touching Di Maria. Mistakes must be acknowledged, and one must stand firm when strikes are received. With a smirk, Messi approached the penalty spot. If he converted this penalty, Argentina would undoubtedly seize the chance to equalize, potentially delivering a crushing defeat to Spain. Amidst the cheers of Argentine supporters and the boos from Spanish fans, Messi positioned himself at the penalty mark. He took a few steps back, gazing at the Spanish goal. With his eyes closed, Messi endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, inhaling deeply before commencing his run-up. Casillas meticulously observed Messi's every move, seeking to discern the direction of his impending shot, poised for a save. To the left, he made the correct judgment, yet was unable to deflect the ball, as Messi's penalty nestled into the upper left corner, an unforgiving target. In such a pivotal match, Messi's choice to execute the penalty in such a daring fashion was astonishing. Reminiscent of the earlier encounter between Spain and Mexico, where Lin Quan had similarly converted a penalty, it appears both individuals possess hearts of extraordinary fortitude. After scoring this crucial penalty, Messi swiftly darted towards the goal, retrieving the ball and racing towards the center circle. Time was running short, and they trailed by a goal. If they aspired to level the score and extend the match into extra time, they needed to mount a rapid offensive. Spain was acutely aware of this reality. Hence, following Argentina's penalty equalizer, they retreated into a staunch defense. The containment of Messi intensified, rendering him nearly incapable of receiving the ball. Upon gaining possession, he was immediately pressured and often brought down. With Messi effectively neutralized, Di Maria emerged as the most dynamic player on the field. However, Di Maria's penchant for theatrical falls proved detrimental to Argentina's cause at this juncture. Spain's response to Di Maria's antics was straightforward: commit fouls. Each infringement disrupted Argentina's attacking rhythm. Di Maria, upon being fouled, often collapsed dramatically, thereby squandering precious time for his team's offensive efforts. This significantly diminished Argentina's threat, and they struggled to secure a third goal. In the 4th minute of stoppage time, with mere seconds remaining, Argentina's final opportunity for attack fell to Messi's feet. Summoning his remaining strength amidst a swarm of Spanish defenders, he maneuvered to create a sliver of space and executed a long-range shot, albeit without menace, as Casillas confidently parried it away. The referee glanced at the time and blew the final whistle. After enduring over 90 arduous minutes, Spain triumphed over Argentina with a score of 3-2, clinching the last ticket to the finals and setting the stage for a showdown with Germany. They stood just one match away from defending their World Cup title. Recommended is the book Does Scoring This Way Hurt You? By an esteemed sports author, known for a selection of quality publications. The narrative of this book is just unfolding, and one may anticipate its subsequent developments. Interested readers are encouraged to explore it. End of chapter. Chapter 148. An 18-year-old World Cup champion? Why not? At the sound of the final whistle, the Spanish players embraced in exuberance, while those on the bench, including several coaches, rushed onto the field, overwhelmed with emotion. They rushed onto the field, joining the players in a euphoric celebration. After a 4-year hiatus, they had once again reached the World Cup final. The Spaniards were on the verge of lifting the illustrious trophy, symbolizing the pinnacle of football glory. How could this not evoke excitement? How could it not incite madness? Bosch was overwhelmed with elation, yet in order to uphold the image of a distinguished coach, he diligently restrained his emotions, adopting an air of nonchalance as he rose from the bench. After meticulously adjusting his attire, he approached the Argentine coaching staff. Your team played exceptionally well. It was a magnificent match. Bosch offered a handshake to Argentina's head coach, Saviola, along with a courteous remark. Thank you, and I wish you good fortune in your upcoming matches. As the vanquished, Saviola's spirits were far from buoyant. He merely returned the courtesy, showing little inclination for further conversation. After this defeat, Saviola's tenure was all but over. Even if the Argentine Football Association and fans refrained from holding him accountable, he would voluntarily resign, stepping down from his role as coach. Although this World Cup was not hosted in Argentina, Brazil was a neighboring land, and with the Brazilian team eliminated, it could be considered a quasi-home ground for them. Moreover, Argentina boasted formidable talent this tournament, featuring not only the superstar Messi, but also a plethora of players from top clubs in the major leagues. Yet, despite this, they failed to fulfill their mission, once again faltering in the knockout stage. Such an outcome would surely leave countless Argentine fans disheartened. Following this World Cup, Saviola gained a profound understanding of his limitations. He realized he lacked the capability to coach a team replete with such dazzling stars. Thus, he resolved to resign, extricating himself from this untenable situation. Bosch felt a measure of sympathy for his counterpart. In contrast to Saviola, his own position was remarkably secure. Since taking the helm, Spain had secured 1 World Cup, 1 European Championship, and 1 Confederations Cup. Should he successfully defend the World Cup title, he would undoubtedly become the most successful coach in Spanish history. With such illustrious achievements, his standing within the national team was unassailable. Unless he chose to resign, no one could displace him. As for Bosch's voluntary resignation, that was an impossibility. The veteran coach was thoroughly content with his current role, even though many seasoned players would gradually phase out of the national squad following this World Cup. However, with a wealth of promising talent emerging from La Liga, Bosch was confident in his ability to guide Spain to continued glory. In stark contrast to the exuberant Spanish players, the Argentine players were generally despondent. When the referee blew the final whistle, the Argentine team was engulfed in sorrow. Some players appeared utterly drained, collapsing onto the grass, their shoulders trembling with silent sobs. As the soul of the Argentine team, Messi remained composed, hands on hips, gazing down at the ground, standing like a statue on the field, motionless for an extended period. This desolate silhouette stirred profound sympathy among countless Messi fans, and even neutral spectators felt a pang of compassion upon witnessing the scene. Alas, this marked Messi's 3rd journey in the World Cup, having begun in the 2006 tournament in Germany. From then until now, he has participated in 3 World Cups. 8 years prior, he was merely a 19-year-old newcomer, and now he stands as the unequivocal linchpin of Argentina. Yet, the outcome seems frozen in time, revealing little change. Argentina's World Cup adventure has come to an end once more. In the previous 2 tournaments, Argentina met Germany in the quarterfinals, succumbing to their might. This time, They avoided Germany and advanced to the semifinals. However, there they faced a formidable Spanish team. Ultimately, Argentina failed to reach the final, falling short in the semifinals. Though their ranking improved slightly compared to 4 years ago, for a team with championship aspirations, the distinction between falling in the quarterfinals and the semifinals is negligible. Both signify failure. This outcome deeply disappointed Messi, and the sting of defeat weighed heavily upon him. Born in 1987, he is now 27 years old. By the next World Cup, he will be 31, and time is not on his side. Should he fail to secure the World Cup during his prime, he harbors doubts about leading his team to achieve this goal in 4 or even 8 years. Furthermore, his rival, Spain's young prodigy, is significantly younger. In 4 years, the opponent will be merely 22, and in 8 years, just 26. In the foreseeable future, barring any significant injuries, their prowess is bound to strengthen. While Messi's performance may inevitably decline with age, in this encounter against the nascent talent, he could not guide his team to victory. In 4 years, when the rival has grown stronger, will he still be able to overcome them? Messi lacks confidence in this regard. If he cannot clinch the championship in the next World Cup, he may indeed find himself forever distanced from the coveted trophy. During the post-match press conference, Argentina's coach, Saviola, took the initiative to shoulder the blame for the defeat and publicly announced his resignation from the national team. Someone must bear the responsibility for failure, whether it be the coach or the players. In this match, Messi scored 2 goals, already exerting every ounce of effort. Although some fans criticized him for not saving the team despite his superstar status, such voices were, in fact, in the minority. Compared to Messi's performance, the consensus was that Argentina was tactically outmatched by Spain. Bosch's substitutions were swift, precise, and daring, yielding immediate results post-change. In stark contrast, Saviola's tactical decisions lacked decisiveness. His adjustments were consistently a step behind, yielding poor outcomes, leading to his overwhelming defeat at the hands of Bosch. Such a glaring disparity suggests that even if Saviola does not resign voluntarily, the likelihood of him being dismissed is exceedingly high. Given this reality, why not choose to exit with dignity? Human emotions are rarely aligned. As Saviola wallows in disappointment, Bosch emerges with a radiant demeanor, clearly in high spirits. Brazil has indeed become a fortuitous ground for Spain. Just a year ago, they triumphantly lifted the Confederations Cup here, and this year, they have the opportunity to vie for their second World Cup trophy in history. In his buoyant mood, Bosch boldly proclaimed his intentions regarding the championship trophy. "We are here to defend our title. While Germany boasts formidable strength, we are even stronger, and I firmly believe that victory shall ultimately belong to us." Bosch's declaration of intent garnered fervent support from countless Spanish fans, yet it also incensed the German players. Gotza expressed his sentiments on social media. "The Spaniards have had it too easy lately, becoming oblivious to their own limitations. When the final arrives, we shall not hesitate to let them experience the sensation of being trampled by the German juggernaut." Boateng echoed his sentiments. "We handed the Brazilians a 7-1 defeat. I suspect the Spaniards are eager to taste the bitterness of a similar rout." With German players ready for battle, the Spanish squad could not remain passive. The flamboyant Peak was the first to speak out. "It seems the Germans have forgotten who eliminated them 4 years ago, as well as the fear they felt under our possession-based football." Ramos added fuel to the fire. "I doubt they have forgotten. If they had, Bayern and the national team wouldn't have gone to such lengths to study our style of play." Fabregas, unrelenting, remarked, "They shamelessly come to us for lessons and dare to claim that we, their teachers, would fear them, which is utterly laughable." Spanish players seized the opportunity to mock the German team for adopting possession-based football, even referencing their recent matches devoid of strikers, insinuating that they were merely imitating. Faced with such criticisms, the German players were infuriated yet found themselves unable to counter effectively. After all, Germany was indeed learning possession-based football, a style pioneered by the Spaniards. Consequently, they resorted to highlighting their own triumph over Brazil as proof of superiority over Spain. Both Germany and Spain had previously vanquished the host nation, Brazil, turning the latter into a benchmark for fans assessing the prowess of the two teams. On the surface, Germany's tally of 3 more goals than Spain suggests a greater strength. However, the squads they faced from Brazil were markedly different. Spain encountered a fully formed Brazilian team in the Confederations Cup final, whereas Germany faced a depleted Brazilian lineup. The German team may only bully the Brazil team when they are short on personnel, had Brazil's two main players not sustained injuries. The outcome of the semifinals could have been quite different. As a devoted supporter of Brazil, I find myself aligning with Spain this time. Losing to Spain would be acceptable. However, succumbing to Germany is utterly unacceptable. Let them wait until Neymar returns from injury and Thiago Silva's suspension is lifted before challenging us again. Dare they? Naturally. German fans do not engage in such banter, reassuring themselves that no one foolishly indulges in endless disputes with defeated adversaries. As a member of the Spanish team, Lin Quan expressed his enthusiasm on social media, proclaiming, "World Cup champion? Why not? I can hardly wait to lift the World Cup trophy on the grand stage." No one can resist the allure of the coveted trophy, especially when only one match remains. Should Lin Quan indeed lift the trophy, he would become the youngest champion in the history of the Spanish team, a world champion at merely 18 years of age. Following Lin Quan's declaration, several German players gradually voiced their opinions, yet their stature did not carry the same weight, leading to a far lesser impact than Lin Quan's statement. Thus, in the pre-match verbal skirmish, the Germans did not gain substantial ground. However, the conflict clearly extended beyond the digital realm. A diligent journalist approached Germany's coach Low with a quote from Bosque, inquiring about his perspective. "I have great confidence in my team. We did not arrive here to be anyone's stepping stone. We are also in pursuit of the championship." At this critical juncture, Low could not afford to back down. Not only did he refuse to relent, but he also pointed out the shortcomings in Spain's lineup, asserting with conviction that the German team would overpower Spain with their physical prowess and tenacity, leaving the Spaniards with a deeply etched memory of anguish. The impression of German players is one of towering stature, adept at competition and confrontation. Generally, German teams possess formidable impact when facing them. It is crucial not to allow them to find their rhythm. Once they do, goals become inevitable, potentially leading to a disastrous outcome. Low's words reached Bosque's ears, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Was it not said that the German team had shifted towards a more technical style of play? What did Low mean by reverting to their prior approach? To be frank, teams that favor technical football tend to harbor a certain trepidation towards those that rely on physicality. Historically, the German squad boasted not only robust players but also an indomitable spirit and willingness to compete, making them a formidable opponent. While their technique may not rival the flamboyance of Spanish players, it is far from crude. Their simple combinations often yield impressive results. Bosque recognized this and immediately convened with his coaching staff to analyze and summarize Germany's past tactical approaches, contemplating the likelihood of their return to traditional German football. The traditional advantages of the German national team are both clear and straightforward, having persisted unchanged over many years. The team excels in initiating attacks from the flanks, as evidenced by the performance of their league leaders, Bayern Munich. However, Germany's approach to wing play diverges somewhat from contemporary trends. Their wide players, upon launching attacks, tend to avoid the densely defended central areas. Unlike Spain's false nine formation, which involves cutting in from the wings to execute combinations or shots, Germany prefers to deliver crosses from the byline, utilizing their tall strikers and other aerial threats to challenge the opposing goal with headers. This tactic, though somewhat archaic, proves remarkably effective. German forwards are adept at heading the ball, with Miroslav Klose exemplifying this skill. Despite not being exceptionally tall, his heading ability is formidable, consistently converting chances into goals with remarkable precision. In addition to their wing play, the German team is proficient in long-range shooting and set pieces. Historically, their midfielders, exemplified by Michael Ballack, possessed a powerful long-range shot, making it exceedingly difficult for goalkeepers to save efforts that struck anywhere near the frame of the goal. Defensively, Germany capitalizes on their players' physical advantages, employing tight marking to stifle their opponents' attacks. The stamina and vigorous movement of German players, coupled with their tactical discipline, often ensnare opposing stars in a web of concentrated pressure, leading to underwhelming performances. In past encounters with Argentina, Germany successfully limited Lionel Messi's opportunities using this strategy, a tactic they are likely to employ against Lin Quan in the final. This prospect causes some concern for Vicente del Bosque. Should Lin Quan be effectively neutralized, Spain's offensive machine may falter. Moreover, Germany's ability to execute long passes and switch play warrants attention. They strategically relocate the ball to areas where the opponent's defensive strength is weaker, thereby altering the rhythm of the game and compensating for their simpler tactical combinations that lack the elegance of Spain's intricate passing. This advantage, combined with their counterattacking tactics, often yields favorable results. Thus, when facing the German team, it is crucial to avoid errors during offensive plays. A single mistake could lead to a devastating counterattack. German players maintain a calm demeanor on the pitch and possess a keen sense of the overall game. Toni Kroos exemplifies this, adept at reading the situation and delivering precise long passes. In their recent matches, Kroos's outstanding performances have compelled Del Bosque to take notice. Given the presence of aerial threats inside the penalty area and powerful shooters outside it, defending against Germany's attacks necessitates a multi-layered and robust defensive strategy. However, one must question whether the current German team can still execute such traditional tactics effectively. Del Bosque expresses a degree of skepticism regarding this. The German team that he currently observes bears a striking contrast to the traditional squad of yesteryears, embracing a more technical style and possession-based tactics. The German team increasingly resembles Spain, diverging from its historical identity. This transformation is evident in Löw's selections. The starting lineup has seen a significant decline in robust, tenacious players, giving way to a plethora of technically adept individuals who may lack physical prowess, such as Götze, Ozil, and Kroos. Their playing style markedly differs from that of their predecessors, leaning heavily towards a technical approach. Moreover, Löw's trust in these players suggests a potential overhaul of Germany's tactical framework, especially on the grand stage of the World Cup final. Should he take risks that jeopardize their championship aspirations, he would undoubtedly face the ire of German fans upon his return. Without dismantling his tactical system, how could Löw leverage Germany's renowned physicality to overcome Spain? It appears a formidable challenge. Consequently, it is evident that Del Bosque is employing a smokescreen, intentionally seeking to confuse his opponents. In response, Del Bosque has decided to introduce a tactical shift himself. With Diego Costa's recovery progressing favorably, he plans to deploy him alongside Llorente in a dual forward strategy for the final. His announcement regarding possible tactics for the final immediately captured the attention of countless fans and journalists. Diego Costa sustained an injury during the group match against the Netherlands, yet he made a swift return in Spain's match against Costa Rica. However, in the face of Argentina, Del Bosque opted to keep him on the bench, not only excluding him from the starting lineup, but also denying him a chance to play as a substitute. This decision left many puzzled. Was Costa merely a mascot in Del Bosque's eyes, summoned yet not utilized, or did Del Bosque deem Torres a more suitable option? The mystery surrounding Costa's sidelining has fueled numerous conspiracy theories. Many fans speculate that Del Bosque's reluctance to field Costa stems from lingering injury concerns, while others suggest that he and the Spanish team concealed this information to mislead their opponents, leading to miscalculations on Germany's part. These theories gained traction among fans, prompting some German supporters to rally outside their training base, urging their team to remain vigilant against deception. Now, with Del Bosque publicly stating that Costa will indeed feature in the final alongside Llorente, skepticism abounds among fans. Previous matches have demonstrated that Llorente is ill-suited for a forward role. He thrives in a more liberated position in the attacking third, where his true potential can be unleashed. Thus, the news released by Bosque may well serve as a smokescreen. While the average fan might entertain such a notion, Joachim Löw, the head coach of the German national team, cannot afford to draw such conclusions lightly. What if, contrary to expectations, this is not merely a diversion but a genuine concern? Diego Costa and Lin Quan have only collaborated on a single occasion, during which Costa played merely one half before being sidelined by injury. Consequently, it is challenging for outsiders to assess the potential chemistry that may arise when both players grace the pitch simultaneously. Should their synergy prove remarkably effective, yielding a collaborative impact surpassing the sum of their individual talents, the German team could find themselves in a precarious situation, given that both individuals are exceptionally proficient goal scorers. If Diego Costa remains injury-free, it is highly probable that Bosque would opt to deploy him. Therefore, Löw chooses to regard Bosque's smokescreen with a degree of credence. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 149. The final approaches, captivating 1 billion viewers worldwide. As the coaches of both teams engage in their tactical duels, the third-place match of the 2014 World Cup unfolds. The beleaguered host nation, Brazil, having suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of the German team, now faces their South American rivals, Argentina, at the National Stadium in Brasilia. Both teams, sharing a common plight, have witnessed their dreams of glory shattered on home soil. as they watch European teams converge on the World Cup final for the third consecutive time. For these teams, and indeed for South American football as a whole, this moment marks a nadir, once at the forefront of football evolution. Latin football is gradually losing its competitive edge against European counterparts and is even beginning to lag behind the times. This outcome prompts profound reflection among South American footballers. Have we truly strayed from the correct path? If this trajectory persists, does South American football have a future? No one can provide answers to these pressing questions. They must seek the truth themselves. If they wish to avoid relegating the next World Cup to mere backdrop for European performances, a reformative approach must commence immediately. That said, contemplating the future of South American football can be deferred for another time. The immediate focus should be on securing victory against their adversaries. The historical rivalry between the two teams runs deep, and at this juncture, both require a win to bolster their morale. Thus, fueled by old grudges and new grievances, this match unfolds with fervor. Despite the absence of Neymar, the return of Thiago Silva significantly strengthens Brazil's defensive line, rendering it far more resilient than in their previous encounter. Freed from the pressures of expectation, the Argentine forwards exhibit marked improvement, including Messi, whose form is palpably enhanced. In the 7th minute, Messi breaks through and alters the scoreline to 1-0. Just 4 minutes later, Brazil capitalizes on a set-piece strategy with their captain, the recently reinstated Thiago Silva, finding the net to equalize. In the 24th minute, Higuaín showcased his prowess as a striker, receiving a pass from Messi within the penalty area. The little pipe seized the fleeting opportunity and calmly directed a shot towards the far corner, allowing his team to regain the lead. The score transformed to 2-1. Brazil promptly launched a counterattack, with Oscar executing a long-range strike from the center, but Romero, maintaining focus, deflected the ball away. Yet, Brazil's forward Fred materialized like a phantom, finishing with a follow-up shot that found the net, leveling the score once more. The spectators present at the match initially felt disheartened, as their team had lost hope for the championship and could only muster motivation for a seemingly insignificant third-place battle. However, the thrilling performances, intense offensives, and a flurry of goals ignited their adrenaline, affirming that their attendance was worthwhile. Not only the fans in the stadium experienced this exhilaration. Those watching from the comfort of their sofas at home echoed similar sentiments, lamenting that had their team displayed such form earlier, they might have reached the finals. Indeed, Brazil had merely been unfortunate, while Argentina had squandered their own chances. Argentina was drawn into the same half as Spain, which seemed to offer little advantage over Brazil. Had Argentina been placed in the upper half, they might have triumphed over Germany to advance to the finals. However, it is uncertain. In the previous 2 World Cups, Argentina fell to Germany, and they might not necessarily have outperformed this current German squad. I believe FIFA ought to consider a method to place the 2 South American powerhouses in the same half, thus ensuring one of them secures a spot in the finals and preventing the recurrence of European conflicts. The World Cup is touted as a global celebration involving all teams. However, the stark disparities in football standards across continents render it predominantly a battleground between European and South American football, with the narrative chiefly revolving around their confrontations. Other regions, such as Africa, North America, and Asia, at best play the role of disruptors, while the feeble Asian teams barely qualify even as such, rendering this World Cup a mere facilitator of points. In this scenario, if South America fails to maintain its standing, it risks becoming overshadowed by European teams, which would not bode well for the viewership and international prestige of the World Cup. However, even if these 2 teams were to be placed in the same half, who could guarantee they wouldn't be swiftly dismantled by the European giants? Indeed, the strength of European teams is formidable, with Germany, Spain, France, Italy, the Netherlands, and Belgium all possessing significant prowess. No one can predict whether they will suddenly excel in the next World Cup, and thus, unless FIFA overtly manipulates the matches, South American teams cannot be assured of a place in the finals. In my view, one must strengthen oneself, rather than relying on luck in draws and divisions. It is far more prudent to earnestly enhance one's footballing capabilities. Many European football enthusiasts contend that following a series of failures, South American players should lower their proud heads and earnestly absorb the advanced philosophies of European football. After all, European teams have demonstrated through their remarkable achievements and accolades that European football represents the trajectory of modern football development. The strength of European football is predicated upon the high-level training provided by the 5 major leagues and the robust youth development systems that sustain it. Countries across Europe generally enjoy affluence, with a substantial middle class and well-established social welfare systems. They boast a vast population of football enthusiasts, with numerous young individuals pursuing careers in football, often finding a means of livelihood therein. This results in a stable and healthy professional football framework, starkly contrasting with the extravagant spending seen in leagues like the Chinese Super League and those in the Middle East. In contrast, the South American region lacks such conducive conditions. Its most talented players migrate to Europe in search of fortune, rendering the domestic leagues less appealing to these top stars. Consequently, elevating the standard of leagues such as the Brasileiro and the Argentine Primera División presents a formidable challenge. Fans engage in fervent discussions online, but struggle to propose effective solutions. Some even suggest that if domestic leagues cannot be improved, the best course of action would be to send promising local talents to Europe to play. This is precisely the endeavor being pursued by several Asian nations. South American players can indeed leverage the platforms of the 5 major leagues to hone their skills, absorb advanced European football philosophies, and eventually bring these insights back home. However, this inevitably leads to the gradual erosion of South American football's distinctive style, inching ever closer to that of European football. While fans passionately debate online, the two teams ignite the pitch with their fierce rivalry. After halftime, Argentina's offensive surged like a tidal wave. In the 55th minute, Messi netted his second goal of the match, propelling his team back into the lead. His total goal tally for this World Cup reached 8. Following this goal, the Argentine supporters erupted in chants of Messi's name, showering him with enthusiastic applause. Upon hearing the resounding cheers, Messi, who had been downcast since their defeat to Spain, finally revealed a smile. He graciously waved to the fans in the stands, expressing his gratitude for their fervent support. The Argentine fans were elated, yet the Brazilian supporters beside them were incensed. "This is our home ground. How can we tolerate these Argentinians' audacity?" They jeered at Messi, some even making derogatory gestures. The Brazilian players, feeling provoked, launched a vigorous counterattack while frequently committing fouls against Messi. However, Argentina had regained its momentum, and the fouls against Messi could not rectify the situation. In the 75th minute, Di Maria surged into the penalty area only to be tripped by David Luiz, prompting the referee to decisively award a penalty. A slow-motion replay confirmed that the decision was, in fact, justified. The issue lies in the fact that the individual who was infringed upon is Di Maria, a player notorious for his theatricality. In recent years, Di Maria has been awarded a plethora of penalties in European competitions, far surpassing his peers in this regard. One might argue that his personal prowess is commendable, excelling in dribbling and frequently drawing fouls. However, when it comes to dribbling capabilities, Lin Quan arguably outshines Di Maria. Yet, Lin Quan has not accrued as many penalties. The greater number of penalties attributed to Di Maria can primarily be ascribed to his flair for dramatics. Once he enters the penalty area, a mere touch is enough for him to collapse, regardless of whether a foul was committed. Upon reviewing the penalties Di Maria earned last season through slow-motion replays, nearly half raised suspicions of simulation. This has led fans to dub him the master of deception. In a recent match against Spain, Di Maria showcased such theatrics in the penalty area once again, this time becoming the target of the home team, Brazil. Naturally, the Brazilians were displeased. Inside the National Stadium of Brasilia, the cries of biased officiating and the vitriol directed at him echoed throughout. Brazilian fans were incensed, wishing to storm the pitch to confront Di Maria. Nevertheless, the referee remained steadfast, undeterred by the protests from the crowd, asserting that it was indeed a penalty. Messi approached the spot, opting to place the ball in the upper left corner of the net against Cesar. The opposing goalkeeper, despite his skills, could do nothing but watch as the ball sailed past him. With this goal, Messi achieved his first World Cup hat-trick, elevating his total tally in this tournament to 9 goals. Currently, Lin Quan, the top scorer in the World Cup, also has exactly 9 goals. This indicates that Messi has finally matched his rival on this leaderboard. Should Lin Quan fail to score in the upcoming World Cup final, he will share the Golden Boot with Messi. For Messi, securing a Golden Boot, although an achievement, would pale in comparison to lifting the coveted World Cup trophy, especially considering he has already won the Ballon d'Or 4 times. Following Messi's penalty, Brazil's morale took a significant hit. They became increasingly agitated, mirroring their previous match's demeanor. with players displaying emotional instability and receiving yellow cards for excessive fouls. Their defensive performance also faltered, nearly allowing Argentine players to extend their lead. Fortunately, Scolari made timely adjustments, stabilizing Brazil's backline. The score remained 4-2 until the final whistle. In this South American showdown, Messi's Argentina emerged victorious, claiming third place in the World Cup, while the host nation, Brazil, faced the disappointment of finishing fourth after 2 consecutive defeats. With the appetizer concluded, it is now time for the main course. On the day following the match between Brazil and Argentina, the grand finale of the World Cup, featuring a clash between Spain and Germany, is set to unfold at the illustrious Maracana Stadium in Rio de Janeiro. This renowned arena is famed for its capacity to accommodate 200,000 spectators. Originally, the Brazilian populace envisioned witnessing their national team triumphantly lift the trophy on home soil. However, their hopes were dashed as Brazil succumbed in the semifinals, rendering the meticulously arranged stage for their celebration a mere backdrop for others. Nonetheless, this turn of events may not be entirely unfavorable, as the presence of German and Spanish fans contributes significantly to stimulating the local economy. In anticipation of the event, FIFA projected that the global viewership for this match could surpass 1 billion, a figure extrapolated from the viewership ratings of the semifinals and the previous World Cup final. The semifinal clash, wherein Germany decisively defeated Brazil 7-1, captivated an audience of 3.9 billion viewers. In contrast, the other semifinal, in which Spain triumphed over Argentina with a score of 3-2, drew an even larger crowd, bolstered by the presence of superstars such as Messi and Ronaldo, amassing an impressive 6.7 billion viewers, surpassing the historical record of 5.3 billion set during the 2010 South Africa World Cup final. Thus, FIFA's estimation of potential viewership exceeding 1 billion for the final seems not an exaggeration. As the final approaches, the head coaches of both teams are endeavoring to alleviate the players' anxieties. The World Cup final represents a monumental challenge for any athlete. For many, it may be a singular opportunity to grace the grand stage of the final. Missing out on the championship trophy would yield profound regret. The weight of external expectations, coupled with the players' own nervousness, can impose significant psychological burdens, potentially leading to underperformance and, consequently, a loss. Therefore, pre-match psychological interventions are deemed essential. Both teams have enlisted sports psychologists to accompany them, who will take turns providing emotional support and alleviating the players' mental strains. The efficacy of these measures remains uncertain. However, neglecting to address their unease would undoubtedly result in heightened trepidation. Yet, the efforts seem somewhat futile, as on that evening, the King and Prime Minister of Spain visited the team's training base, warmly engaging with the players. Just as the athletes began to ease their nerves, a new wave of tension set in. The situation for the German team was not vastly improved, as Chancellor Merkel also paid a visit to encourage and motivate the players, urging them to strive valiantly for national glory. Thus concludes this chapter. Chapter 150. The World Cup final commences, Spain versus Germany. The reigning king of Spain is the recently ascended Felipe VI, who took the throne from his father, the former King Juan Carlos I, just half a month prior. However, the attention of the entire nation of Spain is fixated on the World Cup in Brazil, rendering the matter of royal succession rather insignificant. After all, akin to many countries in Europe, the Spanish monarchy serves merely as a symbolic figure, devoid of actual power. In contrast to the monarch, the Prime Minister of Spain is the true wielder of authority. Nevertheless, Prime Minister Rajoy's visit appears to be little more than a political spectacle, aimed at enhancing his visibility before the media and Spanish football aficionados. His personal interest in football is quite limited, unlike that of King Felipe VI, who possesses a genuine passion for the sport. The royal family, including the recently abdicated former king, is comprised of ardent supporters of the Spanish national team. It is precisely for this reason that soon after ascending the throne, Felipe VI eagerly ventured abroad to extend his support to the Spanish players. His visit was not merely an act of encouragement. It was, in essence, an opportunity to watch the matches publicly funded. Moreover, he did not attend alone. He brought along his 2 children, Princess Leonor and Princess Sofia. At ages 9 and 7 respectively, these young princesses are already fervent fans of the Spanish team. For years ago, when Spain triumphed in the World Cup in South Africa, The sight of the two princesses donning Spain's red jersey while lifting the World Cup trophy melted the hearts of countless fans. This time, as dedicated supporters of the Spanish team, the young princesses accompanied their father to join the group, offering their encouragement. Seizing the moment when the king and prime minister were engaged in amiable conversation with Del Bosque and several team representatives, the two princesses, with wide, curious eyes, surveyed the training grounds of Spain. "You must be Lin, right? My grandfather has spoken highly of you, praising your exceptional skills and declaring you the finest star of the Spanish team." Princess Leonor, exuding a precocious demeanor, approached Lin with earnestness. Lin suppressed the urge to wipe away perspiration, pondering whether such remarks were appropriate in public. Thankfully, his teammates did not take offense. Instead, they chimed in. "No wonder His Majesty the King has such discerning judgment. Indeed, Your Highness, Lin is the most remarkable among us. This is his first World Cup, and he has already scored 9 goals in just 6 matches, an average of 1.5 goals per game. Is he even human?" lamented Ramos. His words prompted a chorus of playful banter from his teammates. "You, a defender, wish to surpass forwards in scoring? Why don't you just aim for the heavens? And, indeed, your tally is already impressive for a defender. If all the goals were to come from you, what purpose would forwards serve? We might as well field an entire team of defenders." Upon hearing the players' exchange, Princess Leonor's eyes sparkled with excitement. She lifted her charming face slightly and asked with eager anticipation, "Since you are so exceptional, do you think you can score a hat-trick in the World Cup final?" Upon the utterance of these words, the previously boisterous players fell into an immediate hush. Completing a hat-trick in a World Cup final is an exceedingly formidable task. Since the inception of the World Cup, spanning 84 years, only the English forward Geoff Hurst has achieved this remarkable feat. Other illustrious strikers, such as Just Fontaine, who netted 13 goals in a single World Cup, Miroslav Klose, the all-time leading scorer, and Ronaldo, have all been unable to accomplish this milestone. Historically, finals tend to be nameless affairs, particularly in the context of a World Cup final. In matches of this nature, both teams often adopt a conservative strategy, playing with caution and a reluctance to err. Consequently, the scores in finals are typically low, and on occasion, the outcome is determined by a penalty shootout. With no goals scored during regular play, it is a daunting challenge, yet I shall endeavor to give it a try. Lin Quan did not guarantee success, but expressed his intention to attempt it. He had already witnessed the outcome of the match between Argentina and Brazil and recognized that Messi had equaled his total goal tally for the sake of the coveted trophy. And to solidify his position as the World Cup's top scorer, he would certainly spare no effort on the grand stage of the final, striving to find the back of the net. However, the German defense is formidable, and in a single match, they might afford only 4 or 5 opportunities. To seize such limited chances and achieve a hat-trick is a significant challenge, but Lin Quan would do his utmost. Upon hearing Lin Quan's words, the little princess nodded with satisfaction. "If you manage to complete a hat-trick, I shall surely persuade my father to bestow upon you an honor." Lin Quan was taken aback, not by the prospect of recognition, but by the astonishment that the 9-year-old princess was already adept at making grand promises. Truly, as the first heir to the throne, she wielded political acumen from a tender age. In contrast to her elder sister, Princess Sophia appeared more innocent and endearing. After her sister concluded the conversation with Lin Quan, she approached him cautiously, gazed up, and inquired, "Esteemed big brother, may I request your autograph?" With that, she produced a piece of paper and a pen she had been carrying, carefully extending them to Lin Quan. Certainly. Lin Quan accepted the paper and pen she offered and diligently signed his name. "Thank you, dear big brother." Upon receiving her idol's autograph, the little princess erupted in jubilant cheer, nearly bounding with joy. She had long heard tales of the royal family's passion for football, but having had no prior contact, she was uncertain of the veracity of such rumors. This personal encounter dispelled all doubt. It appeared that not only the 2 reigning kings had a fondness for the sport, but numerous members of the royal family were also ardent fans. Notably, King Felipe VI himself is a former professional athlete who has competed in Olympic canoeing events, and his 2 daughters have inherited his athletic genes, showing an early affinity for sports. Football reigns as the premier sport in Spain, and with the national team enjoying a period of peak performance in recent years, it is hardly surprising that the royal family shares a love for the game. It is said that King Felipe VI intends to send his youngest daughter, Princess Sophia, to a women's football academy for training. hinting that a professional player may emerge from the royal family in the future. In order to avoid disrupting the team's preparations, both Felipe VI and the Prime Minister did not linger long at the training facility. After shaking hands and taking photographs with the players and coaching staff, offering words of encouragement, the two prepared to depart. Before leaving, Felipe VI proclaimed, "Gentlemen, I shall host a celebration banquet for you at the Royal Palace in Madrid, awaiting your triumphant return." The king appeared remarkably confident, seemingly convinced that Spain could successfully defend its title in the World Cup. Having previously eliminated Germany in the last World Cup, this time, Spain's strength is even more formidable, naturally increasing their chances of victory. To witness the Spanish team's title defense firsthand, Felipe VI plans to attend the match at the Maracana Stadium with his two daughters. It has become a tradition in Spain for the king to attend matches, and there is even a cup competition named after the monarch, the Copa del Rey. Each time the Copa del Rey final occurs, the king personally attends to watch the match and awards the victorious team. Unfortunately, this time, due to the old king's declining health and the considerable distance, he could not be present. Otherwise, both kings would likely have graced the Maracana Stadium with their presence. Recently, during the UEFA Champions League semi-finals, when Real Madrid faced Manchester City away, the elderly king, despite his frailty, attended the match leaning on a cane. This moment caught the attention of many online, leading to a wave of discussions among netizens who remarked on the king's unwavering passion for football, expressing their admiration for his commitment to watching the game even in such a state. The king's declaration placed considerable pressure on the players, and upon noticing their solemn expressions, the coaching staff exchanged glances, recognizing the mutual sense of helplessness. It seemed that the pre-match psychological counseling had been in vain. Coach Vicente Del Bosque had initially planned to convene the team for another tactical meeting, but given the players' current state, he feared it might exacerbate their psychological burden and ultimately decided against it. Fortunately, there are few young players on the team, and the veteran players possess a solid understanding of tactics, requiring little reinforcement before the match. As for the younger players, Lin Quan possesses a high football intelligence and easily grasps tactical concepts without extensive explanation. Other younger players can benefit from the match itself, with timely explanations from the coaching staff to deepen their understanding of the team's tactics and expectations of themselves. With the tactical meeting cancelled, Del Bosque instructed the coaching staff to return the players to their hotel, allowing them to rest in their rooms ahead of the match. Although many would inevitably find it difficult to sleep that night, he insisted that even if they could not slumber, they must remain quietly in bed, refraining from wandering or visiting other players' rooms. The seasoned veterans, with their wealth of experience, typically have their own methods for managing their mental and physical states. One might choose to indulge in a book, listen to soothing music to unwind, or engage in meditation. The primary concern for Bosque, however, lies not with the other players but with Lin Quan, a young player who, despite his mature mindset, is merely 18 years old and facing his first World Cup. Bosque fears that the excitement of the occasion might prevent him from sleeping soundly, which could adversely affect his performance the following day. While other young players may also struggle with rest, most of them are substitutes and may not have the opportunity to play, thus their impact is less significant. Lin Quan, however, is an indispensable mainstay of the Spanish team. Should his performance falter, Spain's chances of victory would undoubtedly diminish. Consequently, Bosque enlists the seasoned Puyol to converse with Lin Quan, imparting wisdom gleaned from his extensive experience. "Captain, is there something on your mind?" Lin Quan inquires. "Not particularly. The coach asked me to check on you. Will you be able to sleep tonight?" Puyol responds. "Well, if you're here, I am likely to be restless." Lin Quan jokes. "In that case, I shall take my leave. Rest well." Puyol departs without hesitation, confident in Lin Quan's ability to self-regulate. This young man possesses a remarkable composure, as evidenced by his performance in the Champions League final. A player who can score a hat-trick in such a high-stakes match is unlikely to succumb to pre-game jitters. Indeed, Lin Quan enjoys a restful night. The following morning, when he rises at the usual hour for breakfast, he finds that few teammates have joined him. "Good morning." Xavi greets Lin Quan upon his arrival. "Good morning, Captain. Where is everyone?" Lin Quan asks. "They overslept, it seems. The coach has cancelled this morning's training, and we will likely head straight to the field in the afternoon." Lin Quan expresses concern, as even light training on match day is crucial for maintaining touch and form. "There are no better alternatives. I cannot possibly go to their rooms to rouse them." Xavi chuckles, but there's no need for excessive worry. Most of us seasoned players will manage to wake up. The truly affected are few. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Spanish players board a bus en route to the Maracana Stadium. On the day of the final, the streets of Rio de Janeiro brim with fans clad in various jerseys, including those in red representing Spain and white for Germany. However, the most numerous are the supporters donned in yellow, representing Brazil. Despite the Brazilian team's elimination, the fervor of the locals to watch the match remains undiminished. The number of Brazilian fans present at the event is nearly equal to that of the Spanish and German supporters combined. During the pre-match warm-up, Lin Quan observes that his teammates are in good form, which brings him a sense of reassurance. In a state of relaxation, Lin Quan delighted the early arriving fans with several impressive displays of skill. From approximately 30 meters away from the goal, he struck the ball twice, both times hitting the connection between the left upper corner of the goalpost and the crossbar. This magnificent display of technique elicited spontaneous applause from the spectators. Indeed, what astonishing prowess. Initially, I thought his first attempt was a mistake, but after the second and third strikes, I found myself bowing in admiration before Lin Quan. I have a premonition that Lin Quan may very well score directly from a free kick in this match. Spain had warmed up for less than half an hour when the German team arrived. Both teams claimed half of the field, commencing their training without interference. Upon seeing the Germans, Lin Quan ceased his performance and shifted to practicing dribbling. As both teams warmed up, their respective coaches observed the players' conditions. German coach Low focused on two key players, the outstanding Lin Quan from previous matches and Diego Costa, who had recently returned from injury but had been sidelined. Low suspected that Lin Quan, being a young player, might be affected by the pressures of the match, leading to a potential underperformance. However, observing Lin Quan's warm-up, Low furrowed his brow. On the surface, he appeared to be in good form, but the true state of his capabilities would only be revealed during the match. Thus, he shifted his attention to Diego Costa. Many in the media speculated that Costa had not fully recovered from his injury and that the Spanish team was deliberately concealing this information. While Low was skeptical of these reports, a glimmer of hope flickered in his mind. If Costa had indeed not recovered, it would bode well for Germany. Yet, after watching Costa's training, Low felt disappointment wash over him, realizing that Costa had fully regained his fitness. Therefore, the smoke screen released by Del Bosque prior to the match was likely genuine, suggesting that Spain might deploy a dual forward formation. Just the presence of Lin Quan was already a headache. Adding Diego Costa would undoubtedly complicate matters. This match promised to be quite challenging. Low's concerns soon materialized as the starting lineup announced before the match revealed that Diego Costa had indeed replaced Torres as Spain's starting forward. With Costa on the field, Low pondered how to arrange his attacking players. Should he continue to place faith in the 36-year-old veteran Klose, or opt for the youthful Götze? Regrettably, if only Reyes had not been injured, Germany would have had a wider array of offensive options for this World Cup. As fate would have it, just as Low was contemplating his starting lineup, disaster struck during the warm-up. Khedira sustained a calf injury, rendering him unable to compete in the final. Upon receiving this news, Low's expression darkened, with only a few hours remaining before the final commenced. Losing a key midfielder to injury felt akin to a general having his banner torn asunder by the winds during a military oath-taking ceremony. An omen of ill fortune indeed. With no other choice, Low had to hastily appoint the young player Kramer from Borussia Mönchengladbach to replace the injured Houts. Initially, Low felt confident in his midfield's ability to contend with Spain, yet this confidence began to wane. Without any time for adjustments, the final match of the Brazil World Cup commenced at exactly 5 o'clock, pitting Spain against Germany. When the starting lineup and formation for Spain were revealed, Low exclaimed in dismay. What a farcical 4-4-2 formation. It was nothing more than a smokescreen. It seemed that the unexpected injury of a key German midfielder had provided Spain with an opportunity. Once the match began, the Spanish team took an assertive approach. Without hesitation, they launched a fierce assault on Germany's half. After a few swift passes, the ball found its way to Lin Quan's feet. As Lin Quan advanced with the ball, the German fans could not help but feel a surge of anxiety, despite the distance from their goal. Merely the mention of Lin Quan's name exerted immense pressure upon them. Lin Quan justified this attention and even fear. While dribbling, he assessed Neuer's position and, from over 40 meters away, decisively unleashed a long-range shot. Upon witnessing Lin Quan's strike, Neuer's eyes widened in terror as he hurriedly retreated towards the goal. Chapter 151. The first goal in the final. Good evening, esteemed viewers. Welcome to the final match of the 2014 Brazil World Cup, featuring Spain versus Germany. I am Hiwei. I am Suyong. First, let us examine the starting lineups of both teams. In the CCTV studio, the two commentators were presenting the starting lineups. Yet, before they could finish, the dynamics on the field shifted dramatically. Spain, without any probing, launched a vigorous attack against Germany. The ball reached Lin Quan's feet, and Iniesta was in a promising position, suggesting a potential collaboration. However, Lin Quan opted not to pass. Instead, he took a direct shot. A moment of danger. Neuer's position was alarmingly advanced. On witnessing Neuer's stance, the commentators could not contain their gasps. Renowned for his role as a goalkeeper, Neuer's advanced positioning allowed for considerable mobility. Yet, this aggressive stance also rendered him susceptible to lobbed shots from opposing players. Lin Quan, having faced Neuer during his time in the Bundesliga, understood his playing habits well, which informed his decision to observe Neuer's positioning before attempting a long-range shot. The strike came unexpectedly, with Neuer positioned near the penalty area, approximately 15 meters from the goal. As Lin Quan executed the lob, Neuer's expression shifted to one of sheer panic. He hastily retreated, wary of jumping from his spot. As the trajectory of the ball soared high, he realized that a jump from his current position might not suffice. However, the speed at which the ball traveled surpassed Neuer's expectations. Just as he took 2 steps back, the ball was already arcing over his head. There was no other option. Neuer had to grit his teeth and leap, extending his right arm to intercept the football. The ball's trajectory was remarkably high, and had it been any ordinary goalkeeper, he likely would not have reached it at all. However, Neuer, standing at an imposing height of 1.93 meters, possessed astonishing jumping ability. As he soared into the air, he managed to graze the ball with his fingertips, slightly altering its flight path. With a resounding thud, the football struck the crossbar and ricocheted out of play. Witnessing the ball being deflected, the German fans instinctively pounded their chests, finally able to exhale with relief. That moment had been incredibly tense. The opponent's long-range strike was of exceptional quality, and had it not been for Neuer's heroic intervention, it would have likely found the back of the net. This narrow escape transformed the way the German fans regarded Lin Quan. This fellow was indeed not to be underestimated. After landing, Neuer glanced at his goal, relieved to confirm that the ball had not crossed the line, but he couldn't help casting a wary look at Lin Quan. This guy seemed to have grown stronger in the months they had not met. To overcome him, Neuer realized he would need to exert double the effort. Seeing his shot thwarted by Neuer, Lin Quan felt a twinge of regret. This guy possessed extraordinary physical attributes. His leaping ability seemed fit for basketball. In a fair assessment, Neuer's sweeper-style approach to goalkeeping had pioneered a new paradigm. In modern football, goalkeepers like De Gea, who predominantly remain within the 6-yard box and seldom venture out, are becoming increasingly obsolete. Neuer's penchant for advancement, extensive range of motion, and ability to function as a sweeper, often initiating offensive plays, were becoming more prevalent. Yet, among these goalkeepers, few could match Neuer's level of proficiency. His remarkable footwork, steady mindset, and the continuous refinement he underwent under the guidance of Bayern's 2 former coaches, Hanks and Guardiola, had rendered his style increasingly stable and sophisticated. The frequency of his errors had diminished year by year, and his proactive choices effectively compensated for the slower turning speed of Bayern's central defenders, who were often vulnerable to being caught out of position. It appeared that seizing an opportunity to chip him would not be an easy task. Perhaps waiting for him to exit the penalty area might present a chance. But then the angle for the chip would likely need to be from near the halfway line or even farther. After neutralizing a wave of attacks from Spain, the German players began to intensify their pressing and surrounding tactics against the Spanish midfielders. The absence of Khedira had a significant impact on the German side. While Spain was also missing Busquets, who had been injured in the semifinals and could not make it to the final. Both teams were not fielding their most complete lineups. And in such circumstances, the match would hinge on which coach could adapt more effectively. Today, Germany's formation was 4-2-3-1, with Low opting for Kramer and Schweinsteiger to serve as defensive midfielders. Among the two, Kramer leaned towards defensive duties, while Schweinsteiger exhibited versatility, excelling in both attack and defense. Bastian Schweinsteiger serves as the organizational nucleus and metronome for the team's midfield, yet with the emergence of Toni Kroos, the orchestration of the German squad has become somewhat diluted. Among the trio of attacking midfielders, Thomas Muller predominantly assumes the role of a second striker, while Mesut Ozil is tasked with the art of passing, functioning primarily as a conduit for ball distribution. Kroos, on the other hand, bears the responsibility of regulating the tempo of the match, a role reminiscent of his duties at the club level. In offensive scenarios, Kroos leverages his expansive vision and precise passing to architect Germany's attacking maneuvers, deftly circumventing tightly guarded areas of the opposition and exploiting their vulnerabilities. Conversely, during defensive phases, he retreats to collaborate closely with his two holding midfield partners, forming an impregnable interceptive barrier in front of the defensive line that stifles the opponent's advances in midfield. This tactical approach has become second nature for the German team. However, the unexpected withdrawal of Sami Khedira has posed a significant challenge. Born in 1991, Christoph Kramer remains youthful and lacks the seasoned experience of Khedira. His relative inexperience and diminished personal prowess amplify the pressure placed upon him, particularly given the critical nature of the defensive responsibilities assigned to the holding midfielder. Should he falter, Germany risks relinquishing control of the midfield. Such a vulnerability is not lost on Spain, who had initially planned to exploit Ozil's weaknesses prior to the match. Since his transfer to Arsenal last summer, Ozil's personal shortcomings have been laid bare for all to see. His abilities to break through defenses, evade challenges, and withstand physical confrontations are notably lacking. Alarmingly, he often appears lethargic, exhibiting a lack of competitive spirit and drive, rendering him a potential liability on the field. However, following Khedira's abrupt injury, Vicente Del Bosque opted to recalibrate his strategy, testing Kramer in the fray to gauge the outcome. In the 5th minute, Germany initiated an offensive play, with the ball finding its way to Ozil's feet. Xabi Alonso surged forward, using his body to displace his former clubmate and seize the ball from under his feet. Muller promptly attempted to reclaim possession, yet Alonso's speed prevailed as he swiftly passed the ball to Juan Mata, who immediately delivered a long ball to Diego Costa upfield. Costa, relying on his robust physique, aimed to maneuver past the opposing defenders. However, the coordination between Jerome Boateng and Mats Hummels proved effective, as the duo successfully thwarted Costa's advance. The ball was ultimately claimed by the advancing Manuel Neuer. Though Costa felt a pang of regret, he nonetheless offered a thumbs up to Mata for the pass. He recognized that he had hesitated, failing to synchronize with the tempo of his teammates. Had he commenced his run at the moment Alonso intercepted the ball, he might have found himself in a one-on-one scenario. Yet, Mata perceived the situation differently, noting the deliberate offside trap being set by Germany's two defenders. If Diego Costa were to launch too swiftly, the ball would undoubtedly be deemed offside. It appears that such a rudimentary offensive tactic proves ineffective. The team must resort to ground penetration instead. Upon retrieving the ball, Neuer executed a precise throw, sending it back into the attacking zone. Under Alonso's interference, Kroos delivered a deft through ball, intending to set up Muller. As Muller prepared to break through, he was brought down by a defender, granting Germany a free kick on the edge of the penalty area. Kroos positioned himself over the ball, glancing at Casillas' stance, aiming for the upper right corner of the goal. Unfortunately, his free kick was thwarted by the wall, with Diego Costa's height playing a significant role. The ball's trajectory was seized by Germany's outer players, and Schweinsteiger attempted a long-range shot from the top of the penalty area, but it soared over the crossbar and out of play. In the opening 5 minutes, the teams appeared evenly matched, each exchanging attacks without either side asserting complete dominance. After testing each other's prowess and form, both teams shifted their focus to a midfield battle. Due to Busquets' injury, Del Bosque opted to start Xabi Alonso, resulting in Spain's midfield featuring two veterans over the age of 33. In contrast, Germany's midfield boasted youthful exuberance, with most players under 25, save for Schweinsteiger, who was slightly older. Such youth implies greater stamina and enhanced physicality. Thus, as per Löw's strategy, once Germany intensified their midfield contest, overturning the aging Spanish side seemed plausible. However, as the midfield struggle commenced, it became evident that Löw may have overestimated the strength of Germany's midfield. Spain initially focused on the newly introduced young player, Kramer, with Iniesta, Silva, and others launching successive attacks in his direction. Perhaps due to nerves, Kramer faltered under the relentless pressure from Spanish players, yet fortunately, Captain Lahm and Schweinsteiger were consciously protecting him, preventing any grave repercussions. After acclimatizing to the match's tempo, Kramer gradually stabilized his performance, even showing signs of improvement. Observing Kramer's newfound steadiness, Lowe felt a sense of relief. However, trouble arose with Ozil. As the midfield contest intensified, Ozil's physical limitations became glaringly apparent. Recognizing this vulnerability, Spain seized the opportunity to exploit him as a weak link. This allowed Spain to frequently intercept the ball from Ozil and launch counterattacks immediately. Consequently, Germany found themselves in a precarious position. Although Ozil possessed formidable playmaking abilities that enhanced their offensive threat, the more he touched the ball, the higher the risk of errors became. The opposing team relentlessly pressured Ozil, making it exceedingly difficult for him to maintain possession of the ball, resulting in the appearance that the German team was continuously yielding the ball to the Spanish team. In the 17th minute, Spain regained possession once more from Ozil's feet. The ball was swiftly transferred to Lin Quan, who took a couple of steps, evaded Kroos's challenge, and raised his head to assess the positioning of the German squad. Having previously passed to Diego Costa on multiple occasions, the German players fell into a habitual mindset, assuming that this time would be no different. However, Lin Quan merely glanced at Diego Costa's position, decisively abandoned the idea of passing to him, and instead delivered the ball to the flanking Silva. Silva, in perfect synergy with him, executed a 1-2 combination, and after regaining possession, Lin Quan cut inward towards the penalty area. Kramer appeared before Lin Quan, intent on halting his advance. Yet, with a mere feint, Lin Quan deceived Kramer's balance, successfully maneuvering past him and surging into the box. Boateng immediately rushed towards Lin Quan. But having learned from his previous encounters with Lin Quan, he maintained a prudent distance, refraining from drawing too close and denying Lin Quan an easy opportunity to surpass him. Boateng was determined not to become a mere backdrop for Lin Quan's potential goal. Once a contender for the title of the world's premier center-back, he found his reputation tarnished by viral clips of his failures against Lin Quan, leading fans to question his prowess. To stumble without physical contact and still claim to be the world's best center-back? Have some dignity. Boateng, possessing a sense of pride, yearned to rise from where he had fallen. Therefore, for him, this World Cup final represented a chance for redemption. Should he successfully neutralize Lin Quan and lead his team to victory, the humiliation of the past could potentially be absolved, allowing Boateng to reclaim his stature. However, freezing Lin Quan proved to be no simple task. Observing Boateng at a distance, Lin Quan cleverly utilized Boateng's body as a shield and decisively struck the ball. Boateng, taken aback by Lin Quan's assertiveness, hurriedly lifted his foot to block the shot. However, he failed to make contact with the ball, inadvertently obstructing Neuer's line of sight, which prevented the goalkeeper from reacting promptly. The German fans in the stands felt their hearts sink. Could it be that their team was on the verge of falling behind so soon? At a critical moment, a diminutive player bearing the captain's armband for Germany appeared in front of the goal, sliding in to clear the ball. Philipp Lahm. Among all the players on the field, it was the shortest one who stepped forward. After completing the clearance, Lahm let out an exhilarating roar. Neuer, having narrowly escaped disaster, could not contain his gratitude and embraced his teammate, kissing his forehead. The other defenders of the German team rushed over to embrace Lahm, expressing their thanks for his timely intervention. Lin Quan cast a fleeting glance at Ram. Even before taking his shot, he had anticipated Ram's position. Yet he was astounded by the opponent's remarkable defensive maneuver. Had he known earlier that a slightly higher strike, targeting the upper corner or a half-height shot, would yield a different outcome, he might have adjusted his approach. Nevertheless, Lin Quan did not succumb to despair. Such miraculous clearances could not be expected every time. Previously, he had struck the crossbar, and now it was Ram's turn to thwart him. Who knows what fate awaits in the next opportunity? Although he failed to score, his attempt still sent shivers down the spines of the German team. They must be vigilant against Lin Quan. In the commentary box of the German television station, the commentators, having narrowly escaped calamity, began to voice their concerns once more. Despite Lin's several attempts not resulting in goals today, his form was undeniably strong. If he continued to play like this, it was merely a matter of time before he found the back of the net. A strategy was urgently needed to address the current predicament on the field. The German fans shared this sentiment, acutely aware of where the problem lay. That damned Ozil. However, with less than 20 minutes played, was it too rash to substitute him now? Would such a decision be overly radical? Lowe hesitated. Though Ozil struggled in physical confrontations, his passing ability was potent. Replacing him prematurely would undoubtedly impact Germany's offensive capabilities. When one hesitates, chaos ensues. Lowe would soon pay for his indecision. In the 31st minute, after a corner kick had seen most of the German players advance into the attack, Spain swiftly launched a counterattack. Xabi Alonso delivered an exquisite long pass from a considerable distance, allowing Diego Costa to seize the opportunity. Unable to turn, he laid the ball off to the onrushing Lin Quan. Lin Quan took possession, evading Kramer's interception, and with a glance at Neuer's positioning, chose to attempt a lob. This time, Lin Quan's shot was from a staggering distance of 48 meters from the goal. However, Neuer had moved even further from his line than before. Now positioned outside the penalty area. At such a distance, Neuer was rendered utterly helpless. As long as Lin Quan's long-range shot found the target frame, it would surely result in a goal. Fans from both teams rose to their feet, their eyes fixed upon the rapidly soaring football. The German supporters, having previously witnessed Lin Quan strike the corners of the frame from 30 meters, felt a sense of despair wash over them. If he could accurately hit such a small area, how could he possibly miss such a vast goal? Under the gaze of nearly 100,000 spectators, the ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, crashing into the German net. Goal. Spain took the lead first, with Lin Quan scoring a crucial goal in the World Cup final. End of chapter 152. Such a lack of sportsmanship. Lin Quan executed a breathtaking long-range shot from approximately 50 meters away from the goal. His strike was both swift and precise, leaving the forward-positioned Neuer utterly helpless, merely watching as the ball nestled into the net. Indeed, Neuer paid the price for his audacious positioning. In earlier matches, no one had been able to exploit his vulnerability, but on the grand stage of the World Cup final, he unfortunately encountered Lin Quan. In the commentary booth of CCTV, upon witnessing that remarkable lob, the two commentators could not suppress their laughter. Neuer's positioning was reminiscent of Fong Tangjing's antics in court, repeatedly declaring, "I am in, I am out. I am in again. Come at me, you fool." Bao Longxing remarked that he had never seen such a peculiar demand, leading him to deliver a reprimand to Fong Tangjing. Similarly, Lin Quan felt compelled to capitalize on Neuer's advanced stance. Failing to lob would have been utterly unjust. In the German television commentary booth, following the concession of the goal, the commentators appeared despondent, their spirits visibly dampened. Neuer's positioning had been far too forward. Lin Quan had already attempted a lob before. He should have been on high alert. Now trailing in the scoreline, the situation was grim, and a swift breakthrough was imperative. Indeed, the longer they remained behind, the greater the psychological pressure on the players, potentially resulting in frantic play. On the Spanish bench, upon witnessing Lin Quan's goal, Bosquet clenched his fists in excitement and let out a triumphant roar, enveloping his assistant in an exuberant embrace. So overwhelmed with emotion was Bosquet that he did not even notice the chewing gum fall from his mouth. A moment immortalized by the cameras and etched into the annals of this World Cup's history. After scoring, Lin Quan dashed to the corner flag, performing an elegant sliding celebration. His teammates rushed from behind, mimicking his joyful slide. Players from the substitute bench also surged onto the pitch, joining the jubilant celebration. Although he had scored countless goals at both club and national levels, the significance of a goal in the World Cup final transcended any previous achievements. The quadrennial World Cup represents the pinnacle of aspiration for nearly every player worldwide, and the final is of paramount importance compared to any match he had previously participated in. It is no exaggeration to assert that this goal is worth its weight in gold. Should Spain go on to claim victory owing to Lin Quan's remarkable strike, it could significantly bolster the nation's GDP. In the stands, Spanish fans waved banners and flags with exuberance, erupting in jubilant cheers to honor the hero of the moment, Lin Quan. At this instant, he was revered as a deity in the hearts of the Spanish people. What a splendid shot! In a private box, Spain's King Felipe VI, watching the match alongside two princesses, stood up in excitement upon witnessing Lin Quan's goal, joining the throng of enthusiastic Spanish supporters in applauding the young talent. Indeed, he proved to be as formidable as his grandfather had claimed. The 9-year-old Princess Leonor could not help but calculate the likelihood of Lin Quan achieving a hat-trick in this match. With 60 minutes remaining and an efficiency of 1 goal every 30 minutes, it seemed plausible that he might indeed accomplish this remarkable feat in the World Cup final. In another box, German Chancellor Merkel, watching the game alongside Rajoy, could not suppress her excitement upon witnessing the goal, rising to her feet to applaud her national team. As she clapped, She smiled at Merkel and remarked, "It appears our teacher is slightly more formidable." Merkel's lips twitched slightly, detecting the sarcasm in his words. In the pre-match media skirmishes, Spanish outlets had asserted that Germany's possession-based style was a mere imitation of Spain's. Merkel calmly retorted, "Football originated from China, as could you. Yet can you spot any trace of the Chinese team on the World Cup stage?" Just as Spain ushered in the age of exploration, Germany was once fragmented. However, it now stands as Europe's economic powerhouse while Spain grapples with crippling debts. This revelation sent a chill down Rajoy's spine, as Spain is one of the so-called pigs, reliant on robust economies like Germany for assistance with its financial woes, leaving him with little confidence to challenge Germany. On the German side, Lowe, upon witnessing the conceded goal, leaned back in exasperation, running his hands through his hair. If the team had been outmaneuvered in a tactical battle, or if the opposition had executed a brilliant combination play, he could have accepted it. However, this particular goal felt utterly avoidable. Such lapses can severely damage a team's morale. Lowe sighed, casting a worried glance at Neuer, hoping the goalkeeper would not let this setback affect his performance. Yet, how could such a goal not impact a player's mentality? Neuer, frustrated, kicked the ball from the net. It seemed that since their first encounter at the Telecom Cup, he had been bested by Lin in every direct confrontation. He wondered when he would finally triumph over this rival. Despite trailing in the scoreline, German fans, though anxious, did not forget their duty as the 12th player. They fervently rallied behind their team, hoping for a swift equalizer. Following their deficit, Germany indeed intensified their offensive efforts. The 36-year-old veteran Klose, sacrificing his stamina, engaged in fierce duels with the Spanish defenders. In the 35th minute, Germany executed a brilliant sequence in the attacking third. Thomas Muller feigned a shot, cleverly delivering a pass. Klose received his teammate's ball on the right side of the penalty area. With no time to adjust, he decisively struck towards goal. The angle was narrow, and Casillas' blocking was impeccable, deflecting the ball back into the box. Muller aimed to capitalize on the rebound, but Ramos intervened just in time, thwarting the attempt. The Spanish team swiftly launched a counterattack, the ball traversing the field through 3 deft passes before penetrating the German defense. On this occasion, Germany's backline held firm. Boateng successfully withstood Diego Costa's onslaught, rendering the latter's shot a mere formality for Neuer to collect. Following this commendable defensive effort, the German defenders exchanged celebratory high-fives, and Boateng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had come to terms with the reality that against a nimble player like Lin Quan, his advantages were diminished, resulting in a low success rate in defense. However, when confronted with a traditional striker like Diego Costa, he could leverage his physical prowess to engage effectively, thus significantly increasing his defensive success rate. With this understanding, he resolved to avoid one-on-one confrontations with Lin Quan and instead collaborate with teammates, or entrust such duties to agile defenders like Lahm. Germany employed 2 tactical approaches. Upon the failure of ground penetration, they promptly shifted to a flanking offensive strategy. In the 39th minute, they attempted to initiate an attack down the wings. Lahm delivered a 45-degree cross from the right, but Klose, impeded by Peak, failed to capitalize on the opportunity. A minute later, Klose was brought down by Ramos just outside the penalty area, prompting the referee to issue a verbal warning to Ramos and grant Germany a promising free kick. Kroos's delivery sought the lurking hounds at the back post. Yet the intention was all too apparent, allowing Ramos to intervene and clear the ball. It became evident that Ramos' aerial prowess was not only a threat in attack, but also a boon in defense. In the 41st minute, Schweinsteiger unleashed a lofted ball from near the center circle, perfectly timed for Klose's run. As Germany appeared poised to secure a clear goal-scoring opportunity, Spanish goalkeeper Casillas remained alert, decisively rushing out to claim the ball before Klose could arrive. The two collided and fell to the ground, but fortunately, neither sustained injury. And with the assistance of their teammates, both resumed play swiftly. The match rhythm seemed to revert to that of before the goal was conceded. In their eagerness to equalize, Germany pressed forward, while Spain capitalized on this urgency, repeatedly attempting rapid counterattacks. The pace of the game quickened, and the spectators were wide-eyed, anxious not to miss any thrilling moments. In the 42nd minute, Schweinsteiger was cautioned with a yellow card for tripping Iniesta during a defensive play. In the 43rd minute, Lin Quan distributed the ball to David Silva, who found space on the right. Just as Silva delivered the ball towards the goal, 2 German defenders advanced in unison. catching Diego Costa offside. Costa, having deftly flicked the ball into the net, was poised to celebrate when he noticed the assistant referee's flag signaling the goal as invalid. "Was that offside?" he exclaimed, convinced it was a legitimate goal, having just seen the two German defenders right in front of him. However, he quickly fell silent as the large screen replayed the moment in slow motion, clearly showcasing his offside position. On the sidelines, Spanish coach Del Bosque frowned in disapproval. The German team successfully employed an offside tactic today, with Diego Costa having been flagged for offside several times. During the halftime break, it would be prudent to remind him to be mindful of his timing, lest he fall prey to the opponent's offside trap again. As the first half drew to a close, Germany's offensive play became increasingly frantic. They were eager to equalize before the halftime whistle, hoping to avoid a passive approach in the second half. However, Spain's seasoned players, upon regaining possession, began to play the ball around in their own half to waste time. Germany quickly committed significant forces to press forward, hoping to intercept the ball and launch a counterattack. In such circumstances, even players like Klose and Müller, known for their tireless efforts, were invigorated, while Ozil, who had been lackluster earlier, suddenly found his focus. He seemed to realize that due to his poor performance in the first half, he might soon experience Lowe's infamous wrath during the break. Germany's pressing bore some fruit, as the space for Spain's defenders to maneuver reduced, forcing them to pass the ball forward. Lin Quan, upon receiving the ball, shifted it to the flank to evade the densely packed midfield defense of the opposition. The German players, now highly motivated, charged at him from all angles, regardless of whether he was on the wing or in the center. Sensing the impending onslaught, Lin Quan swiftly passed the ball. Iniesta, upon receiving it, found himself surrounded by 4 German players rushing towards him. Startled, he quickly returned the ball to Lin Quan. The German players were infuriated. Were they to be toyed with? It was one thing to play the ball in their own half, but to do so in the attacking third was unacceptable. In an instant, 5 players surged towards Lin Quan, this time not just for the ball, but with intentions of physical confrontation. Lin Quan did not remain stationary. Instead, he darted down the sideline with the ball. Lahm closely shadowed him, denying him the opportunity to accelerate. Simultaneously, Kramer launched a fierce tackle, attempting to bring Lin Quan down along with the ball. The Spanish fans gasped, seemingly envisioning Lin Quan crumpling to the ground. However, in the face of Kramer's challenge, Lin Quan deftly lifted the ball, kicking it behind Lahm and slipping past him along the sideline, successfully evading both the tackle and Lahm's obstruction. This clever maneuver dazzled the crowd, who erupted in applause. Unfortunately, Kroos, lacking in finesse, grabbed Lin Quan, pulling him back just as he was about to break through. Lin Quan lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. The referee immediately blew the whistle, signaling a foul by Kroos. By this time, the match had reached the 44th minute, with just 1 minute of stoppage time remaining. The referee's free kick decision effectively extinguished Germany's hopes for a counterattack. The Spanish team is certain to make the most of this free kick opportunity, meticulously consuming the remaining time of the first half, leaving no chance for their opponents to mount a counterattack. To be candid, the position of the free kick is less than ideal. It is not only too close to the sideline, but also a considerable distance from the goal. However, at such a juncture, one must not be overly concerned with the specifics. Even if the referee awards a free kick in Spain's defensive half, they will certainly devise a strategy. Whether the execution proves effective is secondary. The primary goal is to waste time. Both Xavi players are seasoned veterans. Upon the referee's decision to award a free kick, they feigned interest and approached the sidelines to discuss tactics with Lin Quan. "Who will take it?" Xabi Alonso inquired, casting a glance at Lin Quan and Xavi. Alonso is renowned for his exceptional free kick skills and powerful striking. Thus, he is the most suitable candidate to take the shot from such a distance. "We can devise a tactic," Lin Quan suggested, eyeing the poised German players, doubting that a direct delivery into the penalty area would yield favorable results. "What tactic?" Both Xavi and Alonso looked at him with curiosity, eager to uncover his ingenious plan. Lin Quan articulated his thoughts, and upon hearing them, their eyes lit up, and they gave him a thumbs up. "I see it as feasible. I will provide cover." The trio swiftly assigned their roles, ultimately positioning Alonso in front of the ball, while Lin Quan and Xavi took their places on either side of the penalty arc, observing the positioning of their opponents. The German players could not suppress their skepticism, suspecting that Spain would not directly launch the ball into the penalty area, but would instead execute a coordinated tactic. Consequently, They dispatched two players to mark Lin Quan and Xavi. Upon witnessing Germany's choice, Xabi Alonso could not help but chuckle. Lin Quan was indeed correct. He retreated a few steps, then charged towards the ball, striking it towards the penalty area. The German players stood in stunned silence. The Spaniards had indeed delivered the ball directly into the box. Whatever happened to the tactical free kick? Such a blatant disregard for the rules. Xabi Alonso's long passes are famously precise, and this delivery was aimed at Ramos, who was poised to contest in the penalty area. This connection between two Real Madrid players was noteworthy. Ramos leapt high, overpowering the defender Hummels to claim the first touch. Hummels, standing at 6 feet and 3 inches, is renowned for his aerial prowess. Although Ramos stands at 6 feet and has a height disadvantage, his ability to outmaneuver Hummels and secure the ball is a testament to his extraordinary heading skills. However, during the ascent, Ramos engaged in physical contact with Hummels, which significantly impacted his power. Despite gaining a slight advantage in the jump, Hummels, even if he could not secure the ball, could still thwart the opponent's scoring attempt, thanks to his defensive acumen. As a result, while Ramos did make contact with the ball, the angle was not optimal. The football struck the crossbar with a resounding clang. The fans of the German team felt a wave of anxiety wash over them as they witnessed Ramos's header attempt. With mere seconds left in the first half, the prospect of conceding another goal loomed ominously, threatening to prematurely end the match. Fortunately, their goalpost stood resolute, once again safeguarding their hopes. As the ball was denied entry by the crossbar, Ramos couldn't help but clutch his head in frustration, wishing he could tear his hair out in exasperation. Damn that Hummels. Had it not been for his interference, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Yet, this is the nature of a defender's role. To expect them to stand idly by while you take a shot is sheer folly. Although Hummels successfully thwarted the attempt, his gaze towards Ramos was laden with caution. How is it possible that this player possesses such formidable heading prowess? Hummels had defended against numerous forwards, many of whom boasted excellent aerial skills. While Ramos may not be a striker, his heading ability undoubtedly ranks among the elite, potentially placing him within the top 3. One might wonder if he has chosen the wrong position. He ought to be playing as a forward rather than a defender. Following Spain's missed opportunity, the injury time of the first half was exhausted, prompting the referee to signal the end of the half. Spain led Germany 1-0, with only the final half remaining between them and the glory of defending their title. Chapter complete. Chapter 153. A brace, Spain 2, Germany 0. During the halftime break, Bosque took a moment to inquire about the fitness levels of the two Xavis. Both players, though seasoned, had engaged in an intense battle against Germany's midfield, leading to considerable fatigue. Concerned that they might not last much longer, Bosque sought this information to prepare for potential substitutions. Xabi Alonso's stamina could endure until approximately the 75th minute, while Xavi himself would likely need to be substituted around the 60-minute mark. With this insight, Bosque felt reassured. Listen up, team. We are one step closer to defending our World Cup title, but we must not become complacent. The German team will not concede defeat easily. In the second half, they will undoubtedly launch a fierce counterattack. In the locker room, the players focused intently on Bosque, their spirits high. Lin Quan initially thought Bosque intended to adopt a defensive posture based on his previous remarks. However, he was taken aback when Bosque shifted his tone and declared, "In the second half, we cannot afford to play defensively. Doing so would subject us to relentless waves of German assaults. We need to seize the opportunity to score again and decisively clinch the match." This perspective resonated with the team, as they had already witnessed Germany's formidable offensive capabilities in the dying moments of the first half. The relentless barrage truly tested the fortitude of Spain's defenders. Having learned from Spain's possession-based football, the Germans now adeptly executed both ground penetration and their traditional wide play with crosses. Germany's fullbacks possessed remarkable attacking abilities, capable of penetrating the defense and delivering precise crosses if left unchecked. Klose's aerial prowess is formidable, and Spain must tread carefully to avoid conceding a goal. Such passive defending will inevitably lead to a lapse in concentration. Therefore, they must ignite the flames of battle in the opponent's half, relentlessly threatening the opposing goal, compelling the adversary to exercise caution and refrain from committing too many resources to their attack. As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. This philosophy of possession-based football embodies that principle. 15 minutes swiftly passed, and upon returning to the pitch, The Spanish fans were astonished to discover that Germany had made no substitutions. Mesut Ozil, who had underperformed in the first half, remained on the field for reasons unknown, much to the bewilderment of supporters from both sides. German fans could not fathom why Löw chose to keep Ozil, despite the plethora of available substitutes. They harbored a subtle concern, fearing Ozil might once again become a liability for the team. However, Ozil appeared different upon re-entering the field. As Ramos approached Lin Quan, he glanced at Ozil and remarked to Lin Quan. Following his gaze, Lin Quan noticed Ozil's countenance had turned serious, his expression seemingly imbued with newfound resolve. It was unclear what Löw had communicated to him during halftime, but it appeared to have had a positive impact. At the very least, he now exhibited a rekindled spirit and a heightened awareness of the match's stakes. Nevertheless, a fear of physical confrontation is not an obstacle one can surmount in an instant. Spain could still exploit this vulnerability in the second half. With the referee's whistle signaling the commencement of the second half, Germany launched an immediate and fervent assault on Spain. Klose passed the ball to Müller, who then relayed it to Ozil, enabling him to deliver a precise through ball. The pass was executed flawlessly. However, Klose failed to breach the defenses of the Spanish backline, with the ball ultimately being intercepted by the advancing Casillas. Casillas promptly distributed the ball to Alba, who advanced along the flank. After facing an opponent's challenge, he swiftly passed to Xabi Alonso. Alonso too found himself under pressure and returned the ball to Piqué. While Piqué's heading ability may not rival that of Ramos, his distribution skills certainly surpass those of his compatriot. A center-back with commendable passing capabilities serves as an ideal outlet for possession-based football. Klose charged towards Piqué in an attempt to disrupt his control. Unperturbed, Piqué passed to Ramos, who paused momentarily before delivering the ball to a teammate on the wing as Klose bore down on him. Observing the Spanish players beginning to play back in their own half, the German fans in the stands erupted in boos. They were desperate for time to mount an offensive. Yet the opposition employed tactics to waste time, heightening their anxiety and fear that precious minutes would be slowly siphoned away by the Spaniards. On the sidelines, Löw gestured emphatically, urging the German team to push forward as they initiated a high press against Spain. In the first half, Spain's several counterattacks posed significant threats, instilling a sense of caution within them. However, at this juncture, they had no choice but to push forward. Otherwise, Löw would doubt whether the Spaniards could truly maintain possession in their defensive half for a full 45 minutes. The German players' aggressive pressing rendered Spain's attempts to play out from the back ineffective, and in truth, they had no intention of continuing in such a manner, as it might risk lulling the fans both in the stadium and in front of their televisions into slumber. Piqué seized an opportunity and passed the ball to Xabi Alonso, who had dropped back to receive it. At that moment, four German players surrounded Alonso, closing in as Piqué delivered the pass, intent on executing a double team. Alonso, lacking the time to assess the situation behind him, utilized his extensive match experience to anticipate the Germans' intentions, thus returning the ball to Piqué. Piqué gestured and then passed it back to Alonso. Alonso, having read Piqué's signal indicating that the defenders behind him were unable to turn, continued to send the ball back to Piqué, which provoked a reaction from the German players. Both Klose and Müller charged towards Piqué, aiming to execute a double team. Simultaneously, the positioning of the Spanish players shifted. Iniesta moved into the midfield to support Xabi Alonso. Upon noticing Iniesta's movement, Kroos felt compelled to draw closer to him. Meanwhile, another German player was momentarily drawn away from Alonso due to the attention he commanded. Observing this, Piqué calmly took a lateral step to evade Müller's pressure and once again signaled to his teammates that they could turn while completing the pass. This time, he sent the ball back to Xabi Alonso, who finally had the space to pivot. After turning, the two German defenders who could have intercepted him were indeed drawn away by his teammates, granting him ample time to process the situation. Alonso, not dwelling on the ball, glanced up to assess the positioning of the players ahead and subsequently delivered a precise long pass out to the flanks. David Silva cut inward, charging towards the penalty area, and after drawing the opposing fullback's interception, he passed the ball to the center. Iniesta received the ball and, utilizing a change of rhythm, slipped past Kramer. Advancing into the box, Hummels closed in to obstruct Iniesta's shooting angle while directing his teammates to intercept Diego Costa. Hummels' defense proved effective, constricting Iniesta's space for further advancement. However, rather than risk a pass to Diego Costa, he opted to return the ball to the vacant space at the edge of the penalty area. A figure clad in red emerged at that location. Iniesta's pass found its mark with Llorente, who, rather than charging into the crowd, adjusted himself and decisively took the shot. Neuer, fully focused, recognized that his teammate had blocked Iniesta's shooting angle and was therefore alert to the possibility of a pass to Llorente. Thus, as Llorente took his shot, Neuer sprang high, using one hand to deflect the ball over the crossbar. This was a truly spectacular save, as Lin Quan aimed for the dead corner of the goal. Had Neuer been less prepared, he would have been unable to make the stop. Well done, Xiao Xin. Remarkable save. Upon witnessing Neuer's extraordinary intervention, his teammates flocked to him, applauding and embracing him. Following his successful save against Lin Quan, Neuer's confidence soared. He had finally prevented this player from scoring. On the sidelines, Lowe felt a great weight lift from his heart as he saw Neuer thwart Lin Quan's shot. Spain's attacks were exceedingly swift, transitioning from defense to offense with just a few passes to create scoring opportunities. The presence of Xabi Alonso endowed Spain with the capability to bypass the midfield and launch direct assaults on Germany's goal. It was imperative to further restrict his influence. With this in mind, Lowe called Müller back to the pitch to convey his tactical adjustments. Müller nodded solemnly upon hearing the instructions and swiftly communicated the coach's intentions to the team. Germany's defensive strategy was promptly altered, with the defensive line pushed higher up the pitch, narrowing the distance to the midfield. Simultaneously, the two fullbacks squeezed into the central areas, engaging in midfield defense. As the two wingers pressed high, their support ensured that Spain had no opportunity for ground penetration. Concerning the opponent's long passes, they aimed to resolve this through an active offside trap or by having the defenders and goalkeeper retreat strategically. Such arrangements undoubtedly carried significant risk, yet failing to do so would make Spain's counterattacks far too threatening. Meanwhile, Lowe began to contemplate the situation, with the opponent's outlet shifting to the center backs. Germany was compelled to bolster their presence in the attacking third, otherwise, gaining possession would be exceedingly difficult. It was no wonder Guardiola sought to convert Martinez into a central defender. Was this his underlying strategy? Lowe's adjustments proved quite effective, as Spain's subsequent counterattacks yielded no results. In the 53rd minute, young Kramer sustained a head injury from an elbow while contesting with Diego Costa and was replaced by Skirl. Germany's formation shifted to a 4-1-4-1, with Schweinsteiger taking the single defensive midfielder role, Kroos dropping back slightly, and Ozil joining him as dual attacking midfielders, while Skirl operated on the left flank. The referee's decision was contentious. He deemed the incident an accident and refrained from issuing a card to Diego Costa. German players argued it was a malicious foul that warranted a red card. Slow-motion replays indicated that Diego Costa appeared unaware of Kramer's proximity before the contest, and the elbowing occurred after the aerial challenge, unintentionally striking the opponent during descent. Unless he confessed to having harmful intent, the referee's ruling stood justified. The match continued. Skirl's introduction diminished Germany's defensive capabilities but invigorated their attacking prowess. In the 56th minute, Müller successfully broke through on the left flank and delivered a cross. But Skirl's follow-up shot was spectacularly saved by Casillas. This attempt posed a significant threat. Had it not been for Casillas' remarkable reflexes, Germany might have equalized. Following this, Germany took a corner kick, with Kroos sending the ball to the far post where Klose managed to connect, yet his header went off target, failing to create a genuine threat. Klose had already exerted himself for nearly 60 minutes, and his stamina was evidently waning. Had he been in his prime, it is likely he would have converted that chance. As Germany's offense began to show signs of improvement, the fans in attendance grew increasingly animated, chanting loudly to rally their team, hoping for a swift goal. However, just as the Germans believed they were on the verge of leveling the score, Lin Quan delivered a crushing blow that left them reeling. In the 59th minute, Lin Quan successfully timed his run to evade the offside trap and, utilizing his speed, surged past Howds into the German penalty area. Neuer attempted to intervene, but failed to seize the ball from Lin Quan, who deftly lifted it over him, leaving him stranded. With the goal wide open, Lin Quan exhibited remarkable composure, avoiding any blunders such as slipping or misplacing his shot. He calmly slotted the ball into the net, marking his second goal of the match and achieving a brace in the World Cup final. After scoring, Lin Quan sprinted across the field towards the stands filled with Spanish supporters, cupping his ear in a gesture of listening. Initially stunned, the Spanish fans erupted into cheers, vociferously chanting Lin Quan's name. their excitement nearly overwhelming the stadium. If the first goal had instilled a sense of advantage and hope for defending their title, Lin Quan's second goal all but secured victory, firmly clutching the coveted trophy in the embrace of the Spanish team. The sheer exhilaration was palpable. Some fans near the pitch even attempted to leap over the barriers to celebrate with Lin Quan. Fortunately, security personnel swiftly intervened to prevent this. Meanwhile, Lin Quan was engulfed by his teammates, all of whom, including both starters and substitutes, celebrated the goal with unrestrained enthusiasm. Bosch excitedly dashed along the sidelines, almost wishing to perform a celebratory slide. Coach Tony and former captain Puyol embraced passionately, exclaiming that they were champions. In stark contrast to the jubilant Spanish side, the atmosphere among the German players was somber. Neuer sat on the ground, staring in disbelief at the rolling ball in the back of the net, seemingly unable to accept the harsh reality of being breached again. The other German players shared his frustration, acutely aware that their offensive efforts were on the brink of yielding results. Just a few more minutes of perseverance could have led them to equalize. At this very moment, the opposing team scored yet again. On the sidelines, Lowe's expression grew gravely serious. The timing of this goal was utterly devastating, inflicting a significant blow to the team's morale. With a 2-goal deficit, could they possibly mount a comeback? Within the VIP box, Spanish Prime Minister Rajoy stood once more to applaud the players. This time, he refrained from provoking Merkel, having observed the stark change in her demeanor. Although Rajoy himself harbors little interest in football, Merkel is an ardent enthusiast. During an EU summit, unable to watch a live broadcast, she resorted to viewing Germany's match on her mobile phone, a moment that sparked considerable media frenzy. Merkel was acutely aware of the implications of trailing by 2 goals on the grand stage of the World Cup final. In the annals of World Cup history, only once has a team overturned a 2-goal deficit to ultimately claim victory, which occurred during the 1954 World Cup in Switzerland. In that final, West Germany faced Hungary, who scored twice within the first 8 minutes. Almost everyone presumed West Germany's fate was sealed. However, they performed a miracle, scoring 3 consecutive goals and triumphing with a 3-2 scoreline to seize the World Cup title. 60 years later, as the German team found themselves again on the final stage, they faced an eerily similar predicament. Would they be able to conjure another miracle this time? The chapter concludes,